10 years ago, a mysterious force suddenly descended upon Earth, and an entity called the National Destiny Lord System silently bound itself to all of humanity. From that moment on, anyone who is 18 years of age or older is qualified to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races, become a lord, and fight for their own glory and destiny. On that battlefield, as long as one can expand territory and increase land area, the national fortune of the country in the real world will soar. The territory will double, the food supply will increase dramatically, and various powerful buffs will come one after another. However, the cost is also extremely high. Once the territory is breached, the country in the real world will suffer a devastating catastrophe. Acid rain erosion, massive floods, meteorite impacts. No one can escape unscathed. What's even more terrifying is that the enemies on this battlefield are never just humans. There are lofty gods, ferocious and brutal monsters, holy and noble angels, and savage and powerful giants. There are also demons, dragon maids, cat girls, goblins, minotaurs. All kinds of races coexist, and danger lurks everywhere. If you are not careful, your territory will be swallowed up without leaving a trace. Fortunately, everyone can awaken a talent ranging from F rank to SSS rank. Some people are incredibly lucky and draw an A-level angel unit talent directly, allowing them to summon six-winged angels to guard their territory and sweep across the land from start. Some people have a rough life and only get the F-level farmer talent. Although their grain production doubles, they have no combat ability and are swallowed up by others in the blink of an eye. My name is Yang Ming. I awakened an SSS-level talent at the start, Supreme Overlord. One soldier is automatically added every second. At that moment, a thought flashed through my mind, and I immediately summoned 500 warriors. The next second, a flash of light appeared, and a group of armored human warriors appeared in the territory, kneeling down in unison and shouting, "Greetings, Lord." I checked their attributes and found that although these warriors were only of ordinary quality, their combat strength reached 17, far exceeding that of an average adult. I raised my hand to signal everyone to stand up, and the warriors immediately straightened their bodies and stood quietly awaiting orders. Without the slightest hesitation, I quickly began assigning tasks, ordering some men to cut down trees, quarry stone, cultivate farmland, and reinforce fences, while also sending out reconnaissance teams to scout the area. Once the orders were given, all the soldiers sprang into action, and the entire territory instantly became incredibly busy. Taking advantage of this lull, I opened the Huaxiao exclusive chat channel to check on the other new lords. Just then, a wounded scout rushed over to report. I immediately asked what was going on, and he explained that the entire 3-kilometer radius had been scouted. To the south is a wolf den inhabited by 20 elite-level demon wolves. To the west is a resource-rich first-level mining area. To the east, a territory belonging to the Japanese has been discovered. And to the north, nothing has been found yet. Upon hearing the words Japanese, my gaze immediately darkened. The international situation is already tense, and the two sides have long been enemies. Moreover, China had lost a royal-level territory due to a surprise attack by the Japanese, a grudge I remember vividly. I already have a plan in mind. Once the 3-day newbie protection period is over, I must strike first. Rather than waiting for them to come to me, I'd better take the initiative and eliminate this threat completely. I immediately adjusted my strategy, deciding to prioritize expanding our forces over the next 3 days and then consider further development after we've dealt with that Japanese territory. With that in mind, I nodded to the scout. "Well done, go and rest." Before long, the teams returned one after another to report their results. The timber, stone, and farmland were all completed. I did a quick count and found that the resources met the upgrade requirements, which immediately put my spirits up. I immediately ordered the territory to be upgraded, and the system responded that it would only take 5 minutes. Although the time wasn't long, I was extremely anxious because I would receive an extra reward for completing the upgrade on the first day. 5 minutes later, the system notified me that the upgrade was complete. Golden light instantly enveloped the entire territory, expanding its area several times over. The wooden house was transformed into a brick house. All building permissions were unlocked, and I was also rewarded with an enhancement rune and a golden resource chest. After obtaining the treasure chest, I didn't rush to open it. Instead, I took out the enhancement runes first. I selected the strongest warrior, intending to train him into my core general. "What's your name?" I asked. The other person responded in a low voice, saying that he had long since lost his name. I simply bestowed a name upon him. From now on, you'll be called Chun Jian. Then, I handed the enhancement talisman to Chun Jian. A flash of light appeared, and Chun Jian's strength instantly surged, his combat power soaring to 75 points. He also awakened a D-level talent, enabling him to enhance his troops in a short period of time. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. Such talent, possessing both strength and growth potential, is extremely rare and should be nurtured as a core member of the future. To become a powerful lord, one must first possess an army, stockpile resources, and then continuously expand territory, seizing more resource fields. The higher the territory level, the stronger the overall combat power. In the later stages, one can even build a city and establish a kingdom. Recalling the knowledge I'd learned in class, I quickly decided on my path to sustain war through war. My talent is SSS level Supreme Overlord, automatically adding 1 soldier per second, making me fearless in battle. I directly commanded in my mind, summon 5,000 warriors. A flash of light, and 5,000 soldiers appeared in perfect unison, kneeling in unison. Greetings, Lord. Without a word of preamble, I immediately ordered Chun Jian, take 1,500 men and attack the wolf den in the south. It was a level 2 resource field, and the difficulty was definitely not low. Chun Jian accepted the order in a deep voice and immediately led his team off with murderous intent. The rest of the men were assigned to gather resources and develop their territory. The entire territory instantly sprang into action once more, filled with the sounds of hammering and moving. Construction began simultaneously on granaries, barracks, blacksmith shops, and other buildings, and with ample manpower, the efficiency was astonishing. Looking at all this, I couldn't help but marvel. With an SSS level talent, this development speed was simply outrageous. Just then, I suddenly remembered the golden treasure chest I had just obtained, so I opened it immediately. A flash of golden light appeared, and inside was only one pill, the marrow cleansing pill. Its effect was to greatly enhance the Lord's own strength. Without hesitation, I swallowed it on the spot, preparing to strengthen myself first. The medicinal power entered my body like a surging heat wave. I closed my eyes to absorb its effects, and an hour later, I suddenly opened them, my aura noticeably stronger. As expected of an excellent grade treasure, I have indeed become stronger. My combat power soared to 125 points, even surpassing Chun Jian's. In the battlefield of all races, a territory can only be captured in 2 ways. Either the Lord is killed, or the Lord's residence is occupied by the enemy for 12 hours while he is away. Therefore, personal strength is equally crucial. Otherwise, one could be assassinated at any time. Just then, system notifications sounded one after another. The blacksmith shop and barracks were completed. Chun Jian successfully wiped out the demon wolf's lair, occupied the corresponding area, expanded his territory by 5,000 square meters, and also gained national fortune points. Another team also successfully captured the mining area, further expanding their territory. Not long after, Chun Jian, covered in blood, returned with his team, which numbered only 800 men. Reporting to the Lord, the wolf den has been wiped out, and 15 wolf corpses have been brought back. I glanced at them and noticed that the combat strength of the surviving soldiers had generally increased to around 20 points. Of the 1,500 men who went out to battle, only 800 returned, demonstrating the considerable difficulty of acquiring level 2 resource fields. However, the experience also brought significant growth. I immediately realized that combat could strengthen soldiers. They couldn't be treated as mere expendable resources. In the later stages of the game, quality would clearly be more important than quantity. With that in mind, I immediately decided to equip the soldiers with better gear, so I opened the trading market. However, looking around, the market was almost entirely filled with food and basic materials. I couldn't even find a decent weapon, let alone any high-level equipment. I frowned. My original plan was to launch an expedition in 3 days to conquer that nearby Japanese territory. But without weapons, our overall fighting strength would be severely hampered. Left with no other option, I turned to the chat channel to see if I could find an opportunity. The chat was still buzzing with activity, with some bragging about getting high-quality soldiers and others complaining about their terrible starting conditions. Just then, someone suddenly announced that they had found a weapon forging blueprint, causing a stir among the crowd. My eyes flickered slightly, and I immediately contacted the other party anonymously. Want to sell the blueprints? The other party refused without hesitation, clearly understanding that the item was quite valuable. I didn't press the matter further, but instead sent them a batch of spoils. How about I trade you 500 caddies of demon wolf meat for your weapon forging blueprints? I said directly. High-quality demon beast meat is not only scarce, but it can also enhance combat power. This deal is definitely not cheap. The first day had barely ended when I wiped out the level 2 demon wolf den. The other side was immediately stunned. You cleared out a level 2 wolf den in just one day? After all, there are at least 15 elite-level demon wolves in such dens. Normally, one would only dare to make a move after developing the territory to a high level. But I only took one day, a full 7 times faster than the record, which is truly outrageous. I simply replied casually, "It's just raiding a level 2 resource field. Is that so difficult?" The other party was instantly convinced and immediately offered to befriend me. "I can give you the blueprints, but I want to be friends with you." After all, the value of a superior grade weapon blueprint far exceeded 500 pounds of demon wolf meat. I thought about it for a moment and then agreed to the deal. Soon, I added the other party as a friend and successfully completed the transaction. A flash of white light, and 500 caddies of demon wolf meat were teleported over, while a superior grade tank-style horizontal sword blueprint landed in my hands. After careful examination, I discovered that this blueprint could be used to forge an unlimited number of superior weapons. As long as the materials were sufficient, it could be produced continuously. I know perfectly well that with this blueprint, I can forge at least 50 high-quality weapons within 2 days. At that point, I'll have enough confidence to attack that nearby Japanese territory. Plus, the mining area I conquered earlier provides ample forging resources. Everything is now in place. I immediately went to the blacksmith shop, handed the blueprints to the blacksmith, and assigned 10 workers to the shop, giving him a direct order. Within 3 days, forge at least 50 high-quality weapons. The blacksmith dared not slack off. After receiving the blueprints, he started working overnight, the sound of hammers echoing, and the entire blacksmith shop was brightly lit. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and only half an hour remained in the newbie protection period. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the craftsman respectfully handed over a tank-style horizontal sword. "My lord, all 50 swords have been forged." I drew the sword from its sheath. The sound of the blade was crisp and melodious. With a single stroke, the hard stone shattered on the spot. I nodded. Indeed, a fine blade. Then I shouted, "Chun Jian." The enemy immediately knelt in response. I then ordered the troops to assemble, and soon, 3,000 warriors were in neat formation. I distributed the Tang-style swords to the strongest group of warriors, and their combat strength immediately increased. I stood on high ground, my gaze icy. 3 kilometers to the east lies the territory of the Japanese, and that is our enemy. Soldiers, follow me to the front lines and crush them. 3,000 men responded in unison, their morale soaring instantly. The gates of the territory opened, and the army surged forth in a mighty torrent. Meanwhile, in the real world, the atmosphere in the high-level meeting room of China was extremely tense. An encrypted message from Japan was played. Among their new batch of lords, 2 had awakened A-level talents. It should be noted that there are only 37 people worldwide who have awakened A-level talents. The probability is astonishingly low. In contrast, among the new recruits from China, the highest talent level was only B grade, with not even a single A grade. Worse still, there was a person named Yang Ming whose data was abnormal. Even the divine staff couldn't detect him, leading to speculation that he might be in a dangerous area, his fate unknown. The conference room was deathly silent, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Meanwhile, in the newbie zone of the battlefield of 10,000 races, the Japanese man, Meichuan Kuzi, was beaming with pride. He had built a 100-man samurai team in just 3 days, and with his A-rank talent, his confidence had completely swelled. The chat channel was filled with praise and flattery, pushing his vanity to its peak. He even went so far as to make a bold statement. "There's a Chinese territory near me. As soon as the protection period ends, I'll go and kill it." This statement instantly ignited the channel, with countless people shouting their support. Meichuan Kuzi became increasingly euphoric, even fantasizing about his instant fame. The protection period ends in 5 minutes, and I'm going to be the first hero to conquer Chinese territory. He laughed wildly, as if victory was already within reach. At this moment, I have led 3,000 warriors to approach the territory of the Japanese man nearby. Looking around, I saw that it was actually a mid-level territory with a level 2 training ground, a level 3 defensive tower, and a level 2 blacksmith shop, and it was quite well developed. I immediately made a judgment. To develop their territory to this extent in 3 days, their talent must be at least B-level and possibly even A-level. I was also secretly glad that I had personally led the team this time. If it were just Chun Jian and the others, they might not have been able to crack this tough nut. Realizing the enemy was formidable, I immediately began to devise a countermeasure. After a moment, I calmly gave the order, Chun Jian, you take 3,000 men and probe the enemy from the front. Chun Jian accepted the order and immediately stood at the forefront of the ranks, waving his hand. Soldiers, follow me. With shouts of kill echoing through the air, 3,000 warriors charged towards the enemy territory like tigers unleashed from their cages. At the same time, Meichuan Kuzi, who was boasting in the chat channel, was interrupted by the sudden commotion. A militiaman rushed in to report in a panic. Lord, the enemy is attacking. Meichuan Kuzi didn't take it seriously at all, and said with a sneer, a mere 3,000 people dare to come here die? I am a genius with A-level talent. After saying that, he immediately ordered the assembly of the samurai troops, preparing to fight a fierce battle. Soon, 100 warriors lined up neatly in front of the city gate. Meichuan Kuzi stood at the very front with a nonchalant air, looking at Chun Jian's approaching troops with a face full of contempt. Foolish Chinese, once I defeat you, I will make you regret being born into this world. As soon as he finished speaking, a black light flashed on his forehead, and he roared, Come forth, my undead warriors! The ground trembled violently, and skeletons burst forth one after another, creating a sinister and terrifying scene. This was his A-level talent, Undead Summoner. More than 300 skeleton spirits quickly formed an army, possessing considerable combat power and the ability to resurrect. Meichuan Kuzi laughed wildly. Go, let them see the price of provoking me. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton army immediately pounced on Chun Jian and his group. Facing the charging skeletons, Chun Jian advanced instead of retreating, roaring, Kill them! The two sides collided instantly, and a fierce battle erupted. Chun Jian swung his sword and severed the arm of one of the skeletons, but the skeleton felt no pain and continued to attack. Chun Jian simply took on 3 skeletons by himself, growing stronger with each battle. I observed the battle from the rear and quickly discerned the clues. It really is an A-level talent. With that thought, I held back and silently chanted in my mind, Summon another 8,000 warriors. The next moment, a large number of armored soldiers appeared out of thin air and bowed in unison. I quickly made arrangements. For 1,000 men, support the front, the rest flank and raid the territory. Upon receiving the order, the troops immediately dispersed. Some charged directly into the front lines, while others silently circled around from the flanks. With the arrival of reinforcements, the tide of battle on the main front quickly turned. Meanwhile, the 4,000 men on the flanks suddenly launched an attack, storming into the territory and catching the enemy completely off guard, plunging the city into chaos. A scout rushed in to report, Sir, the enemy has reinforced their troops by another 4,000, and the front is already under attack. The western city wall is also under heavy attack by 4,000 men and is about to collapse. Upon hearing this, Meichuan Kuzi's expression changed drastically, and he finally realized that something was wrong. His face was filled with disbelief. There are 8,000 people on the other side? Is he also an A-level talent? But he quickly forced himself to calm down. This is my territory. He can't swallow me whole. Despite his words, he was clearly fighting desperately, summoning over 200 more, even stronger skeleton spirits. Then, gritting his teeth, he unleashed his trump card. Come forth, Skeleton General. A colossal skeleton, clad in armor and wielding a giant sword, suddenly appeared. Over 3 meters tall, its imposing presence was terrifying. It possessed not only the ability to resurrect multiple times, but also the capacity to devour. Mei Chuan Kuzi, his expression crazed, roared, "Go! Crush them all!" I stared at the skeleton general summoned by Mei Chuan Kuzi, my expression remaining calm and unwavering. In my view, if this was their biggest trump card, then the outcome of this battle was already decided, and I could even declare it over unilaterally. The next second, I launched a decapitation strike. I gripped my Tang sword and charged at full speed toward the enemy territory, personally entering the battlefield and sweeping through everything in my path. No one could stop me wherever my blade passed, my momentum as unstoppable as a tumbleweed. With the Tang Hungdao's buff, my combat power increased to 150 points. Meanwhile, the flanking attack had already thrown Mei Chuan Kuzi's territory into chaos. In just 10 minutes, I fought my way to the gate, easily dispatched the guarding skeletons, and stormed inside. "Intruder! Kill him!" The alarm blared, and the samurai under Mei Chuan Kuzi's command quickly surrounded them. 10 samurai charged forward with their swords, only to be met with a cold laugh from me. A bunch of ants, a flash of light, and all 10 were instantly killed, blood splattering everywhere. Without pausing, I continued forward, carving a bloody path through the enemy ranks, plunging the entire territory into chaos. Soon, 2 skeletal skeletons with combat power approaching 70 blocked my way, their eyes flashing with green fire, and they charged at me with their long swords raised. But to me, these movements were as slow as snails. I thrust my blade forward, instantly piercing the chest of one of the skeletons, then followed up with a series of wrist-flipping slashes, completely dismembering it. Even if they possessed the ability to resurrect, they posed no threat to me whatsoever. I was unstoppable, killing one man every 10 steps, and stormed straight into the Lord's mansion. This was the last line of defense. If it fell within 12 hours, the territory would change hands. And now I had swaggered right in. When Mei Chuan Kuzi saw me appear before him like a god of death descending from the sky, his face turned deathly pale, and he couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" I approached step by step, raised my knife, and said coldly, "I'm here to kill you. Protect me." Mei Chuan Kuzi cried out in terror. The skeleton general and 5 skeletons immediately stood in front of him, but even so, he still couldn't stop trembling. The oppressive feeling almost made him collapse on the spot. I coldly questioned, "I heard you want to emulate Unit 731 and capture Chinese people to be experimental subjects?" Mei Chuan Kuzi shook his head repeatedly in denial, his voice trembling. "I didn't. Let me explain." I sneered and mercilessly exposed his lie. "I heard everything clearly outside. You want to capture people to be slaves and playthings." These words completely shattered Mei Chuan Kuzi's psychological defenses. "Go explain to God." With those words, I charged forward, sword in hand. Mei Chuan Kuzi desperately ordered the skeleton general and the horde of skeletons to stop me, but all their efforts seemed utterly futile. With a single strike, I repelled the skeleton general and severed its arms. My second strike swept across, instantly pulverizing all 5 skeletons, leaving them utterly defenseless. Impossible. Mei Chuan Kuzi completely collapsed. He simply couldn't understand how I could have become so strong in just 3 days. But the next second, I was already approaching him like the Grim Reaper. Fear completely overwhelmed him. Mei Chuan Kuzi knelt on the ground with a thud, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to sign a master-servant contract and be your slave." He even lost control of his bladder on the spot, looking utterly pathetic. I simply said coldly, "Go to hell and repent." The blade flashed, the head rolled to the ground, and the corpse fell down. The battle was over. With Mei Chuan Kuzi's death, his territory instantly fell, and all the skeletons and soldiers lost control, standing frozen in place. Immediately afterward, a system announcement resounded throughout the entire newbie area. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Yang Ming, the Lord of China, for defeating the Lord of Japan and becoming the first player to complete the kill mission. You will receive an extra reward, the title First Blood, and a +5 combat power bonus. When the announcement spread throughout the entire Blue Star Domain's newbie zone, everyone was completely stunned. The newbie protection period had only ended 20 minutes ago, and the first blood had already been shed. The chat channels for both China and Japan instantly exploded. The Huaxia channel was in an uproar. Some people shouted excitedly, "The first blood belongs to Huaxia." Others lamented the huge gap between them, saying that they hadn't even finished exploring the surrounding areas, while others had already conquered a territory. Some people were so excited that they immediately got to work on the ground. But at that moment, I had no time to check these messages because I was leading people to clear the battlefield. Although Mei Chuan Kuzi's territory had only been developed for 3 days, his resource reserves were quite considerable. The soldiers kept reporting their gains to me. There were 300 gene of rice in the granary, as well as silver, ore, pig iron, obsidian, and 20 ordinary-grade iron knives. All kinds of resources were counted out one by one. Besides these basic supplies, I also unexpectedly obtained 2 nice items. One is a high-quality spring water that can continuously produce water, and the other is a guardian thorn that can both protect the territory and breathe fire. I am quite satisfied with the gains this time. With these resources, the territory's development speed will definitely increase significantly. Thinking of this, I immediately summoned Chun Jian and inquired about the casualties in this battle. Chun Jian reported in a deep voice, 1,000 men died in battle, and more than 2,000 were wounded. Hearing this number, my heart sank. These soldiers were not just cold, hard numbers, but real lives. I quickly ordered all supplies and wounded soldiers to be brought back to the territory for intensive medical treatment. Chun Jian was visibly taken aback for a moment, then solemnly agreed, his gaze towards me becoming even more convinced. Half an hour later, the group returned to the territory. But before they even entered, I found over 100 ragged refugees gathered at the gate. As soon as they saw me, they all knelt down and begged to be taken in. "Please, Lord, take us in. We are willing to pledge our loyalty." Their tone was tense and humble. They had clearly been driven to desperation. Without the slightest hesitation, I told them to get up and instructed Chun Jian to distribute food, register their information, and settle them down. The refugees were deeply grateful and were quickly led into the territory. My decision to take them in wasn't out of momentary pity, but rather for the sake of the territory's development. Sure enough, the system soon notified me. The population has exceeded 100, rewarding me with 10 points of national fortune. By this time, I gradually realized that the summoned warriors weren't considered part of the original inhabitants. To upgrade my territory, I needed to continuously recruit local residents. Next, I focused on infrastructure development, especially basic necessities like food, clothing, and shelter. Then, I took out the spring water item I had just acquired, intending to solve the most crucial problem of drinking water first. After some thought, I placed the spring near the residential area. As soon as I confirmed its placement, a flash of light appeared, and a spring instantly gushed forth from the ground, its clear water shooting straight into the sky. This scene immediately shocked the surrounding indigenous people, who gasped in astonishment, some even believing I was a legendary superhuman, and their awe of me deepened. I lowered my head and tasted the spring water. It was sweet and refreshing, carrying a special power that not only quenched my thirst, but also alleviated my injuries, which pleased me greatly. I then checked the population information. The territory currently has 125 native inhabitants, including a blacksmith, a doctor, a carpenter, and a healing mage. The rest are all ordinary people. As for the more than 8,000 warriors, they are not included in the population count. They can only perform combat or manual labor and cannot engage in specialized work. Just as I was pondering the next step, Chun Jian approached and reported, "My lord, the newly received refugees have been settled, but they are all extremely hungry, and the warriors haven't eaten for 2 days." These words instantly made me realize that the most urgent matter at hand was to solve the problem of food and clothing. I frowned and asked, "How much food is left in a granary?" Chun Jian replied that there were about 4,000 caddies of rice, dried meat, and fruits and vegetables in total. This amount was barely enough for everyone to eat for 1 day, and the situation was clearly not optimistic. Without hesitation, I gave the order, "Open the granary, take out all the food, and cook it. Everyone must be fed." Chun Jian was clearly taken aback and subconsciously worried about the subsequent food supply. I reached out and patted him on the shoulder, saying calmly, "We just want to battle today, so we should reward everyone properly. As for the food issue, I'll figure something out tomorrow." Chun Jian's expression grew even more respectful upon hearing this, and he immediately turned to carry out the order. In my view, population is the true foundation of a territory. Whether it's specialized professions like blacksmiths and doctors, or soldiers who grow stronger through battle, they are all key forces for the future development of the territory and must be preserved as much as possible. Soon, night fell, and the aroma of rice and meat filled the air throughout the territory. Refugees and warriors lined up, their eyes filled with longing. "There's rice and meat," someone exclaimed in surprise, some even shedding tears of emotion on the spot. As the steaming hot food was distributed, everyone finally ate their fill, and their spirits were completely ignited. At the same time, a system notification sounded in my ear. Public morale has greatly improved, rewarding you with 10 points of national fortune. A thought flickered in my mind. National fortune is crucial for territory upgrades. For example, to advance to a higher level territory, not only do you need a large amount of resources and population, but you also need a full 200 points of national fortune, which is obviously not something that can be easily accumulated in a short period of time. After a quick calculation, I realized that resources weren't the most difficult issue. The real challenge was the national fortune value. So I quickly decided that I must go out and explore again tomorrow to try and gain more benefits. Having figured this out, I stopped thinking about it and went to rest. On the morning of the second day, which was the 5th day since I arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races, I got up early and called Chunjian to assign tasks. 2,000 people were to cut wood, 2,000 people were to quarry stone. Chunjian was to lead 1,000 people to guard the city, and the rest of us were to go hunting with me. Half an hour later, I led 3,000 warriors out of the territory. After the baptism of the previous battle, the combat strength of these soldiers had basically increased to over 20 points. As soon as we stepped out of the territory, a cold wind mixed with the smell of blood rushed towards us, and the atmosphere around us instantly became tense. On the desolate plains, the grasslands were sparse, and in the distance lay dense forests. I led my team eastward, our destination, the secondary mining area we had discovered the day before, remaining vigilant throughout the journey, wary of any potential dangers. Not long after, the scouts ahead suddenly issued a warning. I rushed over to check and found a herd of elite-grade celestial horned oxen, a total of 52, with combat strength between 96 and 128, including several calves. My eyes lit up immediately. This was practically a natural granary. If we could take them all, we wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few days. I immediately ordered, "Everyone be on alert. Surround them." The soldiers quickly took formation. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that these heavenly horned oxen were enormous, each weighing at least 1,000 kilograms. This solidified my resolve to attack. "Attack!" I commanded, and charged forward first. Tang Hung Dao was instantly drawn, and I raised my hand and slashed out, cutting a blue ox in half. Although the surprise attack was successful, it thoroughly enraged the entire herd. The stench of blood filled the air, and all the blue oxen, their eyes bloodshot, began to retaliate like madmen. They charged and trampled wildly, causing casualties in the blink of an eye. Several warriors were killed on the spot. Although the number of heavenly horned oxen was not large, each one was thick-skinned, strong, and incredibly powerful. Even if 20 warriors surrounded one, they might not be able to take it down easily. The battle had only just begun, and my side had already suffered more than 50 casualties, making the situation extremely tense. I roared, "Beasts, come at me!" Then, I charged into the herd with my sword, slashing horizontally and instantly cutting a blue ox in half at the waist. Using the momentum, I flipped over and struck again, the blade piercing through the heads of 2 more blue oxen, killing them instantly. My assertive performance quickly caught the leader's attention. With an angry roar, the leader of the Skyhorn Green Ox launched savage charge, sweeping across the battlefield. Hundreds of warriors were knocked off their feet, and their formation was instantly torn to pieces. The next second, the heavenly horned Green Ox leader, with a combat power of 128, had already charged in front of me, its sharp horns aimed straight for my abdomen. Instead of retreating, I advanced, whispering, "Perfect timing." As I charged forward, I dodged to the side at the last moment before the collision, and with a swift motion, my Tang-style horizontal sword slashed open its belly. The leader screamed in agony, blood splattering everywhere. But I gave it no chance to catch its breath, slashing out again with my blade, severing half its head. I followed up with a series of fatal blows until it was completely incapacitated, its massive body finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. with their leader dead. The remaining herd of blue oxen scattered completely. 10 minutes later, the battle finally came to an end. I leaned on my tang sword with one hand, panting heavily, my strength almost completely depleted. I had single-handedly killed 21 blue oxen, and the battlefield was littered with corpses. Looking at the spoils scattered on the ground, my eyes lit up with joy. So much beef. We've hit the jackpot. Not only is the beef edible, but even the horns are excellent forging materials. I immediately ordered, "Pack it all up and take it home. We're having beef tonight. Eat as much as you want." The soldiers' morale soared, and they quickly disposed of all the corpses, which were then escorted back to their territory by 500 men. The wounded were also evacuated. Although 138 men died in this battle, the surviving soldiers almost all experienced an improvement in combat strength. In this world, combat itself is the most direct way to grow stronger. After a brief rest, I led the remaining 2,000 men onward. This time, my target was still the level 2 high-quality mining area to the east. Mineral resources are crucial for forging weapons. Without iron, the development of the territory would be virtually impossible. 15 minutes later, we crossed the hill, and a rocky mining area finally came into view. But the system showed that this mining area had already been occupied. I squinted and observed carefully, and found that the people busy in the mining area were actually a group of dark-skinned dwarves. Dwarves are not only natural craftsmen, but also quite intelligent. Without hesitation, I immediately ordered everyone to approach stealthily. But before we could even get within 300 meters, a whooshing sound suddenly rang out, and more than a dozen sharp arrows shot out, instantly taking the lives of 7 warriors. Realizing we could no longer stealthily advance, I decisively changed tactics, shouting, "Scatter! Encircle from all directions!" The group quickly dispersed, and the threat of the arrow rain noticeably decreased. However, the dwarves' range was simply too great, making a frontal charge still extremely difficult. I snorted coldly. Others might retreat, but I'm different. With that, I picked up my tang sword and charged alone into the mining area. Relying on my formidable combat strength and agile movements, I quickly closed the distance to within 100 meters, only to be met with an even denser rain of arrows. Without flinching, I swung my sword like the wind, deflecting all the incoming arrows. In a short moment, I closed the 100-meter distance, braving the rain of arrows, and charged straight into the mining area. The next instant, hundreds of dwarves surrounded me, clearly intending to overwhelm me with their numbers. I couldn't help but laugh. Trying to outnumber me? I won't lose. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated my ability, summoned 1,000 warriors. A flash of light appeared, and 1,000 soldiers descended out of thin air, instantly crushing several dwarves into a bloody pulp. The formation was instantly and completely disrupted. The dwarves lost their range advantage and quickly collapsed, kneeling and surrendering. I easily won the battle, and the system notifications sounded. Without hesitation, I chose to occupy the mining area. After successfully occupying the area, the nation's fortune value increased again, and the resource situation of the mining area was fully revealed before my eyes. It was not only rich in iron, ore, but also contained various other metal resources, even rubies and star ore. Looking at these gains, a smile immediately appeared on my lips. This is a huge windfall. I looked down at the dwarves kneeling on the ground. They were trembling and kowtowing repeatedly, begging for mercy. "My lord, please don't kill us. We're willing to be slaves." A slight smile appeared on my lips. I already had a plan in mind. Dwarves are naturally skilled in forging, and if we could recruit them, it would greatly benefit the territory's weapon supply. I said calmly, "Rise, all of you. If you are willing to submit, I will spare your lives." The dwarves were overjoyed and quickly stood up, bowing repeatedly to thank me. I scanned the group and asked directly, "Who among you can forge a superior grade weapon?" They exchanged glances, but none dared to speak. My face darkened instantly, and I threatened coldly, "If you can't even do this, what use are you to me?" Just as the atmosphere became tense, a weak voice suddenly rang out. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw a thin, white-haired girl raising her hand in a trembling motion. I immediately checked her information, and my eyes lit up instantly. This girl, named Coquelette, was only 14 years old, Yet she possessed 4-star potential and a B-rank talent, craftsman's heart, making her crafting success rate far exceed that of ordinary people. I immediately realized that I'd struck gold, and even my tone softened a bit. I looked at Cocolette and said, "Follow me, and I will provide you with food and shelter, but you must work for me." Upon hearing the word food, the girl subconsciously swallowed, then nodded without hesitation. "I am willing to follow you." As soon as she finished speaking, her loyalty began to rise rapidly. I could also tell that these dwarves had obviously been hungry for a long time, so I casually took out a bag of biscuits and handed it to her. "This is your reward." Cocolette took it and was completely stunned. When that sweet aroma wafted out, she couldn't resist any longer. She took a small, careful bite, and her eyes widened instantly. Delicious! Then, she began to wolf it down, her face full of satisfaction, and her loyalty skyrocketed. This scene instantly stirred up the other dwarves around, some even instinctively trying to rush forward and snatch it. I raised my hand to stop them, then said in a deep voice, "As long as you follow me, you will have plenty of rice, eggs, and pork." As soon as I said this, the scene erupted in cheers. The dwarves knelt down again in unison, shouting, "Lord, we are willing to follow you to the death." With that, this dwarf tribe was completely incorporated into my forces, and the mining area officially fell under my control. I quickly made arrangements, leaving 1,000 men to guard the mining area and oversee mining operations, while the rest continued to follow me. The mining area wasn't far from the territory, making it quite convenient for both transporting resources and providing follow-up support. Afterwards, I sent 500 men to escort the resources and dwarves back to the territory, while I kept Cocolette by my side and took her with me. After all, a blacksmith with 4-star potential absolutely cannot have any accidents happen to her. It was midday, and we still had plenty of time, so I led 2,500 soldiers to continue exploring eastward, intending to thoroughly understand the situation within a 10,000-meter radius within 3 days. As I continued forward, the ground gradually became flatter, and the amount of rubble increased. In the distance, I could even vaguely make out the outlines of buildings. My gaze sharpened slightly, and I had a vague idea that what lay ahead was likely a special resource point. Thinking of this, I immediately ordered a faster pace. 10 minutes later, a road paved with bluestone appeared before us. Following the road, a huge altar burning with blue flames stood there. Above the altar stood a strange black stone statue, surrounded by guards clad in bronze armor. I tried to check their information, but found that their strength was completely undetectable. The system's description stated that these were guardians of the evil god's altar, capable of killing anything that approached, except for those who came to offer sacrifices. Cold sweat slowly trickled down my forehead. I stared intently at the tall guards patrolling around the altar, even my breathing unconsciously becoming lighter. I truly hadn't expected that such a terrifying being was lurking within a 10,000-meter radius of my territory, someone whose presence even the guards couldn't detect. I knew perfectly well that if even the guards were this strong, the sheer terror of the boss lurking behind the scenes was unimaginable. After a moment's hesitation, I forcibly suppressed my impulse and began to quietly retreat. To venture out now would be tantamount to suicide. After retreating to a safe distance, I turned back and tried scanning the altar and unexpectedly obtained some information. The building was clearly a mythical altar of an evil god, the place where the human hero Arminus fell. The system's message was even more chilling. It said you could make a deal with an evil god here, but the price was your soul. After reading it, I turned and left almost without hesitation. In my opinion, I absolutely couldn't touch such a forbidden existence now. The team quickly and orderly retreated along the original route. But after walking only 500 meters, Cocolette suddenly lost her strength and collapsed to the ground, pale-faced and panting heavily. I quickly helped her up, only then realizing that her combat strength was already very low, and the long march combined with the oppressive aura of the evil god had clearly pushed her to her limit. I handed her a piece of dried meat and a pot of water, saying, "Rest first if you're tired, and replenish your strength." Cocolette took the food and ate it in small bites, her eyes glistening with tears. Clearly, she hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and this simple meal was incredibly precious to her. While she was resting, I ordered the entire team to regroup on the spot, while while I took out paper and pen and began to organize the locations of the resource points that had been explored over the past few days, preparing to draw a simple map first. 10 minutes later, a map centered on the territory was drawn. The terrain and resource points within a 10-kilometer radius to the east and a 3-kilometer radius around it were clearly marked. The evil god's altar was highlighted in red and designated as a forbidden area. After resting, the group resumed their return journey. They encountered no threats along the way, but instead spotted a herd of ordinary mountain goats by the river. I immediately ordered a hunt, and the goats were quickly captured. After a quick count, there were 30 goats in total, each weighing about 60 pounds. I immediately ordered, "Take them all back. We'll make soup tonight." The soldiers' spirits lifted considerably at the thought of more meat. Before sunset, our group finally returned to the vicinity of the territory. But as soon as we got close, I smelled a faint stench of blood in the air. My expression changed instantly, and I quickened my pace. Bloodstains were everywhere on the fence, clearly indicating a recent battle. As soon as I entered the territory, Chun Jian and his men greeted me with a salute. Without further ado, I asked what happened. Chun Jian immediately replied, "At noon, 3 elite-grade demon wolves led an attack on the territory, but they have all been killed." Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I patted Chun Jian on the shoulder and said, "Well done. You are the real hero." These words made Chun Jian's expression suddenly change, and his loyalty increased significantly. Chun Jian then added that a group of refugees had come seeking refuge because their villages had been destroyed and he had already taken them in. I nodded, fully approving of this approach, as population is crucial to the development of a territory. Then, I pointed to the goat carcasses and ordered chefs to process the ingredients as quickly as possible. I also ordered some wolf meat and beef to be stewed together, prioritizing the best performers of the day. Night fell quickly, and the entire territory was brightly lit. Several large pots were set up simultaneously, the water boiling, and the rich aroma of meat quickly filled the air. The news that Yang Ming was giving away mutton soup for free quickly spread throughout the territory. Before long, a large number of refugees gathered around, their eyes fixed on the rolling chunks of meat in the pot, their gazes filled with longing. In the crowd, a hungry little boy tugged at his mother's sleeve and whispered, "When can we eat?" The woman tried to comfort her child despite her own hunger, while the others around them were almost driven mad by the aroma of meat. Many people began to whisper among themselves. Some couldn't believe that free food was actually being distributed, while others declared on the spot that they were willing to follow them to the death. As the aroma continued to spread, the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly restless. At this moment, I am standing on a high platform, calmly assessing the resources at hand. The timber and stone materials have now met the standards, and 4 construction projects have been completed, but the national fortune value is still far from sufficient. I currently only have 65 points of national fortune, a full 135 points short of the upgrade requirement. Time is running out, and powerful enemies surround me. If I can't break through this bottleneck soon, I won't last a month. Just then, a sudden inspiration struck me. I strode to the front of the crowd, cleared my throat, and announced loudly, "Quiet, I have something to announce." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately knelt down to receive my command. I slowly began to speak. "Starting tomorrow, I will lead you to build a city where everyone can live and work in peace and contentment." Then, I continued to paint a picture of the future, stating that I wanted to create a nation where everyone had food to eat and a place to live, and I named it Huaxia City. These words instantly ignited everyone's emotions. Someone couldn't help but ask if such a prosperous era truly existed. I didn't answer directly, but instead, in front of everyone, I retrieved a large amount of food directly from the system, as if performing a miracle. This scene completely shocked everyone present. Everyone was convinced that I was the legendary, extraordinary being, and their emotions quickly shifted from awe to fanaticism. I then took the opportunity to promise, "As long as you follow me, every one of you will be a founding hero in the future." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire arena erupted in cheers, with everyone shouting their allegiance. A system notification also sounded at that moment, indicating a surge in residents' sense of belonging and a direct reward of substantial national fortune points. Not only that, Chun Jian and Cocolet's loyalty levels have also reached maximum, bringing me additional rewards. A quick calculation shows that my national fortune value has exceeded 200 points, officially meeting the upgrade requirements. Without the slightest hesitation, I immediately ordered the territory to be upgraded. The system notification indicated that the upgrade would take 6 hours, and that the territory's combat strength would decrease during the upgrade period, requiring careful defense. Even so, I was still in a great mood, because once I successfully advanced to a higher level territory, taking another step forward would unlock a special shop, which was my true trump card. After finishing all that, I finally had time to eat. I waved my hand and shouted, "Dinner's ready!" The crowd immediately started lining up, and bowls of steaming hot mutton soup were quickly distributed. The warriors received more food and were also given extra high-quality demon wolf meat, which could directly enhance their physique. As for the ordinary people, they all ate to their heart's content, and the long-lost feeling of fullness almost brought tears to the eyes of many. Cocolette held the bowl of mutton soup, took a careful bite, and was immediately stunned by the delicious taste. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. In the past, she rarely even had a small piece of meat to eat, but now she could truly eat her fill. She looked up at me on the platform and silently made a vow in her heart. No matter the cost, she would repay this kindness. Similar thoughts also quietly took root in the hearts of others. Inside the main mansion, after a simple dinner, I went to my desk and began planning our next steps. As I wrote, I thought to myself, the next step is to strengthen our defenses. We absolutely cannot let the demon wolves break in so easily again. My plan is to plant the guardian thorns around the perimeter of my territory the next day, and then combine them with the existing fence to enhance defense. After all, the superior grade guardian thorns themselves possess a certain level of combat capability, enough to withstand ordinary attacks. Then, I frowned again. The food problem remained urgent. Although there was a considerable amount of meat stored in the warehouse, it wouldn't last long and would eventually rot. For truly stable development, we must rely on agriculture to address the problem at its root. After thinking for a moment, I opened the chat channel, intending to try my luck. The channel was still bustling with activity at night, with many people complaining about the difficulty of obtaining resources, others showing off their upgrade progress, and some even mentioning that someone had already conquered a high-level resource field. Overall, however, most lords still face significant challenges in their development, lacking resources, manpower, and food. Even after the initial protection period ends, they still have to contend with the immense pressure of attacks from wild beasts. I scanned the area, but didn't glean any particularly valuable information. So I switched to the trading area and started searching for staple food resources, such as potatoes, rice, and sweet potatoes. These foods not only fill my stomach, but are also easy to store, making them exactly the most scarce resources at the moment. The problem is that the supply in a market is too small. Most are only sold in small quantities, a few kilograms or a dozen kilograms at a time. I can't possibly chat with each person privately to discuss a deal, so I simply put up an order myself. I anonymously listed 50 kilograms of demon wolf meat, priced at 1 kilogram for 10 kilograms of staple food. As soon as I confirmed the listing, a system notification popped up, and the next second, the entire batch of demon wolf meat was sold out. Immediately afterward, the system notified me that the transaction was successful, and hundreds of kilograms of grain instantly appeared in the warehouse. I was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but mutter, it seems I underestimated the value of premium-grade monster meat. With that in mind, I immediately adjusted the price and increased the exchange rate, changing it to 1 pound of demon wolf meat for 15 pounds of rice or 30 pounds of other staple foods. Then, I put all the remaining 5,500 pounds of demon wolf meat in my inventory on the market. Although it wasn't sold out instantly this time, the trade was still incredibly popular. Meanwhile, the chat channels exploded with activity, as numerous lords frantically discussed the wolf meat, and many who managed to snag some were ecstatic. Half an hour later, all the demon wolf meat was sold out. This transaction was only open to the lords of China and was not put on the global market, clearly indicating my intention to keep the resources within my own camp. The system notifications sounded again, indicating that tens of thousands of kilograms of rice and tens of thousands of kilograms of potatoes and sweet potatoes had been added to the warehouse in an instant, and the warehouse was almost at its storage limit. The warehouse had to be expanded as soon as possible. Looking at the results before me, I nodded in satisfaction. At least for the short term, the food problem in the territory was completely solved, and with continued hunting, the current supply could keep up with the pace of development. However, I'm also well aware that in the long run, it is essential to develop agriculture and animal husbandry, as these are the true foundations for the stability of the territory. All of this at present is merely a temporary relief from the pressure. After a busy day, I finally relaxed a little and said with a smile, "Let me take a nap first." Then I went back to bed to rest, while the territory was still in the process of upgrading. The next morning, on the 6th day since I arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races, I was still asleep when I was startled awake by a system notification. "Your territory has been successfully upgraded." I almost instantly jumped out of bed and rushed out of the Lord's mansion to check on the changes. A faint light enveloped the entire territory, expanding its area from 1 million square meters to 5 million square meters. Multiple dormitories sprang up, the fences were reinforced, and even the Lord's mansion became more imposing. The system notification indicated that I had officially been promoted to a high-level territory and had additionally acquired a residential area and 10 dormitory buildings. I immediately checked the information and found that the current population and resource situation was not bad, but the number of buildings was obviously insufficient. The resources, population, and number of buildings required to upgrade from a high-level territory to a special-level territory all increased significantly, and the difficulty almost tripled, which made me frown. I know very well that with our current strength, a direct assault on the level 3 resource fields is unrealistic. The monsters there are almost all of excellent quality. A rash attack would only result in heavy losses. The key to breaking this deadlock is to forge higher quality weapons, and that can only be achieved with Kokrit. With this in mind, I immediately set off for the residential area. Along the way, many people got up from the ground and bowed to me. Because housing was still insufficient, most people still had to rest in the open, which made me realize even more the importance of development. Soon I found Cocolette. The white-haired girl was curled up next to a haystack. As soon as she saw me, she stood up nervously and said in a low voice, "Good morning, my lord." I frowned and asked her if she had slept here last night. She nodded hesitantly. I didn't say anything more and just took her away. Only then did I realize that it was my own oversight that I hadn't settled her in beforehand. Afterward, I took Cocolette to a blacksmith shop that had already been set up, intending for her to be in charge of forging work on her own. Before I entered, I noticed her clothes were still tattered, so I said, "Go take a shower and change your clothes before you come out." Cocolette went into the bathroom and quickly ran out again, holding a light blue dress in her hands, and asked cautiously, "Is this for me?" In her eyes, this ordinary piece of clothing seemed exceptionally precious. I nodded, "It's for you." The little girl was immediately overjoyed, thanking me repeatedly before running off to wash up. 10 minutes later, she came out dressed, looking much cleaner and prettier, her eyes brimming with undisguised joy. After a few brief pleasantries, I got straight to the point. "You can forge excellent grade weapons, right?" Kokoli nodded in confirmation. I immediately decided to hand over the entire blacksmith shop to her, promising to provide her with resources, manpower, and protection. My only requirement was that she focus all her efforts on forging an excellent grade weapon. Cocolette seemed a little troubled and said in a low voice, "Without an excellent grade blueprint, my chance of success is only 1 in 1,000. I was taken aback at first, but after asking her further, I learned that her talent ability was to increase the quality of weapons with a low probability. This ability immediately caught my eye, so I changed my strategy. "It's okay, you forge the excellent grade weapon first." As I spoke, I handed her the blueprints for the Tang Hung Dao sword and told her that I would find another way to get the superior grade blueprints. Afterwards, I arranged for 2 soldiers to guard the door, specifically to protect and assist her. Before leaving, I specifically instructed them, "Just tell me what you need." After making all the arrangements, I turned and left the blacksmith shop. Watching my departing figure, Cocolette quietly clenched her fist, secretly vowing in her heart to forge an even stronger weapon to repay the trust one had placed in her. With Kokrit in charge, I no longer need to worry about weapons for the time being. After leaving the blacksmith shop, I arrived at the newly built dormitory area. 10 6-story dormitory buildings stood in neat rows, and a considerable number of people had already gathered around to watch. I glanced at the crowd and then called Chun Jian over. "These dorm rooms are your responsibility to arrange and allocate." Chun Jian seemed a little embarrassed. Is it enough to just have a place to live? I don't really know how to allocate them. Upon hearing this, I realized that the other party was more skilled at warfare than at handling such administrative matters. Left with no other option, I personally created an allocation table, detailing the check-in rules, building numbers, and personnel arrangements, before handing it over to Chun Jian for execution. Watching Chun Jian's departing figure, I couldn't help but sigh. If only I had a steward now. The affairs of the territory are piling up, and I can't possibly manage them all by myself. I must recruit professional talent as soon as possible. Soon, the bulletin board in the residential area was covered with recruitment information, with all kinds of positions available, from architects and agricultural experts to doctors, and the benefits were quite generous. It quickly attracted a large number of residents to come and sign up. The crowd erupted in excitement. There's even a premium grade meat reward. I want to try being an agricultural expert too. I could be a doctor. The shouts of volunteers were endless, and the scene was incredibly lively. I observed all of this and was fairly satisfied. Although the ideal steward-type talent had not yet appeared, at least the manpower for basic construction was gradually being completed, and Huaxia City was slowly getting on the right track. I glanced up at the sky and saw that the sun was already high in the sky. It was time to continue my exploration. I've always been clear that a qualified lord is not just a manager, but also must possess sufficiently strong combat power. Only when one's combat power exceeds 500 points can one truly step into the threshold of becoming superhuman. And I obviously cannot choose to hide in my territory and slowly develop. I would rather take the initiative and quickly improve myself amidst danger. Thinking of this, I summoned Chun Jin again and solemnly said, "From now on, you are the first general of Huaxia City. During my absence, you will be in charge of all military affairs." Chun Jin's expression suddenly changed, and then he solemnly accepted the order. After giving these instructions, I led 3,000 men away from the territory. This time, I chose to explore westward. As soon as we stepped out of the territory, the scent of a primeval wilderness washed over us, stirring a sense of excitement within me. We continued forward for a short while, and the ground gradually became damp, while the surrounding weeds grew even thicker. Looking at all this, I quickly concluded there's likely a good water source nearby. This was undoubtedly good news for the development of our territory. We continued forward, passing a small, already occupied mining area. After a brief resupply, we didn't linger, but continued deeper into the unknown territory ahead. Soon, the team had advanced to a point 4 kilometers away. Just then, a large red shadow suddenly appeared in front of me. I squinted and looked closely, and found that it was a flock of red-feathered chickens, gathered by a stream to drink water, numbering at least 100. Without any hesitation, I immediately ordered, spread out, and capture them all alive. The 3,000 warriors silently spread out in formation, blocking all possible escape routes for the red-feathered chickens. At my command, the men pounced forward. The chickens were thrown into chaos, scattering in all directions, but finding no way to escape. Faced with warriors far superior to them, these red-feathered chickens were quickly brought under control. In the end, we captured a total of 158 red-feathered chickens alive. I nodded in satisfaction. Send 200 people back to take good care of them. This batch of resources is of great significance for future development. Red-feathered chickens are large, lay many eggs, and have excellent meat quality, making them very suitable for domestication. I am well aware that livestock farming is an indispensable and crucial element for the continued growth of our territory. After a brief rest, I continued leading the group forward. Before long, another resource point appeared ahead, glowing with blue light. A small lake about 6 by 10 meters in size came into view, with schools of fish swimming in the shimmering water. I immediately scanned it and found that it was actually a level 3 resource field called Jade Spirit Lake. Not only is the reserve unlimited, but it can also continuously produce fine and excellent fish, which are extremely valuable. However, it has already been occupied. Seeing this, I felt a surge of excitement. If I could take over this resource field, I would never have to worry about meat resources in the territory again. But the next second, when my gaze fell on the 3 dark figures guarding the lake, my expression immediately turned serious. Those were 3 giant black rock bears, nearly 3 meters tall, exuding a ferocious aura. After scanning them, I discovered that their combat power was as high as 325 to 400 points, and they also possess skills such as enhancement and defensive reflection, making their strength terrifyingly astonishing. I knew perfectly well that a direct confrontation offered no chance of victory, but I was simply unwilling to give up this resource field. Just as I was hesitating, an angry roar suddenly caught my attention. I saw one of the giant bears repeatedly slapping the surface of the lake. After struggling for a long time, it barely managed to catch a small fish, then roared angrily. This detail immediately gave me some thoughts. I muttered to myself, it seems they don't know how to fish, or rather, catching fish requires a special method. With that thought, a daring plan began to take shape in my mind. If successful, I could not only kill these 3 black rock bears, but also easily seize this resource field. This plan was extremely risky, but the potential rewards were equally astonishing. So I quickly decided to take the gamble. But before that, I needed a top-tier fish to serve as bait. I immediately opened the chat channel, ready to search for a target. The channel was still incredibly lively, with various requests for purchase and assistance constantly scrolling by, but I still couldn't find anything suitable. Just as I was about to post a bounty myself, a message suddenly caught my attention. Someone is calling for help, saying that they caught an excellent grade snakebone fish, but were besieged by 2 Japanese lords. They are willing to offer the fish and a foraging blueprint as a reward in exchange for someone to come to their aid, and have also attached the specific coordinates. The moment the item information in this message was released, the entire channel exploded. The snakebone fish not only boosted combat power, but also had a chance to grant skills, while the red fire gun blueprint was a rare and extremely valuable resource. I couldn't help but be tempted. After clicking on the other person's profile, I discovered that it was Zhang Wei, the guy who sold me the blueprints for the Tang Hungdao sword. Moreover, his location was only 11,000 meters away from here. I thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. Let's go check it out first. I didn't want to miss out on either the snakebone fish or the red fire gun blueprint. Having made up my mind, I quickly assembled a team and sped off according to the coordinates. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei on the other side was already facing a real life-or-death crisis. On the hill at that coordinate point, his territory was surrounded by 2 Japanese lords who were leading hundreds of soldiers in a frenzied attack, constantly hurling threats and insults. Come out and surrender, or you'll die. If you don't come out, we'll turn you into a human pig. Chapter 17, Facing Death with Unwavering Spirit. Boom! Boom! Under the relentless onslaught of powerful impacts, the territory's gates began to crumble, even developing tiny cracks. As Zhang Wei watched the gate about to be breached, his anger reached its peak. Damn it! Is this the only despicable tactic you can use? Sneak attacks? Zhang Wei clutched his injured right arm, his eyes fierce as he stared intently at the 2 smug Japanese men outside. Not long ago, Zhang Wei discovered a snake-bone fish in a cave. He went to great lengths and even used an excellent grade item to successfully capture it. But little did they know, these 2 Japanese men had been hiding in the shadows all along. The moment Zhang Wei caught the snakefish, they suddenly attacked from behind, breaking one of Zhang Wei's arms. But Zhang Wei was no pushover either. He paid a heavy price to escape back to his territory. But the Japanese had no intention of letting Zhang Wei go. They pursued him relentlessly and attacked his territory without saying a word. How hateful. If it weren't for my injured right arm, how could these 2 Japanese have possibly driven me to such a desperate situation? Zhang Wei clenched his fists and glared angrily at the Japanese outside. His painstakingly trained army of 100 men had suffered more than half casualties in order to resist the invasion of the Japanese. The gate is leaning precariously. The surrounding defensive fences were also engulfed in flames. All signs indicate that Zhang Wei won't be able to hold on for much longer. Suddenly, 2 militiamen ran over in a panic and said to Zhang Wei, "Reporting, my lord. We can't hold on much longer. Report. Something terrible has happened. The gate is about to be breached." With a loud crash, the already crumbling gate could no longer withstand the impact from the Japanese and shattered into pieces. Zhang Wei felt a chill in his heart. He looked up at the collapsing gate, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Although he had awakened a B-level talent, Zhang Wei's combat ability was not strong. In addition, his army had suffered heavy casualties, and he simply couldn't find a way to turn the tide. After breaching the gate, the Japanese army immediately rushed in, burning, killing, and looting. One of the Japanese lords couldn't help but burst into smug laughter. "Ha ha ha! You foolish Chinese, you've lost. Hand over the snake bone, fish obediently. In another month, your China will be destroyed. What's the point of your feudal resistance? Rather than be annihilated, you might as well kneel down and surrender and become a province of our Japan. Hand over the snakefish, or you'll suffer a terrible death. The two Japanese lords laughed triumphantly as they ordered their troops to begin slaughtering Zhang Wei's men. Before long, the flames of war had engulfed all the buildings. Zhang Wei had no choice but to retreat to the Lord's mansion. The Lord's manor is the last line of defense for the territory. If the Lord's manor is occupied, the territory will be in a semi-occupied state. If the Lord's manor cannot be recaptured within 12 hours, the Lord of the territory will lose his lordship and will never be able to return to the real world. The two Japanese lords swept through the area, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Wei. Before long, a dense crowd surrounded Zhang Wei's manor in layers. One of the Japanese lords stepped forward and threatened Zhang Wei in a loud voice. Chinese, I advise you to surrender obediently. I heard you've awakened a support-type B-rank talent, which is quite useful. As long as you're willing to sign a master-servant agreement with me and obediently become a lackey of our great Eastern Empire, we'll spare your life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei was startled. Why do they know so much about my awakened talent? Unable to understand, Zhang Wei could only glare angrily at the Japanese and coldly say, even if I die, I would never be a traitor. The Japanese man showed an impatient expression and advised again. There's an old Chinese saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. I don't think you'd want your limbs broken, would you? Zhang Wei snorted coldly and retorted without any politeness. Fuck you. Even if I die today, I'll at least take one of you down with me. After saying that, Zhang Wei stretched out his left hand, which was still able to move normally, and drew the Tang sword from his waist, looking as if he was ready to die. In fact, the moment the Lord's manor was surrounded, Zhang Wei was already prepared to sacrifice himself for his country. Seeing that Zhang Wei refused to submit no matter what, the Japanese lost their patience and said viciously, since that's the case, we'll break your arms and legs and take you back as a slave. Let's see how long you can hold out then. Attack. No sooner had the words been spoken than the Japanese army launched an attack. In an instant, more than 200 people rushed into the Lord's mansion. Staring at this group of vicious intruders, Zhang Wei was filled with rage. He gripped his Tang-style broadsword tightly and roared. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Today I'm going to go on a killing spree, and I'll be a hero again in 20 years. Drink, Zhang Wei shouted, raising his knife and stepping forward, actually taking the initiative to attack. Zhang Wei was incredibly fast. With a single swing of his long sword, he decapitated an enemy. Zhang Wei had at least awakened a B-level talent. Although it wasn't a combat-type talent, it wasn't something that some small fry could challenge. In a short while, Zhang Wei beheaded 7 or 8 people. However, due to the injury to his right arm, Zhang Wei's combat ability was greatly reduced, and as a result, he suffered several more wounds just 5 minutes later. Fresh blood kept flowing from Zhang Wei's new wound. Haha, let's go again. But Zhang Wei seemed to feel no pain at all. He laughed loudly, and the Tang sword in his hand continued to reap heads. The more wounds Zhang Wei had, the more valiant he became. Let's attack together and cripple him. The two Japanese lords, as if they had planned it beforehand, attacked Zhang Wei together. The two attacked simultaneously, creating a pincer movement that put immense pressure on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was already at his limit, and the recurrence of his old and new wounds caused him to suffer repeated defeats. Even if I die, I'll still gnaw a bone off your bones. Zhang Wei roared in fury. Zhang Wei fought desperately, but he was no match for 4 opponents and was quickly defeated. Now, cut off his other hand. Finally, one of the Japanese men seized upon Zhang Wei's weakness and severed the meridians in his wrist with a single slash. Zhang Wei screamed as his wrist was cut and bleeding profusely. As a result, Zhang Wei's Tang-style sword fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the other man seized the opportunity to slash at Zhang Wei's left arm, attempting to sever it entirely. Is this all I can do? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, wanting to fight back, but unfortunately his meridians were severed, and he couldn't muster any strength. Zhang Wei was in despair. At that moment, he couldn't even hold the knife. At this critical moment, a tall figure descended from the sky like a tiger coming down from the mountain. You little brats, your grandpa's here. Yang Ming roared, his voice booming like thunder. Chapter 18 Snakebone, Fish Acquired. Take this. The incredibly sharp Tang-style broadsword twirled nimbly in Yang Ming's hand. Immediately afterwards, like a dragonfly skimming the water, Yang Ming slashed horizontally, easily cutting the weapon in the Japanese man's hand. Who are you? Where did you come from? The Japanese man was taken aback and took 3 steps back. With just one move, the 2 Japanese men realized how terrifying Yang Ming was. Their weapons were all of high quality, originally capable of cutting through iron like mud, but Yang Ming cut them in half effortlessly. Looking at them, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with deep disgust, and he said coldly, You are not worthy to know my name. The Japanese man was furious at being looked down upon by Yang Ming, and he said viciously, I admit you're strong, but we've both awakened B-rank talents. Besides, our army has already surrounded this place. Do you think you can fight us all by yourself? Enough with the nonsense. Come and fight me. Yang Ming, carrying his sword, strode towards the Japanese man. The 2 Japanese men exchanged a glance, as if they had planned it beforehand, and said in unison, Let's attack together and take him down. After saying that, the 2 Japanese men suddenly changed their demeanor. One of the Japanese men had his muscles bulge, his body became 3 times larger, and countless hairs grew on his body. 2 fangs protruded from his mouth, and his fingernails became extremely sharp. He transformed into a tall, ferocious werewolf. After successfully transforming, his combat power also skyrocketed from 78 points to 129 points. After transforming into a werewolf, he roared and pounced on Yang Ming madly. Is that all? You dare to challenge me? Yang Ming looked at him with disdain. Yang Ming raised his Tang sword, and with a blur of movement beneath his feet, he brushed past the Japanese lord who had transformed into a werewolf at an incredibly fast speed. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere as a head with wide-open eyes was sliced off. Then, with a thud, the Japanese lord, who had transformed into a werewolf, fell straight to the ground. This scene left another Japanese person dumbfounded. He was just about to make a move when he witnessed Yang Ming beheading his own companion with a single stroke. His hair stood on end, and he felt a fear that struck his very soul. Next, it's your turn to set off. Yang Ming turned around and looked coldly at the other Japanese man. Seeing Yang Ming, who looked like the Grim Reaper, the Japanese man trembled with fear. His face was pale, and he begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. Yang Ming didn't speak, but silently raised the Tang sword in his hand. A chilling killing intent spread throughout the Japanese man's body at that moment. The Japanese man trembled all over, as if facing an abyss. Finally, he knelt down and said in a panic, No, don't kill me. Yam 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 yam. YK yam yam yam. I have a master-servant contract. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to sign a master-servant contract with you. After saying this, the Japanese man hurriedly took out a parchment scroll from his pocket and presented it with both hands. A master-servant contract. Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the parchment scroll in the Japanese man's hand. Name, master-servant contract. Quality excellent. Introduction. After both parties voluntarily sign this contract, Party A can unconditionally command Party B, and Party B must unconditionally obey Party A. Furthermore, if Party A dies, Party B will also die. Yang Ming hadn't expected that this Japanese person would have such a thing. This shows that they were well prepared to attack Zhang Wei's territory. Yang Ming bent down, trying to take the parchment scroll from the Japanese man's hands. But at that moment, a flash of cold, white light appeared. Damn Chinese, I'm going to kill you. You bastard. Beneath the sheepskin scroll was a sharp dagger. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Ming bent over. The Japanese man pulled out a dagger from under the leather scroll and stabbed it directly into Yang Ming's heart. Watch out, Zhang Wei, who was not far away, quickly warned. However, the timing of the Japanese attack was perfect. The moment they struck was exactly the same moment Yang Ming received the parchment scroll, and the two were extremely close. In the blink of an eye, the Japanese man had already pressed the dagger close to Yang Ming's skin. Bite! However, the dagger did not pierce Yang Ming's heart as intended, but was blocked by Tang Hongdao. Yang Ming looked down at him and said sarcastically, Did you really think I wasn't on guard? I've seen through you long ago. You're a race that only knows how to use underhanded tricks and has no bottom line. After saying that, Yang Ming showed no mercy and chopped off his head with a single stroke. Standing to the side, Zhang Wei felt utterly incredulous. Who is he? How could he kill 2 Japanese people so effortlessly? A minute ago, Zhang Wei had already prepared to sacrifice himself, but unexpectedly a powerful person appeared and saved him. You should know that these 2 Japanese are both top performers who have awakened B-level talents. Zhang Wei limped over and said to Yang Ming with great gratitude, "Brother, thank you so much for saving me." Yang Ming glanced at him, smiled faintly, and said, "I saw your SOS message in the chat channel, so I came over." Zhang Wei bowed slightly and said earnestly, "You saved my life. Besides the agreed-upon reward of the snake-bone fish and the forging blueprint for the red fire gun, I will repay this kindness in the future. By the way, can you tell me your name?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "My name is Yang Ming. I traded with you once before for the forging blueprints of the Tang Hung Dao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei was taken aback. Then a look of excitement appeared on his face. He said with great enthusiasm, "Boss, it was you. Holy crap, what a coincidence. Selling you the forging blueprints for the Tang Hung Dao was the best thing I've ever done in my life." After learning each other's identities, the two became much more familiar with each other. "Boss, this is the reward I promised before. The forging blueprints for the snake-bone fish and the red fire gun." Zhang Wei opened the system interface and sent the 2 items to Yang Ming. At the same time, Zhang Wei patted his chest and assured him, "Boss, if you ever need any resources in the future, you can come to me. Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm quite good at finding resources." Yang Ming asked curiously, "Could it be that you've awakened an A-level talent?" Zhang Wei shook his head and told the truth. "I have awakened 2 B-grade talents. One is luck amplification, which can greatly increase my luck, and the other is double drop rate, which gives me a certain probability of getting 2 rewards." Yang Ming was surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Wei to have awakened 2 talents. No wonder he was so lucky and had so many resources. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, "I see your territory is very well developed. Do you have town construction blueprints?" Yang Ming discovered that Zhang Wei's territory was much better developed than his own, with various buildings arranged in an orderly manner, vaguely resembling the beginnings of a large city. Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "No, I did all myself. I'm currently a first-year graduate student at Wadayaka University, majoring in finance, management, and psychology, and also minoring in civil engineering and mechanical and electrical engineering. So this kind of infrastructure work isn't difficult for me." Yang Ming was shocked. He looked Zhang Wei up and down and asked in confusion, "But you look younger than me. How come you're already in your first year of graduate school?" "Yes, I'm 18 years old. My birthday is in December." Zhang Wei nodded. "Wow, awesome." Yang Ming gave him a thumbs up. He was already a first-year graduate student at the age of 18. He's definitely a genius. No wonder he was able to awaken 2 talents. "If you need city construction blueprints, I can draw one for you, but it will take some time," Zhang Wei said. "Okay, just send it to me through the friend system." Yang Ming nodded. After chatting for a while, Yang Ming took his leave. Now that he has the snake-bone fish, Yang Ming is eager to return to Jade Spirit Lake and take it over. Yuling Lake is a level 3 resource field. Once you can capture it, you can continuously produce excellent quality big fish. Thinking about all this, Yang Ming felt extremely excited and unconsciously quickened his pace. Chapter 19, Occupying Jade Spirit Lake. In just 10 minutes, Yang Ming ran back to Yuling Lake from Zhang Wei's territory. 1 kilometer away from Yuling Lake, Yang Ming ordered his soldiers to stay put and wait for orders, while he ventured forward alone. Against the Black Rock Giant Bear with a combat power of 400 points, even if Yang Ming summoned more warriors, it would just be suicide. Yang Ming quietly arrived at a spot 500 meters from Jade Spirit Lake and hid on a large rock. The next second, Yang Ming took out the snake-bone fish from the system warehouse. "Damn, this tastes amazing. It smells so good and makes my mouth water." As soon as Yang Ming took out the snake-bone fish, he smelled a wonderful aroma. It's so fresh and fragrant that just one whiff is enough to make you feel like you're floating on air, and you just can't stop smelling it. Snakefish are not large, weighing only about 10 pounds, but they have exquisite patterns, crystal clear flesh, and a faint blue glow. Yang Ming couldn't imagine how delicious a dish would be if a 5-star chef cooked this snakefish. As expected of an excellent grade fish, its quality is indeed top-notch, a true delicacy. Yang Ming finally understood why the black rock giant bear loved eating excellent grade fish so much. The quality of this meat is probably less than 1% of the best delicacies on Earth. Whether we can take over Jade Spirit Lake depends on whether this snake-bone fish can play a role, Yang Ming muttered to himself. That's right. Yang Ming plans to use this snake-bone fish to lure out the 3 black rock giant bears. Of course, before that, Yang Ming had to poison the snake-bone fish. Black rock bears are not very intelligent and love to eat fish, so poisoning them is the best way to deal with them. Yang Ming opened the system page and entered the trading area. He searched for what he wanted. 5 minutes later, Yang Ming finally found the medicine that met the requirements. Name: mandrake. Quality: excellent. Description: a medicinal herb that grows in swamps. Its juice contains a very high amount of sedatives. If more than 5 milliliters is swallowed at once, it will immediately cause the person to fall into a state of absolute coma. After some haggling, Yang Ming finally traded 10 caddies of Qinjiao green beef for 2 mandrakes with the buyer. After obtaining the mandrake, Yang Ming couldn't wait to crush it and then let the juice of the mandrake fully soak into the snakefish. Next, we'll see if the mandrake can work on the black rock giant bear. To be honest, Yang Ming was quite nervous. After all, snake-bone fish are extremely valuable, and Yang Ming has spared no expense in acquiring them. Yang Ming held his breath and carefully walked forward, placing the snake-bone fish on an open ground without disturbing the black rock giant bear. After placing the snakefish, Yang Ming quickly retreated and hid behind the large rock again. The fresh aroma of the snakefish began to slowly spread. The aroma was incredibly enticing, and it only took a short while for the scent to reach the black rock giant bear. 3 giant black rock bears were sleeping by Jade Spirit Lake when an incredibly tempting scent suddenly woke them up. The smell sent a shiver down their spines. The black rock giant bear was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Its whole body was hot, and it couldn't help but raise its head and let out a long roar. For the black rock giant bear, fish is the most delicious food in the world, let alone a large, excellent one. Accompanied by anxious roars, the 3 black rock bears grew impatient and began searching for the source of the fishy smell. Not long after, the snake-bone fish that Yang Ming had placed near Jade Spirit Lake was finally discovered by the black rock giant bear. At that moment, the black rock giant bear, like an addict tormented by drugs for half a month, frantically pounced on the snake-bone fish. Roar! The fastest was the largest black rock bear, which was the first to find the snakefish and grab it. But before it could put the snakefish in its mouth, 2 other black rock bears pounced fiercely and slammed into it. Activate skill: Fearless Charge. The largest black rock bear was thrown 5 or 6 meters, but its thick skin and tough flesh meant it wasn't injured at all. But after being hit, it became enraged. Normally, relying on its size advantage, it is the boss. How could it tolerate its little brother challenging its position? Roar! The largest black rock bear also activated its skill instantly. Fearless Charge. Launch a rapid charge, increasing speed and attack power by 50%. Normally, the other 2 black rock giant bears would have been scared away by the leader, but at this moment, lured by the snakefish, they charged forward without fear. After all, the black rock giant bear race is willing to risk their lives for a fish. With a series of loud bangs, the 3 black rock bears began to fight. The battle was incredibly fierce. Hiding behind a large rock, Yang Ming was captivated by the intense battle he had ever witnessed before. Compared to the black rock giant bear, even a 225 kilograms tiger on Earth would struggle to the death like a kitten. Yang Ming didn't dare to breathe loudly, remaining motionless behind the large rock to observe. Until half an hour later, after a fierce battle, the largest black rock bear, with its kingly presence, killed the other 2 black rock bears. It became incredibly excited, because it can finally enjoy the incredibly delicious snakefish all to itself. The black rock giant bear tilted its head back, bit the snake-bone fish into its mouth, and chewed it greedily. The delicious taste, which seemed to take you straight to heaven, made the black rock bear completely ignore the flavor of the mandrake juice. In the end, the entire 10-pound snakefish was swallowed by the black rock giant bear. The black rock giant bear licked its lips contentedly, then returned to Jade Spirit Lake to rest. But after only a dozen or so steps, the intoxicating effect of the mandrake took hold, and a massive black rock bear began to sway precariously. Finally, under Yang Ming's expectant gaze, the largest black rock bear slowly collapsed to the ground. Holy crap, it actually worked! Upon seeing this, Yang Ming shouted excitedly. Yang Ming had already prepared for failure, since the mandrake was only a superior grade plant and might not be effective against the black rock giant bear. But to everyone's surprise, the plan actually succeeded. Unable to contain his excitement, Yang Ming immediately ran over. Yang Ming discovered that the largest black rock bear had fallen into a deep coma and would definitely not wake up within 6 hours. As for the other 2 black rock bears, they died in the infighting just now. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Jade Spirit Lake is currently unoccupied. Do you wish to claim Jade Spirit Lake? Yes. Yang Ming agreed without hesitation. This is a level 3 resource field. Once Yang Ming has it, he can quickly widen the gap between himself and other lords. Chapter 20 Zhang Lingfeng. Ding, you have occupied Jade Spirit Lake, rewarded with 200 points of national fortune. You have incorporated Jade Spirit Lake into the territory of Huaxia City. You have the right to view information on all fish species and their corresponding catching methods. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He could almost see himself catching a steady stream of top-quality fish in the future. Yang Ming shifted his gaze, scanning Jade Spirit Lake. The next second, he could see all the information about the fish. Name, Dragon Pattern Big Fish. Quality excellent. Effect, after consumption, it can directly increase combat power by 1 to 5 points, and there is a very low probability of learning a skill. Collection method, fishing, dragon fruit must be used as bait. Name, Jade Bamboo Fish. Quality excellent. Effect, after consumption, it can directly increase combat power by 20 to 50 points, and there's a certain probability of learning a skill and a very low probability of awakening a second talent. Collection method, a magical fish that cannot be caught in ordinary ways. Only a beautiful girl can catch it with her own jade feet. The taste after cooking will also vary depending on the girl's jade feet. Yang Ming, is this Solomon seal fish, Yirju legitimate? Indeed, the world is full of wonders, and Yang Ming was truly shocked. After reviewing the detailed information about Jade Spirit Lake, Yang Ming turned his attention back to the still sleeping black rock giant bear. Although Jade Spirit Lake has been occupied, the threat posed by the black rock giant bear has not been completely eliminated. There was no way to deal with it. The black rock bear was simply too thick-skinned and had terrifyingly strong defenses. Even after stunning it, Yang Ming still couldn't do anything about it. Even if Yang Ming wielded the Tang Hung Dao and slashed at the black rock giant bear's neck with all his might, the result would be nothing more than the black rock giant bear still sleeping soundly, while the Tang Hung Dao would be broken. How can I take down this black rock giant bear? Yang Ming pondered. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. The image of the evil god's altar appeared in Yang Ming's mind. That's it. Let's do it this way. Yang Ming thought of a way to kill the black rock giant bear. Having made up his mind, Yang Ming shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone gather here. Upon hearing Yang Ming's voice, the soldiers who were waiting a kilometer away immediately ran over. Greetings, Lord! The 3,000 men shouted in unison. Yang Ming glanced around and then gave the order. Those with a combat power of 31 or above, step forward and stay to guard Jade Spirit Lake. The original force of 3,000 people was divided into 2 factions, with as many as 2,000 of them having a combat power of 31 or higher. Yuling Lake is a level 3 resource field, and there can be no risk whatsoever. Sufficient personnel must be left to guard it. Yang Ming raised his hand and pointed to a person with a combat power of 36, saying, "What is your name? I appoint you as the person in charge of Jade Spirit Lake. From today onwards, you have the authority to manage others and protect the Spirit Lake." The man knelt on one knee and said to Yang Ming, "My lord, if any enemies come, I will cut them all down. As for my name, I only remember that my surname is Zhang. I lost most of my memories the moment my home was destroyed. In the battlefield of all races, the price of defeat is the destruction of one's country and the loss of one's home. Everyone is imprisoned in a dark cage, and their memories are erased." Yang Ming sighed softly and said, "I'm asking you, do you want to save your homeland?" "Yes," he said abruptly, looking up with unwavering determination. Yang Ming looked down at him and saw a rock-solid belief in his eyes. Yang Ming was touched and said softly, Since that's the case, I'll give you a name too. From now on, you'll be called Zhang Lingfeng. If your achievements are great enough, when I rule the world in the future, I will help you rebuild your homeland. Zhang Lingfeng slammed his right fist against his chest and solemnly said, "Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, my lord. I am willing to become your most loyal knight." At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding detected that Zhang Lingfeng's loyalty to you has increased to 100. Reward: 40 points of national fortune value. This unexpected joy left Yang Ming somewhat taken aback. Yang Ming took out a soldier enhancement talisman and handed it to Zhang Lingfeng. Attach the enhancement talisman to your body and absorb its power. Given Zhang Lingfeng's current strength, he probably won't be able to defend Jade Spirit Lake. So Yang Ming needs to strengthen his power. Yes, Lord. Zhang Lingfeng took the enhancement talisman and affixed it to his muscular arm. As a beam of light appeared, Zhang Lingfeng successfully strengthened himself, and his attributes were greatly improved. Name: Zhang Lingfeng. Loyalty: 100. Combat strength: 85. Potential: 2 stars. Talent: Rock, C-rank talent. Passively increases resistance by 50%. Actively summons a defensive light barrier. Within the barrier's range, the enemy's overall combat power is reduced by 20%. Yang Ming hadn't expected that Zhang Lingfeng could also awaken his talent. This soldier enhancement talisman was definitely worth the effort. As a result, even superior-level exotic beasts dare not easily invade Jade Spirit Lake. After handing over the management of Jade Spirit Lake to Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Ming left with the others. The next thing to do is to take down the Black Rock Giant Bear, who is still unconscious. In fact, Yang Ming's method was very simple. He dragged the Black Rock Giant Bear to the evil god's altar in the east and sacrificed it to the evil god Aminos. No matter how powerful the Black Rock Bear is, it's still a nobody in front of the evil god's altar. Yang Ming took out more than a dozen thick ropes, tied them to the limbs of the Black Rock Giant Bear, and then had the warriors drag it to the altar of the evil god. As for the other 2 dead Black Rock Giant Bears, Yang Ming had them packed up and sent back to his territory. The Black Rock Giant Bear is an excellent grade exotic beast, and its value goes without saying. Half an hour later, the indigenous people were shocked when the 3 enormous Black Rock Bears were transported back to their territory. Almost everyone was drawn over, craning their necks to curiously examine the 3 Black Rock Bears. My God, is that a monster? I've never seen such a big black bear before. Look how terrifying those black bear's fangs are. Could it be an excellent grade alien beast? Unbelievable. Your lordship can even subdue a superior grade beast. He's too powerful. Lord, you're like a god. Everyone looked at Yang Ming with awe, respect, and admiration. Upon learning that Yang Ming had returned, Chun Jian immediately came out to greet him. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to Chun Jian, "Chun Jian, carry these 2 dead Black Rock Giant Bears back to the warehouse and make sure they are kept safe." "Yes, my lord." Chun Jian immediately agreed. Afterwards, Yang Ming did not linger in the territory. He continued on his way, transporting the still-sleeping Black Rock Giant Bear to the evil god altar. Despite the bumpy journey, the mandrake's intoxicating effect was excellent, and the Black Rock Bear remained fast asleep, completely unaware that it was gradually heading towards hell. Chapter 21: The Deal with the Evil God. 2 hours later, with the efforts of more than 1,000 people, the 2,500 kilograms Black Rock Bear was finally successfully transported to the vicinity of the evil god's altar. A massive altar, burning with blue flames, stood amidst the ruins, exuding an ancient and sinister aura. A large number of guards patrolled around the altar. Even from over 1,000 meters away, Yang Ming could feel the terrifying, oppressive aura emanating from the evil god's altar. After all, even a single patrolling guard here is a rare-level monster. "My lord, do we really have to get close to that thing?" someone in the group couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming waved his hand in acknowledgement. "Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward." After receiving Yang Ming's instructions, the team continued to drag the Black Rock Giant Bear forward, getting closer and closer to the evil god's altar. When Yang Ming arrived at a spot 300 meters away from the evil god's altar, a terrifying scene suddenly unfolded. The guard stationed near the altar all turned their heads in unison, and countless eyes turned to Yang Ming. Even with Tang Hengdao's support, Yang Ming's combat power had reached 150 points, but he was still struggling to hold on. Yang Ming had no choice but to stop where he was and shout, "Followers of the evil god, I have no ill intentions. I am not your enemy. I have come with offerings to sacrifice to the evil god." After saying this, Yang Ming felt that the guard's hostility had weakened considerably. An elderly man dressed in a pure black suit walked towards Yang Ming. His upper body was that of a goat demon, and his lower body was that of a human. The goat demon spoke slowly, his voice unusually hoarse. "Human, are you also a follower of Lord Arminus?" Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the goat demon. Name, the evil goat priest. Occupation, evil spirit mage. Quality, perfect. Combat strength, unknown, level 2 low to view. Talent, unknown, level 2 low to view. Skill, unknown, level 2 low to view. Holy crap, I actually saw a perfect level NPC monster. Yang Ming was truly shocked. "Human, answer my question, or die," the evil sheep priest said again. Yang Ming snapped out of his daze, pointed to the black rock giant bear behind him, and then said to the evil sheep priest, "Yes, this is the offering I made to the evil god, a black rock giant bear." The evil sheep priest glanced at the still unconscious black rock bear, and his serious expression softened slightly. "An excellent grade offering? Although the quality is low, it just meets the requirements for sacrifice." The evil sheep priest turned to look at Yang Ming and slowly said, "Human, you have come with sincerity, and the evil god will protect you." As he spoke, the evil sheep priest slowly raised the staff in his hand. The staff emitted a ghostly green light that enveloped the black rock giant bear's body. Immediately afterwards, the 2,500 kilograms black rock giant bear floated up and then slowly flew towards the evil god's altar. Finally, the black rock giant bear was engulfed by the burning blue flames and turned into dust. At the same time, Yang Ming received a system notification. "Lord Yang Ming, your offering has pleased the evil god Aminos, increasing your favorability by 5 points. Your territory has established diplomatic relations with the altar of the evil god. Current relationship level, cooperative. You can continue to sacrifice more high-quality blood offerings to increase your favorability with the evil god Aminos. When your favorability reaches 60 points, you will receive support from Aminos' army." After the sacrifice was completed, the evil goat priest's expression softened considerably. The evil sheep priest slowly began to speak. "Lord Yang Ming, the black rock giant bear you sacrificed is very much to the liking of the evil god. If you're willing to offer more sacrifices, I can give you some items." Just as Yang Ming was about to speak, the system notification sounded in his ear again. "Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the C-rank quest, the bargain of the evil sheep priest. Mission description. Within 30 days, sacrifice no fewer than 15 excellent grade beasts to the evil god Aminos. Quest reward. 1 excellent grade forging blueprint." Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and without even thinking, he accepted the task without hesitation. "I accept the mission," Yang Ming said to the evil sheep priest. Exchanging 15 excellent grade exotic beasts for 1 excellent grade forging blueprint is undoubtedly a huge profit. With enough materials, countless excellent weapons can be forged. Seeing that Yang Ming agreed without hesitation, the evil sheep priest revealed a benevolent smile that was more like a grimace. "Lord Yang Ming, thank you for your cooperation. To express my gratitude, you may choose any guard to protect your territory. Of course, the guard can only be used for defense, not for offense." Upon hearing this unexpected joy, Yang Ming was extremely excited. You should know that every single guard here is a rare breed. Having a rare level guardian protecting the territory instantly elevates the defensive capabilities by a whole new level. After careful selection, Yang Ming chose a tall and imposing human male guard who wielded a long halberd. Name: Yang Fifan, guardian of the evil god's altar. Quality: rare. Potential: 5 stars. Combat power: 1026. Introduction: he was originally the most determined demon-slaying warrior among humans, following the hero Aminos. However, when facing the demons of hell, he eventually fell into the clutches of evil gods for unknown reasons and became a demon-slaying boy. Talent: Heart of a warrior, rank B. As long as faith is immortal, the physical body is immortal. possesses powerful self-healing ability, theoretically able to regenerate health indefinitely. Skill 1. Blazing Inferno. Rank B. Awakened to Transcendent. Can control flames and unleash a large-scale fire spell. Skill 2. Wrath of the Fiery Dragon. Rank B. Summons a giant fire dragon to fight alongside you. Awesome. Even Yang Ming could only give a thumbs up after seeing his attributes. As expected of a rare quality warrior, its stats are simply unbeatable. At this moment, the evil sheep priest suddenly spoke. Lord Yang Ming, this guard has been incorporated into your forces, but do not forget the deal between us. If you fail to complete the sacrifice mission within a month, the wrath of the evil god will sweep across your territory. Don't worry, I will complete the mission, Yang Ming said neither humbly nor arrogantly. At Yang Ming's current rate of development, hunting 15 excellent level alien beasts within a month is more than enough. Yang Ming then left the evil god's altar. Yang Fifan followed Yang Ming without saying a word and left with him. After a short rest, Yang Ming led his troops back to his territory. I must say, today's games were tremendous. The forging blueprint for the red fire gun, the level 3 resource field Jade Spirit Lake, and the guard Yang Fifan. All of these are priceless treasures. Chapter 22 Goblins. It was nearing evening, and Yang Ming's team was returning to their territory in an orderly fashion. In a wilderness, weeds grow rampant, and every now and then a strange, tall, dark shadow can be seen flashing by. Reporting, my lord. After walking for half an hour, the soldier at the forefront of the reconnaissance suddenly sent out a warning message. Enemy spotted 500 meters ahead, a group of goblins with a lewd appearance. Goblins? Let's go take a look. Yang Ming frowned. Yang Ming made a gesture, indicating that the large group behind him should follow him. Following the scout's directions, Yang Ming walked up a hillside and looked toward the spot 500 meters away. In the distance, on a barren field, more than 100 short goblins were waving their arms excitedly. Huh, there are other people. After careful observation, Yang Ming discovered that the goblins had captured a group of human girls. The girls collapsed helplessly to the ground, staring in terror at the goblin army that had surrounded them. Ha ha ha. The goblin leader looked at the group of big-breasted, big-butt girls and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brothers, tie these women up and take them back. We'll have a good meal tonight. The girls instinctively covered their collars and asked in alarm, What do you want to do? The goblin leader laughed loudly, his face turning wicked as he said, Hee hee. We goblins hate wasting things the most. Delicate and beautiful girls like you are perfect for having babies. A girl wearing a golden crown said angrily, You shameless beasts, if you dare to do such a thing to us, the goddess of light will not let you off. The goblin leader gave a disdainful smile and threatened, Dare not. What are we goblins afraid of? We dare to do anything. Brothers, are you up to it? We dare. The goblin army shouted in unison. The goblin leader laughed loudly again and said in a clear voice, Well done, brothers. Line up tonight, and I guarantee you'll all get some soup. Yay! The leader is wise. The goblins cheered with joy. After all, the goblin race cannot reproduce on its own and must plunder women from other races. Then you have triggered a D-rank free choice mission, Girl and Beast. This mission offers a high degree of freedom. Different choices will trigger different endings. Please choose any one of the following 4 options. A. Defeat the evil goblin army and rescue the girl in distress, and you will have a certain probability of gaining the favor of the goddess of light. B. Stand by and respect the fate of others. C. Join the goblin army. Let's queue up together tonight. D. Kill them all. Burn, kill, loot. All I want is money. Another mission has been triggered. Yang Ming was shocked. He was having a lucky day. Yang Ming glanced through the entire mission details and then chose the first option without hesitation. There's no other reason than that Yang Ming urgently needs the native inhabitants to expand the population of Huaxia City, so these humans must be saved. However, before that, Yang Ming needed to scan the attributes of that goblin leader. Name, Goblin Leader. Quality, excellent. Combat strength, 86. Skill, multiply. Rank E. Allows the user to enlarge or extend any part of their body, while significantly increasing attack and defense. With a combat power of only 86 points, there's absolutely no pressure. Yang Ming felt reliefed. Everyone listen up. Attack. Take down those goblins. Yang Ming gave the order to attack. There were over 100 goblins, so Yang Ming didn't need to lift a finger. It was a good opportunity for the soldiers to practice. Upon hearing Yang Ming's order, the soldiers charged towards the goblin army like wild horses. Due to the overwhelming force of the attack, the goblins quickly realized what was happening. What's going on? Why are there so many human soldiers? The goblins panicked immediately. With over 100 goblins facing over 1,000, the disadvantage of goblins is obvious. Run, run. The goblin leader was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. This overwhelming human army made him unable to muster any will to resist. In an instant, the goblin army fled in disarray. Brothers, retreat. The goblin leader fought desperately to hold off the human attack and cover his people's retreat. But this is useless. Faced with overwhelming numbers, goblins are no match at all. In just 10 minutes, the goblins suffered heavy casualties. Originally, there were more than 100 goblins, but now there are less than 20 left. The warriors had surrounded the goblins. Brothers, stand up. Don't give up so easily. I'll lead you out of here. The goblin leader continued to resist stubbornly, refusing to give up. The goblin leader, wielding a massive spike club, leaped up and severely wounded 2 human warriors. Whoosh! But its back was exposed as a result, with 2 Tang-style swords piercing its back. Aya, you wretched humans! I'll fight you to the death. The goblin leader roared angrily, swung his left arm down, knocking back the human warriors behind him, and smashing 2 heads with a single blow. Although the goblin leader grew stronger with each battle, it had no chance of winning the battle against the trapped dragon. Before they knew it, all the other goblins had been killed except for it. Humans, you dare to harm my brothers. I will make you pay with your blood. The goblin leader went completely mad. It went berserk, swinging its spike club wildly. In an instant, 7 or 8 human warriors were knocked away by the crazed goblins and were seriously injured. Let's attack together and take down this goblin leader. Having witnessed the goblin leader's power, the warriors swarmed forward. In the end, the goblin leader, lacking the power to defy fate, was finally stabbed in the heart by a Tang-style sword. Humans, you. The goblin leader trembled, blood flowing from his heart. Immediately afterwards, 2 more Tang-style swords swept across, severing its arms. Damn it, humans! How dare you! Blood spilled from the goblin leader's mouth. It was about to say something when a large sword slashed at its neck. Crack! The goblin leader's head flew high into the air before finally falling to the ground. Yang Ming's army won the battle with ease. The group of human girls, who had already fallen into despair, were so excited when they saw Yang Ming, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, that they trembled with excitement. We're saved, the girls cried with joy. A voluptuous girl dressed in a red and white shrine maiden's outfit, with long blonde hair, stood up excitedly, walked to Yang Ming, and respectfully said, Great Lord, we are believers of the Church of the Goddess of Light. Thank you for saving us. The goddess will bless you. The Church of the Goddess of Light. Yang Ming looked at her with a puzzled expression. At the same time, Yang Ming also got a full view of her information. Name, Anna. Quality, excellent. Combat strength, 11. Potential, Samsung. Talent, Holy Light Healing. Rank C. Possesses a wisp of healing power from the Goddess of Light, capable of healing most injuries, even those who have had their legs and arms severed. Holy crap, this is definitely a healer. Yang Ming blurted out instinctively. It can even heal severed hands and feet. This healing ability far surpasses modern medicine. It's simply miraculous. Chapter 23 Members of the Cult of the Goddess of Light. Doctors, wet nurses, and priests are all professions that carry significant weight, no matter where they are. Yang Ming gave a friendly smile and said softly, No need to thank me. It is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people to help those in need. But I'm very curious. Why were you kidnapped by goblins and brought to a place like this? When this topic came up, Anna's expression became much sadder, and she sighed as she explained. We originally lived in a small town 20 kilometers to the west, a branch of the Church of the Goddess of Light. However, 5 days ago, an army of over 1,000 demons invaded the town. The town soldiers were no match for them, so we had no choice but to flee, leaving our homes and seeking help from another branch of the Church of the Goddess of Light, 30 kilometers away. Yang Ming looked Anna over and noticed that she was covered in dust. Her face was sallow and thin. Clearly she hadn't eaten in a long time, so he asked, Miss Anna, in your current state, trying to go to a place 30 kilometers away is no different from suicide. Anna pursed her red lips, clenched her fists in front of her chest, and pleaded helplessly. We were originally escorted by 10 guards, but unfortunately they were all cruelly murdered by the goblins. Great Lord, I have a request. Could you take us in temporarily? That's exactly what Yang Ming was waiting for. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and said, however, you have to serve me. Currently, there's still quite a few wounded soldiers. If Anna can be brought back to the territory, the mortality rate will be greatly reduced. To serve you? Anna paused for a moment, her expression immediately becoming tense and uneasy. She clenched her fists and struggled for a long time before finally sighing resignedly. Great Lord, if you will take us in, then you may defile my virginity. Yang Ming was also stunned and quickly explained. You misunderstand. What I mean is that I will pay you a salary to come to my territory and become a doctor, treating people's illnesses and injuries. Anna's expression instantly relaxed, and she said softly, My lord, Anna is more than happy to work for you. Yang Ming was very satisfied with this, and then he ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and collect useful supplies. Before long, the group embarked on their journey back to their territory. Along the way, Yang Ming also inquired about Anna and her group's basic information. Anna told her everything truthfully. Besides Anna, there are 3 other girls who are also priests and possess some healing abilities, but their abilities are much weaker than Anna's. The 2 cooks are twin sisters who can cook fine and excellent grade ingredients. After cooking, the combat power of the ingredients will also increase accordingly. For example, a serving of high-quality demon wolf meat can increase the user's combat power by 1 to 5 points, but if cooked by a chef, the increase can be increased to 2 to 7 points. The higher the quality of the chef, the more combat power the food they cook can enhance. But what Yang Ming cared about most was a witch. She wore a crown and a red and white shrine maiden's outfit. Her skin was as delicate as white jade, and she was very beautiful. According to Anna, the witch's name is Don Coco, and she can change the weather and even control artificial rain. As for the other girls, they were all ordinary people. They all have very good abilities. I need to find a way to make them willingly stay in Huaxia City in the future, Yang Ming thought to himself. Before sunset, Yang Ming successfully returned to Huaxia City. Upon hearing the news of Yang Ming's return, Chun Jian immediately came out to greet him. Greetings, Lord. Chun Jian greeted him habitually. Were there any alien beasts invading today? Yang Ming asked. No, on the contrary, I took in another group of refugees, about 60 people, who were brought here by an old clan chief, Chun Jian replied. Old clan chief? Yang Ming was overjoyed. Wasn't this the manager's assistant he had always wanted? Take me to see it, Yang Ming said eagerly. Led by Chun Jian, Yang Ming met the old clan chief, an old man wearing a blue robe. Merciful Lord, thank you for taking us in. We swear to the heavens that we will become your most loyal subjects. The old man knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation, afraid of displeasing Yang Ming and being expelled from the territory. Yang Ming glanced at him. Name, Carl. Quality, standard. Combat strength, 4. Talent, public security, rank F. Possesses a mind far more intelligent than the average person, capable of increasing resident happiness and reducing the crime rate within the jurisdiction. Get up, Yang Ming said. Carl stood up and said respectfully, Thank you, my lord. Yang Ming thought for a moment, then asked Carl. Old Carl, you've been in Huaxiao City for half a day now, haven't you? What aspects of management and rules do you think need improvement? The old patriarch Carl was very clever. He knew that Yang Ming was testing him, so after careful consideration, he shared his insights. In my opinion, there are many shortcomings. First, the measures of distributing food and allocating dormitories for free should be improved. I believe that those who are more capable should be given more work, and those with greater abilities should be able to eat better food and live in better rooms. Second, a monetary system should be established as soon as possible to stimulate the labor force of residents. Carl said a lot in one breath. After listening, Yang Ming greatly admired Carl's talent and said, Carl, your idea is excellent. I hereby appoint you as the first sheriff of Huaxia City to assist me in managing the city. Are you willing? Carl immediately knelt down, his face filled with excitement, and said, Great Lord, I am very willing to serve you. Carl's suggestions were quite reasonable, So Yang Ming asked Chen Jian to take Carl to the residential area to issue a notice. Afterwards, Yang Ming arrived at the blacksmith shop where Cocolet worked. Bang bang bang. Inside the blacksmith shop, a girl dressed in blue was diligently hammering away at ironware. So engrossed at her work, Cocolet didn't even notice Yang Ming walking right up to her. You actually forged 20 Tang dynasty swords? Yang Ming asked instinctively upon seeing this. Cocolet then noticed Yang Ming's arrival. She immediately stopped what she was doing and said to Yang Ming respectfully, "My lord, I have done my best at my work. Are you satisfied with my efficiency? If not, I will try my best to forge 30 weapons every day from now on." Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. "No, I'm very satisfied with your work efficiency. But please don't overwork yourself. Your health is more important than your work." Seeing how much Yang Ming cared for her, Cocolet was deeply moved and said, "My lord, I almost forged an excellent grade weapon at noon, but unfortunately I didn't have enough stamina and failed at the last step. I will try my best in the future and will not let you down." After a moment's thought, Yang Ming took out the last soldier enhancement talisman from the system's inventory and handed it to Cocolet. Attach the enhancement talisman to your body and absorb its power. Chapter 24 Clinic. Cocolet reached out and took the enhancement talisman. Although she didn't know what it was, her trust in Yang Ming was absolute at the moment. Cocolet rolled up her sleeves and affixed the enhancement talisman to her wrist. In an instant, a faint blue light enveloped her. "Ah, what is this?" At this moment, the members of the cult of the goddess of light, standing behind Yang Ming, couldn't help but widen their eyes. "A holy symbol? Is this a holy symbol?" Anna covered her mouth in surprise. Anna recognized it. She had been fortunate enough to see it at an auction in a major city of a kingdom, where a single holy symbol could fetch 5 gold coins. What does 1 gold coin represent? It could buy 2 beautiful young female catgirl slaves. In this world, there are 3 types of currency in circulation: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. "My lord, you just gave her something so valuable like that." Anna couldn't help but ask. Anna's heart screamed silently. This is a sacred symbol, a treasure worth 5 gold coins, and it was given away like trash. Yang Ming turned and glanced at her, then smiled faintly. "What's so strange about that? Any resident of my Huaxia city who makes a significant contribution can enjoy similar treatment." Upon hearing this, Anna couldn't help but have a thought. If I could join here, wouldn't that also be possible? But Anna quickly rejected the idea, shaking her head vigorously. "No, I can't betray the goddess of light." At this point, Cocolet had used up all her enhancement runes. Compared to Qin Jian and Zhang Lingfeng, Cocolet's enhancement time is longer. Cocolet's attribute panel has also been completely revamped. Name, Cocolet. Occupation, blacksmith. Quality, excellent. Combat strength, 24. Potential, 5 stars. Talent, craftsman's heart. A rank. Her passion for crafting weapons is like her unwavering love for her first love, a love that will last until death. Her success rate in crafting weapons is 20 times that of ordinary people, and there is a certain probability that she can advance the weapons level. 5-star potential. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. This soldier enhancement talisman had not been wasted. Cocolet possesses 5-star potential, which means that, with proper training, she can become a perfect quality blacksmith in the future. "My lord, thank you for giving me such a valuable gift." Cocolet bowed to Yang Ming and thanked him repeatedly. Although Cocolet was young, she wasn't stupid. She was well aware of the significant changes that had occurred to her body in just 1 minute. Yang Ming patted her little head and encouraged her. "You've worked so long today. Take a shower and rest. I'll send someone to bring you some food later." A warm feeling welled up in Cocolet's heart, and she said with emotion, "Understood, my lord." Afterwards, Yang Ming left the blacksmith shop and led Anna and her group to the clinic. The clinic is one of the most important buildings in the territory. It comes with you at the start of the game, and after 3 upgrades, the area occupied by the clinic has increased significantly. It's more than enough to accommodate Anna and her entourage. Yang Ming pointed to the clinic and said to Anna, "You can stay here from now on. I'll send someone to bring you food later." Anna immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. I'm not asking you to eat and stay for free. During this time, you're responsible for treating the wounded in the territory." Anna clenched her fist in front of her chest and solemnly swore, "I swear by my loyalty to the goddess of light that I will do everything in my power to heal all the wounded." After receiving her assurance, Yang Ming left the clinic. However, when he left, Yang Ming also took the two twin maids with him. The news of the clinic's opening quickly spread throughout the territory. "What? I heard that the Lord has recruited a miracle doctor who can heal even severed arms and legs." "Really? I broke one of my legs during my last fight with the Heavenly Horned Ox. Does that mean I still have hope of recovering? Help me up and take me to see a doctor. I was born blind in one eye. Is it possible to cure this? I'd like to see a doctor about it." The news quickly caused a sensation, and soon a line of dozens of people formed in front of the clinic. The first person to enter the clinic was a soldier whose leg had been bitten off by a celestial blue ox. With no medicine available, the wound on his leg had begun to fester and rot. Can my injury be healed?" The soldier looked very nervous, and his words became incoherent. "If he doesn't receive treatment, he will most likely die from wound infection." Anna, dressed in a white robe, looked like a beautiful and holy angel. Pointing to an empty bed, she said, "Yes, you can just lie in the hospital bed." The soldier lay down somewhat nervously. "Please, doctor, save me. I don't want to go back to that dark and hopeless prison," he pleaded. He was summoned from the dark prison by Yang Ming, and if he died, he would be forcibly sent back to that place. How can someone who has seen the light endure darkness again? "Relax, it's okay," Anna reassured him. Immediately, Anna stretched out her hand, a pair of jade-like hands with skin as white as snow. Talent, Holy Light Healing, activated. The next second, a ray of holy light bloomed in Anna's palm. The holy light was mixed with pure life energy and flowed down, gradually enveloping the injured man's thigh. A miraculous scene unfolded. The wound, which had been festering and rotting, was now healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a new thigh was rapidly growing back. "Am I dreaming? It can really be cured?" "My leg has grown back," the injured man said in disbelief. Anna smiled gently and said, "You're not dreaming. You may have tried running at full speed on your own two legs again." Feeling the strength coursing through his legs, he was deeply moved and immediately got out of bed. He knelt on the floor and exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you so much for saving my life, Miss White." "Angel." Anna froze on the spot upon hearing this title. No one has ever called her that before. Can a mortal become a high and mighty angel? After seeing off the first patient, Anna immediately went on to help the next injured person. "Didn't you have an unclaimed item?" On his way back to the Lord's Manor, Yang Ming suddenly heard a system notification. Upon opening the message, I discovered it was a town construction blueprint sent by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei sent a message. "Boss Yang Ming, I have tried my best to make the blueprints perfect according to your requirements. The defense system, drainage system, industrial area, and residential area are all arranged clearly. Thanks." Yang Ming accepted the blueprints and replied casually. Yang Ming glanced at the contents of the blueprints and had to admit that the design was perfect and its exquisiteness was in no way inferior to that of first-tier city. "Let's start massive infrastructure construction tomorrow." Chapitre 25 Twin Chef. Yang Ming brought the twin cooks back to the Lord's Manor for no other reason than to test their culinary skills. A good chef can double the amplification effect of beast meat. Yang Ming took out 4 kinds of ingredients and placed them on the table. Demon wolf meat, celestial horn green beef, dragon pattern giant fish, and black rock giant bear meat. "How many kinds of ingredients can you process?" Yang Ming asked them. The 2 young cooks reached out and touched each ingredient, their expressions serious as they carefully examined the quality of the meat. The older sister, Lilith, is slightly older and has a more mature, youthful appearance and figure, while the younger sister, Lilia, is cuter and petite. Having handled all 4 ingredients, the 2 sisters answered simultaneously, "My lord, we can cook all 4 of these ingredients." "All right, then I'll leave it to you," Yang Ming said. Lilith and Lilia went into the kitchen and began to cook. While they were cooking, Yang Ming opened the chat channel to see what others were discussing. Compared to the previous few days, there were far fewer people chatting. Most were trading items or discussing how to attack resource fields. "I just got a rare grade iron armor that gives a 20% defense bonus. Anyone interested? I urgently need a forging blueprint, both common and excellent grades." Anyone interested in trading can message me privately. The price is negotiable. Selling 50 caddies of flaming tiger meat, top quality, priced at 79 silver coins per caddy. DM me if interested. Hey bro upstairs, 79 yuan is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? Where is it expensive? It's been this price for years, okay? Don't lie through your teeth. Sometimes you should look at your own shortcomings. Have you been developing your territory diligently? Have you not been working hard enough? Does anyone have any extra stones or wood? Please give me some. My territory level is still at the beginner level and I can't upgrade at all. I'm buying up all kinds of forging materials. Iron or saltpeter, silver or obsidian. I'll take them all. Prices in today's trading market have stabilized. First, premium quality meat is the rarest and most sought after, and it often sells out immediately as soon as it's put on the market. Secondly, the prices of stones, timber, and mineral materials are also considerably higher. Wood and stone are essential resources for upgrading your territory in the early stages, while minerals are used to craft weapons and infrastructure. But Yang Ming doesn't lack any of those things. What he lacks most right now is food seeds. In the early days, very few people had the means to farm, so seed prices were not high at the time. Of course, Yang Ming didn't care for ordinary seeds. He wanted high-quality crop seeds. The yield of premium seeds is incomparable to that of ordinary seeds. For example, the yield of ordinary rice per mu is about 900 gene, but the yield of high-quality rice can be increased by 3 to 5 times. Yang Ming posted a transaction information. 1,000 gene of Tianjiao green beef will be exchanged for various high-quality crop seeds. As soon as Yang Ming posted the message, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. At this stage, items that can enhance combat power are extremely valuable. Especially high-quality meat, which can both fill your stomach and enhance your fighting ability, is something many people want to buy. Boss, I have a pound of crystal wheat that I can grow. Can we trade? Boss, I have 10 excellent black chili seedlings here. Can I trade them for 2 pounds of Tianjiao green beef? Golden corn dried, I guarantee it will sprout. 20 pounds for 5 pounds of meat, okay. Before long, Yang Ming received various transaction information. Adhering to the principle of accepting all comers, Yang Ming made all the trades. In the end, Yang Ming gave away 500 gene of Tianjiao green beef in exchange for 100 gene of seeds, including staple grains such as wheat and corn, as well as seeds of various fruits and vegetables. A significant amount of farmland has already been cultivated, and tomorrow we can instruct the laborers to plant the seeds. Ding! An announcement is now being issued. Lords of the Blue Star Domain 10086 New Player Zone. Congratulations on successfully surviving the most challenging first week. Tomorrow, the system will update with 2 things. The leaderboard will be opened, and the server-wide chat channel will be available. The leaderboard is updated every 7 days. The first place winner receives 2 gold resource chests. The second and third place winners receive 1 gold resource chest each, and so on. A new section will soon be available in the chat channel, allowing Lord from all nations of Earth to communicate, trade, and make friends. The news caused a stir among everyone. The chat channel was flooded with messages instantly. What? There's a gold resource chest? The rewards are too generous. The treasure chests contain very rare resources. I went out to explore every day for 7 days and only found 1 bronze resource chest. You're lucky, I can't find a single one. I heard that resource chests can yield all sorts of top-tier items, including marrow, cleansing pills, and excellent-grade forging blueprints. Unfortunately, only the top 10 have a chance to get the gold resource chest, so I have no hope. I wonder if any of our Chinese heroes can break into the top 10 and bring glory to our country. I estimate it will be difficult. After all, none of us are lords who have awakened A-level talents. It's really not easy to be in the top 10. After all, 20 million people from all over the world have descended on the battlefield of all races at the same time this time. I heard that 2 people on Xiao Rizi's side awakened A-level talents. I wonder what kind of incredible luck they had. The US isn't doing badly either. They produced an A-level talent lord, and yesterday they even captured a level 3 resource field. Damn it, if it weren't for that little brat launching a sneak attack from behind, taking advantage of our fierce battle with the foreign races to openly tear up the Blue Star Mutual Defense Treaty and illegally occupy our king-level territory with underhanded means, would we be in such a passive position? The topic sparked outrage among those present. A year ago, China was at the height of its national prosperity, surpassing the United States for the first time to become the undisputed #1 power in the world. In the battle zone of the battlefield of all races, China possesses as many as 20 king-level territories. More importantly, China also obtained a perfect level item, the Lord's Scepter. At that time, China's fame spread far and wide. The world was at peace, and all ethnic groups came to pay tribute. Later, as the battlefield of all races evolved, the Lords of Blue Star began to encounter lords from other star systems. To defend against galaxies from other star systems, all nations on Earth signed the Mutual Defense Treaty of Earth. The treaty stipulates that civil wars must not be waged among the Earth's inhabitants. Instead, they must cooperate to resist foreign civilizations. As the leading power at the time, Huaxia gathered 5 king-level lords to compete with foreign forces for a level 6 resource field, Rune Cave, in order to gain greater strength. If the contest is successful, China's comprehensive national strength will break through historical records, making it a superpower that can rival a first-class civilization in the universe. Although the competition for level 6 resource fields is extremely difficult, the 5 king-level lords of China are not to be underestimated. After a month of bloody battle, the 5 king-level lords fought their way through the enemy forces and finally defeated them, seeing the dawn of victory. However, at this most crucial moment, the despicable and shameless little man, under the instigation of the United States, actually leaked China's intelligence secrets to foreign races, putting 5 of China's king-level lords in a desperate situation and ultimately dying with resentment. At the same time, Xiao Rizi also used insidious and vicious means to take advantage of the chaos and began to attack the royal territories of China. As the elder brother of China, the United States announced its unconditional support for China and led a coalition of more than 30 countries to encircle China. In reality, it was all a conspiracy by the United States to seize the scepter of the Lord. Beset by internal and external troubles, the lords of China fought desperately, but in the end they could only hold onto the last 4 king-level territories. Chapter 26, Enhancing Combat Power. Just as Yang Ming was staring blankly at the chat channel, he suddenly heard the voices of Lilith and Lilia. "My lord, the dishes are ready." The 2 sisters struggled to bring 3 large platters of meat to the table. The enticing aroma of meat pulled Yang Ming back to reality. For Yang Ming, these exotic beast meats were not only delicious food, but could also quickly boost his combat power. What's the use of daydreaming? Improving our strength is the key. Once I've developed a king-level territory to alleviate the crisis in China, I'll go to the war zone and beat up those Americans and their lackeys. Yang Ming left the chat channel and focused his attention on the dining table. Stir-fried wolf meat, steamed dragon-patterned fish, and stewed celestial green beef soup. All 3 dishes are delicious and visually appealing. Yang Ming was hungry and didn't care about his image. He grabbed a piece of wolf leg meat with his hand and began to eat it heartily. "It smells delicious," Yang Ming exclaimed. After eating about a pound of demon wolf meat, Yang Ming clearly felt a strange power surging within his body. Yang Ming's combat power also increased from 125 points to 128 points. Generally speaking, a pound of high-quality exotic beast meat is already quite good if it can increase combat power, even slightly. However, after being cooked by Lilith and Lilia, the effects of the wolf meat tripled. Having tasted the sweetness, Yang Ming's appetite increased, and he reached for the other 3 dishes. Soon, Yang Ming devoured all 3 large plates of meat on the table. After seeing that Yang Ming had finished eating, Lilith finally dared to step forward and ask, "My lord, are you satisfied with our cooking?" Lilith was very nervous because the man in front of her held the lives of more than 40 members of the cult of the goddess of light in his hands. If she angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's delicious. I'm very satisfied." How could Yang Ming not be satisfied? At this moment, his combat power had soared to 165 points. This means that he can now take on 33 adult men single-handedly. But what surprised Yang Ming the most was that, after Lilith and Lilia cooked it, the upper limit of the effects of the alien beast meat was also increased. Generally speaking, one can consume up to 5 different types of exotic beast meat of the same quality to enhance personal combat power. A type of exotic beast meat, which can increase one's aptitude by 1 to 5 points depending on the individual's qualifications. In other words, by consuming high-quality exotic beast meat, Yang Ming can only increase his combat power by 5 to 25 points. However, Yang Ming has now directly increased by 40 points. The reason why the combat power cap can be increased by an additional 15 points is all thanks to Lilith and Lilia. It seems that the profession of chef plays a very crucial role in the battlefield of all races, Yang Ming said thoughtfully. Upon hearing Yang Ming's reply, Lilith and Lilia both breathed a sigh of relief, and the two sisters bowed and said, "My lord, it is an honor for us to receive your praise." Yang Ming knew what they were worried about, so he opened up the topic and said, "Rest assured, I will absolutely guarantee your safety within my territory. Furthermore, you will receive appropriate compensation as long as you work for me. Take 20 caddies of demon wolf meat from the kitchen. Consider it my reward for you today." Huh? 20 caddies of demon wolf meat. Lilith was stunned and stood there. Lilith couldn't possibly be unaware of how expensive a pound of demon wolf meat was. "My lord, are you really going to bestow so much precious food upon us?" Lilith couldn't help but ask again. "Of course." Yang Ming smiled. Night. When Lilith and Lilia walked out of the Lord's mansion with 20 caddies of demon wolf meat, their heads were still spinning. This Lord is too generous, giving away such precious ingredients so easily. Overjoyed, Lilia's hands trembled as she held the wolf meat. When she lived in a small town, she had to save up for at least a month to buy a pound of high-quality meat. "Sister, let's go back soon, so the other sisters won't worry too much." Lilith was also very happy. The two sisters quickened their pace and returned to the clinic. In contrast to the two sisters' ecstatic joy, the other members of the Goddess of Light cult, who were resting at the clinic, appeared unusually anxious. Anna, in particular, kept pacing back and forth in front of the clinic, constantly looking in the direction of the Lord's manor. As the leader of the team, Anna was very worried about the safety of Lilith and Lilia. At this moment, two girls came out of the house and said to Anna, "Sister Anna, you've been standing at the door for 2 hours. Why don't you go inside and rest?" Anna sighed and whispered, "Lilith and Lilia haven't returned yet. How can I be at ease? What if they've been bullied?" Anna's feelings were complicated. In fact, she had refused when Yang Ming said he wanted to take Lilith and Lilia away. Anna knew very well what it meant for a powerful and influential man to take away two teenage girls. Moreover, Lilith and Lilia are both beautiful and lovely, and they are twin sisters, which is undoubtedly a fatal attraction for men. But before Anna could refuse, Lilith and Lilia agreed to go with Yang Ming. They all understood that being dependent on others, if they disobeyed Yang Ming and displeased him, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. "Goddess of Light, please bless us. I hope Lilith and Lilia will return safely." Anna looked up at the black starry sky and prayed silently. Perhaps Anna's prayers had worked, for two blurry figures appeared in the distance. A sharp-eyed girl was the first to spot the two figures. "Sister Anna, look, Lilith and Lilia are back," the girl exclaimed in surprise. Anna's body trembled, and sure enough, she saw Lilith and Lilia. She rushed out immediately in a great hurry. Anna ran up to Lilith and Lilia, panting, grabbed their shoulders, and asked, "Why did it take you so long to get back? Are you all feeling all right? How many times did that Lord bully you? Does it hurt when you walk?" Lilith was no naive or innocent girl. She instantly realized that Anna had misunderstood, and her beautiful face turned bright red. Lilith blushed and retorted shyly, "Sister Anna, what are you thinking? We're fine. The Lord isn't what you think." Lilia, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. "Sister is right. The Lord is a good person." Anna was stunned. Could it be that Yang Ming took Lilith and Lilia away simply to cook? Lilith told Anna everything that had happened, and then, beaming with joy, took out the 20 caddies of demon wolf meat that Yang Ming had given her as a reward. "Look, this is a gift from the Lord. He's truly a good man." Anna finally breathed a sigh of relief. She never imagined that there would be such an upright person in this twisted world. Chapter 27. If Ko can go, so can I. Inside the Lord's manor, Yang Ming had eaten and drunk his fill and was about to go to bed. But suddenly, the system emitted a rapid notification sound. When Yang Ming opened the chat page, he found that Zhang Wei had sent several messages in a row. "Hey bro, check the chat channel right now. There's some juicy news. Someone has discovered a crystal core. A crystal core. It seems to be in our area, maybe not far from your territory. Brother, are you there? Are you asleep?" After reading the message, Yang Ming was jolted awake and sat bolt upright in bed. Crystal cores are extremely precious and rare, and are one of the most important materials for upgrading a territory. In the early stages, upgrading your territory is easy. As long as you have a large population and collect enough stone and wood, you can do it. But things will be different from now on, as it involves a non-tradable resource, crystal cores. Crystal cores provide a tremendous amount of energy. Without crystal cores, it is impossible to upgrade a territory. Crystal cores are extremely rare. Generally speaking, only a small number of crystal cores will be refreshed in a beginner area every month. In other words, if you can't grab a crystal core this month, you can't upgrade your territory and can only wait until the crystal cores refresh next month to try to grab them again. Of course, the most fatal flaw is that crystal cores cannot be traded, and you cannot collect the crystal cores of enemies after killing them. Yang Ming knew the importance of the crystal core, so he immediately opened the chat channel. Because the news about the crystal core was so exciting, the chat channel was packed with people. What's going on? We've only been here for 6 days, right? How come crystal cores have appeared so quickly? Really? Of course it's true. The news has spread. Oh, tell me about it. Actually, this isn't really a secret. Just 2 hours ago, some lords who had awakened perception, divination, and prophecy talents all received a message at the same time. Tomorrow at noon, crystal cores will spawn in 3 locations in our newbie zone. I won't hide the coordinates anymore. They are 11, 9,527, 689, 123, and 2,439, 3,900. Holy crap, there are 3 places. It's too far away from me. There's no way I can get there in time. I can't rush it. It's a full 50 kilometers away. By the time I get there, it'll be too late. The moment the coordinates were revealed, the chat channel went wild, with everyone spamming the chat. Even Yang Ming was shocked, because the 3rd coordinate was only 20,000 meters away from his territory. Don't be too happy yet. As far as I know, the 1st coordinate has been occupied by the EU. The 2nd coordinate belongs to the US, and I suggest abandoning it. As for the 3rd coordinate, its location is remote and very disadvantageous to us. Moreover, I have also heard that Japan and South Korea have joined forces to keep an eye on that place. Holy crap, are other countries acting this quickly? Sigh, I heard that 2 new lords have awakened A-level talents this time. Can we beat them? These 3 coordinates are all at a great disadvantage for us. If we go and try to seize them, wouldn't we be like lambs to the slaughter? I hate it. If only we had a lord with an A-level talent to lead us. How about we endure this humiliation for a while longer? After all, as long as we're alive, we can always make a comeback. Yeah, we've endured it all year. What's a few more days? I suggest we give up, conserve our strength, and try again when we have a better position. At this moment, Yang Ming had already firmly memorized the 3rd coordinate. Given the speed at which they're moving, Yang Ming is definitely going to try and steal it. Although the small-time government in South Korea have joined forces to keep a close eye on the 3rd coordinate. But what do I, Yang Ming, have to fear? If Ko can go, so can I. No matter what, I'm determined to get my hands on the crystal core tomorrow. Yang Ming said with unwavering resolve. Without crystal cores, Yang Ming cannot upgrade his territory to the next level. At that time, China will be completely lost. All the lords perished, and the people of the real world had their memories erased and were imprisoned in a dark cage. The dark cage is where the system uses to imprison the population of the defeated nations. For example, the warrior summoned by Yang Ming came from the dark cage. Even if Yang Ming can't seize it, he absolutely cannot give it to the lords of Japan and South Korea. The next day, early morning. Today marks the 7th day since Yang Ming descended upon the battlefield of all races. As soon as the sun rose, Yang Ming got up with great self-discipline. Yang Ming opened the door and had just stepped out of the Lord's mansion when he heard a crisp voice beside him. "Good morning, my lord. This is the breakfast I have prepared for you." Lilith stood at the entrance of the Lord's manor, holding a tray in both hands, on which were laid out delicious breakfast. Yang Ming glanced at her subconsciously. The breakfast on the tray was still steaming, so he asked, "Did you just make this? You got up before dawn." Lilith dared not look Yang Ming in the eye, and whispered with her head down, "Yes. Thank you so much for the food you brought us last night. To repay you, Lilia and I will take care of your 3 meals a day from now on, and we'll be there whenever you call." Looking at the delicious breakfast, Yang Ming didn't refuse and casually picked up a rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and started eating. It tastes good. Come with me. To save time, Yang Ming ate something while leaving the house. Okay. Lilith, like a personal maid, carried the breakfast and followed Yang Ming. A short while later, Yang Ming arrived at Kokola's blacksmith shop. At noon, Yang Ming was about to compete with the allied forces of Japan and South Korea for the crystal core, so he came to Kokolet to get weapons. At this moment, the petite Kokolet was swinging a large sledgehammer and hammering at the iron block. Having used an enhancement talisman, Kokolet's stamina is now vastly different from before. Although she is only 1.49 meters tall, she can easily swing a sledgehammer weighing dozens of kilograms. Kokolet, Yang Ming called out as he walked into the blacksmith shop. Seeing Yang Ming's sudden arrival, Kokolet was a little excited. She walked over and said, "My lord, you've come at the perfect time. I had incredible luck last night and upgraded a weapon. Would you like to take a look? Could it be that you forged an excellent grade Tang Dynasty sword?" Yang Ming was surprised. He knew that Kokolet's talent had a very low probability of triggering weapon advancement. Kokolet stuck out her tongue and said, "It hasn't been upgraded, but I've forged a Tang-style horizontal sword that can be imbued with lightning power. Take a look." After saying that, Kokolet took out the Tang Dynasty sword and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Tang Hungdao, and immediately, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Name, Thunder type, Tang Hungdao. Quality excellent. Attribute, increases combat power by 25%, up to a maximum of 50 points. Skill 1. Every strike a critical hit. Each strike deals double damage, with a maximum critical hit damage of 150 points. Skill 2. Lightning Temper, adds lightning damage, increases destructive power by 20%. What a fine blade. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly the most powerful weapon he had ever seen. If this Tang-style sword were listed in the trading area, it would definitely cause a frenzy among everyone. Chapter 28, Seizing the Crystal Core. Yang Ming took away all the fine-quality Tang-style swords stored in the blacksmith shop. There are a total of 150 Tang Dynasty swords, all of excellent quality, enough to build a powerful army. It's important to know that at this point in time, 90% of the lords are still struggling to find a high-quality weapon. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yang Ming summoned Qin Jian and asked him to gather the army. Soon, all the soldiers were assembled in an open area, waiting for Yang Ming to issue orders. Yang Ming casually found a large rock, stood on it, and glanced at the crowd below. There are more than 7,500 soldiers in total, and each of them has a combat power value between 25 and 35. Yang Ming's eyes were sharp as he shouted, "Brothers, on the battlefield of all races, do you know who our Huaxia city's enemy is?" The crowd below was momentarily bewildered. Yang Ming waved his hand and said to himself, "They're Japanese. All the lords of Japan are the mortal enemies of our Huaxia city. The reason I name my territory Huaxia City is to exterminate all the livestock from Japan. Just remember that Japan once invaded China and massacred many innocent people, sparing neither the elderly, the weak, women, and children. We must avenge this." Perhaps infected by Yang Ming's anger, the soldiers also subconsciously regarded the Japanese lord as an enemy. The soldiers, summoned by Yang Ming, were unwavering in their loyalty to him, and they all said in unison, "We are willing to fight for our lord, even if it means going through fire and water to raise Japan to the ground." The soldiers were loyal to Yang Ming, and Yang Ming's enemies were their enemies. Yang Ming nodded and continued, "At this very moment, a group of wicked Japanese have gathered, intending to monopolize a crystal core refresh point and prevent our Huaxia city from upgrading. What do you suggest we do?" The soldiers immediately rolled up their sleeves and said emotionally, "Kill them." "Very good." Yang Ming laughed loudly, clenching his fist and saying, "As warriors of Huaxia city, you only need to remember one sentence. Those who offend China, no matter how far away, will be punished." The cry of "though far away, we will surely punish them," ignited the army's morale to a fever pitch. Set off. Led by Yang Ming, the soldiers set off with their chests out, full of vigor and high spirits. Yang Ming left only 300 to maintain order in the territory, because with Yang Fifan, a rare human warrior, protecting the city, Huaxia City was absolutely safe. Coordinates 2439, 3900, the location where the crystal nucleus is about to be produced. As one of the rarest resources in the battlefield of all races, The value of crystal cores is immeasurable. Therefore, as soon as the news spread, it attracted a large number of lords to compete for them. Although it wasn't noon yet, hundreds of lords had already gathered in this area. Among the many lords, the alliance formed by Japan and South Korea stood out the most. They occupied the most advantageous position on the field. After all, these two countries are the United States' most loyal lackeys, and their strength is considerable. The Japanese, standing on high ground, looked at the few Chinese lords among the crowd and couldn't help but mock them. Sigh. Yesterday, I made a bet with someone in the chat channel to see who could kill 150 Chinese people first. But who knew that there weren't many Chinese people who dared to come and snatch the crystal cores? I roughly counted, and there are no more than 10 Chinese people here so far. Yeah, I knew it. The Chinese are indeed cowards. Hearing the might of our great Japanese empire, they all cower in their own homes and dare not come to steal the crystal cores. Ha ha! Is this all the strength China has? They still claim to have a history of 5,000 years? Is that all? They still have the nerve to call themselves a great nation? It seems that 5,000 years of civilization is nothing special. China is no longer a threat. In a month, China will disappear from the blue star, and our great Eastern Empire will be the ultimate winner in East Asia. At that time, we will announce a true history. The true line of Chinese civilization lies in Japan. Long live the great Japanese Empire. China is only a part of our history. Since Japan, under the direction of the United States, used despicable and shameless means to severely damage China a year ago, they have become increasingly arrogant. Japan harbored wolfish ambitions. They believed that as long as they destroyed China, Japan could annex China and then unify Asia. The depraved Japanese, in order to legitimately annex Chinese territory, even began to distort and fabricate false history, putting forward the shameless slogan that the true lineage of China lies in Japan. Hearing the unbridled mockery from the Japanese, some of the Chinese lords in the crowd became extremely angry. Indeed, over the past year, the coalition forces led by the United States have launched various encirclement and suppression campaigns against China, causing China's national strength to decline again and again. If we are not careful, China will be destroyed and its people will perish. In order to preserve their strength, the lords of China have decided to give up this competition for crystal cores. However, some fearless Chinese lords risked their lives to join the battle. Damn it, these damn bastards. Once the crystal core refreshes, I'll risk my life to take down one or two of these devils. A righteously indignant Chinese lord glared angrily at the Japanese in the distance. His name is Wang Yi. Although he has only awakened a sea-level talent, he still decided to try to steal it. The other Chinese lords also came with the same determination to die. Before long, the scattered Chinese lords had gathered in an open space. Although there were fewer than 10 of them, they all brought their most elite troops. They understood each other's purpose simply through eye contact. Even if they couldn't seize it, they couldn't let the crystal core fall into the hands of the Japanese. This was their unanimous consensus. As noon approached, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Suddenly, a strange light shone in the center of this area. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. As the ground began to tremble slightly, a pure white crystal core emerged from the ground. 10 clusters of white light flickered in 10 different places. My God, crystal cores have actually been produced. Although it is the lowest quality white crystal core, the territory cannot be upgraded without it. Wow, there are 10 respawn points? Hurry, get moving. As long as we capture one of the spawn points, we can get the crystal core. Charge! Everyone, listen up. Charge! In an instant, the entire scene descended into chaos. More than 1,000 lords led their respective armies and charged toward different spawn points. Everyone was bloodthirsty in their fight for the crystal core. Millions of corpses lay strewn about, and blood flowed for miles. In just 3 minutes, countless corpses fell, and the bright red liquid stained the earth. The lords of China were not slow either. They spotted the nearest spawn point and charged there. Brothers, remember not to be greedy. Grab the crystal cores and run. I'll cover you. Charge in. Ha! I've snagged 3 white crystal cores, brothers. I got 1 too. Although the number of people was small, with everyone's tacit cooperation, the Chinese lords still managed to grab some crystal cores. However, just as they were about to retreat, A well-trained army of warriors rushed over at great speed and surrounded them. You damn Chinese. Don't you know that this spawn point has already been occupied by us Japanese? 3 Japanese lords with hooked noses walked over with arrogant expressions. Listen up, you useless lords of China. This crystal core spawn point is our Japanese territory. So get out of here. That's right, get out. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Are you tired of living? When you see us Japanese, you don't even know when to tuck your tails between your legs and kneel down like dogs. Hand over the crystal core obediently. Do you cowards even deserve to lay a finger on it? A massive Japanese army emerged from all directions, surrounding the Chinese lords. Among them, the 3 hook-nosed Japanese lords were the strongest. Faced with the aggressive Japanese devils, a hot-tempered Chinese lord immediately retorted with insults. You Japanese scum, you have some nerve. We clearly took over this spawn point first, so don't make false accusations. The man with the hooked nose at the head of the group sneered. Ha ha, you're really stupid. Just because my fist is bigger, it's ours. Is that reason enough? Upon hearing this, the other Japanese people also burst into laughter. It's hilarious. China is really at its wit's end, actually sending such an idiot to the battlefield of all races. Truth lies only within the range of cannons. Don't you understand such a simple truth? The lords of China were all furious. One of them stepped forward and shouted, You Japanese scum, do you dare to fight me? Let's have a real man's contest. Whoever wins gets the crystal core. The man with the hooked nose licked his lips and said with a forced smile, Are you afraid of me? Today I will defeat you fair and square, and let the whole world see how utterly vulnerable the Chinese are in the face of the great Japanese warriors. I originally intended to kill you all today, but I've changed my mind. Killing you outright would be too easy for you. Come on, send out your strongest lord to fight the hero I've trained. If you can defeat my subordinate, I'll let you go. Hee, but if you lose, I'll edit the video and send it to chat channels and forums so that people in other countries can see just how pathetic you Chinese really are. These words immediately turned the Chinese lord's face pale, but more than that, they filled him with rage. They may die, but they cannot be insulted. I'll fight you. In an instant, a boy with short hair stepped forward. His name is Chun Jianbei. He comes from Jianchuan University in Jianchuan City. At only 19 years old, he was selected by the system to come to the battlefield of all races. The hook-nosed man chuckled and said, Oh, you got guts. But if you lose later, remember to kneel down and kowtow a few times, call me grandpa, and I might leave you a whole corpse. Chun Jianbei also sneered, mercilessly mocking. You? I could easily twist your dog's head off with just a slight movement. The hook-nosed man's face immediately darkened, and he waved his hand, saying, Hikawa Steelplate, my bravest warrior, go and teach that Chinese man a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall warrior stepped out from the army behind the hook-nosed man. His name was Hikawa Koban, a samurai trained by a man with a hooked nose. He was huge, standing at a height of 2.5 meters, and carried a large cleaver at his waist. In the battlefield of all races, you can use all your resources to cultivate a powerful hero unit, or you can use all your resources to strengthen yourself. Hooked nose belongs to the former category, while Chun Jianbei belongs to the latter. Chun Jianbei's awakened talent is B-level and combat-oriented, so he personally took to the field. On the open ground, Chun Jianbei and Richuan Steelplate stood facing each other from a distance of several dozen meters. The atmosphere became tense. Take this. Although Chun Jianbei was young, he was not afraid at all and launched the first attack. The distance of several dozen meters was covered in an instant. He suddenly swung his right fist and smashed it into the abdomen of Richuan Steelplate. Rikawa Steelplate was no pushover either. He formed his 5 fingers into claws and charged forward, clashing head-on with Chun Jianbei. Bang! Their fists clashed violently, producing a loud sound. Chun Jianbei sneered. He leaned forward, raised his left hand suddenly, and held a long knife high. You didn't expect that, did you? I'm left-handed. Chun Jianbei swung his long sword, aiming precisely at Richuan Gongban's head. Okay. Wow, that was amazing. That was a beautiful play. Charge. Kill him. Let him taste the might of China. Upon seeing this, the lords of China shouted with excitement. No one expected that Chun Jianbei would be so powerful, crushing his opponent's combat intelligence in just one exchange. However, just as Chun Janbei was about to win. A hidden dagger flew out from the direction of Japan and struck Chun Janbei's wrist accurately. Ah! Chun Janbei felt a sharp pain, causing him to scream uncontrollably. Richuan's steel plate seized a rare opening and launched a counterattack, striking Chun Janbei hard on the forehead with an elbow. Chun Janbei immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward in a disheveled state. Holy crap, a sneak attack. You Japanese bastards, have you no shame? You can't want to fight head-on, so you resort to underhanded tactics? What the hell is this? Damn Japanese devils, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing this, the lords of China were filled with rage. However, the Japanese shamelessly laughed and said in a sarcastic tone, "What, you're not satisfied? Which I saw us launch a sneak attack. Show us the evidence if you dare." That's how we do things. If you don't like it, just keep it to yourself. The Japanese burst into laughter. On the battlefield, Chun Janbei's combat effectiveness was greatly reduced due to the loss of one of his hands and a heavy blow to the head from an elbow strike, and he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Finally, Chun Janbei was kicked dozens of meters away by Richuan's steel plate, rolled on the ground, and fell into a state of unconsciousness. Using underhanded tactics, Nikawa's steel plate achieved victory. The Japanese immediately let out a chorus of sighs. Ha ha! The Chinese are nothing special. They are no match for us Japanese samurai in the end. You couldn't beat us a year ago, and you still can't beat us now. Yoshi, I've already had the system record the scene. I'll post it on the global chat channel later, so that other lords can see how the Chinese are being trampled under our feet. Remember to cut out the part where the assassin is thrown. Yash, it's all edited and ready to be released. The man with the hooked nose became smug after seeing his side win. He looked at the remaining 9 angry Chinese lords and said sneer. You worthless Chinese bastards, who's next? If you don't dare to fight, then kneel down and kowtow to me, begging for your lives. Looking at the smug Japanese, everyone felt an uncontrollable anger. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. However, just as they were about to make their move, a voice as loud as thunder resounded throughout the entire venue. You little devils, don't be so arrogant. I'll fight you. Chapter 29 Yang Ming makes his debut. The voice was so loud that it immediately drew everyone's attention. Amidst the intense anticipation of the crowd, Yang Ming made his entrance riding a tall and agile black horse. Bathed in sunlight, the young man, full of vigor and high spirits, became the focus of the entire event. In fact, Yang Ming had set off quite early, but he encountered several waves of monster riots along the way, which delayed him and caused him to arrive in a hurry only now. Yang Ming tamed this black horse on the way here. Who are you? The hook-nosed man frowned, staring intently at Yang Ming. He felt an immense sense of pressure emanating from Yang Ming. That sense of oppression, like an invisible shackle, instilled an inexplicable fear in the hook-nosed man towards Yang Ming. This man's combat strength is definitely above mine. He's very strong. When did China produce such a powerful lord? The hook-nosed man was terrified. Only when the combat power of the two sides is too disparate can an invisible sense of pressure be created for the other side. In fact, before they even arrived at the battlefield of all races, Japanese spies had already infiltrated China and successfully stolen information about this group of new lords. The hook-nosed man remembered clearly that no lord with A-level talent had appeared in China this time. But why does this man in front of him give him such a strong sense of oppression? Yang Ming rode slowly over on his black horse and said loudly, My name is Yang Ming. Remember this name. From today onwards, I will be the nightmare of you Japanese. The hook-nosed man glanced behind Yang Ming and, finding no reinforcements, breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Yang Ming is strong, what kind of storm can one person stir up? The hook-nosed man glared fiercely at Yang Ming and demanded, Your name is Yang Ming, right? Do you want to challenge me? Yang Ming sneered and said without any mercy, Challenge you? Heh, you overestimate yourself. Someone as weak as you isn't worthy of being my opponent. Enraged by Yang Ming's humiliation, the hook-nosed man immediately ordered the steel plate of Richuan. Hikawa-kun, go and kill him for me. Yes, sir. Rikawa's steel plate dared not slacken in the slightest, and walked towards Yang Ming with his greatsword in hand. Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the other person. Name, Richuan steel plate. Quality excellent. Combat strength, 112. Talent. Blade Shadow, Durank, masters bladed weapons faster than the average person. At this point in time, for 80% of the lords, Richuan's steel plate is an absolutely invincible opponent. Unfortunately, he met Yang Ming. Hikawa's steel plate seemed to realize Yang Ming's strength, and he dared not be careless, so he used all his strength right away. Drink! With a loud shout, Richuan Gangbang charged towards Yang Ming at incredible speed, simultaneously slashing out with his large sword. Sword draw and slash. One of the finest sword techniques of Japanese samurai. Such speed, everyone present was taken aback by what they saw. It turns out that when Richuan Gangbang fought Shinjanbei, just now, he didn't use his full strength. To the average person, the speed of Anica's steel plate was indeed very fast, sprinting 100 meters in just 3 seconds. Unfortunately, in Yang Ming's eyes, it was as if it had been slowed down dozens of times. In an instant, Richuan Gangbang rushed in front of Yang Ming and slashed at Yang Ming's forehead with his sword. Watch out! Get out of the way! Don't take this blow head on, or you'll die. Seeing that Yang Ming hadn't moved an inch, the lords of China immediately became anxious and hurriedly tried to remind him. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the Japanese camp. All right, let's just chop off his head. What's wrong with that Chinese guy? He's not moving at all. Is he scared stiff? Haha, you made a grand entrance, but it turns out he was just putting on a show. Kill him. Just as the Japanese were about to succeed in acquiring the steel plate, they erupted in excited cheers. Many people even turned on the system's recording function, intending to capture the scene and send it to the World Chat channel to demoralize China. At this critical moment, Yang Ming slowly raised his left hand. I told you, you're really weak. Amidst incredulous gazes, Yang Ming caught a powerful slash from Rikua's steel plate with his bare hands. Yang Ming chaches a blade barahanded. This dramatic scene left everyone in the audience speechless with shock. This person actually caught a full-force slash from Hikawa's steel plate with his bare hands? My God, this man is ridiculously strong. How could this be? The hook-nosed man's eyes widened, his brain almost shutting down. It's worth noting that the hook-nosed man poured countless resources into training Hikawa's steel plate. The hook-nosed man couldn't accept this fact. He lost his temper and shouted, "No, this is fake. My hero, whom I've painstakingly nurtured, couldn't be this weak. Hikawa's steel plate, kill him now." Upon hearing the order, Rikua's steel plate could only strain desperately, trying to free the broadsword from Yang Ming's grasp. But would Yang Ming let him off so easily? Yang Ming slowly drew his Tang sword from his waist with his right hand. With a crisp, melodious sound, the lightning-sparkling blade appeared in the sunlight. This is a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword that has been tempered by lightning. The blade was incredibly sharp, and the entire blade even shimmered with flashes of lightning. After Tang Hung drew his sword, Yang Ming didn't make any fancy moves. He simply swung the sword horizontally. To die by my hand is the greatest honor of your life. In a blur, these are the last words that Hikawa's steel plate heard. Snap! With the sound of bones breaking, the steel plate of the Nikawa was snapped in half. This shocking scene caused a stir among the surrounding people, and all eyes were focused on Yang Ming. No one could have imagined that Hikawa's steel plate, with a combat power of 112, would be instantly killed like that. Throughout the entire process, the Nikawa's steel plate was completely powerless to resist. How can he be so strong? Just who is this man named Yang Ming? Could it be that he has also awakened an A-level talent? The hook-nosed man stared intently at Yang Ming. Before this, the arrogant and domineering Japanese had become much more docile. Yang Ming, riding a lithe black horse, looked down in the direction of the Japanese and asked calmly, "Weren't you Japanese pretty arrogant before? Well then, who's coming to your death next?" Yang Ming's words were filled with chilling, killing intent, directly overwhelming the Japanese with their imposing presence. All the Japanese unconsciously took a step back. The man with the hooked nose quickly tried to bolster morale, shouting loudly, "Don't panic, everyone. Although Yang Ming is very strong, he is only one person, while we outnumber him. If we all attack together, we can drown him with our spit." These words immediately restored the confidence of the other Japanese. Yeah, with so many of us, why should we be afraid of him? Even if he's incredibly powerful, can he really take on 1,000 men single-handedly? Yes, let's all go together and take him down. Under the command of the hook-nosed man, all the Japanese lords regained their confidence and led their armies, to slowly approach Yang Ming. Faced with the overwhelming force of the Japanese army, Yang Ming felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he even laughed. What? Didn't we agree on a one-on-one duel? A true test of manhood? Now that you can't win in a one-on-one fight, you want to gang up on me, is that it? The hook-nosed man stared at Yang Ming and said viciously, "The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. You might as well just die quietly." Yang Ming shrugged, looking completely indifferent, and said, "If we're talking about numbers, I'm sorry, but you're the ones at a disadvantage." After saying that, Yang Ming stopped hiding his thoughts and whistled. Upon hearing the whistle, the soldiers lying in ambush nearby immediately rushed over. In the valleys, among the jungles, and in the ravines, countless warriors emerged from all directions, encircling the entire area. Chapter 30 Victory. The Japanese, who had thought victory was assured, were stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of warriors covering the mountains and plains. They couldn't even imagine an army of such a massive size. Keep in mind that today is the 7th day since the arrival of the Myriad Races battlefield. Even a lord who has awakened an A-level talent can only train an army of 500 people in 7 days at most. However, at this very moment, the army that had suddenly appeared was numbering close to 10,000. The hook-nosed man was deathly pale with fright. He stared blankly at Yang Ming and asked incoherently, "How did you manage to call so many people? Where did you find your helpers?" The hook-nosed man simply couldn't believe that this was Yang Ming's army all by himself. He assumed it was reinforcements Yang Ming had found. Yang Ming gave a relaxed smile and casually said, "Is it possible that these soldiers are all my subordinates?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." The hook-nosed man immediately shook his head and retorted, "Even if you awakened an S-class talent, you couldn't possibly train such a large army in such a short time." "Really? Then open your eyes wide and see clearly." Yang Ming revealed a meaningful smile. Yang Ming didn't bother arguing with him and simply raised his right hand, making an attack gesture. "Everyone, listen to my command. Annihilate these Japanese." "Yes, sir." A loud, unified voice echoed through the sky. That one word, "My lord," shattered the hook-nosed man's worldview. It's incredible that someone could actually train a powerful army of 10,000 men in just 7 days. Could it be that this man named Yang Ming has awakened a talent even stronger than S-rank? Despair filled the eyes of the hook-nosed man. Yang Ming, such a powerful man. Can the entire Japanese nation send a competitor who can rival him? Kill them. Kill all these Japanese. None of those Japanese scum want to escape. The hook-nosed man, who was in a state of extreme shock, was awakened by a powerful charge. By the time he came to his senses, the warriors of Huaxia City had already stormed in. Faced with such a powerful army, the Japanese were completely powerless to resist and were utterly routed in less than 10 minutes. Seeing the countless casualties among his own troops, the hook-nosed man lost his mind once more, muttering to himself, "How could this be? We actually lost?" To seize the crystal core, Japan sent 5 B-level talent lords, including myself, plus more than 20 C-level talent lords. We clearly had so many people, yet we lost to such a young Chinese person. What are you muttering to yourself? A dying fantasy? Suddenly, a faint voice boomed in the hook-nosed man's ear. He subconsciously looked up and saw a young man riding a black horse appear in front of him, holding a Tang-style sword that crackled with lightning. Yang Ming has come to take his life. The hook-nosed man wasn't stupid either. Now that the situation was hopeless, he sensed the killing intent in Yang Ming's eyes and immediately knelt down in fear. He pleaded for mercy repeatedly. "Don't kill me. You can't kill me. My father is one of the generals of Japan. If you kill me, my father will never let you get away with it. My name is Higashino K." However, before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. "Sorry, you've talked too much nonsense. I'm not interested in knowing your name." Yang Ming raised his hand and easily decapitated him with a single stroke. Even on his deathbed, the hook-nosed man was unable to utter his full name. He fell straight to the ground, becoming a cold corpse. With the hook-nosed man dead, the remaining Japanese lords were completely rendered incapable of resistance and were annihilated one by the warriors. Ding, your army has defeated all enemies and occupied a crystal core production site. Do you wish to mine the crystal cores? After winning, the system promptly provided a notification sound. Yang Ming turned his gaze to the crystal core shrouded in white light. The crystal core was crystal clear, emitting a pure white light, and floated 50 centimeters above the ground. What enormous energy! Yang Ming exclaimed in amazement. Crystal cores truly deserve to be called one of the world's rarest resources. The energy within them is immeasurable, which explains why they have attracted such a frenzy of competition. Unable to contain his excitement, Yang Ming walked towards the crystal core and began to mine it. Seeing Yang Ming so brazenly mining crystal cores, the people around could only watch silently, not daring to utter a single word. Before long, Yang Ming obtained the 10 white crystal cores. Warning, you have reached your daily limit for mining crystal cores. Please stop immediately, or the crystal cores will be automatically destroyed. Having already collected 10 white crystal cores, Yang Ming reluctantly withdrew his hand after hearing the system's warning. Although the white crystal core was only the size of a palm, it was heavy, weighing at least 2 pounds. Yang Ming glanced at the information on the white crystal core. Name, white crystal nucleus. Quality, legendary. Kafilatun, Yang Ming, already burnt. Introduction. One of the most precious energy sources in the universe. When fully burned, a single white crystal nucleus can release enough energy to destroy a star. Characteristics. It is not tradable, cannot be plundered from other players, can only be used to upgrade territory, and cannot be unbound once bound to a player. Holy crap, legendary quality? Yang Ming was shocked. The white crystal core is the lowest quality among all crystal cores, but its quality is already legendary. No wonder there are such great limitations on crystal cores. If there were no limitations, the battlefield of all races would be completely different. Yang Ming quickly came to terms with it. After all, a single white crystal core can destroy a sun, and the combined power of all the atomic bombs on Earth cannot compare. Yang Ming, is that you? Yang Ming had just put the white crystal core into the warehouse when he heard someone calling his name from behind. Yang Ming turned around and saw a familiar face, so he subconsciously said, Chen Jianbei, is that you? Are you here to steal crystal cores too? On Blue Star, Yang Ming and Chen Jianbei both studied at Jianchuan University and were classmates, so Yang Ming naturally knew him. Although they weren't best friends in class, they knew each other. In a fight just now, Chen Jianbei's arm was broken, and he grimaced in pain, but he still managed a big, carefree smile. Of course, I can't just hand over the crystal core to some nobody. I had a teleportation scroll when I first arrived, so I came and snatched it. Yang Ming had a fairly good impression of Chen Jianbei, so he took out a bottle of healing potion from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, I'm giving this to you. It can help heal your wounds. This healing potion was made by Anna. Although it is of ordinary quality, it can cure most sprains and bruises. Thank you. Chen Jianbei didn't stand on ceremony, picked up the medicine, and drank it down. Chapitar 30, yung hunking. After chatting with Chen Jianbei for a few minutes, Yang Ming prepared to return to his territory. There were still some crystal cores left at the crystal core production site, so before leaving, Yang Ming helped the other Chinese lords take the remaining crystal cores. Now that the crystal core is in hand and the Japanese have been wiped out, Yang Ming has achieved his goal, and there is no need to waste any more time here. Yang Ming just wants to get back as soon as possible and upgrade his territory. Yang Ming, let's add each other as friends. I'll treat you to a drink next time we meet. You saved my life, and I'll remember this kindness forever, Chen Jianbei said hastily upon learning that Yang Ming was leaving. Ugh. The two added each other as friends. Then, Yang Ming waved and left without looking back. The soldiers followed Yang Ming and left together. Seeing Yang Ming's domineering presence, like a god of war, the other lords who were still fighting on the battlefield consciously stopped fighting temporarily, made way for him, and watched him leave. Amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of many, Yang Ming made a graceful exit. The return journey was very smooth. No large beasts blocked the way, and the time taken was half compared to the way there. An hour later, Yang Ming returned to his territory without incident. Greetings, Lord. The residents greeted Yang Ming with utmost respect upon his return. Yang Ming nodded, then gave the order to Chen Jian. Send the wounded to the hospital for treatment. Don't let my soldiers bleed in vain. The soldiers who survived on the battlefield were all top-notch, and Yang Ming valued them highly. Yes, Chen Jian immediately led the wounded to the clinic. With Anna and others around, Any wounded soldier who still has a breath left can be saved. After Chan Jin left, Yang Ming summoned the system to check the conditions for upgrading his territory. My esteemed lord, your territory does not yet meet the upgrade requirements. Please continue your efforts. The system's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over Yang Ming's head. The requirements for upgrading a high-level territory to a special-level territory are as follows. Timber, 10,500 saved. Stone, 9,500 satisfied. White crystal cores, 10 pieces satisfied. Population, 1,000, not met. National fortune value, 700, not met. Buildings, no fewer than 5 Class 3 buildings and no fewer than 25 Class 2 buildings, not met. Resource fields, occupy at least 2 Level 3 resource fields and 7 Level 2 resource fields, not yet met. Yang Ming glanced at it and his brows furrowed. The conditions are quite different. We need to figure out a way to get the buildings up and running in the territory first. Yang Ming immediately saw the most crucial problem. Insufficient infrastructure will prevent the city from absorbing more residents. If the territory is developed into a prosperous place, it will attract more native inhabitants, and then population will naturally not be a problem. With a larger population, the nation's fortune will definitely rise as well. So Yang Ming called Carl over. Upon learning that Yang Ming had summoned him, Carl immediately rushed over and asked respectfully, "My lord, what brings you here?" Carl was the administrator appointed by Yang Ming yesterday. He possesses the F-level talent, public security, making him very suitable to assist Yang Ming in planning the construction of the territory. Yang Ming looked at Carl and said, "I gave you the city construction blueprints yesterday and granted you certain privileges. What have you been up to today?" Carl quickly spoke up. "My lord, I accomplished 3 things today. First, the plantation project commenced. The fields have already been planted with a large quantity of crops, including corn, wheat, vegetables, and fruits. Then, infrastructure construction has begun on a large scale, such as canteens, granaries, barracks, and public toilets, all of which are being built at an accelerated pace. And, most importantly, I plan to introduce a unique currency system and public security regulations for Huaxia City." Yang Ming hadn't expected that old Carl would be so clear-headed and that he would implement sweeping reforms as soon as he took office. "Yes, your ideas are all very good." Yang Ming nodded. "I'm honored to receive your praise, Lord." Carl breathed a sigh of relief. He was very happy to have gained Yang Ming's approval. Yang Ming continued to ask, "Approximately how long will it take to construct 5 Level 3 buildings?" Carl pondered for a moment, then answered, "A Level 3 building will take about 3 to 5 days. "Okay, you can go now." Yang Ming felt somewhat helpless. 3 days is far too long. It seems I won't be able to upgrade my territory today. Yang Ming needs to find a way to speed up the process. Otherwise, he probably won't be able to develop a king-level territory within a month. Yang Ming opened the system panel, intending to check the chat channel. But then Yang Ming suddenly noticed that 2 new clickable buttons have been added to the main panel. These are the leaderboard and Blue Star chat channel. Yang Ming then remembered that the system had released an update announcement yesterday, but he had been busy all day and hadn't noticed it. "I wonder where I'll rank. What's the reward?" Driven by intense curiosity, Yang Ming opened the leaderboard page. First place, Temep, Lord of the United States, with 515 points. Second place, Andrew, Lord of the British Empire, with 440 points. Third place, Alice, the Lord of the United States. Points, 423. Fourth place, Zhang Benyahin, Lord of Japan, with 422 points. Fifth place, Dmitry, Lord of the Bear Kingdom, with 410 points. Sixth place, Emily, Lord of the German Empire, with 390 points. After looking around, Yang Ming finally found his name in 11th place. 11th place, Yang Ming, Lord of Huaxia, with 341 points. There's no reason why my ranking is so low, Yang Ming wondered. He clearly awakened an unprecedented and unparalleled SSS level talent, Supreme Overlord. So why is his ranking so low? After careful examination, Yang Ming discovered the following factors influencing the ranking: population size, infrastructure scale, city defenses, number of resource fields occupied, national fortune value. Now Yang Ming finally understood why his ranking was so low. These days, he has been going out to fight and seize resource fields, almost neglecting the infrastructure development of his territory. As for city defense, Yang Ming had not considered it at all. After all, with Yang Fifan protecting the territory, city defenses are unnecessary. Therefore, Yang Ming's situation is extremely unbalanced. He has maxed out his score in resource fields, but this has also caused his other scores to lag far behind. There's still 5 hours left before the leaderboard is settled. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. 11th place is 11th place. I'll go check the Blue Star chat channel. Yang Ming sigid softly. The Blue Star chat channel is a channel through which lords from all countries on Blue Star can communicate and speak. Of course, this only applies to the 10086 newbie zone. Currently, many people are speaking and exchanging ideas, and the messages are constantly being updated. Haha, there are only 5 hours left to claim the leaderboard rewards. I can't wait. Where do you rank, boss? The top 200 will receive 2 bronze treasure chests as a reward. Wow, it's someone from the top 200. That's amazing. I need to befriend them. What kind of big shot is he? The Americans are the real big shots, taking the top 3 spots and half of the top 50. The United States truly lives up to its reputation as the world's leading power. It's incredibly powerful, consistently holding the top spot and far surpassing China in every aspect. Speaking of Chinese people makes me laugh. Only one person made it into the top 50. They're really trash. Not even as good as South Koreans. Exactly, they call themselves a 5,000-year-old civilization, but they are utterly defeated in actual combat. What 5,000 years of civilization? Don't be fooled by the fabricated history made up by the Chinese. In reality, the true line of Chinese civilization is in Japan. Their Qin Shi Huang, who is hailed as the first emperor of all time, was actually a Japanese who wandered out of Japan. What? Qin Shi Huang was actually from Japan? That's for sure. It's been said that the true lineage of Chinese civilization is in Japan. Chinese civilization is essentially a part of our Japanese history. I see. I've learned something new. How could the Chinese dare to fabricate false history? That's incredibly shameless. I swear on my life that the true lineage of China lies in Japan. Otherwise, why haven't any Chinese people come out to refute this? I am a Korean, and I can testify that China loves to fabricate false history. In fact, the 4 great inventions belong to Korea, but they were stolen by them a long time ago. Chinese characters, the Dragon Boat Festival, and kimchi all originated in our great Korea. But over 1,000 years ago, the shameless Chinese people have distorted history. Really? The Chinese are so shameless. Where are the cowards of China? Stop making up fake history and come out to confront your grandfather. Seeing the Japanese talking nonsense, distorting history, and insulting China for no reason in the chat channel, Yang Ming felt a nameless anger. You forced me to do this. Yang Ming made up his mind. I, Yang Ming, am determined to take the top spot on the leaderboard. There's still 5 hours until the leaderboard rewards are settled. That's plenty of time. Since you're so shameless, then I, Yang Ming, will have no choice but to use cheat codes and slap you in the face. Chapter 32 Money Power. Yang Ming was not the only one angered by the insults from the Japanese. Almost all the Chinese lords were also enraged. In the chat channel of Huaxia, messages are constantly being refreshed. You son of a bitch! How dare you openly bark and insult our country on the World Channel? Do you really think I have no temper? This is absolutely outrageous. Does anyone have the coordinates of the Japanese territory? I'm gonna go and fight them right now. Damn it. If it weren't for the severe blow China suffered a year ago, and the fact that our national strength has yet to recover, would they dare to spout such nonsense now? Once is one time, twice is another, but a third time is not. Now, who's going to come with me and chop them up? Everyone was so angry that their faces turned ashen. China, a great nation that has stood for 5,000 years, has never suffered such humiliation. Seeing that the situation was nearing loss of control, some calm and collected individuals quickly sent messages to warn others. Everyone calm down. These are just Xiao Rizi's provocations. Don't fall for them. They're doing this mostly because the Americans are behind it, with the aim of disrupting our morale. If we get angry, they'll have achieved their goal. From beginning to end, our goal has been to develop a royal territory. Only in this way can we turn the tide and save China. Ignore them. Just treat it as being bitten by a mad dog. If you go and confront them, you'll fall into their trap. They're just trying to waste our time. Everyone, please stay calm. Seeing this, Everyone gradually calmed down. Indeed, this must be a conspiracy by the Japanese and Americans. They want to see the Chinese lords fall into disarray. They have plenty of time to waste, but China really only has 1 month left. Admittedly, that's the logic, but Yang Ming just couldn't swallow his anger. No matter what, I'm determined to be number 1 on the leaderboard. Yang Ming secretly forward. Yang Ming must thoroughly humiliate the Japanese. However, the leaderboard is settled once a week, and there are only 5 hours left. Is there any way to overtake others? System, are you there? Yang Ming tried to call out to the system. Respected Lord Yang Ming, what can I do for you? Can you check if there are any starting game with free, god-tier items, invincible cultivation, a stunning empress to assist you, and the ability to dominate everything perks? Lord Yang Ming, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Do you think this is a novel? Are you making a triumphant return? Please develop your territory step by step and stop daydreaming. Yang Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seems the script I received isn't the kind of easy, invincible story where everything goes smoothly. Left with no other option, Yang Ming had to resort to using his money power. There is nothing in this world that money can't buy. If there is, it's because you don't have enough money. Although Yang Ming is currently broke, he has a large quantity of high-quality meat. Yang Ming opened the system panel and entered the trading area. In order to obtain the resources he wanted, Yang Ming spared no expense, directly putting up 2,000 caddies of Tianjiao green beef and 600 caddies of Blackrock giant bear meat. The trading scope is set to the entire Blue Star. It's been 7 days since we arrived at the battlefield of all races. Fine-grade meat isn't as valuable as before, but Blackrock giant bear meat is still top grade. What does it mean to sell superior-grade exotic beast meat now? It's like 2 people playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, and your opponent plays a pair of 3s as their first card, while you immediately play your royal flush. In an instant, the entire Blue Star trading zone erupted in chaos. Originally, the Blue Star chat channel was filled with Japanese people sending messages that slandered China. But when Yang Ming put Blackrock bear meat up for sale, the Japanese people's comments were instantly swallowed up by a large number of messages. What's going on? What did I just see? Someone put up premium quality lean meat. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Generally speaking, even a lord who has awakened an A-level talent would need at least 15 days to develop before he can hunt an excellent level beast, right? Which lord sold it? And how could it be so fierce? It was put on the shelves by Chinese people. Oh, so you're a friend for China. If you can trade with us for Blackrock giant bear meat, our bear kingdom is willing to form an alliance with you. Ahem. Actually, Japan and China are one family. The statement just now was a system error that caused it to be sent out randomly. I hope that Chinese friend won't mind. We can increase the price. On behalf of the United States, I would like to say that if that Chinese person is willing to offer up all the meat of the Blackrock giant bear, I would be willing to give him a U.S. green card. Within just 1 minute of listing Blackrock giant bear meat, Yang Ming's private messages were flooded with messages from at least 200,000 people wanting to trade Blackrock giant bear meat with him. Yang Ming calmly announced his terms of the deal. Any item that can speed up the construction of buildings, with a minimum quality requirement of excellent, or a readily available level 3 building resource treasure. After setting the filtering criteria, the number of people who met the criteria immediately decreased by more than half. Even so, more than 20,000 people still met the requirements, and the props they brought out were all sorts of strange and unusual. Name: Madman's Work Clothes. Quality: excellent. Effect: made from the leather of a wildebeest. It has a certain stimulating effect. Wearing it can increase the speed of workers in moving bricks, laying mortar, and building walls by 20%. I have to say, this outfit is quite practical. Moreover, the price offered by the other party was not expensive. A pound of Tianjiao green beef could be exchanged for a set of clothes. Yang Ming readily agreed to the deal. Other items also attracted Yang Ming. For example, the following prop. Name: Upgrade Scroll. Quality: excellent. Function: allows a level 2 building to be upgraded by 1 level immediately, with no cooldown time. It must be said that this prop is absolutely precious. Yang Ming immediately messaged him privately. Hello, would you like a trade with me for an upgrade scroll? The other party's information was hidden, and Yang Ming was unable to view it. Brother Yang Ming, is that you? However, to Yang Ming's surprise, the other party directly stated his name. Yang Ming immediately became alert. Before announcing the deal, Yang Mingming had clearly set himself to anonymity, keeping all his information confidential except for his nationality and gender. However, this person immediately revealed Yang Ming's name. "Who are you?" Yang Ming demanded. "Brother, it's me, Zhang Wei," the other party replied. Yang Ming's anxiety immediately subsided. Zhang Wei, on the other side, explained, "Brother, I just saw someone selling excellent quality meat. I've been thinking about it, and I guess besides you, there's probably no one else on the entire planet who can hunt excellent quality alien beasts." Yang Ming smiled and said, "I'm in a hurry. Just tell me what you want to trade." Zhang Wei didn't intend to waste any time and immediately stated his requirements. "Brother, I want 20 caddies of black rock giant bear meat. I'll give you 30 caddies. Remember to bring me anything good to see first in the future." Yang Ming thought for a moment and then agreed. Yang Ming didn't intend to take advantage of him. After all, the two were friends. "Okay, thanks, bro," Zhang Wei said happily. Chapter 33, Excellent Grade Weapons. In the next 10 minutes, Yang Ming and others made several trades. Yang Ming exchanged 850 jin of Tianjiao green beef and 390 jin of black rock giant bear meat for 21 props. But Yang Ming was not satisfied. At this moment, a lord of Chinese nationality caught Yang Ming's attention because the item information she sent was quite good. Name: greenhouse chicken coop, resource treasure. Quality excellent. Effect: without any side effects, 1 day of chicken growth in the coop is equivalent to 1 month in the outside world. Only 1 month of raising is needed to develop a free-range chicken with a growth cycle of 2.5 years. Placement requirements: a flat open space with an area of no less than 300 square meters is required. It's actually an excellent grade resource treasure, and it's even a greenhouse chicken coop. Yang Ming was immediately attracted to it. Yang Ming just caught a flock of red-feathered chickens yesterday, and raising them in a greenhouse chicken coop would be the best option. Moreover, this greenhouse chicken coop is a Class 3 building. As long as Yang Ming finds a large enough open space and places the greenhouse chicken coop there, he can immediately obtain a Level 3 building. "Hello, shall we make a deal?" Yang Ming took the initiative to contact the other party. The other party replied to the message very quickly. "Give me 300 jin of black rock bear meat, and I'll give you the greenhouse chicken coop." Yang Ming frowned, not expecting the other party to make such an outrageous demand right from the start. 50 jin, Yang Ming retorted without hesitation, his bargaining even more ruthless than when he tried to cut the price in half. "Okay, deal," the other party replied immediately. Yang Ming? This completely caught Yang Ming off guard. He had expected a fierce negotiation, but the other party agreed immediately. Resource-level treasures are expensive to begin with, and Yang Ming originally planned to trade 200 jin of black rock giant bear meat with the other party. Before Yang Ming could think further, the other party sent the transaction request. Trade request. Watercolor Zero would like to exchange an excellent grade resource treasure, the greenhouse chicken coop, for 50 caddies of black rock giant bear meat. Do you agree? Watercolor Zero. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this the ID that the beautiful class monitor Chun Han liked to use the most? Since the other party was so generous, Yang Ming didn't ask any more questions and directly agreed to the transaction request. After the transaction was completed, Yang Ming closed the chat page. Since we already have enough items, there's no need to continue trading with other people. Time was tight, so Yang Ming took the various props and items he had just received and went to find the workers. A few days ago, Yang Ming issued several recruitment notices, including one for architects. Coincidentally, there was an experienced architect among the indigenous people. "My lord, what brings you here?" Yo Mingrui bowed respectfully to Yang Ming. Just now, upon hearing the news that the lord had come to see him alone, Zhou Mingrui was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Ming cut to the chase and asked him, "If I give you 4 hours, can you build 3 level 3 buildings and 25 level 2 buildings?" Zhou Mingrui's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he said with a wry smile, "My lord, this is absolutely impossible. A level 3 building would require at least 100 workers to work nonstop for 5 days to complete. What if I gave you 2,000 men?" Yang Ming said, 2,000. Zhou Mingrui pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That won't work either. What about adding these items?" Yang Ming took out all the items that had just been traded. These items are tools used to speed up the construction and upgrading of buildings. To motivate him, Yang Ming made a grand promise. If you can do it, then I will appoint you as the chief architect of Huaxia City, and all future construction projects will be under your management. Hearing such an enticing request, Zhou Mingrui's voice trembled slightly. My lord, I am willing to give a try. Very good, go for it. Yang Ming exclaimed. Subsequently, Yang Ming summoned 2,000 new warriors and assigned them to Zhou Mingrui. A massive project was thus launched. Just as Yang Ming was considering what to do next, an unusually excited voice entered his ears. My lord. Yang Ming looked up in confusion and saw that Cocolette was running towards him excitedly, as if she had taken some kind of stimulant. She was also holding a strangely shaped straight knife in her arms. What's wrong? What happened? Yang Ming asked Bouzlet. Because she was running too fast, Cocolette almost couldn't stop and nearly fell to the ground, but luckily Yang Ming caught her in time. Cocolette was panting heavily, her little face flushed, and she said incoherently, My lord, this straight sword, look at this sword. I forged an excellent grade Tang-style horizontal sword. Yang Ming's eyes widened instantly. What? No way. You really did it. Yang Ming was also extremely excited. He reached out and took the straight knife from Cocolette's arms. Instantly, a strange sensation spread throughout Yang Ming's body. Name, Sky-Splitting Blade. Quality excellent. Characteristic, increases lightning damage by 20%. Basic attributes, increases combat power by 40%, up to a maximum of 100 points. Skill, critical hit every strike. Rank C, each strike deals double damage, with a maximum critical hit damage of 300 points. Lightning Slash, rank C, unleashes 3 times the power, increases blade range to 100 meters, and inflicts lightning damage and a continuous paralysis effect. Thunder Flash, rank B, indiscriminately releases lightning centered on itself, causing widespread lightning damage. Wow, that's amazing. Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. This sword not only boasts impressive base stats, but its accompanying skills are also among the most powerful. With each strike a critical hit and a lightning slash, the 2 skills are unleashed simultaneously. If this strike lands, even an excellent level beast might not be able to withstand it. Coco, you're amazing. Yang Ming was so happy that he couldn't help but rub her little head hard. Cocolette was overjoyed to receive Yang Ming's praise, and she said with a smile, I'm willing to do anything to please my lord. Cocolette knew very well that without Yang Ming, she would probably still be in the dark and sunless mine, mining her day and night, barely having enough to eat, and at risk of starving to death at any moment. It was Yang Ming who took her hand and led her from darkness into light. For Cocolette, Yang Ming was like a ray of light, illuminating her path. Therefore, a seed had already been planted in Cocolette's heart, to repay Yang Ming with everything, even if it meant facing death. Yang Ming said happily, Coco, thank you for your hard work. I'll ask Lilith and Lilia to cook you a delicious meal tonight as a reward. Cocolette was naturally overjoyed and said with a smile, Thank you, my lord. Yang Ming kindly gave her a few words of advice. Go back and rest for a bit. Put work aside for now and take a good shower. Look, your clothes are soaked with sweat. Yes, I will. Let's go back. Okay. Watching Cocolette's hopping and skipping figure, Yang Ming finally knew where to use the upgrade scroll. That means upgrading the blacksmith shop to create a more comfortable working environment for Cocolette. If Cocolette can forge more high-quality weapons, Yang Ming's combat advantage will be amplified infinitely. You should know that at this point in time, 90% of the lords can't get a single excellent weapon. Upgrade the blacksmith shop from level 2 to level 3 requires 1 upgrade scroll. Yes, Yang Ming nodded. Upgrade scroll successfully consumed. The blacksmith is currently upgrading, estimated to take 2 hours. Chapter 34, Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Holding the sky-splitting blade tightly in his hand gave Yang Ming immense confidence. Yang Ming was confident. He felt he had the courage to hunt down excellent-level alien beasts. If Yang Ming can capture another level 3 resource field before the leaderboard is settled, he'll have a chance to upgrade his territory to special level. At that time, Yang Ming will definitely be able to take the top spot on the leaderboard. To achieve this goal, Yang Ming sent out all his scouts to search for level 3 resource fields. Soon, just 20 minutes later, a scout returned to report. A scout came to Yang Ming and reported. Reporting, my lord. I found a level 3 resource field 5,000 meters to the north, but it has been occupied by a group of goblins. Goblins? Could they be the same goblins who captured Anna and the others before? Yang Ming muttered to himself. Yang Ming discovered that there seemed to be a goblin nest around Huaxia City. This is a potential crisis that must be eliminated as soon as possible. With the support of the sky-splitting blade, Yang Ming is no longer afraid of excellent-level alien beasts, let alone goblins. Therefore, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Pass down my order, assemble the warriors, and follow me to attack the goblin lair." Yes, the soldiers quickly assembled, forming a force of 5,000 men, excluding the wounded. Attacking level 3 resource fields requires utmost care, so Yang Ming deployed his main forces. Chun Jian was among them. Yang Ming, riding a black horse with imposing presence, addressed the soldiers. "Brothers, follow me into battle. Tonight, I guarantee all the meat and wine that will come back alive." Upon hearing that there was alcohol to drink, the soldiers unconsciously swallowed hard. On the battlefield, the allure of a sip of wine is unimaginable to ordinary people. "Kill!" The soldiers roared in unison. After leaving the territory, Yang Ming headed north following the route map provided by the scouts. The northern part of the territory appeared much more desolate. The land turned black. Occasionally, one can also spot the figures of some ferocious and strange beasts. Yang Ming led the main force forward at a rapid pace, casually killing any strange beast that dared to cross the way. 20 minutes later, Yang Ming arrived at his destination. Even though they were 2 kilometers apart, Yang Ming could still smell a sweet, fruity aroma. The level 3 resource field is just ahead. Name, Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Quality, level 3, excellent. Production, 1,000 caddies per day. Introduction. The fertile black soil nourishes the golden fruit forest, which can bear fruit for 10 months every year. Current status, occupied. With so many golden fruits, if we could capture them, we would undoubtedly make a fortune, Yang Ming thought. Smelling the enticing fruity aroma, Yang Ming couldn't resist picking one to try. However, the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest is occupied, and many goblins can be seen in the woods. So many goblins. Yang Ming observed carefully for a while and found that the number of goblins far exceeded his expectations. Conservative estimates suggest there are at least 10,000 goblins. Near the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, there is a natural cave with a wide entrance where a large number of goblins are going in and out. Every now and then you can see human girls being dragged into caves by goblins. Needless to say, this is definitely the goblins' lair. Yang Ming even saw some rare and powerful goblins. Name, Goblin Elder. Quality excellent. Combat strength, 86. Talent. Escape, F rank, grants invisibility for 3 minutes, but only effective when escaping. Name, Goblin Cyclops. Quality excellent. Combat strength, 112. Talent. Berserk de rank, enters a state of rage. Sharp barbs grow on various parts of the body. A true killing machine. Skill. Vampirism, rank D. By drinking the blood of enemies, one can quickly recover from injuries, but the side effects are severe. Name, Goblin Ritual. Quality excellent. Combat power, 99. Talent, Fire Magic, rank C. Can manipulate fire and cast extraordinary powers such as fireballs, but casting speed is very slow. Skill, Flame Protection, rank D. Condenses flames into armor to protect oneself, but is ineffective against water-based supernatural powers. It must be said that this goblin army is quite powerful. No wonder they have been able to occupy a level 3 resource field for so long. However, Yang Ming's army was not to be underestimated either. Yang Ming's advantage lies in the addition of weapons, which can greatly enhance his combat capabilities. After a moment's thought, Yang Ming came up with a battle plan. Chun Jian, Yang Ming called out. "My lord, what are your instructions?" Chun Jian immediately stepped forward. Yang Ming gave the order. Take 300 men and take a stroll around the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest and try to lure the goblins out as much as possible. Also, take this Tang Dynasty horizontal sword. It will be your weapon from now on. Yang Ming tossed the lightning-type Tang Dynasty horizontal sword to Chun Jian. This Tang-style horizontal sword, tempered with lightning, is the most powerful weapon besides the sky-splitting sword. Chun Jian gave a military salute and said loudly, "My lord, I guarantee I will complete the mission." After saying that, Chun Jian took the knife Yang Ming had given him, turned around and left, then led 300 soldiers to charge towards the golden spirit fruit forest. No sooner had Chun Jian left than Yang Ming issued a new order. Archers, step forward and prepare yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, rows of archers stepped to the front of the column, drew their bows, and prepared to fire. These bows and arrows were made by the dwarves, and they came in handy today. The archers had drawn their bows to the optimal angle, ready to fire at any moment. At this moment, Chun Jian, leading 300 soldiers, had already approached the golden spirit fruit forest. Although goblins aren't very intelligent, they aren't blind either. When they saw a group of unfamiliar human men approaching the golden spirit fruit forest, they immediately sent people out to intercept them. Wah gata gata. Myota. Shiny eye wadata. The goblins shouted loudly, waving junk weapons such as spiked clubs, wooden sticks, and pickaxes, trying to drive Chun Jian away. Brothers, kill them. Chun Jian showed no fear and instead quickened his pace of attack. Before long, the two groups finally met. Chun Jian charged ahead, wielding his Tang-style broadsword, which flashed with lightning, instantly turning 5 goblins into charred remains. This Tang dynasty sword is so powerful. Chun Jian realized that the weapon Yang Ming had given him was different from ordinary Tang dynasty swords. This is a Tang dynasty-style horizontal sword that has been tempered by lightning. Chun Jian fought with increasing ferocity, and in no time, he had wiped out the entire group of goblins. But this action thoroughly enraged the goblins behind him. Damn it! A furious roar came from the golden spirit fruit forest. Several goblin priests, along with a goblin cyclops, led over 1,000 goblin minions and charged towards Chun Jian. Chapter 35, The Goblin King. Seeing so many goblins charging at once, Chun Jian made a decisive decision and immediately led his men to retreat. You wretched humans, stop right there, the goblin priest roared. Chun Jian naturally wouldn't surrender without a fight and led his soldiers in a swift retreat. And so, Chun Jian successfully lured the goblins over. Gradually, the goblins entered the archers' firing range. Release the arrows, Yang Ming shouted, seizing the opportunity. In an instant, a barrage of arrows shot out, flying towards the goblin army. One group of archers after another took turns shooting arrows, raining down arrows on the goblins. Although the accuracy of the arrows was not very high, they were plentiful, and most of the goblins died from the hail of arrows. There's still some goblins that aren't quite dead yet. Charge in and take them down, Yang Ming ordered. The warriors swarmed forward, finishing off the goblins that weren't quite dead yet. The ground was littered with goblin corpses. Chun Jian continued to lure the goblins out using the same method, Yang Ming said. Yes, sir, Chun Jian replied. And so, using the exact same method as before, Chun Jian continued to lure the snake out of its hole. Although this method can kill goblins effortlessly, goblins are not stupid. After 3 waves, the goblins finally realized what was happening and stopped falling for the trick. Seeing that the goblin was no longer fooled, Yang Ming called Chun Jian back. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to launch a full-scale offensive. All personnel, listen to my command. Advance. Be ready to engage in battle at any time. After giving the order, Yang Ming rode his black horse and led his soldiers toward the golden spirit fruit forest. In the orchard, a group of goblins appeared, carrying swords and shields. Clearly, the goblin leaders already knew that enemies were attacking the golden spirit fruit forest, so they had long ago built up defenses around it. And so, the goblin army and Yang Ming's army faced each other from a distance of 50 meters. After a few minutes of stalemate, a tall, strong goblin with blonde hair emerged from the golden spirit fruit grove and loudly asked, Humans, we haven't provoked you, so why are you attacking us? Yang Ming glanced at it subconsciously. Name, King of the Goblins. Quality excellent. Combat power, 328. Talent, unlimited reproduction, F rank, high energy, can reproduce continuously for 1 day, and has a 100% success rate in impregnating females. Skill, corrupted body, rank E. This is a very evil body that is immune to most negative effects. Goblin King's heart, rank B. The innate kingly aura of goblins, capable of commanding all low-level goblins and increasing their overall attributes by 10%. Yang Ming instinctively became alert, Good heavens, it's actually an excellent level, Goblin King. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, then casually made up an excuse and said to the Goblin King, "You goblins, you kidnapped the women of our tribe, and you have the nerve to ask us why we attacked you." "Your women? When were they captured?" the Goblin King asked. Yang Ming sneered, then threatened. "These are the things that happened in the last 2 days. I'm giving you my final warning. Release our people right now, or this day next year will be your death anniversary." The Goblin King stared intently at Yang Ming. To be honest, it wasn't afraid of Yang Ming, but rather of the straight knife in his hand. The sky-splitting blade in Yang Ming's hand gave the Goblin King a great sense of crisis. Its intuition told it that this blade could kill it. After much hesitation, the Goblin King finally chose to compromise, tentatively asking, "We did kidnap a group of women a couple of days ago. If I release them, can you make your retreat?" Yang Ming nodded and said, "Of course, I only want to save my people. If you release them, I will leave immediately." "Fine, I'll release them, but you must leave immediately after you've saved them," said the Goblin King. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. The Goblin King waved his hand and immediately ordered 10 of his men to pull the woman imprisoned in the cave out. A group of young girls were brought out. "Are these women from your tribe?" the Goblin asked, pointing to the 50-odd girls who had just been pulled out. Yang Ming looked down at them. A girl with an oval face, wearing a yellow dress, immediately threw herself at Yang Ming's feet, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded, "My lord, please save me. I am the princess of the kingdom of Eldora. If you save me, I will repay you." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the B-rank quest. Rescue the princess in distress. Mission requirements: rescue the princess from the goblins and protect her safety. After completing the mission, your territory can establish diplomatic relations with the kingdom of Eldora. Task reward: 500 gold coins." Yang Ming never expected that he would be so lucky. Not only did he encounter a genuine princess of the kingdom, but he also triggered a B-level mission. The reward for completing this task is a whopping 500 gold coins. Yang Ming accepted the task after a moment's thought. "She is one of the people I'm looking for. I'm going to take her with me." Yang Ming pointed to the girl who called herself a princess. Seeing this, the oval-faced girl in the yellow dress was so moved that tears streamed down her face, and she quickly ran behind Yang Ming. The girl kept bowing to Yang Ming, thanking him profusely. "My lord, thank you for saving me. When I return to the kingdom of Eldora, I will offer you 500 gold coins as a token of my gratitude." Seeing this, the other girls rushed forward, begging Yang Ming to take them away. A group of girls knelt on the ground, crying, and said to Yang Ming, "My esteemed sir, please save me too. Give me a chance to serve you. My lord, I could do laundry, cook, and warm your bed. If you're willing to save me, I can also be your concubine and your paper concubine. My lord, I can dance. Can I dance for you? My lord, I beg you to take me home and torture me severely. My human friend, I am a dark elf who has lived for 500 years. If you are willing to save me, I can sign a master-servant contract with you." Yang Ming glanced at them, but did not grant their request. Instead, he turned to the Goblin King and asked, "Hey, I didn't find any of my people among them. Are there other women hiding your caves?" The Goblin King frowned, but finally nodded and said, "Yes, but they are all pregnant." Yang Ming didn't care about any of that. He made his request again. "In short, bring all the women out of the cave. I'm going to check them all." Chapter 36, Fierce Battle. The Goblin King didn't think much of it and summoned a dozen more of his men to drag out all the women imprisoned in the cave. The women were dressed in rags, ravaged, and covered in wounds. "Let them come over here. I want to see if they are from my tribe," Yang Ming said calmly. The Goblin King wasn't stupid either and pointed at Yang Ming, saying, "No, if you want to see it, you have to come and see it by yourself. No one else is allowed to follow, otherwise it's off the table." Yang Ming shrugged, kicked the black horse in the belly, and the two of them walked forward 20 meters. Upon seeing this, the Goblin King ordered 3 goblin cyclops to bring the women to Yang Ming. "Which of them is a woman from your tribe?" the Goblin Cyclops asked. "All of them." Yang Ming smiled. The Goblin Cyclops was taken aback. Yang Ming raised his voice and reiterated, "I said, these women are from our tribe. Can't you understand human language?" Ordinary goblins might be foolish, but the Goblin King was much smarter. It realized Yang Ming was bluffing and shouted, "Retreat quickly and bring all the women back. This human is playing us." But how could Yang Ming let them leave? He originally planned to wipe out this group of goblins all at once. Rescuing them was just a side effect. A resolute argument. With a crisp sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath, the sky-splitting blade was pulled out, and lightning began to flash across Yang Ming's body. Lightning slash. In order to quickly take down the 3 goblin cyclops, Yang Ming directly used the skill attached to the sky-splitting blade. Lightning slash, a C-rank skill, instantly bursts 3 times the damage. The blade's range can extend up to 100 meters, adding lightning damage and causing a continuous paralysis effect on enemies. A dazzling blade of light slashed towards the 3 goblin cyclops. With a crack, Yang Ming chopped off the goblin cyclops' head with a single stroke. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come over here," Yang Ming said to the women. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The women scrambled to their feet and ran to Yang Ming's side. Seeing this, the Goblin King was so angry that his neck turned red. He didn't expect Yang Ming to change his expression faster than flipping through a book. "You despicable humans, I will kill you all." The Goblin King roared in fury. "Charge! Let these arrogant humans see the might of our goblin race." The goblin army swarmed forward. Meanwhile, on Yang Ming's side, all the soldiers were already prepared for battle. Yang Ming raised the sky-splitting blade high and roared, "All personnel, listen to my command. Launch the attack. Charge!" As the resounding bugle call rang out, the warriors' morale soared, and like wild horses unleashed, they charged towards the goblin army. Yang Ming took the lead and charged ahead. Not long after, the 2 armies clashed, and a large-scale war broke out immediately. In an instant, the sounds of fighting and shouting filled the sky. With each swing of Yang Ming's sky-splitting blade, more than a dozen goblin corpses would fall. Single-handedly, Yang Ming tore open a gap in the goblin army, like a sharp knife piercing into the enemy's stronghold. "Speed up and keep up with the Lord's pace. Charge! Tear them apart." Meanwhile, the soldiers were also incredibly brave, following behind Yang Ming. Although the warriors outnumbered the goblin army by nearly half, they held their own in the battle. 10 minutes passed, and the 2 sides were still locked in a fierce battle. As corpses fell one by one, blood stained the ground red. "To catch the thief, you must first catch the king. I need to find a way to kill the Goblin King first." Yang Ming's gaze quickly locked onto the Goblin King. The best way to win the war as quickly as possible is to kill the Goblin King. So Yang Ming abandoned his horse, leaped into the air, and charged alone towards the Goblin King. The goblins that blocked his way were all cut in half by Yang Ming with a single stroke. Soon, Yang Ming, who was gradually approaching, also attracted the attention of the Goblin King. "The human leader is charging at us. Protect the king. Isn't he afraid of dying?" He actually dared to rush in alone. "Surround him." At the Goblin King's command, 5 goblin elders, 6 goblin priests, and 7 goblin cyclopes instantly stood in front of him. Yang Ming smiled and said calmly, "Humph, do you think these brainless burly guys can stop me?" Immediately afterwards, Yang Ming stopped holding back and started to get serious. With the support of the sky-splitting blade, Yang Ming's combat power surged from 165 points to 231 points. "Take this, Heavenly Thunder Flash." Yang Ming drew his sword and charged forward, unleashing a powerful attack without warning. Thunder Flash, a B-rank skill, unleashes a wide-area lightning attack centered on the user, causing indiscriminate damage. Boom! Rumble. At this moment, Yang Ming was like a thunder god descending to earth, with intense lightning bursting forth with dazzling light. At the same time, the passive skill, every strike a critical hit, takes effect, doubling the damage of Thunderstrike. Yeah! The goblin army suffered heavy losses, letting out screams of agony. A minute later, within a 20-meter radius around Yang Ming, lay the charred corpses of goblins. Yang Ming raised his longsword, pointed the tip at the Goblin King, and sneered. "Next, it's your turn." The Goblin King was no pushover either. He pulled out a 2-meter-long spiked club and roared, "Human, don't get too cocky. I'll kill you." After saying that, the Goblin King charged forward, wielding his massive spiked club. Yang Ming did not intend to dodge, but instead used the same method to slash at the Goblin King, blocking his heavy hammer blow. Bang! The two collided, producing a loud sound. Both Yang Ming and the Goblin King were pushed back 2 or 3 steps by the reaction force. "That feels so good. let's do it again. Yang Ming's hands, which were gripping the knife, were trembling because of the strong recoil. But instead of being afraid, he became excited. Deep down, Yang Ming has always longed to fight a powerful opponent. Therefore, this time, Yang Ming took the initiative to launch an attack. Without any fancy moves, Yang Ming chose to confront the enemy head-on. A single sweeping stroke, another heavy slash. Then came a slash that fell from the sky. Ha ha ha, let's go again, let's fight 300 rounds. Yang Ming let out a hearty laugh. Human, how dare you underestimate me? I will tear you to pieces and skin you alive. The Goblin King was completely enraged, and his entire body turned red. Activation level skill, corrupted body. Yang Ming and the Goblin King clashed once again, fighting fiercely. Although the Goblin King's combat power far surpassed Yang Ming's combat ability was doubled thanks to the sky-splitting blade, making the two evenly matched. This is the power of an excellent grade weapon, giving Yang Ming the confidence to challenge opponents of higher levels. Chapter 37. Territory upgraded again. 2 hours later, after such a long and fierce battle, the Goblin King was exhausted and forced to retreat by Yang Ming. He accidentally revealed a weakness. Yang Ming roared, gripped the hilt of the sky-splitting blade with both hands, and seized the moment when the Goblin King revealed an opening, sweeping the blade horizontally. Activate skill, Lightning Slash. With the strike, Yang Ming used all his strength. Even with the combat power of 328, the Goblin King could not withstand this blow and was severely injured. The Goblin King screamed in agony, spitting out a large amount of blood. Yang Ming pressed his advantage, relentlessly finishing off the Goblin King with blow after blow. In the end, the Goblin King died. Lord Yang Ming, your army has defeated the Goblin army and won the war. Do you wish to occupy the level 3 resource field, Golden Spirit Fruit Forest? Occupy it. Yang Ming nodded in agreement without hesitation. Conquest successful. You have gained jurisdiction over the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Reward, 200 national fortune points. Yang Ming was overjoyed. In this way, the national fortune value of Huaxia City would reach 750 points. Afterwards, Yang Ming led his men into the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Yang Ming looked up at the golden fruits hanging on the branches, their aroma enticing him, and couldn't help but swallow. Name, Golden Spirit Fruit. Quality excellent. Effect, after consumption, it can grant immunity to most negative effects, including petrification, imprisonment, curses, paralysis, dizziness, and poison. It's definitely a good product. Yang Ming was fairly satisfied. Having just gone through a major battle, most of the soldiers were wounded, and the Golden Spirit Fruit came in handy. Brothers, pick the Golden Spirit Fruits. Each of you eat one, and recover from your injuries as quickly as possible. Yang Ming showed that. Upon hearing this, the soldiers were deeply moved. After all, this was a golden spirit fruit of excellent quality, and its price must be very high. Thank you, my lord. Each person picked a golden spirit fruit, and then ate it in big bites. After eating the golden spirit fruit, everyone immediately felt refreshed and invigorated. After the soldiers recovered from their injuries, Yang Ming ordered the battlefield to be cleared. This is the goblin's lair. There must be a lot of treasure hidden in the cave. Not long after, Chun Jian emerged from the goblin cave, approached Yang Ming, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, My lord, we have found 3 large chests of currency in the cave. Yang Ming immediately became interested and asked in return, Oh, is it the universal currency of this world? Chun Jian nodded and said, Yes, I've counted them. There are a total of 31 gold coins, 300 silver coins, and over 1,000 copper coins. Send someone to pack it up and take it back to our territory, Yang Ming said. Yes. Chun Jian nodded, then said, My lord, I found a dungeon in the cave, where many people, both men and women, are imprisoned. Take me to see this. Yang Ming stood up. Led by Chun Jian, Yang Ming entered the goblin cave and arrived at the dungeon. The place is dimly lit and damp. 2 rows of cages appeared before Yang Ming's eyes. Who are you? Can you save me? Please get me out of here. Those goblins have locked us up here and are keeping us as food. I don't want to die. I want to live. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. Can you give me something to eat? Upon seeing Yang Ming enter, the humans imprisoned in the cages immediately became agitated desperately reaching out their hands to attract Yang Ming's attention. These people were all slaves captured by goblins. Women were treated as reproductive tools, forced to give birth until death, while men were raised by goblins as food. This scene was almost like hell on earth. Yang Ming sighed softly and said to Chun Jian behind him, "Release them all, settle them in, and then take them all back to the territory." For the territory to develop rapidly, it needs a large population, so Yang Ming accepts all comers. "My lord, I will make the arrangements." Chun Jian nodded. Chun Jian summoned more than 20 people, and they rescued all the slaves from a cage. After being rescued, these people were so moved that they knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed to Yang Ming in gratitude. Thank you for saving us. My lord, I am willing to serve you like a slave. There's only 1 hour left before the leaderboard rewards are tallied, so I need to hurry back to my territory." After clearing the battlefield, Yang Ming left 2,000 men to guard the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, and then returned with the spoils of war. Yang Ming also took the newly rescued slaves back with him. When Yang Ming returned safely to his territory, he heard another piece of exciting good news. "My lord, architect Zhou Mingrue, who was entrusted with an important task, rushed over as soon as he heard that Yang Ming had returned. Reporting to the lord, I have successfully completed the construction of all 3 level 3 buildings." "Oh," Yang Ming was overjoyed and laughed. "Great job. From now on, you are the chief architect of Huaxia City." "Thank you, lord." Zhou Mingrue was as happy as Fan Jin after passing the imperial examination, dancing with joy. In this way, all the conditions for upgrading the territory have been met. "System, I want to view the information on level 3 buildings," Yang Ming said in his mind. A futuristic-looking system panel appeared on Yang Ming's retina. Name, Training Ground. Quality, Level 3 Building. Land area, 5,000 square meters. Function, a training ground for soldiers, which can increase the soldiers' combat strength by up to 40 points. As expected of a Level 3 building, it serves a very important purpose, Yang Ming exclaimed. With training grounds, the overall strength of the army will improve by leaps and bounds. Yang Ming then checked the information on other Level 3 buildings. In addition, there are blacksmith shops and greenhouse chicken coops, which I won't go into detail about here. After checking and confirming that all the upgrade requirements for the territory had been met, Yang Ming immediately spoke to the system. "System, I want to upgrade my territory." "Ding, your territory is upgrading. Estimated time is 12 hours. Friendly reminder, your territory is vulnerable during this period. Please try to avoid going out. It will take 12 hours, but there are only 40 minutes left before the leaderboard settlement. Luckily, I was prepared, otherwise all my efforts would be in vain." Yang Ming took out 12 scrolls from the warehouse. Territory Upgrade CD Return Scroll. A scroll can reduce the time required to upgrade a territory by 1 hour. Just in case, Yang Ming prepared a total of 30 such scrolls. Each scroll was exchanged by Yang Ming for 2 caddies of Tianjiao green beef. Use the CD to return the scrolls. Yang Ming used up all 12 scrolls at once. Ding, your territory has been upgraded. In an instant, a faint golden light appeared within Yang Ming's territory. Chapter 38 unlocks special shops. It's 7:55 p.m. now, and there are only 5 minutes left until the leaderboard is settled. On the Blue Star public chat channel, many people are speaking and exchanging ideas. "I'm so excited. I'll get the golden treasure chest reward in just 5 minutes. Wow, you're awesome. I need to be your friend. I'm so envious. I'm ranked outside the top 10,000, and I can only get a bronze treasure chest as a guaranteed reward. I'm not the big boss. The Americans are the real big bosses. The United States is indeed powerful. They have taken the top 3 spots. Sigh. I wish I could get a U.S. green card. Hello, everyone. My name is Trump. I'm from the United States, and I'm currently ranked 2nd. I'm about to create a league on behalf of the United States and sincerely invite all players to join. If you're interested, please message me privately. Holy crap, a real big shot has appeared. What are the requirements for joining the alliance? The conditions are simple. First, you must obey. Second, sever diplomatic relations with China and join us in sanctioning China. Many people don't know why the United States led the Allied forces to war against China a year ago. The reason is simple. There was evidence that China was colluding with foreign powers in the war zone, intending to use their strength to unify the planet. What? The Chinese are colluding with foreigners. That's outrageous. I want to join the United States alliance to fight against the shameless Chinese. I want to join too. Support the great United States, down with the evil China. Just as everyone was having a lively conversation, suddenly, a red announcement rang in everyone's ears. Ding! A server-wide announcement is now being issued. Warmest congratulations to Lord Yangming of Huaxia for becoming the first player in the Blue Star domain 10086 newbie zone to upgrade to a special grade Lord's Mansion, achieving the accomplishment. Emerging talent. Rewards: 500 national fortune points, 50 gold coins, 1 diamond chest, and 1 random resource item. As soon as the announcement was released, all the chat channels fell silent instantly. A dozen seconds later, the entire newbie area erupted in cheers. Holy crap! What's going on? Someone's manor has been upgraded to a top-tier Lord's Manor. Are you crazy? It's only been 7 days. How could anyone develop so quickly? Bug. It must be a bug. I bet that Chinese guy named Yang Ming is cheating. I'm going to report him. Yeah, he definitely cheated secretly. If he didn't, I'll eat 10 pounds of shit. Holy crap, everyone look. The leaderboard has changed. Yang Ming jumped to first place in the last minute. That's shameless. They actually cheated just to win. Let's all report him and let the system punish him. Report my ass, you idiot. Do you really think everyone's as stupid as you? Are you kidding me? How could there be a bug in the battlefield of 10,000 races? Do you think you're Emperor Omo from Crossfire? Does anyone know this big shot, Yang Ming? Americans and Japanese devils, if you dare bark again, I'll XXXX. At this moment, inside Huaxia City, as a dazzling golden light shone, the environment around Yang Ming was completely transformed. Yang Ming felt a warm sensation all over his body. Dear Lord Yang Ming, your territory has been successfully upgraded to special grade. The original territory of 5 million square meters has expanded to 20 million square meters. The wooden fence has been replaced by a concrete wall about 2 meters high. Almost everything has been completely renovated. The commotion caused by the territory upgrade startled the residents, who came out of their houses and looked up at the changes outside. It's amazing. All the buildings have been completely transformed. Is this the Lord's power? It feels like a miracle has occurred. I never imagined that I would actually witness the Lord using extraordinary power. All the residents were filled with joy, for the stronger the territory, the safer they would be. Anna, Lilith, Lilia, and the others were equally shocked, their gazes toward Yang Ming filled with deep awe. At the same time, the leaderboard rewards were sent out. A golden portal appeared in the sky. 2 golden treasure chests fell out of the teleportation portal in the air and landed in Yang Ming's arms. Yang Ming quickly reached out and caught the golden treasure chest. This scene shocked Anna and the others even more. Sister Anna, what's going on? Are those 2 treasure chests that fell from the sky treasures bestowed upon the Lord by some god? Lilith asked in surprise. Anna was also unable to explain the situation. Since arriving in Huaxia City, Anna felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. Could it be that he made a pact with some god? Anna asked instinctively. Doesn't that mean that the Lord is the spokesperson of the gods? The others were also shocked. As followers of the goddess of light, they deeply understand how powerful the deity is. In this world, gods are the supreme beings. Anna took a deep breath and said to the others with a serious expression, no matter what happens in the future, you must always show the Lord the utmost respect. Okay, Anna. At this moment, Yang Ming was unaware that the commotion caused by upgrading his territory had elevated his prestige to a new level. Yang Minglai caught the golden treasure chest that fell from the sky, but instead of opening it, he put it into the warehouse. I must say, today's games were tremendous. 1 diamond chest, 2 gold chests, and various other resources. But none of that is the main point. The key point is that after upgrading his territory to the highest level, Yang Ming can unlock the special shop that comes with his SSS talent. Supreme Overlord. You can gain 1 point every second. 1 point can be used to summon a warrior. After upgrading to a special territory, a special shop will be unlocked, where you can use points to exchange for any item. Yes, that's right, any item. Anything you can imagine can be redeemed through the special shop. This feature is undoubtedly the most overpowered aspect of Supreme Overlord. Let's open the store and take a look first. Yang Ming couldn't wait any longer. With a thought, a sci-fi-like screen appeared in front of him. The first thing that catches the eye is Yang Ming's current points. Points, 602,100. These points are all painstakingly saved by Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't summon warriors randomly in order to save points, so he could exchange them for more rewards in the special shop. After checking his points, Yang Ming looked down. In an instant, a dazzling array of items came into his view. My God, you can exchange something like this? Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Name, controlled nuclear fusion technology. Quality excellent. Price, 305,000 points. Introduction. It refers to controlling the speed and scale of nuclear fusion under certain conditions in order to utilize the energy generated by nuclear fusion in social production and social life. Note, items redeemed in the special shop can be used in the battlefield of all races or brought back to the real world without any restrictions. Chapter 39 Victory Celebration Banquet. Holy crap. Even if I go back to Earth, I can still use my talents. Yang Ming was shocked. Clearly, he had seriously underestimated the power of an SSS level talent. Absolutely terrifying. The most advanced scientists have racked their brains for decades, but still couldn't achieve controlled nuclear fusion technology. Yet Yang Ming can master it in just 4 days by spending points. This is simply a game changer. After a short while, Yang Ming continued browsing the other items. Name, King Level Territory Upgrade Scroll. Quality rare. Price, 2.51 million points. Introduction. Using this scroll, you can instantly upgrade a special grade territory to a royal grade territory. This, Yang Ming couldn't help but gasp. They even have something like this? There are 24 hours in a day and 60 minutes in an hour, so you can accumulate a maximum of 86,400 points in a day and 2,592,000 points in a month. Yang Ming did a rough calculation and found that if he didn't use any points, he would be able to upgrade Huaxia City to a king-level territory in 22 days. Should I give up and start fighting, or keep striving? For a moment, Yang Ming didn't know what to choose, so he simply put the question out of his mind and continued to look at other items. Name, Pegasus 25A. Quality, legendary. Price, 30 million points. Coordinates, Centaurus AA Galaxy, a galaxy near our solar system. Introduction, a planet with a diameter of 1.39 million kilometers, more suitable for human habitation than Earth, with a warm climate, beautiful environment, sweet air, and no natural disasters. Name, Spring Water. Quality excellent. Price, 110,000. Description, the spring never runs dry, and its daily water production can supply 20,000 people. Name, Dragon Slayer Blade. Quality rare. Price, 580,000. Description, this longsword once slew an evil dragon. Its power is beyond your imagination. Name, the ancient ferocious beast Kuanping. Quality, mythical level. Price, 11.2 billion. Introduction, warning, your level is too low to view its attributes. Name, an opportunity to meet the creator. Quality, none. Price, 1 point. Introduction, you can meet the creator of your universe, the master who created the battlefield of all races, and you can ask him 3 questions. Note, this item can only be redeemed once and is valid for 24 hours. After looking around, Yang Ming was so shocked that he was speechless. Indeed, in special shops, you can redeem any item as long as you have enough points. Even the goddess wore white socks for 3 days, candy that calls you daddy, love-locking curse, blue pill that can bring rebirth. In short, anything that can be spoken of can be freely exchanged. However, the more valuable the item, the more points are required. Just as Yang Ming was engrossed in watching, he suddenly heard Lilith and Lilia's voices. My lord, are you there? Yang Ming looked up and subconsciously replied. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Lilith's voice sounded a little nervous as she asked in a soft voice. My lord, it's getting late, so I'd like to ask what you'd like to eat tonight. I'll make it for you. This reminded Yang Ming that he was indeed a little hungry. It's time to eat and fill our stomachs. Yang Ming shook his head and said to them, no need. We're having a celebration banquet tonight. I want to treat the soldiers well. You should all come along. Okay, the 2 women replied. Night. An enticing aroma wafted throughout the territory. In a brightly lit open space in the residential area, a table was laden with all sorts of food. Grilled fish, braised wolf meat, stewed beef noodle soup, flavored fried fish, fried dough sticks, lychees. The enticing aroma made everyone's mouths water. Yang Ming stood on a high platform, looking down at the crowd below, and shouted, "Today we won 2 battles, annihilating a group of Japanese lords, seizing crystal cores, defeating the goblin army, occupying the golden spirit fruit forest, and successfully upgrading our territory. Each and every one of you is a true hero. The rapid development of Huaxia City is inseparable from the contributions of each and every one of you. Therefore, I have prepared plenty of food today. You may eat as much meat as you like and drink as much wine as you please." A cheer suddenly erupted from the crowd. In this world, not starving to death is already a luxury. For them, eating meat and drinking alcohol are things that can only be achieved in their dreams. Long live the Lord! Long live! I am willing to follow you, my lord, forever. At this moment, the residents' admiration and awe for Yang Ming reached their peak. In their eyes, Yang Ming is a god. Enticed by the delicious food, some people couldn't resist starting to eat heartily. Delicious, so delicious. Oh my god, this looks so delicious, my mouth is watering. Wow, what a big chicken leg. I've never seen such a delicious chicken leg before. I never expected that a lowly commoner like me could eat such fine meat. The Lord is so kind to us. The Lord once said that he wanted to build a city that everyone longed for, a city of freedom and equality. It turns out that it was true. I'm so happy to be a part of Huaxia City. I've fallen in love with this place. I love China. Yang Ming, carrying a bottle of wine and a large bag of food, walked towards the gate of the territory. Beside the gate stood a straight figure. Yang Fifan, a rare-level human warrior, was once a demon-slaying warrior, but later fell and became a guardian of the evil god's altar. "Would you like something to eat?" Yang Ming came up to him and waved the food in his hand. Yang Fifan stared blankly, then shook his head. "Don't you need to eat?" Yang Ming asked curiously. Yang Fifan opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "No need. I am no longer human. As long as the evil god lives, I will not die. I will not be hungry even if I don't eat anything." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Look at it from another angle. Even if you ate poison, you would be fine, so having a couple of sips of alcohol is okay too." Yang Fifan fell silent. Yang Ming pried open the bottle cap, and a strong aroma of wine immediately wafted out. Yang Ming handed the wine bottle to Yang Fifan and said with a smile, "Want to try some?" Yang Fifan reached out and took the bottle, hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Glug glug. In just 10 seconds, Yang Fifan had downed the entire bottle of wine. Good wine. I haven't had any wine in a long time, not even when I was still a human hero, slaughtering demons everywhere. Yang Fifan's voice was a little hoarse. Yang Fifan returned the wine bottle to Yang Ming and laughed self-deprecatingly. "You invited me for a drink. Were you trying to win me over? It's a pity I'm already dead, and I'm only alive now thanks to the power of an evil god, so you should give up on that idea." Yang Ming shook his head and explained, "You help me protect my territory, and I'll treat you to drinks and a meal. It's that simple. I have no other intentions." Yang Fifan glanced at Yang Ming in surprise. "Take your time eating. I won't bother you anymore." Yang Ming didn't explain further. He put all the food and the other 5 bottles of wine on the ground and then left. After Yang Ming left, Yang Fifan looked at the delicious food and then sat down on the ground. In the dim light, he picked up the food and began to eat it bite by bite. Chapter 40, The Chinese Leadership is Shocked. That night, Yang Ming slept exceptionally soundly. But some people feel as if they've eaten shit and suffer from insomnia until late at night, such as the Japanese and Americans. At this moment, in the Japanese chat channel, "Damn it, what's going on in China? Why has such a powerful person suddenly appeared? Time and time again, why don't the Chinese people give up the struggle and just die obediently?" There was still 1 month left before China was destroyed. Everyone, think of a way quickly. We must not allow China to develop a 5th king-level territory under any circumstances. Shall we contact the Americans? Like a year ago, let's use some means to annex Yang Ming's territory. Great idea. Yes, find a way to find out the coordinates of Yang Ming's territory, hand them over to the Americans, and have them send someone to kill Yang Ming. This is a good idea. We've just managed to turn some people within China to our side. No matter what, Yang Ming must die. We must crush any hope that China might have of turning the tide. That night, Yang Ming's name was added to the kill list by the top leadership of Japan. Blue Star, the most advanced conference room in China. Although it was late at night, all of China's senior counselors were present, including the old man. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive and silent. "Commander, something terrible has happened." Suddenly, a man wearing glasses rushed into the conference room in a panic. A general with 5 stars embroidered on his chest, his gaze stern and imposing, asked coldly, "What is it?" The bespectacled man was breathing heavily and said in broken sentences, Just now, the first special grade territory was born in the newbie zone of the Battle of 10,000 Races." What? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. 7 days. Only 7 days. It's important to know that since the National Destiny Lord system was bound to Blue Star, the fastest record for upgrading a special grade territory in Blue Star's history is 14 days. When did the Americans produce such a remarkable person? Could it be that someone in the United States has awakened an S-class talent? Our China didn't even have a single A-level talent this time. This is unfair. Is God really going to destroy China? I hate it. Is there really no hope left? In the past, everyone present was a powerful figure from all walks of life in China. But at this moment, they could no longer hold on. Because the new generation of lords in China generally had low awakened talents, the counselors subconsciously associated them with Americans. No. The bespectacled man quickly shook his head and explained, "He's not an American, but a lord of our China. The first special grade territory belongs to our China." In an instant, everyone stared in shock. "What happened? Tell me in detail," the stern-faced old man asked. The bespectacled man recounted in detail what had happened on the battlefield of the myriad races not long ago. After hearing this, the people who had been in despair became excited. One of the generals couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. Good. As expected of the young people of China, heroes are indeed born young. The great man was right. The truly remarkable figures are those of today. Quickly, immediately, seal Yang Ming's personal file, delete all information about him online, and classify it as a top-secret national secret. Also, dispatch the elite special forces to bring Yang Ming's family to the capital and ensure their safety. Immediately, right now? Yes, ma'am. Upon receiving the order, the man with glasses hurriedly ran out again. The elderly man, who looked exhausted, finally managed a smile in the main seat. China is saved. The next day, early morning. Today marks the 8th day since Yang Ming descended upon the battlefield of myriad races. At 6 o'clock in the morning, before the sun had even risen, Yang Ming got up as usual. Yang Ming got out of bed, quickly washed up, and then opened the door. "My lord, good morning. This is the breakfast I prepared for you." As soon as the door opened, Lilia, dressed in a blue dress, appeared in front of Yang Ming and bowed to him. Lilia held a steaming breakfast in her hands. Bread, eggs, rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, fish dumplings, fried dough sticks, lychees. "What time did you get up?" Yang Ming asked her. "Around 5 in the morning," Lilia replied. "Yesterday it was Lilith, today it's Lilia." It seems these twin sisters have agreed to take turns getting up early to make breakfast for Yang Ming. Yang Ming casually picked up a fragrant rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, took a bite, and said to Lilia, "I don't need to get up so early anymore. I can have breakfast between 7 and 8 o'clock." "Understood, my lord," Lilia replied. Yang Ming ate his breakfast and then began to walk around and inspect the territory. Lilia followed behind him, carrying breakfast. "Lilia, have you eaten?" Yang Ming suddenly asked. "Not yet," Lilia replied. "From now on, when you make breakfast, make your own portion too. Eat your fill first, then serve me. Understand?" "Okay, I got it. This is an order. Remember to tell your sister." "Yes, ma'am." As they talked, the two arrived at the planting area. This is a farmland covering 500,000 square meters, planted with various crops. A few days ago, Yang Ming bought a large number of seeds in the trading area, and some of them have already been sown. At this time, many indigenous people were working in the fields. I believe that it won't be long before this planting area yields a large harvest of grain. Lord. At this moment, several figures rushed over and knelt at Yang Ming's feet. "What's wrong with you guys?" Yang Ming looked down at them. 7 or 8 people, men and women, knelt at Yang Ming's feet, and they said in fear and trepidation, "My lord, could you grant us a job? We're willing to do anything, even be your slaves." "Work?" Yang Ming was taken aback for a moment. "Yes, please give me a job. We don't want to be kicked out of our territory." Later, through their explanation, Yang Ming finally understood why they were in such a hurry. It turns out that not long ago, Carl, as the chief administrative officer, had already tried to implement the monetary system of Huaxia City. In short, it is, if you don't work, you won't get to eat. If you don't work, you'll have to sleep on the streets. Those who fail to make contributions for an extended period will be expelled from the territory. The more capable a person is, the higher their salary will be. They can enjoy a life of luxury and live in a comfortable single dormitory. Since ancient times, the emergence of currency has been the beginning of civilization. Looking into their eager eyes, Yang Ming began to speak. Okay, so you guys know how to sweep the floor, right? Yes, yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Ming continued. From now on, you will be cleaners, responsible for cleaning up garbage in public places. Your salary will be 4,500 copper coins a month. Thank you, Lord. Everyone was overjoyed to hear that there was work to be done. They'll do whatever they want as long as they're not expelled from their territory. Everyone left in high spirits, and then diligently cleaned up the trash on the ground. Chapter 41, Snow White. Ding! Yang Ming suddenly heard a notification sound from the system, indicating a private message from a friend. Currently, Yang Ming only has 2 friends, Zhang Wei and Qin Zhanbei. Yang Ming has a pretty good impression of them, so he opened the chat panel. The message Zhang Wei sent immediately popped up in a window. Brother, Shiryuki said she has something important to discuss with you. Do you want to talk to her? Snow White Princess, who is that? Yang Ming asked in return. The daughter of General Bai, the commander of our Eastern Theater Command. You don't recognize her? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Yang Ming remembered that he had once seen Snow White on television. Okay, send me her number. I'll add her. Yang Ming had already set his ID to private, so no one could add him as a friend. So he had no choice but to take the initiative. The fact that Bai Xueji came to see him was most likely at the behest of the higher-ups in the Huaxia military region. After Zhang Wei sent over Bai Xueji's ID number, Yang Ming immediately added her as a friend. After they became friends, Shiryuki immediately sent a message. Yang Ming, you've been targeted by NATO. NATO is a coalition led by the United States, with more than 30 member states, and is the world's largest military organization. Because I came in first place, they're targeting me? Yang Ming retorted. Princess Shiryuki patiently explained. No, the main reason is that you developed a top-tier territory in just 7 days. You know, the United States will never allow our country to have a 5th king-level territory, so for them, you must die. By the way, the coordinates of your territory will probably be exposed soon, Shiryuki reminded her again. How do they know my coordinates? Yang Ming asked, puzzled. So far, Yang Ming has not revealed his coordinates. Spy, Bai Xueji explained in a message. According to my father, many people within China have been targeted, so he asked me to remind you. Yang Ming was silent for a moment, then typed and asked, could you help me get their coordinates instead? You want to? Yang Ming sneered and said, enunciating each word clearly. Over the past year, our country has suffered repeated defeats against the United States, leading to a sharp decline in national fortune and low morale. This situation cannot continue. I want to use a war to clearly tell the Americans and the Japanese that those who offend China, no matter how far away, will be punished. Yang Ming is determined to develop a king-level territory, and the United States and Japan will certainly try to stop him. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. Yang Ming's idea was simple. Instead of passively defending, he should take the initiative. You want to take on NATO all by yourself? Snow White was clearly shocked. Don't worry, I'm never alone, Yang Ming said. Yang Ming can summon a 1,000,000-strong army anytime, anywhere, as long as he is willing. If it came to war, he had never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, this is the beginner zone. As a man who has awakened an SSS-level talent, Yang Ming is not so incapable of even sweeping through the beginner zone. Are you really sure? Shiryuki was still uneasy and typed another question. Believe me, I am an army of thousands, Yang Ming said firmly. All right, I'll help you, but it will take a little time. Snow White finally agreed. Thanks. In the future, this battle is inevitable, and Yang Ming decided to find ways to strengthen his military power and make sufficient preparations. System, I want to view territory information. Name, Huaxia City. Level, top-tier territory. Affiliation, Yang Ming. Location, 14 parallel universes, 404 server, 996 Blue Star domain. 10086 newbie zone. Land area, 20 million square meters. Population, 1074. This only counts the original human inhabitants, excluding the 7,500 summoned warriors and 102 dwarves. Buildings, blacksmith shop, excellent. Greenhouse chicken coop, excellent. Training ground, excellent. Spring, fine. Occupied resource fields, Jade Spirit Lake, excellent. Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, excellent. Mining area, fine. Mining area, common. Wealth, 31 gold coins, 300 silver coins, 50 copper coins. National fortune value, 805. Compared to before, Huaxia City has been completely transformed. The increasing number of functional buildings rising from the ground indicates that Huaxia City is gradually becoming more prosperous. What worries Yangming the most is that the number of soldiers has been reduced to 7,000. After upgrading to a top-tier territory, Huaxia City's land area has quadrupled, and it's time to increase its military strength. So Yangming arrived at the training ground, which was a level 3 building. As the name suggests, the training ground is used to train soldiers and can increase their combat strength by up to 40 points. Summon more people. Yangming began to silently chant in his mind, I want to summon 7,000 warriors. In an instant, a white light flashed, and 7,000 soldiers descended from the sky. Why summon 7,000 people? Because the food reserves of Huaxia City can only support that many people at most. The soldiers knelt before Yangming and said in unison, Greetings, Your Excellency. Yangming pointed to the training ground and slowly said, From now on, this will be your training ground. Try to raise your combat strength to 40 points as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Following Yangming's orders, the new recruits entered the training ground and began to train diligently. Next, it's time to open the treasure chests, Yangming said excitedly. Yangming now has 3 treasure chests, 1 diamond chest, and 2 gold chests. The golden treasure chest is guaranteed to contain excellent grade items. Diamond chests are guaranteed to contain rare items. To avoid being disturbed, Yangming ran back to the Lord's manor and closed the door. Bang, 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 bang. Yangming took out the 3 treasure chests and placed them on the ground, making a sound. The gold treasure chest is as golden as gold, while the diamond treasure chest is as sparkling as a diamond. Which treasure chest should I open first? Yangming was at a loss for what to do. Finally, he decided to open one of the golden treasure chests first to test the waters. When the box was opened, a burst of golden light nearly blinded Yangming. When the light faded, Yangming saw something placed inside the box. Chapter 42, Zhang Benyan. Name, Plant Growth Promoter Spray. Quality excellent. Net content, 1,000 milliliters. Function, 1 milliliter of spray can accelerate the growth of plants in 1 acre of land by 1 year, but it can only be applied to high-quality plants. Food is always the most important resource, no matter when. The farmland has already begun to be sown with large quantities of crop seeds, and this bottle of plant growth promoter spray comes in handy. This is good stuff. Yangming happily put the plant growth promoter into the warehouse. Yangming turned his gaze to the next golden treasure chest. Hopefully, I'll get a skill book, Yangming prayed in his heart. Although Yangming's combat power is very high, he lacks a powerful attack method. It would be great if he could obtain a skill book. Whoosh! With a crisp sound, the second treasure chest slowly opened. A familiar golden light appeared, then slowly disappeared after a while. Inside the box was an ancient book. Holy crap, I actually got a skill book. Yangming was shocked. I never expected my luck to be so good. Yangming eagerly picked up the skill book and scanned its information. Name, Thunder Overlord / skill book. Quality, grade B upgradable. Description, it draws in heavenly lightning to unleash a devastating strike, extremely young and powerful, capable of slaying all demons and monsters. Feature, only 1 person is allowed to learn it. Yangming felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. When Yangming's hands touched the skill book, the system began to ask, Lord Yangming, would you like to learn the skill book Thunderous Overlord / Yes. Yangming nodded immediately. In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. Yangming has now mastered the Thunder Overlord / However, to master it, a certain amount of training is required. Skill proficiency is divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, master, perfect, and superb. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the skill. Next, it's time to open the diamond treasure chests. Yang Ming turned his gaze to the last treasure chest. Diamond chests are guaranteed to contain rare items. However, when Yang Ming tried to open the diamond treasure chest, the system immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Warning, your combat power is too low to open the diamond chest. Yang Ming then realized that opening the diamond treasure chest required 200 combat points. There's nothing we can do about it then. We'll just have to wait until later to open it. In a battlefield of all races, the way to improve combat power is actually very simple. First, train or fight. Second, eat foods containing extraordinary power, such as the meat of exotic beasts, golden spirit fruits, etc. Perfect timing. It's time for Yang Ming to go on an adventure today. Although he already possesses a top-tier territory, Yang Ming cannot afford to relax. Upgrading to a king-level territory requires more resources, and the conditions are as follows. Timber, 5.7. Stone, 2.9 W. Population, 5,000. National fortune value, 2,500. Blue crystal core, 10 pieces. Buildings, at least 3 Class 4 buildings and 25 Class 3 buildings. Resource fields, at least 1 Level 4 resource field and 5 Level 3 resource fields. Although Yang Ming could still exchange points for a king-level territory upgrade scroll 22 days later, even if he did nothing, he was never one to sit back and reap the rewards. Deep down, Yang Ming has always yearned to explore and challenge the unknown. Half an hour later, Yang Ming led 3,000 men out to explore the new map. Yang Ming plans to explore the area within a radius of 100,000 meters around Huaxia City over the next few days. There are many things to do, such as gathering resources, hunting exotic beasts, improving combat power, and practicing the Thunder Overlord slash. 5 days later. These past few days, Yang Ming has been focusing on improving his personal skills. Through battles with various alien beasts, Yang Ming's personal combat power increased from 165 points to 185 points. Little did he know, a conspiracy against him had already quietly begun, orchestrated by both the United States and Japan. Coordinates 69, 5,824. This is a forest with mountains and water. A group of Japanese people, with samurai swords at their waists, gathered in this forest. Suddenly, a scout ran out of the jungle to report. Report. The terrain ahead has been scouted, and we have indeed located the territory of 2 Chinese people. Upon hearing this, the leader of the men in black immediately revealed a wicked smile and said smugly, "Hey, it seems we've successfully turned those 2 people inside China. The coordinates they gave us are real." Other Japanese people echoed this sentiment. Haha, aren't all Chinese people like this? Whenever we invade them, there are always some spineless cowards willing to be our lackeys. In 1937, a large number of people became traitors, and it's the same now. As long as we have the coordinates, we can capture all the Chinese people. Everyone, let's get to work. 4 Japanese lords, leading their armies, approached the territories of the 2 Chinese with wicked grins on their faces. The purpose of this group of Japanese was to capture Chinese people alive. Meanwhile, the same thing happened in various parts of the Newbie Zone. A sneak attack targeting only the lords of China was thus launched. This operation involved Japan, South Korea, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Vietnam, among others. Due to the leak of territory coordinates and the disparity in numbers, the Chinese lords were caught off guard, and most of them were powerless to fight back. In just one day, more than 100 Chinese lords were arrested. These Chinese lords were bound hand and foot and escorted to their headquarters in Japan. They were simply thrown into a pit. Damn it, you little brat. If you have the guts, let your grandpa go, and I'll kill you. You Japanese devil raised in the year of the dog. Are you colluding with your American daddy again? And you bunch of ungrateful bastards, if I get out of here alive, I'll uproot your entire country sooner or later. Let's have a one-on-one fight. The Chinese lords were furious and were all cursing loudly. At this moment, a Japanese man appeared at the edge of the pit, looked down at the people inside, and sneered. Hey, have you guys had enough of your insults? If you have, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Benyin. I'm from Hokkaido. I've awakened an A-level talent, and I'm a representative of Japan. It was my idea to arrest you all. Someone immediately retorted with a string of curses. Zhang Ben, you devil, do whatever you want with me, Just give me a quick death, or I'll be your son. Zhang Binyi chuckled and said, I didn't bring you here to kill you. So what do you want to do? Of course, it's to deal with Yang Ming, Zhang Binyi said with a lewd smile. Chapter 43 Traitors. We were arrested to deal with Yang Ming. Upon hearing this, the people who had been thrown into the pit immediately understood the meaning behind Zhang Binyi's words. It turns out that all of them had been captured and taken hostage, to be used to threaten Yang Ming later. Even if I die, I will never hold China back, someone roared angrily. To this roar of impotent rage, Zhang Binyi sneered with a wicked grin. Want to die? Heh. Once you're in my hands, your life or death is not up to you. However, if any of you are willing to be our lackeys in Japan and pledge allegiance to the emperor, then I can mercifully grant you a green card. Even if China perishes in a month, you can still immigrate to Japan and continue to live. So, want a green card? If you want it, kneel down and beg me. Haha. Meanwhile, at dusk, Yang Ming, who had been fighting all day, returned home laden with a large amount of prey. Today marks the 12th day since Yang Ming descended upon the battlefield of myriad races. Wow, the Lord is back from hunting again. As soon as Yang Ming returned to his territory, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Everyone curiously examined the prey that Yang Ming had brought back. What kind of sheep is this? It's huge, and its fur is all red. That's a superior grade exotic beast, a fire python giant sheep. I've heard it tastes delicious. My God, there's even a 2-winged dragon. Isn't that an excellent grade beast? Lord, you can even hunt and kill excellent grade flying beasts. The Lord is too strong. Everyone was astonished when they saw the prey that Yang Ming had brought back. Yang Ming called Karl over, instructed him to prepare the prey, and then returned to the Lord's manor. Every time Yang Ming returned from a battle, he would take a good shower to wash away the dirt and blood. Otherwise, being covered in beast blood would be too sticky and uncomfortable. Ding, 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 ding. Yang Ming had just finished showering and stepped out of the bathroom when he heard a series of urgent notifications from the system. So urgent? Is it Snow White looking for me? Yang Ming muttered to himself. Since Bai Xueji came to talk to Yang Ming once, the two have not been in contact again. Yang Ming opened his friend's chat page. As always, Snow White spoke directly, getting straight to the point. Yang Ming, your location has been exposed. Oh, I see, Yang Ming replied. Seeing Yang Ming's nonchalant tone, Bai Xueji was speechless and could only type a warning to him. Yang Ming, do you know what situation you're in right now? The United States, Japan, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and South Vietnam all want you dead. Do you understand? Of course I know. Their goal is nothing more than to prevent me from developing a king-level territory and to stop me from saving China. Yang Ming asked rhetorically. It's normal for the U.S. to want to eliminate China. But why do these East Asian countries also oppose China and are so eager to see China fall? The reason is simple. For European countries, Rome is a piece of history, a legend. But for East Asian countries, Rome has always been there, standing tall for thousands of years, suffocating them. As long as China stands, East Asian countries such as Japan, South Korea, and South Vietnam will never be able to sit at the table. Therefore, East Asian countries such as Japan and South Korea are eager for China to disappear as soon as possible. However, despite the current denigration and insults directed at China by various East Asian countries, if China falls to the enemy in a month, they will immediately jump out and scramble to prove who is the true inheritor of Chinese civilization. Just like when Rome fell, many European countries claimed that they were the true successors of Rome. She is insecure, sensitive, and obsessed with saving face. Hey, Yang Ming! Seeing that Yang Ming was silent again, Bai Xueji had no choice but to take the initiative and say, let me show you a video. High-ranking Lord Shiryuki has sent you a video. Do you wish to receive it? Yes. Yang Ming received the video and then played it. At the beginning of the video, a dozen or so Chinese faces appeared on the screen. They all knelt down, weeping and saying, I'm sorry, friend from all over the world. I'm ashamed to be Chinese. On behalf of China, I apologize to all countries in the world because China has betrayed Earth. In order to gain a stronger military, China began to collude with foreign races a year ago. Fellow international friends, do you know why Yang Ming leveled up so quickly? Because he received aid from foreign tribes. Yang Ming is a puppet supported by foreign races. The reason he levels up so quickly is because foreign races are providing him with a lot of resources behind the scenes. I'm ashamed to be Chinese, but at the same time, I am grateful to the friendly Japanese for giving me a green card, allowing me to join Japan. Yang Ming watched the video, but remained unmoved. Instead, he typed a message to Bai Xueji. What's the story behind this video? 3 days ago, many of our lords were captured and imprisoned by Japan and the United States, and then this video was filmed, Shirayuki explained. Oh, they became traitors. Yang Ming's eyes gradually turned cold. Bai Xueji tried her best to persuade him. Yang Ming, this video has already spread in the chat channels. The Americans and the Japanese are probably using this as an excuse to lead NATO to attack you. Why don't you move your territory quickly? This group really went to great lengths to deal with Yang Ming. Because NATO is an international military organization, it needs a legitimate pretext to send troops. That video was their excuse. However, this also shows how much the Americans and Japanese value Yang Ming. Just as Snow White said, at this very moment, the Blue Star chat channel has exploded. That video was even pinned to the top of the chat channel. Evidence. This is evidence of China colluding with foreign powers. Damn Chinese, they actually betrayed Earth and colluded with foreign races. In the battle zone of the myriad races, our Blue Star was already at a disadvantage, and yet China actually let the wolf into the house. Damn China, it would be against all reason if this country were not destroyed. No wonder Yang Ming leveled up so quickly. He's a lackey of a foreign tribe. He's a traitor. He can't be allowed to live. Traitors all deserve to die. Yes, he must be executed. Just as the lords of various countries were engaged in heated discussions, a representative from the United States appeared. Tamerpin, who is ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, has spoken. Hello everyone. I am Lord Trump of the United States. I'm sure you've all seen the video of China colluding with foreign powers, right? Blue Star is our home, and we will never allow traitors to destroy it. Therefore, we, the United States, have decided to uphold justice. We will send troops to conquer China and kill Yang Ming at all costs. I hereby declare that the United States will officially declare war on China in 3 days. Teme's statement quickly went viral, sending chills down everyone's spines. This is undoubtedly a major, explosive news story. Although this is a beginner's area and will not affect the international politics of Earth in many cases, there is no doubt that a major war is inevitable. However, not long after Temep declared war, a representative of the British Empire also spoke in the chat channel. In support of justice, the British Empire will join forces with the United States to send its most powerful lord to conquer China. Chapter 44. More than 40 countries simultaneously declare war on China. If the United States declaration of war was a bomb, then the statement from the United States was like adding fuel to the fire. Keep in mind that both of these countries are permanent members of the UN Security Council. The chat channel erupted in excitement once again after this news broke. What? The British Empire is also sending troops. Oh my God, are they going to start fighting? Is the big one coming? You're overthinking it. This is the newbie zone. No matter what you say or do, it won't affect the international politics of Earth. Can China withstand this? Haha, this is so awesome. China, you want it today too. But no one expected that one wave would subside only for another to rise. Following the United States and the United Kingdom, a third country has declared war on China. Japan has declared war on China. The chat channel erupted in another uproar. However, no one expected that this was just the beginning. On behalf of South Korea, I announce to the world, in 3 days, we will send troops to raise all the territories of the Chinese people. Turkey declares war. China is doomed to defeat. We Canadians are willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States. The Netherlands has also joined the operation. We Australians are also willing to do our part to eradicate traitors. And us too. In just 10 minutes, more than 40 countries declared war on China. This scene completely stunned everyone. There are more than 200 countries on Earth, and at this very moment, 1/5 of them have announced that they will send troops to attack China. Those unaware of the situation might think that China had triggered some kind of divine law. Haha, China is finished. The United States truly deserves to be the world's #1 power. No country will dare to disrespect it when it takes action. That's so awesome. I love America. China is truly doomed now. Even a god couldn't save them. Yang Ming found it amusing to watch this group of people putting on a show in the chat channel. As expected of the US, their smear campaign skills are world-class. However, Yang Ming really had no way to deal with this situation, because whether on Earth or on the battlefield of all races, Western media firmly control the narrative. The United States holds the power of public opinion. Therefore, they can smear anyone they want, since shamelessness is their inherent characteristic. At this moment, Snow White sent another message. So, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Is NATO about to take action against you? Yang Ming didn't answer her, but instead asked her. I've always wondered why NATO, led by the United States, keeps targeting us so relentlessly. Because it is the Lord's scepter, Snow White replied. This secret was known to only a few people, and Snow White learned it by chance from her father. What is that? Yaming asked, Buzlet. After thinking for a moment, Princess Shirayuki finally revealed everything she knew. The Lord's scepter is a perfect grade item with incredibly powerful effects. The reason a great war broke out a year ago was to seize the Lord's scepter. Would they risk a major battle just for a perfect grade item? To be honest, Yang Ming couldn't quite understand it. After all, in the Supreme Overlord's special shop, not to mention mere perfect level items, even mythical level items can be exchanged. Snow White explained once again. Sigh, you haven't seen the Lord's scepter, so you don't know how powerful it is. Let me put it this way. A year ago, the reason why China was able to become the world's #1 was all because of the Lord's scepter. Now Yang Ming understood. The United States was taking action against China in order to seize the scepter of dominance and reclaim its position as the world's leading power. So, do you understand your current situation? Your existence will affect the outcome of the battle between the United States and China, said Shirayuki. This is why the Americans have gone to such great lengths, gathering more than 40 countries to declare war on China. On the surface, they're declaring war on China. In reality, they only wanted to kill Yang Ming. If Yang Ming dies, then China will be unable to develop a 5th king-level territory. Therefore, in 18 days, China will surely be defeated. But if Yang Ming were still alive, and a 5th king-level territory were to be created from his hands, then China could turn the tide. Yang Ming has become the most crucial link in the Sino-US game. You came to chat with me just to get me to move my territory? Yang Ming asked her. Snow White admitted it and said, Yes, this is what my father told me to convey. The commander has activated the Lord's scepter, creating an absolutely safe place for you. As long as you stay there and don't come out, no one can harm you for a month. Yang Ming never expected that the old man would actually use the national treasure for his sake. I appreciate the commander's kindness, but I decline, Yang Ming said. Princess Shirayuki typed this line almost through gritted teeth. Yang Ming, what are you thinking? The United States has almost mobilized its entire force to eliminate you. Instead of hiding, are you just going to wait to die? If I hide, what will you do? Yang Ming asked back. If Yang Ming cannot be found, the US-led coalition forces will likely vent their anger on other Chinese lords. Snow White took a deep breath and sent a message saying, Even if we all die, it doesn't matter. As long as you are alive, that's enough. You are the last hope of China. Everyone else can die, but you can't. Yang Ming touched his nose, and to be honest, he was quite touched. Snow White, do you believe me? Yang Ming replied, seemingly ignoring the question. Of course I believe you, but no buts. You just need to trust me and do as I say, okay? Yang Ming said confidently. What do you want to do? Bai Shiweji really couldn't figure Yang Ming out. Yang Ming smiled, his face full of confidence, and said leisurely, I've said it before. I want to use a war to let those who have bullied us know that from now on, the roles of offense and defense have been reversed. Snow White typed this line almost as if she were in a daze. Are you kidding me? You want to take on an allied army of more than 40 countries, all by yourself? Are you crazy? Yang Ming gave a cold laugh and said firmly, Hell, what are 40 countries? One day, I will accomplish what Qin Shi Huang failed to do and achieve true unification. I want to plant red flags in every corner of the world. Snow White was so shocked by this statement that she was speechless. If someone else had said that, she would have thought they were crazy. But Yang Ming said it himself. After hesitating for a long time, Princess Shirayuki finally typed out this message. Yang Ming, can you tell me what level your awakened talent is? S-level talent, Supreme Overlord. Yang Ming replied to her. S-class? Shirayuki's brain went blank for a second. It turns out that there really are people on Earth who can awaken S-level talents. Yang Ming is the first person on Earth to achieve this feat. No wonder even the Lord's scepter couldn't detect his talent. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. I'll listen to you. Bai Shueji was finally convinced by Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't waste any words and directly stated his requirements. Okay, help me find the coordinates of the most powerful lords in the United States, Japan, and the United Kingdom. You want to? Yang Ming sneered and slowly said, I, Yang Ming, am not one to sit idly by and wait to die. Didn't they say they were going to send troops against us in 3 days? Then I'll strike first and take out some of them beforehand. Chapter 45, Coordinates Obtained. Okay, I'll find out their territory coordinates for you by tomorrow morning at the latest. Princess Shirayuki knew very well that time was of the essence, so she had to act as quickly as possible. Okay, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Yang Ming closed the chat page. Since the battle is tomorrow, Yang Ming decided to strengthen his forces tonight. So he called Lilith and Lilia over. My lord, what would you like to eat tonight? The two sisters asked sensibly. Yang Ming took out 3 kinds of excellent grade alien beast meat: black rock giant bear meat, jade bamboo fish, and twin-winged wyvern meat. Can you cook all 3 types of meat? Yang Ming asked, placing the meat on the table. It should be possible. Lilith stretched out her fair hands and touched each of the 3 types of meat before giving her answer. Okay, let's stop here for today, Yang Ming said. Okay. Lilith and Lilia picked up the ingredients and turned to get busy in the kitchen. While they were cooking, Yang Ming sent someone to call Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng over. Zhang Lingfeng was originally guarding Jade Spirit Lake, but upon hearing the order, he immediately rushed back to his territory. Lord, what brings you here? Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng arrived at the Lord's mansion almost simultaneously. Let's eat, Yang Ming said with a smile. Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng were both taken aback. Dining with the Lord? Wouldn't that be impolite? Sit down, it's just a meal together. I have some very important things to tell you tomorrow, Yang Ming said again. Yang Ming doesn't have the ability to create clones, so he can't travel to multiple locations and kill multiple enemy lords. Therefore, Yang Ming decided that tomorrow Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng would each lead an army to eliminate 1 or 2 or 3 lords from the United States and South Korea. The reason for inviting them over for a meal was to enhance their combat strength by consuming the meat of the exotic beasts. Sit down, that's an order. Seeing that they still didn't dare to sit, Yang Ming emphasized it again. The two then sat down. Before long, Lilith and Lilia brought out plate after plate of fragrant cooked meat. The meat is succulent and juicy, making it very appetizing. It must be said that Lilith and Lilia's culinary skills are truly top-notch. On Earth, they would be at least 5-star chefs in a Michelin-starred restaurant. Yang Ming was hungry and didn't care about his image, so he picked up a piece of braised bear paw and started eating. After swallowing the superior-grade beast meat, Yang Ming felt a strange restlessness in his abdomen. The energy contained in the beast meat gradually merged into Yang Ming's body. Just like when he took an elixir in a novel, Yang Ming felt a warm sensation all over his body. How much combat power can a piece of exotic beast meat increase? That varies from person to person. Some people have eaten dozens or even hundreds of kilograms of exotic beast meat to gain even a little bit of combat power. Those with high talent can increase their combat power by eating only 2 or 3 pounds of exotic beast meat. 20 minutes later. Hiccup. Yang Ming let out a satisfied burp. After a hearty meal, Yang Ming's combat power increased from 185 points to 220 points. As expected of superior-grade alien beast meat, it really boosts combat power quickly. Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng's combat power also increased to 157 and 149 points respectively. Even looking at the entire newbie zone of Blue Star, Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng are among the strongest. Oh, right, these 2 weapons are for you. Yang Ming took out a silver spear and a black iron longsword from the warehouse and threw them to Zhang Lingfeng and Chun Jian respectively. Name, Silver Dragon Spear. Quality excellent. Attribute, increases combat power by 30%, up to a maximum of 200 points. Skill, Dragon Soul. Rank B, summons a silver dragon phantom that inherits 100% of the user's combat power. Dragon Break Strike. Rank C, appears behind the enemy and unleashes a piercing shot, but has a limited range of up to 30 meters. Name, Shintai Longsword. Quality excellent. Attribute. Increases combat power by 30%, up to a maximum of 200 points. Skill. Sevenfold Vibration Blade. Rank B. Each slash adds damage to the next slash, stacking up to 7 times. When Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng received the weapons, they were stunned. The Lord actually gave them such valuable weapons? Tomorrow, I want each of you to lead an army to take over the territories of the United States, South Korea, and Japan. Do you have the confidence? Yang Ming asked them. Yes, Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng said. The next morning. Today marks the 13th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races. Yang Ming was still asleep when he was woken up by a system notification. Yang Ming opened his eyes and found that it was by Xueji who had sent the message. Yang Ming, I found the coordinates you asked for yesterday. I'll send them to you now. Next, Shirayuki sent over a dozen coordinates. These are the people who declared war on China on behalf of their country yesterday on the Blue Star chat channel. Yang Ming memorized all these coordinates. Fortunately, it was still dark, so Yang Ming decided to launch an attack right then and there. Wah! Soon after, a series of urgent bugle calls rang out over Huaxia City. Upon hearing the bugle call, the soldiers, who had been sleeping, immediately woke up. 3 minutes later, urged on by the bugle call, the soldiers gathered in the largest open space in the territory. Yang Ming walked up to a high platform and looked down at the soldiers, saying, Brothers, let me ask you a question. Are you living comfortably in Huaxia City? The soldiers answered from the bottom of their hearts. With food and drink, of course it's comfortable. I've been trapped in this dark prison for who knows how long. To be summoned by the Lord is already an incredible stroke of luck. Now that I can eat and sleep like a normal person, how could I not feel comfortable? Indeed, if it weren't for the Lord, I might have spent my whole life in that dark and sunless cage. My Lord, I was summoned by you on the very first day. Although I've only lived here for 13 days, I've already fallen in love with this place. Huaxia City has been built so quickly and so well. Who wouldn't love it here? Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction, but his tone suddenly turned cold as he changed the subject. However, it is precisely because our Huaxia City is developing so rapidly that lords from other countries have already set their sights on us. Just now, I received news that a group of allied troops want to attack our Huaxia City. They not only want to plunder our food and resources, but also want to raise Huaxia City to the ground. They want to destroy our homes and kill us all. Are you just going to stand by and watch this happen? Yang Ming's words instantly ignited the soldiers' burning anger. For the warriors who had been imprisoned in the dark cage, Huaxia City was like a paradise, and they could not tolerate such a thing happening. Damn it! Who dares to lay a finger on China? I'll kill their whole family. I finally have a place to live. How can I tolerate others destroying and plundering it? I'm going to kill them. Who? Who wants to destroy Huaxia City? Kill them all. Chapter 46 Shock. Kill. Kill them all. Kill. 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 At this moment, the soldiers' anger had reached its peak, and shouts of kill echoed through the sky. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yang Ming told them about the fact that more than 40 countries had declared war on China at the same time. After hearing this, the soldiers became even angrier, and the murderous aura filling the sky almost materialized. Yang Ming mustered his strength and continued to ask. In 3 days, the armies of more than 40 allied countries, led by the United States, will be at the gates of China. Are you going to sit and wait for your doom? The soldiers responded in unison. My lord, please lead us to take the initiative and fight them to the death. Yang Ming nodded and continued. Very good. It has never been the style of Huaxia City to sit and wait for death. Therefore, in this battle, we must take the initiative and let the world see how terrifying a sleeping lion can be after it awakens. Fight, the soldiers shouted. Seeing that the soldiers' morale had soared, Yang Ming waved his hand and began to issue military orders. Chun Jian, step forward. My lord, I'm here. Chun Jian immediately came out. Yang Ming said slowly. Starting today, Huaxia City will establish its first legion, named the Azure Dragon Legion, and you will serve as its commander. You will lead 5,000 warriors to the following 2 coordinates, 258, 365, and 269, for 1,552, and uproot their territory. My lord, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Chun Jin said without hesitation. Chun Jin finally understood why Yang Ming had invited him to dinner last night and given him an excellent grade weapon. Zhang Lingfeng stepped forward. Yang Ming showed that again. My lord, I'm here. Zhang Lingfeng immediately stepped forward as well. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Lingfeng and said, the second legion established in Huaxiao City is called the White Tiger Legion, and you will serve as its commander from now on. At the same time, your task today is the same. Lead 5,000 soldiers to the following two coordinates, 668, 21 and 75, 85, 2,569, and take down their stronghold. Yes, my lord, Zhang Lingfeng replied. After making the arrangements, Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng led their soldiers to set off. This was the first battle in which Huaxia City launched a self-defense counterattack. However, Yang Ming was not idle either. Soon after, he also set off, heading alone to the Japanese headquarters. A few days ago, the Japanese and Americans collaborated to capture more than 100 Chinese lords and take them hostage. So Yang Ming wanted to see if he could rescue them. Saving them was just a side thing. Yang Ming's real target was the lord from Japan who had awakened an A-level talent. Originally, 2 people from Japan awakened A-level talents, and their popularity even surpassed that of the United States at one point. Meichuan Kuzi has already been killed by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming doesn't want to let the other one go either. Noon. Yesterday, news that the United States announced it would send troops to China in 3 days had already spread to various countries. Almost everyone believed that China was doomed to defeat. After all, there are more than 40 countries that support the United States and are willing to send troops to support it, because it is simply impossible for anyone to stand against the entire NATO. However, to everyone's surprise, at noon, the territories of the British Empire, South Korea, Japan, and South Vietnam were attacked by the Chinese army. The Azure Dragon Legion, led by Chun Jian, successfully conquered the territories of a Southern Yu Lord and a British Empire Lord. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingfeng also successfully defeated 2 well-known lords, the United States and Australia, and captured them alive. Not long after the incident, it was exposed and the news spread to the Blue Star Chat channel. Extra! Extra! Just now, around 11 o'clock, the territories of Avril Lavigne of the United States, Nguyen Chi Minh of South Vietnam, Kim Jong-un of South Korea, and Jack Sawyer of Australia were all destroyed by the Chinese. Wow, really? Of course it's true. There are pictures to prove it. Picture. Holy crap, is China that powerful? Wait a minute, aren't these the same people who declared war on China on behalf of their country yesterday? Yes, I never expected that they would declare war just yesterday, and today they have been wiped out by the Chinese. China is too tough. Facing so many powerful enemies, is not only not afraid, but also dares to take the initiative to attack. This is going to be interesting. I really want to see if China can take on 40 people at once. The news spread extremely quickly and soon became known to everyone. At the same time, Yang Ming also found Zhang Binyan's territory according to the coordinates given by Bai Shueji. Zhang Binyan, a native of Hokkaido, has awakened an A-level talent. His strength is currently unknown. Yang Ming came alone. With Yang Ming's current strength, he doesn't need anyone else's assistance at all. He can easily conquer a territory single-handedly. Let's sneak in and take a look. It would be great if we could find those 100-odd compatriots who were arrested. Fearing for the safety of the hostages, Yang Ming sneaked in quietly without alerting Zhang Binyan. As soon as he entered, Yang Ming saw a number of warriors patrolling the area. But Yang Ming, with his elusive and unpredictable movements, skillfully evaded everyone's sight. Yang Ming dodged while searching around. Finally, 10 minutes later, as the saying goes, heaven rewards those who persevere, and Yang Ming finally found a group of Chinese people who were tied up in a pit. It seems that the hostages captured by the Japanese a few days ago have all been thrown into this pit. Yang Ming didn't think much and jumped into the pit. The sound of Yang Ming's feet landing quickly alerted the people in the pit. Damn it, are you trying to torment your grandpa again, little one? You want to get information about China from me? Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than become a traitor, so you can forget about it. Everyone assumed that the visitor was from Japan. Don't be nervous. I'm here to save you. Yang Ming finally spoke. Holy crap, such perfect Mandarin. You're definitely not Japanese. Who are you? Because the pit was dimly lit and everyone's hands and feet were tied. No one could see Yang Ming's face clearly. "I'm here to save you," Yang Ming said. "Ha ha ha, great. The reinforcements have finally arrived. Quickly untie me. I really want to rush out and kill a few Japanese devils right now." Yang Ming nodded, then took out a knife and took turns cutting the ropes binding them. After regaining their freedom, everyone expressed their gratitude to Yang Ming. "Thanks, bro. Hey, bro, I don't see anyone else here. You didn't come alone, did you?" "Yes, I came alone." Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it, so he admitted it. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become anxious and asked, "You're all alone. How dare you come in? That's too risky, young man. This place is a den of dragons and tigers. If the Japanese find out, you won't be able to leave." Yang Ming smiled and said nonchalantly, "So what if we get caught? What's the big deal? We could just kill all the little devils." Chapter 47, China's Counterattack. You single-handedly wiped out all the Japanese devils. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and stared blankly at Yang Ming. Such domineering words actually came from the mouth of a 17 or 18-year-old boy. "Brother, may I ask your name?" someone asked. "My name is Yang Ming." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and gasped in astonishment. So people couldn't help but gasp a couple of times. "Holy crap, that Yang Ming who's #1 on the leaderboard. Is that you?" I always thought Yang Ming was a major general around 30 years old, trained by the military region. I didn't expect you to be only 17 or 18. "Ha, excellent. Indeed, heroes emerge from among the young. Our strongest lord from China has arrived. So why should we be afraid of those little devils outside? Brother Yang Ming, lead us out and fight our way out. As long as we can wipe out those little devils, we'll do anything you ask." "Yes, I won't be able to quell my hatred until I've wiped out all the Japanese devils. Please, Brother Yang Ming, help our China." Everyone looked at Yang Ming with sincere expressions, hoping that he could lead them to charge into battle. "Okay, I agree." Yang Ming was moved by their spirit, but then he changed the subject. "But before that, you need to recover your strength. Here, take this." Yang Ming took out 102 golden spirit fruits from the system warehouse and distributed them to everyone. Golden spirit fruit, an excellent grade herb, can grant immunity to most negative effects after consumption, including injuries, instantly restoring the body to its optimal state. This is a superior grade medicinal herb. Holy crap, this one golden spirit fruit alone could buy half of my territory. Brother Yang Ming, thank you so much. I've wandered for half my life, and I only regret that I never met you, my lord. If you don't mind, I'm willing to become your godfather. Aren't you over 30? Yang Ming is only 17 or 18. How can you be so shameless? What do you know? Age is not a problem. Ha ha. Amidst cheerful conversation, everyone ate the golden spirit fruit. In just a few moments, everyone was back to their best condition. "Boss Yang Ming, what should we do next?" someone asked, slightly nervously. Yang Ming gave a faint smile and calmly said, "You guys just charge out and cut down anyone you see. Leave the rest to me." "Okay, we'll do as Boss Yang Ming says." After eating the golden spirit fruit, everyone felt like they had inexhaustible energy, so they immediately agreed. "Brothers, let's go." Damn it. If it weren't for the Japanese devil sneak attack 3 days ago, I would have been arrested. I'm going to get my revenge. Brothers, let's charge out together later. Killing one is no loss. Killing two is a huge bonus. With Boss Yang Ming backing us up, what's there to be afraid of? We'll just chop down anyone we see. Charge. Let's fight those Japanese devils. With deafening roars, the enraged Chinese lords charged out of the pit like wild horses. They will return all the torment and suffering they have endured these past few days to the Japanese devils, tenfold. Someone wielded a large sledgehammer and charged wildly, instantly overturning more than a dozen Japanese militiamen. Someone activated their talent, summoning flames that ignited nearby buildings, instantly turning the area into a sea of fire. Some even went straight into killing mode, wielding death blades and starting to reap the heads of the Japanese soldiers. A great battle suddenly broke out, and China's counterattack was launched in full force. At this moment, inside the Lord's Manor, Zhang Binyahin was discussing with other Japanese how to cooperate with the United States to attack Chinese territory 3 days later. Suddenly, a laborer rushed into the Lord's mansion to report. "Report, my lord, something terrible has happened. The group of Chinese people who were imprisoned in the deep pit have escaped for some reason. They are very powerful and have already killed more than 100 of us. So far, 1/10 of the buildings have been burned down by them. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Binyan stood up abruptly. That's impossible. I forcibly drugged those Chinese prisoners, and they couldn't even exert 1% of their strength. How did they escape? Zhang Binyan was completely baffled. Before he could think further, someone else rushed into the Lord's manor to report the situation. Report. My lord, something terrible has happened. The North Gate has fallen. The Chinese have seized control of the North Gate. In an emergency, the watchtower was also destroyed. It's terrible. It's on fire. Many houses are on fire. My lord, please think of a solution. One bad news after another came in, making Zhang Binyan's face turn ashen, but he quickly realized that it must be due to the invasion of a powerful enemy. I'd already guessed that China would send people to rescue us. Luckily, I made preparations in advance. But who will come to the rescue? Is it Bai Xueji, the daughter of the Eastern Theater Commander-in-Chief, or Meng Tian, who has awakened a double B-level combat talent? Or perhaps Yang Ming, the mysterious powerhouse who suddenly surged to the top of the rankings? No matter who it is, I, Zhang Binyan, will make sure you never leave alive. Zhang Binyan licked his lips and gave a lewd smile. Brothers, come out and let us properly entertain our guests. In the darkness, a dozen or so Japanese lords emerged, each exuding a faint smell of blood. In a fit of extreme rage, the Chinese lords unleashed 200% of their usual strength and quickly gained the upper hand in the war. In just 10 minutes, a third of the territory was captured. This is awesome, guys. This is so much fun. I killed 15 Japanese militiamen. What about you? I killed 20 of them. Aren't you awesome? I didn't kill any of them, but I burned down 11 buildings. Brothers, give it your all. We must destroy the Lord's manor today, no matter what. The scales of victory seemed to have tipped in China's favor. However, just as everyone was launching a frantic attack, a well-trained and powerful army of warriors charged out of the Lord's manor. This warrior army was many times stronger than ordinary militia. As soon as they joined the battlefield, they quickly stopped the Chinese lord's frenzied attack. And Zhang Binyan, the owner of the territory, finally made his appearance. You wolf cubs of China, I originally wanted to keep you as hostages, but you still haven't given up your evil intentions. Fine, today I'll arrest you all again and break all your arms and legs. After saying that, Zhang Binyan immediately activated his talent. A-level talent, Battle Formation Master. Blessed by the Battle Formation Master, all allies gain plus 50% attack power, plus 50% defense power, plus 20% movement speed, and gain 1 stack of self-healing effect, restoring plus 20 health points per second. In an instant, Zhang Binyan's thoughts connected with the samurai army and militia under his command. He can command and control everyone at will, just like in a game. Meanwhile, with the buff from the Battle Formation Masters, the morale of the Japanese people soared. The situation reversed instantly, and the Chinese lord who had initially held the upper hand was forced back more than 10 meters. Brothers, hang in there. Even if I die today, I'll take a Japanese man down with me. We Chinese men are of iron will. How can we lose to the Japanese devils? Hold on, brothers. We have to hold on. We can't let them break through even a single gap. Faced with the enemy's powerful offensive, the lords of China could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might. Meanwhile, behind a concealed cover, Yang Ming's gaze was firmly fixed on Zhang Binyan. Is this Zhang Binyan, another lord from Japan who has awakened an A-level talent? With a chilling flash of light, Yang Ming slowly drew the sky-splitting blade and coldly said, "Very well, I'll take your head." Chapter 48, Yang Ming Fights 4. Call. Yang Ming adjusted his breathing, gripped the straight sword, the sky-splitting blade, tightly, and searched for an opportunity to kill with a single blow. Now, finally, taking advantage of the instant Zhang Binyan turned his head, Yang Ming suddenly sprang into action, rushing towards Zhang Binyan with lightning speed. Sparks flew and lightning flashed as Yang Ming raised his hand and slashed down at Zhang Binyan. Bang! The piercing, sharp sound of swords clashing suddenly rang out. 2 Japanese men dressed in black samurai attire darted out from the left and right, each wielding a samurai sword, and blocked Yang Ming's attack. At the same time, 2 more Japanese rushed over and attacked Yang Ming's abdomen and head with their weapons. Yang Ming could only retreat temporarily and create a safe distance. It's you, Zhang Benyihan, who was being protected by a group of people, finally saw Yang Ming's face clearly. Zhang Benyihan stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked his chapped lips, and grinned lewdly. Yang Ming, I didn't expect it to be you. Not bad, not bad. I finally caught a big fish, ha! Yang Ming looked at him coldly and asked calmly, Why do you know me? Zhang Benyi shrugged and laughed sarcastically. I have seen all the information about you Chinese people, including yours. Yang Ming snorted. Sure enough, Bai Xueji was right. There were already traitors among the Chinese high-ranking officials who had sold the Lord's information and coordinates to the enemy country. Unfortunately, the traitor has not yet been identified. Zhang Benyi sized up Yang Ming, smacked his lips, and said, TSK, TSK, TSK. I actually guessed that China would send people to rescue people, but I didn't expect that Yang Ming would break in all by himself. I would say you are brave or stupid. Yang Ming's expression remained calm throughout, and he asked in a flat tone, What? You think I can't kill you by myself? Zhang Benyi snorted coldly and sneered. Humph. I summoned the 4 strongest new lords of Japan long ago to ambush you, along with myself. We're just waiting for you to walk right into our trap. So what if you're strong? Do you think one person can stand against the entirety of Japan? Yang Ming shrugged and said calmly, Where are your 4 strongest new lords from Japan? I don't see them at all. I only see a bunch of worthless scoundrels. You're too arrogant. You're about to die, and you're still being stubborn. Zhang Benyihan was truly enraged by Yang Ming's humiliation. Zhang Benyi waved his hand and gave the order. Xiao Yujiro, Kamita, Akira, Kawashima Shulong, Uchinghua, all of you come at him together and teach this arrogant Chinese a lesson. Let's see how he'll still be so stubborn after he's been beaten to a pulp. In an instant, 4 Japanese lords surrounded Yang Ming from all directions. Zhang Benyihan also bestowed the blessing buff of the Battle Formation Master upon him. Koyajiro has awakened a B-rank talent, enabling him to rapidly heal and regenerate, with a combat power of 136. Kamita Akira has awakened a B-rank talent, gaining the ability to copy others, and his combat power is 121. Uchiha Sugar Flower awakened 2 B-rank talents, Blood Eye Mutation and Flame Manipulation, with a combat power of 147. Kawashima Shulong has awakened 2 B-level talents, Beast Taming and Spirit Summoning, with a combat power of 51. These 4 individuals, aside from Zhang Benyihan, are currently the 4 strongest new lords in Japan in terms of combat power. Since that's the case, then I'll get a little serious too. Faced with the attack of 4 people, Yang Ming had no choice but to take it seriously. Yang Ming slowly drew his sword and said, word by word, Come on, all of you come at me at once. Today I will make you Japanese realize a fact. Since ancient times, you Japanese have always been a defeated nation under the rule of our China. It was true before, it is true now, and it will be true in the future. As long as China stands, you Japanese will keep your tails between your legs. After saying that, Yang Ming launched the first attack. Yang Ming charged towards Koyajiro like a tiger descending a mountain. Such speed, Koyajiro exclaimed in surprise, instinctively dodging. However, the two were originally 10 meters apart, but in an instant Yang Ming rushed in front of Koyajiro. The moment we meet, I'll stab you. After image. That was an after image. His speed was so fast that all you could see was an after image. Koyajiro was startled. As if by reflex, he used both arms to shield himself. With a click, with the sound of bones breaking, Koyajiro's arms were severed. Healing rebirth. Zairo Yujiro endured the pain and activated his talent. But soon, a look of extreme terror appeared on Koyajiro's face, because he discovered that his rapid self-healing speed was far slower than the damage Yang Ming had caused him. Koyoyi-kun, hold on. I'm coming to save you. Kamita Akira rushed over righteously. On the surface, Kamita Akira wanted to save his teammates, but in reality, his true purpose was to get close to Yang Ming and temporarily replicate Yang Ming's talent. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to let him rush over, so he instinctively slashed horizontally with his sword. I touched it. However, Kamita Akira was also a ruthless man. He would rather lose an arm than not be able to touch Yang Ming's hand. Finally, he got what he wanted. Copy. Kamera Akida Sautet. But then, Akira Kamita fell into utter despair. Through replication, he sensed an unimaginably powerful force. Kamita Akira couldn't understand What kind of powerful talent could give birth to such terrifying power? Yang Ming, is there really anyone in this world who could defeat this man? These were Kamita Akira's last thoughts before he died. Although Kamita Akira successfully copied it, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming talent, so his body self-destructed, turning into a puddle of mud. Flame Dragon Bullet. While Kamita Akira and Koyajiro were entangled with Yang Ming, Uchiha Sugarflower launched an attack from behind. Uchiha Tanghua has two talents, Blood Eye Mutation and Flame Manipulation. The former allows her to detect Yang Ming's movements, while the latter allows her to control flame attacks at will. Roar. In an instant, 3 enormous fire dragons, transformed from flames, lunged at Yang Ming with bared fangs and claws. The fire dragon blocked all of Yang Ming's escape routes. That's it? You think you could just tickle me with this little bit of fire? But Yang Ming didn't even think about dodging. From a distance of more than 10 meters, Yang Ming swung his sky-splitting blade down for the third time. With a swing of the sky-splitting blade, a powerful gust of wind was unleashed, tearing the 3 fire dragons to shreds. Uchiha Sugarflower was stunned. Her flame dragon bullet once burned 10 elite-level alien beasts to death. But now, he was blown away by Yang Ming with a single slash? How can we fight like this? This man is ridiculously powerful. You dare to daydream and get distracted during a battle? You're courting death. Yang Ming's voice suddenly rang out behind Uchiha Tanghua. Uchiha Tanghua panicked. She tried to dodge quickly, but then felt a piercing pain in her abdomen. Kana. Yang Ming appeared behind her, the sky-splitting blade already piercing through her body. Chapter 49 Massacre. In just 2 minutes, Yang Ming had killed 3 people. Looking at Yang Ming, who was as fierce as death itself, Kawashima Shulong's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he began to feel fear. But Kawashima Koro disguised himself well, and he roared angrily. Yang Ming, how dare you kill my countrymen? I will not forgive you. I will avenge them. After saying this, Kawashima Koro clasped his hands together and kept changing the handprint. Come forth, my summoned beast, twin-winged bone dragon. Kawashima Koro activated his talent, beast taming. The next second, a huge winged bone dragon was summoned. Oh, an excellent grade beast. Yang Ming didn't expect that Kawashima Shulong, whose combat power was only 51 points, could summon such a powerful pet. Yang Ming had to be a little more serious than before. Yang Ming, Kawashima Shulong roared, his face contorted with rage. However, to everyone's surprise, the next second Kawashima Koro jumped onto the 2-winged bone dragon. The 2-winged bone dragon carried Kawashima Koro and flew into the sky. Zhang Binjun, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. In the sky, Kawashima Shulong's figure became more and more blurred. Yang Ming? He never expected that Kawashima Koro would run away so decisively. Even Zhang Binyi was stunned. He never expected that he would be betrayed by his teammate. Unfortunately, Yang Ming couldn't fly and couldn't pursue him, so he had to focus his attention on Zhang Binyin. Zhang Binyin, your teammate ran away, you're next. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhang Binyin's forehead. Before the fight, he was full of confidence, but Yang Ming shattered his dream with just 3 strikes. With just 3 strikes, the 4 most powerful lords of Japan were either killed or fled. This already demonstrates just how terrifying Yang Ming's strength is. Zhang Binyi had guessed everything. He had not only laid an ambush in advance, but also hired for external helpers. However, he hadn't anticipated that Yang Ming's fighting prowess was in a league of its own. Zhang Binyi gritted his teeth and said, Yang Ming, I can see that you are very strong, but don't underestimate me. If I fight desperately and sacrifice all the warriors and militia, I can definitely fight you to a draw. How about this? You take all your people back, and I'll give you some compensation. Then we'll be even. What do you say? Yang Ming sneered, refusing without even thinking. Don't even dream about it. Today, I'm going to take your dog's life no matter what. After saying that, Yang Ming, carrying a knife, approached Zhang Binyi step by step. Seeing Yang Ming's murderous look, Zhang Binyi knew that there was no room for negotiation. In that case, none of us will survive. Let's all die together. Zhang Binyi had no choice but to work incredibly hard. If he fights desperately, there might be a glimmer of hope, but if he doesn't, Zhang Binyi is doomed. Battle formation spirit, blood sacrifice technique, activate. Zhang Binyan unleashed his talent without reservation. Battle Formation Master, a level talent, uses blood sacrifice to feed another group of soldiers with the essence and blood of a portion of them. Bang! 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 With a series of explosions, all the militiamen under Zhang Binyan's command detonated. Meanwhile, the warrior army that Zhang Binyan mainly trained began to experience a surge in combat power under the effect of the blood sacrifice method. Each samurai's combat power soared to over 60 points. Yang Ming, are you scared now? No matter how strong you are, can you stop my army of 1,000 warriors? Looking at his masterpiece, Zhang Binyan laughed arrogantly. Yang Ming, the side effects of the blood sacrifice technique of the Battle Formation Master are extremely severe. It's all your fault. I'm afraid I'll be bedridden for the next month. So just die now. Zhang Binyan waved his hand and laughed maniacally. Charge! Tear all these Chinese people to pieces. Zinniai, 1,000-strong army of warriors, each with a combat power of over 60 points, charged towards Yang Ming and the Huaxia Lord behind him. Without a doubt, no one in the entire newbie zone can rival this army. Unfortunately, they ran into Yang Ming. Seeing the 1,000-strong warrior army charging headlong towards Yang Ming, the Chinese lords hurriedly warned him. Yang Ming, watch out! Boss Yang Ming! Get out of the way, there are too many of them. That's right, we can't fight them head-on. We need to find a way to wear them down. Despite the people behind him trying to dissuade him, Yang Ming did not choose to back down. These past few days, Yang Ming has been going out to explore and fight monsters, frantically improving himself. He was confident that he could crush this army of warriors. Call! Yang Ming took a deep breath and placed his right hand on the hilt of the sky-splitting blade. The next second, thunderbolt. Lightning flashed across Yang Ming's body. However, the power of the heavenly thunder flash skill attached to the sky-splitting blade alone is definitely not enough. The new skill I've been practicing these past few days should finally come in handy. The next moment, dark clouds rolled in, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, and a bolt of lightning fell from the clouds, striking Yang Ming's sky-splitting blade. Right now, Yang Ming suddenly drew his sword. Thunderous Overlord Slash. The dazzling blade light, like sunlight piercing through the night, instantly penetrated all the darkness. This strike was devastating, utterly stunning. Zhang Binyan's 1,000-strong warrior army was engulfed by the terrifying blade light before it could even reach Yang Ming. All the Japanese samurai were cut in half at the waist, their bodies reduced to 2 pieces. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Binyan's mind went blank. The bloody scene almost made him vomit his dinner from the night before. No, how could this be? Is he a god? How could he be so strong? At this moment, Zhang Binyan fully understood that there was a world of difference between his strength and Yang Ming's. This Chinese man in front of me is simply unbeatable. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhang Binyan's body trembled uncontrollably, and he instinctively knelt down before Yang Ming. Zhang Binyan cried and begged for mercy. No, don't kill me. Spare me. I'll do anything you ask. Yang Ming walked up to him, knife in hand, and sneered. What did you say before? Now you still have the nerve to ask me to let you go. Zhang Binyan could feel Yang Ming's genuine killing intent, which terrified him so much that he wet his pants and immediately kowtowed, begging for mercy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm a dog. I'm a bastard. We Japanese are all stray dogs. Woof, 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 woof. As long as you can let me go, I'm willing to be a dog of the Chinese. I'll even eat stones. Really, please don't kill me. I can be a lackey of China. I can fight and curse with the Japanese in public chat channels every day. If you like, I can even be a traitor to Japan. In order to save his life, Zhang Binyan had abandoned all his principles and used every means to beg Yang Ming for mercy. Yang Ming looked at him coldly and slowly raised the sky-splitting blade. Give up your illusions. I won't let any of you Japanese lords go. There was a loud whoosh. Yang Ming raised his knife and brought it down, Zhang Binyan's head to the ground. Chapter 50 National Conferences. With Zhang Binyan dead, his territory instantly fell, and victory had already fallen into the hands of the Chinese lord. Yay! We won! We won! Ha ha ha, this is awesome! This is so awesome! I haven't fought such an awesome battle in a long time. I heard this Japanese guy even awakened an A-level talent. So what? We still managed to take him down, didn't we? After winning the war, Everyone couldn't help but look up and burst into a hearty laugh. Since a year ago, when China was first attacked by Japan using despicable means, and then surrounded by the United States and NATO forces, it has been in an extremely passive situation. It's been a long time since we've had such a satisfying battle like today. Thanks to Boss Yang Ming. Otherwise, we would still be stuck in this deep pit. Hey, where's Boss Yang Ming? Holy crap, where did the big boss go? Having accomplished his task, he left without a trace, concealing his merit and fame. At this moment, Yang Ming was already on his way back. Yang Ming learned through various bullet comments sent in the chat channel that parts of the territories of countries such as Australia, South Korea, and the United States have been captured. This shows that Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng both completed the task excellently. Those people declared war on China in the chat channel yesterday, but today Yang Ming has conquered their territory. Yang Ming's brilliant counterattack immediately quieted down the chat channel. Breaking news! Breaking news! Another major event has occurred. Just now, a lord from Japan who awakened an A-level talent was killed. What? Even someone who has awakened to A rank can still be killed. Impossible. That's an A-level talent. There aren't even more than 10 lords in the entire Blue Star who have awakened an A-level talent. I guarantee it's true. Haven't you noticed that the Japanese are all too afraid to speak today? TSK, TSK, TSK. Who did this? It's so ruthless. According to reliable sources, it was the Chinese who made the move. Wow, no way. China is too domineering, isn't it? They just attacked Japan, which is ranked among the top 5 in the world, without warning. I bet that China's strength is far more than what it appears to be. At this moment, many people in the chat channel were discussing the fact that the Japanese lord was almost wiped out. The news spread quickly and reached the ears of the Americans. Strangely, the usually arrogant Americans remained silent after hearing that their Japanese sons had been bullied. The United States dared not speak out, and other NATO members also unusually chose to remain silent. An eerie atmosphere spread throughout the newbie area. The real world. Blue Star, United States, the highest level conference room of the White House. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed lawmakers, dressed in formal attire, sat at a conference table. At the head of the conference table sat the President of the United States, who asked angrily, "Can any of you tell me who this Yang Ming is? Where did he come from?" On the table in front of each person were Yang Ming's relevant information and photos. Clearly, the events that occurred in the newbie zone have been fully known to the White House. This includes things like Yang Ming single-handedly eliminating the leaders of several NATO member states. This is a huge slap in the face to the United States. Your Majesty, Yang Ming's personal information has been classified as a top secret by China. Our spies can't find any more information about him. Upon hearing this answer, the U.S. president became even angrier and couldn't help but shout. He's just turned 18, a college freshman, and he can fool you all like that? Pass down my orders. Obtain all information about Yang Ming at all costs. Know your enemy and yourself, and then find a way to kill him. China is on the verge of destruction. There are only 17 days left. I will not allow any changes to occur at this final moment. No matter what methods you use, you cannot allow China to develop its 5th king-level territory. If all else fails, then activate S3. Yes, Your Excellency. Everyone responded. Enough with the nonsense. The U.S. president waved his hand, his face serious. Have you made contact with Trump? Timop, having awakened an A-level talent, is the strongest among this batch of new lords in the United States. We've made contact, and Timop is ready to go at any time. Meanwhile, Timop is also the NATO commander-in-chief in the beginner zone of the Battle of All Races. The U.S. president, with a stern face, said, "Tell Timop that he must launch the war tomorrow and kill Yang Ming, no matter what means Timop uses. In short, we absolutely cannot allow China to rise again. We must kill Yang Ming as soon as possible. The sooner the better. As long as China falls, the scepter of the Lord will be ours, and control of the Blue Star will fall completely into our hands." Battlefield of All Races, Termep's territory. Under the president's order, all the American lords gathered together to discuss the campaign against Yang Ming. Temep slowly began to speak. "Gentlemen, just now, I received an order from the president. He ordered us to send troops to attack Yang Ming as soon as possible tomorrow. What do you think?" "What? They're setting out tomorrow? So soon?" someone asked in disbelief. They had already publicly stated in the chat channel that they would not send troops to start the war for 3 days, but now they have suddenly taken action ahead of schedule. Isn't this blatantly damaging the upright and perfect image that the United States has always cultivated? Temup nodded and said, "The president means that we must act quickly and decisively, and we absolutely cannot delay any longer. If Yang Ming is allowed to develop further, I'm afraid no one will be able to restrain him in the future." One of the American lords couldn't help but ask, "Is Yang Ming really that capable? Is he worth all this trouble?" Temup took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Our intelligence agencies have launched a full investigation into Yang Ming, and it is now certain that there is a high probability that his awakened talent is S-level, S-rank talent." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. If Yang Ming has truly awakened an S-level talent, then we must eliminate him, unless he is willing to surrender to our United States, someone said. Temup revealed a wicked smile and said coldly, We'll just find some excuse later and declare war on China again in the chat channel and send troops tomorrow. Anyway, no matter what we Americans say, people from other countries will flatter us." Others also began to nod in agreement. "In that case, let's start the war tomorrow. Let those Chinese people see how foolish it is to provoke the United States. Does Yang Ming really think that killing a few Japanese lords gives him the ability to stand against us? I admit that Yang Ming is indeed very strong, but can he alone stop our army of over 100,000? At this time, Yang Ming also returned to Huaxia City unharmed. Upon his return, Yang Ming heard some good news. Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng had not only completed their mission brilliantly, but had also brought back the leaders of 4 NATO member states. Chapter 51, Fight. We're ready to fight to the bitter end. My lord, we have fulfilled our mission. The territories at those 4 coordinates have all been destroyed, and the people have been captured. Inside the Lord's manor, Chun Jian reported the day's battle situation to Yang Ming, then pointed to the 4 men beside him whose limbs were bound and asked, "But what should we do with these 4 people? Behead them or tear them apart by 5 horses?" These 4 people are Nguyen Chi Min from South Vietnam, Avril Lavigne from the British Empire, Kim Jae-un from South Korea, and Jack Sawyer from Australia. Yesterday, these 4 individuals, each representing their own country, declared war on China. Normally, these 4 countries are the United States' most loyal lackeys and love to slander China, which is why Yang Ming sent troops to attack them. Hearing that Yang Ming wanted to kill her, Avril panicked and quickly shouted, "Yang Ming, you can't kill me. My aunt is the permanent Secretary of State of the United States. If you kill me, it will completely ruin the relationship between our 2 countries." Yang Ming glanced at her and said indifferently, "Didn't you publicly declare war on China on behalf of the British Empire in the chat channel yesterday? How should we settle this score?" Avril gritted her teeth. In fact, she hadn't expected that Yang Ming would dare to make the first move and even attack the lords of 5 countries at once. China had been holding back all along, so much so that Avril was completely unprepared. "If you let me go, I guarantee the British Empire will withdraw its troops," Avril said. As Avril she has a lot of influence in the newbie zone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have declared war on China on behalf of the British Empire yesterday. Yang Ming sneered and asked disdainfully, "With just this one condition, you dare to ask me to let you go?" Avril gritted her teeth and retorted, "So what do you want?" Yang Ming chuckled and said leisurely, "It's very simple. Lose money. If you have money, lose money. If you don't have money, lose resources. Food, minerals, upgrade materials, whatever you want, I'll take it all." "Fine, I'll agree to anything as long as you let me go." Faced with the threat of death, Avril had no choice but to agree. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction, then waved to Chun Jian and said, "Yes, let's lock them in the dungeon. They can be used as hostages during the war. We'll release them whenever the compensation is delivered." "Yes, my lord." Then, Chun Jian dragged the 4 people into the dungeon. At this moment, many people were chatting and gossiping in the Blue Star chat channel. China's unexpected attack was a real slap in the face for the United States. Yesterday, in an effort to strike at China, the United States united multiple forces, including NATO, making it a massive show of force. The United States originally intended to subdue China without fighting and to take it over without harm through international pressure. But no one expected that China would abandon its usual restraint and dare to strike first, directly sending troops to capture the 4 highest-ranking lords of the British Empire, the Southern New Kingdom, Australia, and South Korea. These four countries are among the United States' most loyal allies. China's actions have left the United States utterly humiliated. This is the first time in a year that the United States has suffered a setback. As a result, the Blue Star chat channel is now crowded with onlookers, waiting to see what happens. Seriously? Half a day has passed. Why hasn't the U.S. made a single move? Do you think the U.S. might back down? How could that be? The United States is the world's leading superpower. Exactly, I have a feeling the U.S. is definitely preparing something big. They might just launch S3 directly. Just as the chat channel was buzzing with heated discussion, one of the American representatives from the newbie zone, Trump, appeared. As soon as Trump spoke, he issued an ultimatum to China. Today, our NATO member states have been attacked by a lord from China. According to regulations, if one NATO member state is attacked, it is tantamount to declaring war on the entire NATO. China's actions this time are a serious provocation against the United States. I hereby declare that in order to maintain world peace, effective immediately, the United States will mobilize all its lords, leading Canada, Australia, Germany, Italy, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, to conquer China today. We hereby formally declare war on China, and will deploy our troops immediately tomorrow. We will mobilize 1 million troops to fight China to the death, until we are completely defeated. These words immediately caused a huge uproar in the chat channel. The chat channel instantly exploded with a flood of messages. They're here. The big ones are here. NATO and China are finally going to fight. The United States truly lives up to its reputation as the world's superpower. It's incredibly capable of winning over so many countries. Ha ha ha. China really isn't afraid of death. Originally, surrendering and paying some compensation would have been fine, but now look what's happened. The U.S. has been provoked and has directly sent troops. China is finished. In terms of military strength, NATO, led by the United States, is many times larger than China. How dare Yang Ming? Ha! I'm selling sunflower seeds, cola, and popcorn in the front row. Everyone, just wait and see how China makes a fool of itself. At that very moment, Yang Ming also saw Trump's declaration of war in the chat channel. Yang Ming snorted and began typing. Our Chinese stance has always been consistent. If we want to talk, we're open to it. If we want to fight, we're determined to fight to the bitter end. Since ancient times, the territory of China has never been violated. We welcome friends with fine wine, but we meet wolves with hunting rifles. Those who offend China, no matter how far away, will be punished. I, Yang Ming, accept this challenge. Since Yang Ming is currently ranked first on the leaderboard, and his ID is a golden nickname, his speech attracted everyone's attention. After delivering his speech, Yang Ming left the chat channel. If nothing unexpected happens, the battle will begin tomorrow, so Yang Ming needs to hurry up and make preparations for the battle. Let's go to the special shops and buy some items that can turn the tide of the war. Yang Ming opened the special shop attached to the SSS talent, Supreme Overlord, after a long time. After some searching, Yang Ming took a liking to an item. Name, Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll. Quality, rare. Price, 120,000 points, limited time discount. Effect, summons a Dark Spirit Peacock from another world, with a combat power of 1,000 to 1,200, effective for 2 hours. Without a doubt, if such a powerful pet were suddenly summoned during a war, it would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 52, the second SSS ranked talent, Divine Possession. A Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll may not be enough to decide the outcome of a war. So what about 10? Or 20? So Yang Ming decided to buy 10 tickets at once. Since it was a limited time discount, he figured he might as well buy them. Wouldn't it be stupid not to take advantage of a good deal? Warning, items on limited time discount can only be purchased once. Damn it, I got all excited for nothing. Yang Ming finally realized why the Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll was so cheap. It turned out it was limited in purchase. At present, it is no exaggeration to say that a single rare level beast can wipe out an army of 100,000. Once your combat power exceeds 500, you can awaken extraordinary power, instantly boosting your combat strength to a higher level. Simply put, a combat power of 499 and a combat power of 500 are equivalent to a mortal and a superhuman, respectively. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. After storing the Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll in his warehouse, Yang Ming continued browsing the special shops to see if there were any discounts available. After some selection, Yang Ming set his sights on 5 practical and inexpensive items. For example, name, Fearless Horn. Quality excellent. Price, 170,000 points. Effect, sounding the horn can give allied warriors a blessing buff, increasing attack power by 20%, defense power by 20%, movement speed by 10%, etc., while inflicting a negative debuff on the enemy, reducing defense power by 50%. Besides, name, Shield of Steadfastness. Quality excellent. Price, 160,000 points. Function, deploys a large area energy shield that can block large area damage, making it a powerful tool for army offensives and charges. Cooldown, 5 minutes. After buying these things, Yang Ming finally felt much more at ease. But there was one crucial thing he didn't use. That's the diamond treasure chest. After fighting a battle with the Japanese today and eating some high-quality alien beast meat, Yang Ming's combat power has exceeded 220. With a combat power of 220, you just meet the requirements to open the diamond treasure chest. Bang! Yang Ming took out the diamond treasure chest and placed it on the ground, which immediately made a sound. Hopefully I'll get a useful item. Yang Ming prayed in his heart. Diamond chests are guaranteed to contain rare items. If you get a flashy but useless item, you'll be devastated. With a heart full of excitement, Yang Ming slowly opened the diamond treasure chest. Squeak! With a crisp sound, Yang Ming opened the treasure chest. A flash of inspiration struck. Because the light was so dazzling, it took Yang Ming a while to see what was inside. What? A bead? A pure white spirit bead. Yang Ming saw a pure white bead lying in the treasure chest. Name, Awakening Bead. Quality, rare. Function, you can gain an extra awakening talent skill, but you can only awaken 1 talent at a time. Introduction, 100% chance of awakening an F-level talent. 90% chance of awakening an E-level talent, 70% chance of awakening a D-level talent. 5% chance of awakening an A-level talent. 0.1% chance of awakening an S-level talent. 0.0001% chance of awakening an SS-level talent. And 0.00001% chance of awakening an SSS-level talent. Note, the probability of awakening talents is calculated independently. If 2 talents are awakened, the talent with higher quality will be selected first. No way. They can even open something like this. Yang Ming's breathing became increasingly rapid. If we can awaken another SSS level talent, then do we still need to worry about tomorrow's battle? Yang Ming single-handedly fought 3,000 emperors and swept through 40 kingdoms with both palms. Okay? With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Yang Ming placed his hand on the awakening bead. Lord Yang Ming, would you like to use the rare grade item, Awakening Bead? Stop talking nonsense, use it, Yang Ming said. The Awakening Bead has been successfully used, and you have gained 1 chance to draw a talent. Talent is being drawn. Talent levels, from highest to lowest, range from F to SSS. Beep beep beep, system error. Unknown force has been detected interfering. Your chance of drawing a talent will be calculated separately. Congratulations, esteemed and great Lord Yang Ming. You have drawn the SSS talent, Divine Possession. Yang Ming was stunned on the spot. Unexpectedly, I drew the supreme SSS level talent again. Could I really be a once-in-a-million genius? Yang Ming muttered to himself. However, from childhood to adulthood, Yang Ming never felt that he had any special talents. Besides having a face 10 times more handsome than Eddie Peng or Daniel Wu, a towering 187 centimeters height, perfect 8-pack abs, and a voice comparable to a superstar. Is there anything else particularly special about it? Coming to his senses, Yang Ming said, System, take a look at my talent attributes. Talent, Divine Possession. Effect, you can summon any real deity in Chinese history and use all their divine power. Note, which deity you can summon and how much of their divine power you can inherit depends on your current personal strength. The higher your combat power, the more powerful the deity you can summon. Holy crap! I can summon all the gods of China and inherit 100% of their divine power? Yang Ming's eyes lit up instantly. If we could summon the great god Panga directly, wouldn't we be invincible? However, Yang Ming soon discovered that this talent also had limitations and was closely related to his personal combat strength. I understand. Even if I summon the great god Pengu right now, His divine power would burst my body, Yang Ming said. With the addition of his new talent, Yang Ming's confidence soared. He has no chance of losing tomorrow's battle. Moreover, Huaxia City is protected by Yang Fifan, a rare human warrior. From any perspective, Yang Ming is basically in an invincible position. Okay, everything's ready. Now I can get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow I'll give those Americans a good beating. Yang Ming was in a particularly good mood today and quickly fell asleep. The next day, early morning. Today marks the 14th day since Yang Ming descended upon the battlefield of all races. Around 6 o'clock, Yang Ming got up on time as always. Get up, get dressed, wash up, and then open the door. Good morning, my lord. Lilith, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, appeared at the door as always. Didn't I already tell you that you and Lilia don't need to get up so early? I can have breakfast around 7 a.m., Yang Ming said helplessly. Next time for sure, Lilith said, her head bowed. Never mind, whatever makes you happy. Yang Ming smiled helplessly. Since the two of them insisted, Yang Ming had no choice but to go along with them. However, waking up every day to a warm breakfast prepared by twin sisters is a nice thing. Not bad, it tastes great. Yang Ming picked up a Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, and took a big bite. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. Lilith felt a sweet warmth in her heart upon receiving Yang Ming's affirmation. Chapter 53 NATO forces surround Huaxia City. Yang Ming stood on a high ground, overlooking the entire map of Huaxia City. How is the security in the territory today? Are there any signs of residents fleeing? Yang Ming asked. Yesterday, Yang Ming had already sent people to post a notice stating that a large-scale war would break out in the coming days. Old Carl, standing behind Yang Ming, quickly stepped forward to answer. My lord, although the residents know that many forces will attack Huaxia City today, none of them have any intention of abandoning the city and fleeing. On the contrary, they are actively applying to join the work of defending the city and resisting foreign enemies. Everyone trusts the Lord very much. Moreover, the residents have developed an extremely strong sense of identity with Huaxia City, and they have a strong desire to protect this land. Yang Ming looked down at the busy people below. Some were actively building defensive walls, some were frantically sharpening weapons, and some were reinforcing fences. The soldiers were all preparing for battle and training. In short, almost every resident is contributing their share to protecting Huaxia City. Old Carl then said, My lord, we were homeless refugees. If you hadn't taken us in, we would probably have starved to death or become food for strange beasts long ago. You not only saved our lives, but also gave us food and houses to live in. To us, Huaxia City is a utopia, a sacred place that we would protect even at the cost of our lives. My lord, everyone believes that you can lead us to protect this homeland. Upon hearing this, a chord in Yang Ming's heart was touched. Yang Ming turned around, looked at Old Carl, Chun Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, Zhou Mingrue, and the others, and then asked in a deep voice, And what about you? Will you let the residents down? Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng were the first to answer. If the enemy attacks, I will stand before 10,000 men, sword in hand, and stain the sky with blood. Yang Ming smiled and nodded, saying, Very good. Pass down my order. At noon, all soldiers will follow me out of the city to fight the Americans fair and square. In this battle, I will show the whole world that China is invincible. At noon, the sun was blazing overhead. The NATO coalition forces, comprised of more than 40 countries including the United States, Australia, Canada, Germany, Italy, and Japan, are gradually approaching Yang Ming's territory. Through intelligence passed by spies, NATO has obtained Yang Ming's coordinates. Under the command of the United States, more than 300,000 Allied troops have arrived near Yang Ming's Huaxia City. More than 1,500 lords participated in this battle. In fact, the vast majority of people have awakened B-level talents, and even the weakest have awakened double C-level talents. NATO deployed over 300,000 troops to surround Yang Ming's territory in multiple layers. Mr. Tim App, is it really worth all this fuss just to deal with Yang Ming? A representative of an Australian lord couldn't help but ask. To deal with a single Chinese person, more than 1,500 lords were mobilized. Such an absurd thing has never happened in history. As the strongest lord in the newbie zone and the commander-in-chief of this operation, Temup frowned and replied, This is an order personally given by the president. What? Do you dare to question it? No, I wouldn't dare. The Australian Lord's representative quickly shook his head. Even the President of Australia would have to be humble when meeting the President of the United States. He was just a minor lord, so naturally he wouldn't dare to say such things. Snort. Temup snorted coldly, then said loudly, I issue this order in the name of the NATO commander. All troops advance. If Yang Ming does not accept surrender, then attack the city immediately. Yes, more than 300,000 people shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Outside the city, the NATO alliance, led by the United States, has surrounded Huaxia City. However, within Huaxia City, Yang Ming also gathered all the soldiers. More than 14,000 soldiers formed neat rows of uniform ranks, waiting for Yang Ming to give orders. Yang Ming stood at the highest point and slowly began to speak. Brothers, I'll leave everything else aside and just ask you one question. Do you want to own your own house? Do you want to start a family, marry a virtuous wife, and have a child? Yes, the soldiers asked in unison. Yang Ming patted his chest and said, You want it, and so do I. So, I can assure you that if you survive this battle, I will provide each of you with an apartment. Those who achieve outstanding military exploits will be rewarded with an entire house. With a house, how can you not find a partner? We are warriors of Huaxia City, and we volunteer for battle, the crowd shouted in response. Tell me what you should do. Yang Ming asked. Go into battle and kill the enemy. Bury all the invading enemies, the soldiers roared. Very good. Yang Ming nodded and said loudly, Now, the enemy has surrounded our city. They're trying to break through our city gates, burn our homes, enslave us, and take everything from us. Do you think we should just sit here and wait to die? No, only one battle, the soldiers shouted. Very good, brothers, follow me out of the city. Today, let's have a good fight with the Americans. Yang Ming waved his hand. Squeak. With a piercing, muffled sound, the gates of the territory were slowly opened. Yang Ming rode a black horse, leading Chun Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and the soldiers out of the territory. The commotion was immediately noticed by the NATO allied forces outside. Lord Temup, look, that Chinese man has actually come out on his own. Someone immediately reminded him. What? Temup asked, somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, shouldn't the NATO allied forces be attacking the city while Yang Ming is desperately defending his territory? Yang Ming ran out. Wasn't he just walking into a trap, wasting the advantage of defending the city? Look, Yang Ming has not only come out, but he has also brought all his troops with him, someone exclaimed. When Yang Ming's army came into view of the NATO forces, everyone was taken aback. More than 10,000 soldiers, each exuding an aura as fierce as a tiger. How is this possible? Why does he have so many soldiers? My God, I've spent a lot of resources training soldiers, and I've only managed to train 100 men. How'd he do that? Unbelievable. Just how terrifying is Yang Ming's talent. Now, I finally understand why the U.S. president went to such lengths to kill Yang Ming. His potential is simply terrifying. Once Yang Ming grows up, I'm afraid no one on the entire Blue Star will be able to stand against him. Time passed second by second, and the two armies finally clashed head-on. Chapter 54, Your America. Do you dare to accept the challenge? At this moment, Yang Ming's army and Trump's NATO coalition forces were facing each other at a distance of 200 meters. After a moment, Temup broke the silence. Lord Yang Ming, are you leading so many people out of your territory to surrender? Yang Ming sneered. Temup could hear the sarcasm in Yang Ming's tone, but he continued speaking to himself. Yang Ming, although you are Chinese, our president has always cherished talent. As long as you are willing to surrender and become a U.S. citizen, our country is willing to give you the highest honors and treatment. The president will personally confer your military rank, making you the youngest 5-star general in U.S. history, on par with General MacArthur. Furthermore, we can bring your family and friends to the United States, allowing them to become distinguished Americans just like you. Before Yang Ming could even speak, everyone else gasped in surprise. No one expected that the U.S. president would offer such a high price to win over Yang Ming. That's the rank of a 5-star general in the United States. There have only been a handful of such generals in history. What if I refuse? Yang Ming countered. Temup's face fell. He had offered such tempting terms, and Yang Ming still refused. Where would he put his face? If you refuse, then die here today, Timop said coldly. Yeah, you ain't think you can kill me? If you want to bribe me, you should at least prove your strength, right? Yang Ming sneered at. Immediately afterwards, Yang Ming took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and let out a deafening roar. Timop, send your strongest NATO soldiers to fight against the warriors of my Huaxia city. One-on-one duels before the battle. Do you dare to accept? Trump, since you say you represent the United States, do you dare to accept the offer? Yang Ming mustered all his strength and shouted at the top of his lungs, making sure his voice reached everyone's ears. In this battle, Yang Ming wants to establish his authority, and the United States is the best stepping stone. Timop's face gradually turned red. He hadn't expected Yang Ming to be so arrogant as to say such things in front of so many national lords. If he doesn't accept, doesn't that mean the U.S. is afraid? At that time, the United States' international prestige will decline. No, Temepchi can't take the blame for this. Yang Ming burst into laughter again, laughing unrestrainedly. What? You Americans don't dare to accept. Ha ha ha. If you don't dare, then we'll let you off the hook. Let's just start fighting. It's just a one-on-one fight. What's there to be afraid of? Do you think the great United States is afraid of you? Trump was already enraged. Immediately afterwards, Timop pointed to the representative of the Southern Yu Kingdom and said, Ruan Siqiang, you're the first to go out. You can only win, you can't afford to lose. Ruan Siqiang, the representative of the lords of the Southern Yu Kingdom, has awakened a double B-level combat talent and is the most powerful lord in the Southern Yu Kingdom. Yes, Lord Temop, Ruan Siqiang said. After saying that, Ruan Siqiang walked alone onto the battlefield. When Yang Ming saw that the first enemy to take the stage was actually the lord of the Southern Yu Kingdom, he was furious. The Southern Yu Kingdom was definitely an ungrateful country. Back in 1950, when the French invaded South Vietnam, China not only provided South Vietnam with 20 billion yuan worth of supplies, but also secretly dispatched military advisors to support South Vietnam. Unexpectedly, under the instigation of the United States, the South Vietnamese kingdom carried out massacres and expulsions of overseas Chinese, launched an armed invasion of Chinese territory, and sent troops to illegally occupy most of the islands in the South China Sea. Therefore, the newly established China had no choice but to launch a 10-year self-defense counterattack against Vietnam. Zhang Lingfeng, go and kill him. Yang Ming had no good feelings towards this group of ingrates. Don't worry, my lord, I will definitely cut off his head. Zhang Lingfeng said. After saying that, Zhang Lingfeng leaped into battle, holding the silver dragon spear in his hand, and came to the opposite side of Ruan Siqiang. The two men faced each other, 30 meters apart. Are you my opponent? Ruan Siqiang asked first. Zhang Lingfeng gripped the silver dragon spear tightly in his hand, pointing it at Ruan Siqiang. Yes, come here and die. I'll take your head. Ruan Siqiang snorted coldly, his face sinister as he said, You're so arrogant, even when you're about to die. You don't actually think that just over 10,000 people can stop our army of over 300,000, do you? Ruan Siqiang was extremely arrogant. In his view, the more than 300,000 NATO troops led by the United States would be able to easily wipe out Yang Ming's army. Zhang Lingfeng remained unmoved and continued speaking to himself. I don't know anything else, but I do know one thing. You will soon die by my gun. A fierce glint flashed in Ruan Siqiang's eyes as he said in a deep voice, Then there's nothing more to say. Let's start fighting. Back then, if it weren't for your Huaxia's refusal to cede the provinces of Guang and Yun, our Manhwa kingdom would have unified Southeast Asia long ago. Your Huaxia has such a vast territory. What's wrong with giving us a little land? You have no magnanimity at all. I hate you Huaxia people to the core. So go to hell. After saying that, Ruan Siqiang grabbed a black spear and charged towards Zhang Lingfeng. Perfect timing. Zhang Lingfeng's silver dragon spear pierced through the air, aiming straight for the opponent's head. Bang! The silver dragon spear and the black spear collided, producing intense sparks. Ruan Siqiang reacted quickly, sweeping his spear and changing position, then shot Zhang Lingfeng in the thigh. Black fire spear technique. At the same time, a ball of black flame covered the spear. However, Zhang Lingfeng was no pushover either, with a combat power of 147 points. Coupled with the combat power boost from the silver dragon spear, he had ample room to counterattack. With a simple horizontal flick, Zhang Lingfeng neutralized the opponent's attack. This is an excellent grade weapon. Ruan Siqiang was shocked. Zhang Lingfeng's basic attack blocked my skill. The only explanation is that Zhang Lingfeng's weapon quality is far superior to mine. Ruan Siqiang felt extremely resentful and was incredibly jealous. As the representative of the rulers of the Southern Yu Kingdom, even with the awakening of dual B-level talents, Ruan Siqiang was unable to obtain an excellent level weapon, because excellent grade weapons are extremely rare. But why should the other party, who is just one of Yang Ming's soldiers, be able to obtain an excellent grade weapon? Ruan Siqiang cried out in his heart. This is unfair, extremely unfair. Why is all the good fortune going to the Chinese? Once I kill you, your weapons will be mine. Come and die. Ruan Siqiang roared and charged at Zhang Lingfeng again. This time, Zhang Lingfeng didn't intend to hold back either. Dragon Soul. With a sweep of his spear, Zhang Lingfeng unleashed a dazzling light, and a phantom of a white dragon appeared, circling around the spear and Zhang Lingfeng. Dragon Soul, a B-rank skill, summons a silver dragon phantom that inherits 100% of the master's combat power and fights alongside the master. In an instant, the silver dragon spear unleashed its immense power, and Ruan Siqiang was the first to be hit. Chapter 55: Zhang Lingfeng versus Ruan Siqiang. Zhang Lingfeng held a long spear, with a silver dragon phantom swirling around his body, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Hey Ruan, come here and die. With a rapid thrust of the spear, Zhang Lingfeng aimed at Ruan Siqiang's vital points and launched a frenzied attack. Arrogant! You think you can kill me? I am the strongest lord of the Southern Yu Kingdom, and you are just a soldier of Yang Ming. You dare to kill me? Ruan Siqiang met Zhang Lingfeng's attack head-on, countering each move and deflecting his offensive one by one. The two sides fought back and forth, locked in a fierce battle. Although Zhang Lingfeng lacked talent, his combat power was as high as 147 points. Coupled with the support of an excellent grade weapon, he fought exceptionally fiercely. Although Ruan Siqiang's combat power is only 124 points, he is not at a disadvantage at all thanks to the natural advantage of his double B-level combat talent. Bang! Bang bang bang! Waves of energy erupted between the two. Even the ground cracked slightly from the aftershocks of the battle. 30 minutes later, the battle between Zhang Lingfeng and Ruan Siqiang has reached a fever pitch, with both sides nearing their physical limits. But in terms of perseverance, Zhang Lingfeng was superior. After such a long battle, he remained calm and focused. Now, finally, Zhang Lingfeng seized upon his opponent's weakness. Taking advantage of the moment when Ruan Siqiang's body tilted, Zhang Lingfeng swiftly thrust out his spear, aiming straight for his heart. Prepare to die, Dragon Break Strike. Zhang Lingfeng used all his strength, concentrating all his power into this single shot. Dragon Break Strike, a C-rank skill, unleashes a penetrating strike with an effective range of up to 30 meters. With a dragon's roar, Zhang Lingfeng's silver dragon spear finally pierced Ruan Siqiang's heart. Ruan Siqiang was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. General Zhang is mighty. Color. Upon seeing this, the soldiers on the Huaxia city side couldn't help but cheer. On the other side, Temup was furious, his face turning ashen. He hadn't expected to get off to a bad start in the first battle. You, surnamed Ruan, it doesn't matter if you die, but don't lose. Get up right now. Temup roared angrily. Upon hearing this, Ruan Siqiang, who was already on the verge of death, suddenly experienced a brief moment of lucidity. Ignoring the spear piercing his heart, Ruan Siqiang strode forward and grabbed Zhang Lingfeng tightly. Even if I die, you won't live. Ruan Siqiang pulled an energy bomb from his pocket, a high-quality one. His body began to slowly swell and turn red. Finally, he laughed maniacally and shouted, "Art is an explosion." The energy bomb exploded with dazzling sparks, followed by a burst of intense heat. Zhang Lingfeng's pupils contracted. He sensed danger and wanted to escape, but Ruan Siqiang held him tightly, making it impossible for him to get away. Finally, a powerful explosion rang out. Boom! Ruan Siqiang's body exploded, releasing an energy storm that directly engulfed Zhang Lingfeng. Oh yeah, we turn the tables. We turn the tables. Haha, Chinese people are so stupid, they can't even dodge this. Looking at the thick fog generated by the explosion, the NATO members couldn't help but burst into laughter. They were bound to lose, but they managed to turn it into a draw. How could they not be happy? When the smoke cleared, Ruan Siqiang was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield, while the seriously injured Zhang Lingfeng lay on the ground. "Quickly go, and bring them back," Yang Ming immediately ordered. "Yes, my lord." 2 soldiers rushed onto the battlefield at top speed and carried Zhang Lingfeng back. Although Zhang Lingfeng was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was gritting his teeth and persevering to avoid losing consciousness. "My lord, I'm sorry. Although I killed him, I was also careless and injured," Zhang Lingfeng said with difficulty. "It's all right. You've done very well. Go and get treatment," Yang Ming comforted him. "With Anna around, Zhang Lingfeng won't die. He'll recover to about 70 to 80% after just half a day of rest." Yang Ming hadn't expected the other party to be so crazy. "Ha ha, Yang Ming, you men seem to be nothing special after all. They can't even withstand an explosion of this magnitude." Temup was in high spirits, letting out a smug laugh, and then said in a sarcastic tone, "Next, who are you going to send to their death?" Upon hearing this, before Yang Ming could respond, Chun Jian volunteered for the battle. "My lord, let me take the lead next. I can dodge that level of explosion." "Okay, go ahead." Yang Ming nodded. Currently, Yang Ming has only focused on training 2 soldiers, Zhang Lingfeng and Chun Jian. Now that Zhang Lingfeng is injured, Chun Jian has to take the field. After obtaining Yang Ming's consent, Chun Jian went to the battlefield. Chun Jian was tall and straight. When he stood there, he gave the impression of being an indestructible rock. Anyone with eyes can see that Chun Jian is stronger than Zhang Lingfeng. After all, Chun Jian was summoned by Yang Ming on the first day, used a soldier enhancement talisman, and fought continuously for 14 days to improve his strength. "You, the one with the mustache. What's your name again?" "Oh, it's Hitler, right?" "You're up next," Temup said. Hitler, the strongest lord of Germany, also awakened a double B-level combat talent. But he is undoubtedly more capable than Ruan Siqiang from before. Chun Jian and Hitler both reached the front of their respective military camps. "I am Hitler, lord of the German state. Please enlighten me," Hitler said. Upon hearing the other party introduce himself, Chun Jian returned the courtesy and said, "Chun Jian, commander of the Azure Dragon Legion of Huaxia City, please." However, just as Chun Jian finished speaking, Hitler, who had a small mustache, suddenly launched an attack and took the opportunity to snipe at Chun Jian. Hitler's moves were vicious and insidious. He immediately tried to ambush Chun Jian's groin. "You shameless scoundrel!" Chun Jian was furious. He hadn't expected this person to be so shameless, not only launching a sneak attack while someone was talking, but also specifically targeting the groin. Chun Jian was forced to retreat quickly, and then, seizing the opportunity, swung his broadsword at Hitler's hand. Chun Jian thought his strike would miss, but he actually managed to cut off Hitler's hands with great success. Chun Jian was surprised by how smoothly it went, because he had thought it would be a fierce battle. He. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Hitler gave a sinister laugh, and his severed arms miraculously began to twist. With a twisting motion, Hitler's severed arms began to swell and grow enormous, even sprouting dense roots. In the end, his arms turned into countless vines, which directly wrapped around Chun Jian's body. Chapter 56, Chun Jian versus Hitler. At this point, Hitler's limbs had transformed into roots and vines covered in barbs. His entire mental state seemed to have entered a state of madness, and he kept emitting strange laughter. As more and more vines appeared, the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a vine nest. For a time, Chun Jian could only passively wield his Xian Tai greatsword, constantly cutting down the surrounding vines. However, the vines seemed to be immortal. No matter how many times they are cut down, they can still regenerate. Seeing that Hitler had the upper hand from the start, the NATO members couldn't help but cheer. Good, well played. As expected of Lord Hitler, his talent is amazing. Look at that Chinese man. He doesn't even have the ability to resist. With this level of skill, you think you're qualified to fight us one-on-one in a ring? China is truly trash. The sarcastic remarks from the sidelines did not affect Chun Jian's mindset. On the contrary, they made him analyze the situation more calmly. Since he didn't know what Hitler's talent was, Chun Jian could only rely on his own judgment. Chun Jian began to analyze. First of all, the vines are not very lethal, but they grow at an astonishing rate, so his talent should be related to recovery and regeneration. Secondly, his body has become vine-like, but his head has retained its human form, so his head is probably his weak point. After analyzing the situation, Chun Jian had already devised a countermeasure. All you need to do is deal enough damage to clear away the vines blocking your way, then rush in and slice off the opponent's head with one strike. But with its superhuman recovery and regeneration abilities, how could Hitler's vines break so easily? It seems we'll have to use the sevenfold vibration blade. Sevenfold vibration blade, grade B, is a Xian Tai greatsword with an attached skill. Each swing adds damage to the next swing, up to a maximum of 7 stacks. Sevenfold blade slash, first strike. Chun Jian unleashed his sevenfold vibration blade, and with each strike he severed all the vines within a 2-meter radius around him. But the vines regenerate so quickly that within seconds, a dense multitude of vines swept over. The second cut. However, Chun Jian remained calm and unleashed a second strike. The second strike was twice as powerful as the first, instantly annihilating all the vines within a 4-meter radius. But the vines were like wild grass, which could not be burned out by wildfire and would grow again with the spring breeze. Soon they surrounded and entangled Chun Jian from all directions. The third cut. The fourth cut. With each swing of his sword, the damage from the previous strikes could be stacked onto the next, and Chun Jian's power at this moment was on a completely different level than before. Sevenfold vibration blade, fifth strike. Chun Jian swung his sword for the 5th time, which severed all the vines blocking his way. At the same time, the damage from this strike is also added to the next strike. With all the vines severed and no longer an obstacle, Chun Jian charged forward with his sword. Sevenfold vibration blade, 6th strike. Chun Jian aimed at Hitler's head and slashed at him with his knife. He. Strangely, Hitler did not dodge, but instead revealed a sinister smile. Snap! Chun Jian's black iron broadsword successfully severed Hitler's head. However, to everyone's surprise, Hitler's head was cut off, but he still did not die. You fell for it, didn't you? My brain is the strongest. Hitler's head suddenly revealed a smug smile. Ha ha! Experience what it's like to be devoured. Hitler left loudly. Immediately afterwards, centered on Hitler, countless vines were uprooted and sprouted from the ground. Its quantity is 3 times that of before. So, this person had already laid a lot of vines under his feet, waiting for me to take the bait. Chun Jian thought to himself, but it doesn't matter. My sword momentum has already built up. Let's see how you block the next strike. Sevenfold blade slash, 7th strike. Chun Jian no longer held back and unleashed his strongest strike. The invincible blade of light engulfed the vines. The terrifying energy burst was even more shocking than the previous explosion. A little while later, when the smoke cleared, only Chun Jian's figure and fragments of vines could be seen on the ground. We won. Great! Commander Chun has won. The warriors of Huaxia City cheered. However, just as Chun Jian lowered his guard, a vine seed that had fallen to the ground somehow managed to burrow into Chun Jian's thigh at an incredible speed, and then crawl from his thigh toward his head. Ah! Chun Jian screamed and knelt on one knee. Ha! Seeing this, Tema burst into another smug laugh. Didn't expect that, did you? After awakening the B-rank talent's magic vine body and parasitism, Hitler won't die even if he becomes a seed. Ha 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 ha! Chinese, you've lost this time. Upon hearing Temup's words, Chun Jian was both shocked and furious. He never imagined that the other party would turn into a seed and survive. Am I going to lose? No. If I fall here, how can I continue to follow the Lord? Will I fail the Lord's expectations of me? No, I must win. With an intense desire to win, Chun Jian picked up a large knife and pointed it at his stomach. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chun Jian cut open his stomach. Throughout the entire process, Chun Jian didn't even frown. He swiftly and decisively reached out and removed the seed that had burrowed into his body. Then, with a strong squeeze, crushed the seeds in one go. This scene truly stunned everyone. Doesn't he feel any pain? The NATO members felt a chill run down their spines. Chun Jian, who was in the field, acted as if nothing had happened. He dragged his dissected body back to Yang Ming's side with his head held high and chest out. My lord, I have accomplished my mission. The enemy has been annihilated, Chun Jian said to Yang Ming. Seeing his still bleeding abdomen, Yang Ming knew he was putting on a brave face, So he quickly said, "Quickly, have someone carry you to the clinic to find Anna and have her save you." But the war isn't over yet. Chen Jian was unwilling to leave. "That's an order. Go get treatment right away," Yang Ming said with a stern face. "Leave the rest to me. You just need to recuperate at the clinic. We'll have a celebration banquet tonight." "All right." Chen Jian could only agree. After Chen Jian left, Yang Ming was the only player left who could fight on the field. "My lord, let me play in the next match." "My lord, I will do it. Even if I die, I will not bring shame to Huaxia City. I, lord, am also quite capable in combat." The soldiers stepped forward one after another, volunteering to fight for Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook his head and said coldly, "No need. You all just stay put and be on high alert. I will take over and finish them off." Chapter 57, Round 3. Yang Ming makes his move. Yang Ming rode his black horse and slowly walked into the battlefield. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Yang Ming faced more than 300,000 NATO troops alone. His figure was slightly thin, yet he gave people an incomparably tall feeling. "No way. This is only the third match. And Lord Yang Ming, you're actually going to take the stage yourself? Don't you have anyone else who's good enough to compete?" Temup said sarcastically. Faced with Temerloa's sarcastic remarks, Yang Ming remained unfazed and said, "I just don't want to waste time. I'll take you all down by myself from now on." You? You wiped us all out by yourself? Haha, that's hilarious." One of the Italian lords couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, "You don't believe me? Come up here and arm wrestle with me." The Italian lord snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "Yang Ming, it's not impossible for you to challenge me, but you have to prove you have the strength first. How about this? You fight one of my soldiers first, and if you win, I'll fight you in return." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and then a short, thin man ran out. This skinny guy is a militiaman of the Italian lord, the kind who serves as cannon fodder, and his combat strength is less than 8 points. "Lord Yang Ming, make your move. If you defeat him, it will prove that you have the strength to challenge me," the Italian lord said mockingly. "Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." Yang Ming was genuinely angry. Yang Ming slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning flashed in his palm. "Thunderbolt!" Yang Ming murmured. The next second, a huge bolt of lightning burst from Yang Ming's palm and instantly struck the Italian lord who liked to talk nonsense. It was as fast as lightning, piercing straight through the heart of the Italian lord. "Wow, what's going on?" Upon seeing this, the entire audience instantly became agitated. No one expected that Yang Ming could kill someone so effortlessly from a distance of 100 meters. Such powerful methods terrified and chilled everyone present. "Next, who else wants to challenge me?" Yang Ming's voice resounded throughout the arena. This time, no one dared to be sarcastic anymore. Even Temup knew better than to keep quiet and looked serious. Time passed little by little. "Lord Yang Ming, let me see what you're capable of." At this moment, a blond man walked over from the NATO camp. "Okay." Yang Ming only glanced at him lightly. The blond man approached Yang Ming and gave a knightly salute. His attitude was very polite, unlike most arrogant white Europeans and Americans. "Lord Yang Ming, my name is Baron, and I come from France. I hope you can understand that it is not my intention to be an enemy of China, so I would like to have a match with you that is just a friendly contest." Seeing that his attitude was acceptable, Yang Ming nodded and said, "All right, I can leave you a whole corpse." Baron gave a helpless laugh, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. "Lord Yang Ming, I'm going in." A rapier appeared in Baron's hand, and his sword-wielding movements perfectly replicated the sword-drawing motions of ancient European knights. Baron was testing the waters step by step, gradually getting closer to Yang Ming. "Lord Yang Ming, be careful." Before long, Baron had rushed up to Yang Ming. At the same time, he thrust his rapier toward Yang Ming's vital points. That's it. Faced with Baron's attack, Yang Ming simply raised his right hand. Then, he accurately caught his rapier between 2 fingers. Baron was shocked. He had been testing the waters for so long before deciding to thrust his sword, only to have it so easily deflected by Yang Ming. Just as Baron had expected, Yang Ming was terrifyingly strong. "Humph. Lord Yang Ming, you were careless." But Baron, as the most powerful lord in France, was not to be underestimated. Judging from the panel, Baron's combat power is already 145 points. Spatial transfer. Baron unleashed his talent. Spatial transfer, a B-rank talent, allows the user to instantly move themselves and any objects they come into contact with, but the distance is greatly limited. The rapier that Yang Ming had been controlling vanished into thin air, and the next second, Baron appeared mysteriously behind Yang Ming. Feeling a cold wind coming from behind, Baron's rapier was already stabbing towards Yang Ming's back, less than 10 centimeters away. Yang Ming sensed something and, using his incredible speed, moved his sky-splitting blade to block. Once again, spatial transfer. However, Baron was quite shrewd. He was still testing the waters this time, and the next second he changed his position again. This time, Baron finally stopped probing. He appeared to Yang Ming's side and thrust his sword towards Yang Ming's shoulder. All of Baron's feigned attacks before were for this moment. Yang Ming admitted that Baron's fighting awareness was quite good, so he also took it a little more seriously. Thunderbolt. Yang Ming murmured again. Immediately afterwards, Yang Ming's body surface flashed with lightning, and he indiscriminately released a wide range of lightning damage centered on himself. Baron's rapier still pierced Yang Ming's shoulder before he was struck by lightning, leaving him questioning his existence. Baron was thrown away by the electric shock. His skin was charred, but he was still breathing. He was just slightly injured and had fallen into a coma. He would be fine after lying in bed for a day or two. The reason Yang Ming didn't kill Baron was because he had only stabbed himself in the shoulder and hadn't intended to kill him. Next, after defeating Baron, Yang Ming habitually spoke up. Yang Ming's expression remained calm, and his tone of voice was consistently relaxed. After 2 minutes, seeing no one respond, Yang Ming directly called out Temep's name. Tespa, how much longer do I have to wait? Send in someone better, don't let me get too bored. Temep was furious, but he was powerless to do anything about it. After all, Yang Ming was just too strong. But Temep's command experience was still very strong. He quickly adjusted his thoughts and continued to issue orders. India, send your strongest lord to fight, Temep commanded finally. An Indian immediately responded. All right, then let me do it. I've long disliked the Chinese. As the most powerful lord of India, I will be the one to defeat Yang Ming. For some reason, this Indian was exceptionally confident. He approached Yang Ming and began to speak to himself. My name is Amir Khan, from the great country of India. Remember this name, for I am about to be the one to kill you. Chapter 58, I'm going to fight 10 of them. Yang Ming had never met such a confident person. Even after Yang Ming defeated the 2 men, this Indian man named Amir Khan remained extremely confident, believing he could easily defeat Yang Ming. You've awakened an A-level talent. Yang Ming asked subconsciously. No, but I can definitely beat you. As a Brahmin nobleman, I can never lose, Almahin said confidently. Without A-level talent, where does your confidence come from? Didn't you see that I just took down 2 B-level talents? Then you can come, Yang Ming said. Almahin, however, said with a disdainful expression. I'm stronger than you. You should be the one to come and attack me. I'll give you 3 moves. Yang Ming realized that this person was really good at pretending. I had an urge to just beat him to death. Come here, I'll give you 5 moves, Yang Ming said, barely suppressing his anger. Amir Khan remained brimming with absolute confidence, arrogantly stating, 5 moves are nothing. I told you come here. I'll stand still and let you punch me once. If you move even a little, I'll consider it a loss. Yang Ming really couldn't take it anymore. Since you want to die, then I'll send you on your way. Yang Ming rushed forward at top speed and punched him in the chest. Wow. Almahin coughed up a mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground. I was careless, I didn't dodge. Almahin endured the pain, and after saying this, he fainted. Yang Ming fell silent. No wonder this country, where even lizards can't protect their chrysanthemums, is full of talented people. How did such an oddball become the strongest lord in India? Fuck, are these damned Indians here just to embarrass us? Temep felt like he was about to explode with anger, and secretly decided that he would never trust India again. After this interlude, Yang Ming adjusted his mindset and said, Next, before long, under Temep's coercion, Turkey's strongest lord had no choice but to take the field. But he only lasted 3 minutes before being defeated by Yang Ming. Next, the most powerful lord in Greece sent out his summoned creatures to fight, but suffered a crushing defeat. Next, the Judean nations went to war, but also suffered a crushing defeat. Next, After Yang Ming defeated the seventh person and shouted the seventh next, no one dared to challenge him anymore. What? Is there no one here who dares to come up? Yang Ming waited for 5 minutes, but no one dared to come out and fight him. So he asked. Not a single NATO member dared to utter a sound. Through those previous battles, everyone finally realized that Yang Ming's strength had far surpassed that of everyone else. Even with awakened double-level talents and a combat power of 150, he couldn't last 5 minutes against Yang Ming. That's incredible. This man named Yang Ming is practically invincible. Seeing that no one dared to respond, Yang Ming said to Temup, Temup, what's wrong? You're too scared to fight? Are you going to surrender? Temup's face was grim. Before the fight, he had made countless calculations, but he had not expected Yang Ming to be so powerful. Initially, Temup wanted to use sheer numbers to gradually wear down Yang Ming's stamina. But who could have imagined? Yang Ming's combat power was simply like he had cheated, effortlessly taking down 7 lords. Yang Ming, don't get too cocky. The stronger you appear, the more you have to die today, Temup said through gritted teeth. Yang Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, Oh really? Then hurry up and kill me. How about you personally take the stage and fight me this time? Temez refused, because he knew very well that if he played, it would be no different from suicide. Seeing that he did not answer, Yang Ming asked again, What, Temup, you don't dare? If you don't dare, then all of you come at me together. No matter how many of you there are, come and challenge me together. I want to take on 10. Upon hearing this, 2 words came to everyone's mind. Arrogance. Yang Ming is incredibly arrogant. Unfortunately, no one could stand up and defeat him. Yang Ming, since you're so arrogant, then I'll play along with you slowly and thoroughly, Temup said. Temup didn't want it to end so quickly. He was trying to stall for time. That's right, the reason Temup agreed to a one-on-one duel with Yang Ming was entirely to buy time. Because in secret, Temup had already sent another army to secretly circle around to the rear of Yang Ming's territory. At this moment, Yang Ming and his army are on the front lines, which means that Huaxia City's defenses are at their weakest. If they can launch a surprise attack into Yang Ming's territory from the rear, the balance of victory will tip completely in Trump's favor. Yang Ming, are you really going to fight 10 of them by yourself? Temup was still trying his best to stall for time. Of course, all of you come at me together, Yang Ming said. Okay, I'll grant your request. Just as the battle raged fiercely on the front lines, an army of 20,000 men had quietly circled around to the rear of Huaxia City. This army was led by a joint force of Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. Yang Ming's territory is just 200 meters ahead. What should we do next? Should we just charge in? Of course, our mission is to create chaos. Charge in, cut down anyone you see, set fires everywhere, and work together with Lord Temup to destroy Yang Ming's territory in one fell swoop. Did you all understand? Clear. All right, everyone get ready. Let's charge in. And so, this army of 20,000 men quietly sneaked into Yang Ming's territory from the rear. At that very moment, Yang Fifan, who had been stationed near the main gate of Huaxia City, also noticed something. Suddenly, Yang Fifan's airs twitched. Is someone invading? But the number is rather small, only a mere 20,000 people. Yang Fifan has a strong sense of perception and immediately detected that someone was invading Huaxia City from the rear. As a rare level guardian of the evil god, Yang Fifan's combat power has exceeded 1,000 points, and these 20,000 people pose no threat to him at all. So Yang Fifan walked from the main gate of the territory to the rear of the territory. At the same time, charge in. The Allied forces comprised of South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines have already stormed into Huaxia City from the rear. We're in. There's not a single guard. Isn't Yang Ming incredibly stupid? He brought all the soldiers out here, but he didn't even defend his home. Isn't that just plain idiotic? Stop chatting, guys. It's time to get to work. I'm going to kill my heart's content, slaughter all the Chinese men, and take the women back as slaves. But just as they were about to unleash a massacre, suddenly the sky darkened, and everyone's vision went black. A sinister darkness enveloped the area. Then, in the darkness, a terrifying and eerie tall black shadow, like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell, appeared before the group of intruders. The projection of an evil god has descended. Chapter 59, The Great War breaks out. What? What kind of monster is this? What the hell? A ghost in broad daylight. Help! A demon has crawled out from underground. The projection of the dark, evil god, standing over 30 meters tall, had a ferocious face and a massive body. Just one glance at it was enough to send chills down one's spine. The terrifying aura emanating from him made everyone smell a strong scent of death. "Run! Run!" someone shouted, and the intruders were so frightened that they scattered and fled. Try to escape? Not so easy, Young Feifan sneered. Immediately afterwards, Yang Feifan controlled the projection of the evil god, and a dark hand slammed down towards the intruder. Anyone touched by the dark hand was instantly drained of their life force and turned into a dried-up corpse. With a single wave of its arm, the evil god's projection killed more than a dozen Japanese lords on the spot. With another swing of his arm, more than a dozen South Korean lords fell to the ground and died. The Filipino monkeys were not spared either. Some died, some fled, and in the end, they discovered that the original entrance had been blocked at some point. In the end, Yang Feifan sent all of these Japanese, South Koreans, and Filipinos to meet their maker. At the same time, on the main battlefield, what's going on? Why hasn't that allied force from Japan and South Korea invaded Yang Ming's territory yet? As Temup gazed at the distant, quiet, and seemingly unaffected city of China, countless questions arose in his mind. But almost 2 hours have passed. Why haven't we seen a signal flare yet? Suddenly, a burst of enthusiastic cheers pulled Temup from his thoughts. "Your lordship is awesome. Ah, did you see that? Even 10 of them together can't beat the lord. That's amazing. Your excellency is incredible." Temup came to his senses and looked towards the center of the battlefield. In the arena, Yang Ming stood firm like a god of war, while 10 half-dead people lay around him. He defeated the combined forces of 10 NATO lords in less than 10 minutes. Upon seeing this, Temup was momentarily stunned. That's right. Just 10 minutes ago, Yang Ming boasted that he would fight 10 people at once. In order to buy time, Trump didn't care about his reputation anymore and selected 10 powerful lords from NATO member states to fight Yang Ming. Trump had thought that if all 10 lords attacked together, they could at least buy some more time. And then all 10 of them ended up lying on the board. Yang Ming cracked his neck, turned around, and asked Temup, "Tespa, the 10 men you sent are no good either. They're too weak. Don't you have a single capable fighter among the more than 40 member states of NATO?" Temup's face darkened. He didn't know how to answer. At this moment, he finally understood why the White House had ordered that they should do whatever it took to win over or eliminate Yang Ming. Because Yang Ming is just too powerful. If we let him grow up, I'm afraid no one on the entire planet will be his match. Seeing that Temup remained silent, Yang Ming asked to himself, "Tesmop, I bet you're stalling for time, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Temup was startled and instinctively asked, "Ow, how did you know?" Yang Ming's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sunny and confident smile. "Because from the very beginning, I knew what kind of scheme you were plotting." Indeed, Yang Ming knew that Temurpin was deliberately stalling for time, so he decided to play along and use this method to continuously deplete NATO's strength. In order to break down Temep's psychological defenses, Yang Ming mocked him. "Temup, you don't need to wait any longer. The army you sent to carry out the sneak attack is probably all dead by now. With Yang Feifan, a rare-level evil god, guarding him, Yang Mingjin didn't need to worry about the safety of his territory." Upon hearing this, Temup was shocked once again. It turned out that Yang Ming had seen through everything all along. "You, Yang Ming, you've been playing me all along?" Temup asked through gritted teeth. Yang Ming shrugged and said calmly, "It's not that I'm playing a trick on you. It's just that you're too stupid." Having been repeatedly tricked by Yang Ming, Temup could no longer contain his anger. He growled in a low voice. "Yang Ming, do you really think you can take on more than 1,000 lords and more than 300,000 troops from NATO all by yourself?" Temup was truly enraged. Initially, he wanted to take down Yang Ming with minimal losses, which is why he sent people to invade from the rear. However, Temup doesn't care about anything else now. He's willing to pay any price as long as he can kill Yang Ming. "You guys," Yang Ming sneered and said in a deep voice, "So what if there are more than 1,000 lords? So what if there are 300,000 troops? I have never taken you seriously. If you want war, then I'll fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Temup's last shred of reason had been completely consumed. He no longer cared about anything else, and raised his right hand high, shouting, "All personnel, listen up. In my capacity as NATO Supreme Commander, I order the entire army to prepare for battle." These words immediately created a tense atmosphere throughout the room. An invisible killing intent permeated the battlefield. Yang Ming's expression turned serious. He slowly raised the sky-splitting blade in his hand, pointing the tip at the NATO army, and slowly spoke. Very good. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. From today onwards, I will tell the world and the Americans in a dignified manner that those who want to be enemies with China should be prepared for destruction. With things having developed to this point, Timop knew there was no turning back. If he backed down now, it would be tantamount to telling everyone that the entire NATO alliance combined couldn't defeat a single Chinese person. At that point, the United States' international prestige will plummet to rock bottom. This battle is unavoidable. If Yang Ming can be killed, then everything can be salvaged. Therefore, Timop issued a direct military order, shouting sternly, "Summon your battle pets and prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, one after another, the NATO lords summoned out tame beasts. A giant silver bear, 10 meters tall and bulging with muscles, was summoned. It could smash a house with a single swipe of its paw. A cry rang out, and suddenly a two-headed bird covered in red feathers flew into the air, its wingspan reaching a full 20 meters. A multicolored, giant abyss serpent emerges from the ground, capable of swallowing 5 people whole. In addition, countless other exotic beasts and battle pets were summoned by the NATO lords. Timop looked coldly at Yang Ming and asked in a deep voice, "Yang Ming, I'll ask you one last time. Surrender and submit to our great United States or die." "You dare to bring out these trashy battle pets?" Yang Ming mocked the guest mercilessly. As he spoke, Yang Ming flipped his right hand, and the Dark Spirit Peacock summoning scroll appeared in his palm. "Today, I'll show you what real strength is." The next second, Yang Ming used the Dark Spirit Peacock summoning scroll without hesitation. In an instant, the earth shook violently, as if some colossal beast from the abyss had awakened. Chapter 60, Using the Talent. Summoning the Chinese God. What's going on? An earthquake. What's going on? I have a feeling that a terrifying monster is about to appear. Oh no, the ground has cracked. The sudden earthquake threw everyone into a panic. But those battle pets and exotic beasts were the most affected. The appearance of a bloodline suppression made them all restless and uneasy. Yo! At that moment, a deafening, piercing sound rang out. Even the entire sky darkened. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone noticed that a giant teleportation portal had appeared above Yang Ming's head. The sudden appearance of such a massive portal caused even Timop to feel intense unease. Then, before everyone's eyes, a terrifying, enormous beast made a stunning entrance. A dark spirit peacock, entirely black, resembles a demon crawling out of the abyss. Its feathers, when spread, can easily cover 100 meters of sky. Awoo! Dark spirit peacock, a rare flying beast with a combat power of 1,000 to 1,200. This. At this moment, Timop was so shocked that he couldn't speak at all. Rare grade. This is a rare grade beast. In the history of Earth, no one has ever been able to subdue a rare level alien beast during the novice stage. This is the first time in history that a rare level alien beast has appeared in the beginner area of Blue Star. The terrifying aura and deadly pressure silenced everyone present who dared not utter a sound. Seeing the morale was low, Timop quickly tried to appear calm and said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a rare level beast. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Ming definitely doesn't have any other trump cards left. As long as we take down this peacock, we'll win. If we win this battle, I guarantee everyone will receive a generous reward." Although Tamerpin spoke casually, everyone was not stupid, and some people were already considering backing out. Fighting a rare-level alien beast is practically suicide, isn't it? Yang Ming noticed that some people were already hesitant to fight, so he spoke loudly. Today's battle is a feud between China and the United States. Those who were forced to get involved. As long as you retreat now, I, Yang Ming, guarantee that I will not hold you accountable. However, if you insist on being my enemy, then you will all die today without mercy. The phrase, "no mercy," was filled with murderous intent, demonstrating Yang Ming's determination. Trump quickly added a threat. Anyone who dares to retreat is making an enemy of the United States and NATO. You'd better think carefully about the consequences. Don't be fooled, everyone. Yang Ming is scared. He's just bluffing. Victory in this war will surely belong to our great America. Although Trump's words sounded very nice, some countries ultimately wisely withdrew their troops. The first to retreat was India. "Excuse me, Timop, my wife gave birth. I have to go back home." After uttering these words, Army Khan of India led the other Indian lords and fled. "Ahem, well, Lord Timop, my wife has also given birth, so I need to go back for a bit." The people from the Philippines were very clever. They ran away immediately. "In Private Marseille, my wife also had a baby. And me, although my wife hasn't had any children, my brother's wife has. There's a 1 in 10 chance that the child in his wife's belly is mine." Before long, the lords of 7 or 8 countries withdrew their troops. Temez was so angry his face turned green, and he roared, "Fuck you, are all your wives the same person?" Almohan, who had already walked quite a distance, suddenly turned around and replied, "Oh no, they were born on the same day." Enraged, Trump roared, "Anyone who dares to desert again is an enemy of the United States and NATO and will bear the consequences." Threatened by Temop, some people who were initially itching to escape immediately became quiet. In order to boost morale, Temop had no choice but to reveal his trump card. 3 excellent grade beast summoning scrolls. "Yang Ming, you have your trump cards, but so do I. Watch closely. This is the foundation of the world's strongest nation." Temop shouted, "Come forth, my summoned beast." In an instant, Tepon summoned an iron claw earth dragon, a flame 3-headed wolf, and a 6-tailed lion beast. Although these 3 excellent grade alien beasts were far inferior to the dark spirit peacock, they at least boosted NATO's morale a little. To prevent any further unforeseen events, Temop decided not to wait any longer. He raised his hand high and shouted, "All men, listen to my command. Attack! Forward! 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 Go! Tear them apart, my battle pets." With that, Temop commanded the 3 beasts to charge forward at top speed. Then, the NATO forces swarmed forward, charging in like wolves and tigers. Seeing this, Yang Ming took a deep breath, raised the sky-splitting blade forward, and said loudly, "Brothers, after this battle, we'll go home and have some drinks and meat." Upon receiving the order, the dark spirit peacock hovering above Yang Ming's head transformed into a streak of light and charged head-on towards the 3 enemy-level excellent beasts. Black flames burned all over the dark spirit peacock, making its aura even more magnificent. "Brothers, I will lead the charge." Yang Ming strode onto his black horse, wielding the sky-splitting blade, and charged towards the enemy with the strength to fight 1,000 men. As soon as Yang Ming moved, the soldiers behind him roared with deafening shouts, "Charge! China, rise up!" Although their numbers were far fewer than those of the opposing side, the warriors of Huaxia City had the upper hand in terms of morale. Finally, the NATO army and the warriors of Huaxia City clashed head-on. In an instant, the earth shook and the sky and earth lost their color. Thunderbolt! Yang Ming took the lead, charging ahead and controlling the thunder to wreak havoc on all sides. The great battle had completely broken out, and Yang Ming no longer needed to hide his strength. He directly killed anyone who stood in his way. He can kill 100 men in 2 steps and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Yang Ming was like a sharp knife, single-handedly tearing open a gap in the NATO army. He was like a war god, invincible, and no one could stop him. In less than 5 minutes, Yang Ming had killed over 1,000 people. "Yang Ming, your opponent is me." Seeing Yang Ming becoming more and more ferocious, Temop finally couldn't hold back and led a group of lords to confront Yang Ming. In terms of numbers, Temop had an absolute advantage, so he adopted a strategy of outnumbering his opponents. In an instant, the numerous lords surrounded Yang Ming. "What? You think you can take me down with this bunch of small fry?" Yang Ming didn't take him seriously at all. Temop, his face grim, stared intently at Yang Ming and said, "Yang Ming, I can't prepare to deal with you. Aren't you curious about what my talent is?" "Oh, what is it?" "Yang Ming asket." "Ha! Just feel it with your heart, and you'll know how to be scared in a moment." Temop laughed arrogantly. Immediately afterwards, Temop's body emitted a faint, eerie red light. Red light emanated from Temop's body, connecting him to 20 people at the same time. "My A-level talent is very special. It allows me to combine a portion of the power of multiple people into one person," Temop said smugly, No matter how strong you are, can you withstand the combined attack of 20 people at the same time? Guided by the red thread, the leader bled from all 7 orifices and convulsed, but his combat power also surged. In no time, that person's combat power had skyrocketed to 400 points, making him look like a ferocious humanoid beast. Yang Ming could tell that the person had indeed become stronger, but was not far from death. In addition, the 20 people connected by the red line would also die within an hour. Tim's talent is indeed very strong, but the side effect is also very strong. Everyone will die. Yang Ming, prepare to die. The humanoid beast charged madly toward Yang Ming. Ooh! Yang Ming took a deep breath, his eyes unusually calm, and he said slowly, since that's the case, then I'll do my best. I will summon the gods. Yang Ming murmuret. Yang Ming used his second SSS level talent, Divine Possession. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious wave connected with Yang Ming's consciousness. SSS level talent Divine Possession, successfully activated, currently communicating with the consciousness of a Chinese god. Not long after, Yang Ming felt a powerful force surge into his body. At the same time, a heroic voice echoed in Yang Ming's mind. I am Zhang Yida, a man from Yen. Who dares to fight me to the death? Chapter 61. The war is over, and China has won. This is Zhang Fei, a fierce general from the Three Kingdoms period. Through the connection of consciousness, Yang Ming sensed a tall and majestic figure appearing in his mind. He held a 10-foot-long spear, standing tall and imposing, as if he could easily cleave the heavens and the earth in two. But why did the spirits of ancient warriors appear when I summoned Chinese gods? Who cares, as long as I get stronger? Yang Ming felt that his combat power was increasing rapidly, and it had now exceeded 500 points. A powerful force unlike anything ever seen before. Yang Ming's single-arm strength has exceeded 10,000 jin. General Zhang, please lend me a hand and kill these foreigners who have insulted China, Yang Ming said with a sincere and respectful expression. Yes. Zhang Fei's voice was full of authority. Yang Ming immediately became incredibly energetic, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. At the same time, the humanoid beast that had absorbed the power of 20 people had already rushed in front of Yang Ming. Ha ha ha, Yang Ming, you can just die. He is extremely fast. He can easily run 100 meters in a second. Even so, Yang Ming could still easily catch any of his moves. He is indeed very strong, but Yang Ming is even stronger. Call. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said calmly, then I'll use you to test the power of divine possession. Zhang. With a crisp sound of the blade being drawn from its sheath, the sky-splitting blade was quickly unsheathed. Immediately afterwards, Yang Ming gripped the hilt and swung it in an incredible arc. With a swift and decisive stroke, the knife fell swiftly and cleanly. This sword-drawing slash was executed with fluid, effortless movements, almost in the blink of an eye. No one could see clearly what had happened. Snap! With a piercing sound of bones breaking, the frenzied humanoid beast was now sliced in two, its entire body split in two. Thump thump! 2 pieces of corpse fell to the ground, covered in blood, and rolled once. 1 second ago, Temup was still fantasizing about Yang Ming kneeling and begging for mercy. However, Yang Ming's near-perfect strike completely shattered Temup's dream. 1 cut. That's right, just 1 cut. Having absorbed the power of 20 people and entered a berserk state, the humanoid beast combat power had reached 400 points. However, it was cut in half by Yang Ming with a single slash. Why is this happening? What did Yang Ming do? Looking at Yang Ming, who stood firm like a war god, Temup was utterly desperate. His legs gave way and he knelt on the ground. Temup was ashen-faced. Only now did he realize just how powerful Yang Ming truly was. They can only be described as invincible. After Yang Ming dealt with the humanoid beast, he turned around, took a step, and appeared in front of Temup from a distance of 300 meters. Holding the sky-splitting blade against his neck, Yang Ming coldly asked, Temup, are you ready to admit defeat now? Temup slowly raised his head, looking at Yang Ming with neither arrogance nor servility, and said in a low voice, Pa, go ahead and do it. Even if you kill me, I will never admit defeat. Warriors of the great United States will never be slaves. Yang Ming was too lazy to waste any more words with him, so he simply knocked him unconscious with the hilt of his knife. The war is not over yet. and Yang Ming immediately turned around and joined the battlefield. "Brothers, hold on, I'm coming," Yang Ming shouted and charged into the enemy ranks with his long sword. Thunderbolt. After rushing into the crowd, Yang Ming habitually unleashed a large-scale area of effect lightning attack. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted from his body, blasting away all enemies within 100 meters. Lightning slash. Thunderous overlord slash. Yang Ming acted as if divine retribution had descended, instantly eliminating hundreds of enemies. Yang Ming's heroic performance greatly boosted the morale of his own soldiers. "Your lordship is mighty. That's incredible, my lord. You're my god. Brothers, charge. With our lord here, we can definitely win. If I die, please wrap my body in the Chinese military flag." Victory is certain. Originally, the two armies were locked in a stalemate, but after Yang Ming joined the battle, he immediately sounded the horn of counterattack. "Let's turn the tide. Open." Yang Ming's eyes shone with the light of the sun, moon, and stars, brimming with divine power, like a god descending to earth. With each swing of his sword hilt, hundreds or even thousands of enemies fell. 10 minutes later, the situation had completely turned against them. The vast majority of NATO allied forces have given up the idea of continuing to resist. Listen up, NATO members. Your commander-in-chief, Temup, has been captured. Lay down your weapons, kneel down, and surrender with your hands behind your heads. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Seeing that the time was right, Yang Ming stepped forward and shouted loudly. Under the intimidation of Yang Ming's absolute strength, no one dared to make a single misstep. In the end, the NATO coalition troops all knelt on the ground. They were all in awe of Yang Ming and had been completely won over. "Lord Yang Ming, we have lost. We are willing to acknowledge you as our king." Everyone knelt down. Thus, the great battle came to an end. In this battle, Yang Ming, representing China, achieved victory against overwhelming odds. "We won. The Lord is invincible. Huaxia City is mighty." The soldiers beamed with joy and erupted in wave after wave of thunderous cheers. "Young man, you did a good job." At this moment, Zhang Fei's calm voice came again. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming immediately lowered his status and said to Zhang Fei, "General Zhang, all of this is thanks to your help." Zhang Fei laughed loudly and said in a hearty tone, "Haha, young brother, you're too kind. I'd be more than happy to help China resist foreigners." Yang Ming was about to speak when Zhang Fei interrupted him first. "However, your body is a bit weak. You can only withstand 1/10,000th of my divine power. Young man, you need to cultivate more and strive to descend to the battlefield of the gods within 200 years and fight alongside me. Sai, we're really short-staffed here. It's been a long time since we've had any fresh blood from China. The last new guy who came was over 80 years ago. What's his name again? Yiting. Huh? The battlefield of the gods? Fighting alongside you, General." Yang Ming was completely confused. Could it be that above the battlefield of myriad races, there's also a battlefield of gods? But wasn't Zhang Fei dead? How could they fight side by side? Because their thoughts were aligned, Zhang Fei naturally knew what Yang Ming was thinking and said in an annoyed tone, "Dead? When did I die? I've been alive and well all along. Okay? 2,000 years ago, my eldest brother, second brother, and I had already attained godhood, and together we beat up that Yamada no Orochi from Japan. All right, you're still young. There's no point in talking to you like this. Just grow up quickly. I admire you, and I'll take care of you when you come to the battlefield of the gods. I'm leaving now. See you at the next battle of the gods." Seeing that Zhang Fei was about to leave, but Yang Ming still had many questions, he hurriedly said, "Wait, General Zhang, I have another question." "What's the problem?" Zhang Fei paused for a moment. "How can I get to the battlefield of the gods?" Yang Ming asked. Zhang Fei smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. Become a god." Becoming a god? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the world was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Zhang Fei's towering figure had slowly disappeared, and Yang Ming clasped his hands in farewell, saying, "General Zhang, until we meet again. It was truly exhilarating to fight alongside you this time." "Huh, me too." Finally, amidst a burst of laughter, the 1/10,000th projection of Zhang Fei within Yang Ming's body gradually dissipated. Chapter 62, The Treaty of Gapsin. An hour later, the battlefield had been cleaned up. After dealing with the war criminals from various countries, Chen Jian came to Yang Ming and asked, "My lord, we have captured a total of 632 lords and their 80,000 strong army. What should we do with them?" "It's simple. Sign the treaty first, then make them pay compensation." Yang Ming revealed a meaningful smile. "This time, we must make the United States, Japan, South Korea, and other countries bleed heavily. What if they are unwilling to cooperate?" Chen Jian asked. "Then cut it down," Yang Ming said calmly. "They've fallen to this level and still refuse to cooperate? Such ungrateful people are just wasting air and rice by keeping them around." Inside the Lord's manor, Yang Ming sat at the head of the conference table, waiting for the show to begin. Soon, the warriors brought in the representatives of the lords from various countries. "My lord, the lord's representative from the British Empire has been escorted here. My lord, the representative of the French lord has arrived. The lord's representative of the German state has arrived. The representatives of the Austro-Hungarian Empire have taken their seats." Japan. At this moment, Yang Ming was sitting in the head seat at the conference table, while the other seats were occupied by representatives of lords from other countries. In addition to the main forces that launched this war, the 8 countries of the United States, Britain, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Germany, and Austria. There were also representatives of the lords of Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain. Representatives from all 12 countries were present. "Everyone, does this scene look familiar?" Yang Ming asked the others with a smile as he sat in the main seat. "Yang Ming, what do you want to do?" As the representative of the defeated United States, Trump could only swallow his anger and ask. Yang Ming shrugged and asked in return, "What do I want to do?" Let me test you. Have you studied history? What happened 123 years ago in 1901? And what is its connection to the countries of any of you here? Some of the Lord's representatives had already guessed what was going on, but they dared not speak out against it. Given their status as prisoners of war and the fact that this was Yang Ming's territory, they could only close their eyes and accept their fate. "Fuck, just say what you want to say, stop beating around the bush, or you might as well kill me." Temup's temper was still very volatile. Yang Ming's gaze turned cold as he stared directly at Temup and said in a deep voice, "Temup, if you really want to die, I can send you on your way right now, and I'll send the other 35 American lords on their way as well." Temup said through gritted teeth, "Kill me, I accept it, I'll take all the blame, but please don't harm my fellow countrymen." "Then you better behave yourself and shut up, you fucking bastard," Yang Ming warned him. Temup wisely shut his mouth and dared not utter another word. Yang Ming straightened up, glanced at everyone, and then slowly began to speak. "Gentlemen, you have led so many people to attack my territory, causing incalculable damage to Huaxia City. How should this be accounted for?" Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. The atmosphere in the room became eerily quiet. After a long while, the representative of the British Empire spoke. "Yang Ming, everyone knows that we lost this battle, but we can afford to lose. Just tell me what you want." "That's great. I love talking to smart people." Yang Ming nodded with a smile, then clapped his hands. The next second, 12 copies of the treaty, written in black and white, were placed on the table in front of them. The cover bore the large characters, "The Treaty of Gapsin." In 1901, the Qing dynasty signed the humiliating Boxer Protocol with 12 countries. Now, in 2024, Yang Ming used the same method to get these 12 countries to sign the Treaty of Gapsin with the same content. Explanation: 1901 was the year of Xian Chou, hence the name Treaty of Xian Chou. 2024 is the year of Jiachun, hence the name Treaty of Jiachun. "What is this?" Temup, who had been sleeping through history class, asked with a face full of questions. "Why don't you open it and take a look? Then you'll understand." Yang Ming retorted. Temup looked on with a puzzled expression as he read through the treaty. But not long after reading just the first page, Temup's face immediately turned red. The contents of the Treaty of Gapsin can be roughly divided into the following. First, compensation. The NATO allies, led by the United States, caused incalculable damage to Yang Ming's territory by launching the war, and therefore had to pay 450 million taels of silver in compensation, to be paid off over 39 years with an annual interest rate of 4%. Second, publicly apologize and repent to the state of China. All participating countries must post a public apology in a public chat channel, acknowledging the war crimes they have committed. Third, ceding territory. All NATO member states, including Japan and South Korea, must cede 5 Level 2 resource fields or 1 Level 3 resource field. Fourth, a ceasefire. During the novice phase, no NATO member state may wage war against any other lords of China. Fifth, personality activation. Sorry, wrong show. Sixth, in conclusion, Yang Ming is right in everything he said. Article 999. If Yang Ming is wrong, please refer to Article 998. Fuck damn it, I'm so angry. After reading it, Temup was trembling with rage, his whole body turning red. His entire face turned bright red, looking like a piece of overcooked pig liver. Temup never expected that Yang Ming would actually list 999 treaties. This is absolutely shameless. Their appetite is bigger than that of the U.S. president. Yang Ming watched with glee as they broke down, their expressions as if they'd eaten shit. Everyone, if you finished reading, please sign here. Then we'll begin the compensation process, and once you've paid, you can go home. Temup, barely suppressing his anger, said, Yang Ming, are you really not joking? With so many rules, how can we possibly follow them? 450 million taels of silver. We couldn't mine that much even if we mined all the mines in the newbie zone. The representative of the Lord of the British Empire echoed this sentiment. Yes, and besides, this is the newbie zone. Even if we cause a huge uproar, we won't be able to influence the international situation on Blue Star. What's the point of you asking us to sign the Jiaqin Treaty? Yang Ming didn't take their rebuttals to heart. Instead, he gave a bright, confident smile and said softly, It really doesn't mean anything, but after signing the treaty, I feel so good. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, under Yang Ming's threat, the representatives of these 12 countries had no choice but to sign the Treaty of Jiaqin. Even Temup could only accept his fate. Thus, starting today, a dramatic change has taken place in the newbie zone of the Battle of 10,000 Races. Yang Ming's powerful rise, single-handedly defeating 300,000 NATO troops, signifies that China has stood up from this point on. China is a sleeping lion, and when this lion awakens, the world will tremble. Chapter 63, May every person in China be like a dragon. While Yang Ming and the representatives of the defeated nation were discussing the details of compensation, many people on Blue Star's chat channel were also having heated discussions. After all, just a day earlier, the United States had made a high-profile announcement that it was assembling a large NATO force to attack China. Such a large-scale battle instantly attracted global attention. How's it going? Does anyone know how the fight between the U.S. and China is going? Which brave warrior would like to go to the front lines and report back to us on the battle situation? Are you stupid? The U.S. is leading more than 40 countries to send troops at the same time, and you still dare to go to the front lines to watch? Don't you want to live? Is there even need to think about it? China is definitely doomed. Exactly. China only has one capable person named Yang Ming. How can he possibly withstand hundreds of thousands of American troops? I estimate that in a little while, the United States will announce that the Lord of China has been annihilated. Yes, just wait and see what happens. Just as the onlookers were having a heated discussion, Temupu's ID and profile picture suddenly appeared in the chat channel. Meanwhile, Temup also started a live broadcast projection. Greetings, lords of all nations. I am Temup from the United States, and I have an announcement to make. As soon as Temup started his live stream, it attracted countless viewers, as everyone wanted to know the outcome of the war. In no time, hundreds of thousands of people were watching Temep's live broadcast at the same time. Looking dejected, Tepe spoke weakly in front of the camera. I, Lord Trump of the United States and Supreme Commander of NATO, hereby acknowledge the war crimes I have committed and solemnly apologize to China. These words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Temup, their eyes wide with disbelief. Originally, everyone thought that Trump would announce that China had been completely defeated. But to everyone's surprise, Temerpin publicly apologized and admitted to committing war crimes. Could it be? An absurd idea popped into everyone's mind. China actually won this battle? China, relying solely on the strength of one nation, repelled hundreds of thousands of NATO troops? The scene shifts, and Temerpin continues reading in front of the camera. Hereby, on behalf of the United States, I declare that during this initial phase, we will not wage any war and will compensate for all losses caused by the invasion of China. Besides, Trump said a lot, but in short, it boils down to this. We lost, we were wrong, we apologized, we chickened out, and we begged our Chinese father not to hit us. After Trump finished speaking, he immediately turned off the video. But not long after, Avril Lavigne, the representative of the British Empire, also started a live video broadcast and publicly apologized. Dear international friends, my name is Avril. Here, on behalf of the British Empire, I apologize to China and acknowledge the war crimes we have committed. In addition, Japan, South Korea, Germany, France, Austria-Hungary, and other participating countries also sent their respective representatives to issue public apologies. Only then did the lords of the world realize that China had won this war. China defeated the NATO army. China, this ancient civilization with 5,000 years of history, has risen again. The world has completely changed. At the same time, inside Huaxia City. Slow down, slow down. This batch of rice is top-grade crystal rice. It's very precious. Be careful when transporting it. Don't spill on the ground. Old Carl's old face beamed with joy as he happily directed the soldiers and militiamen to move supplies. The compensation supplies from NATO member states have arrived and are being delivered to Huaxia City in batches. As the administrator of Huaxia City, Carl immediately directed everyone to move and organize the supplies. Mr. Carl, grain silo number 1 is full. Mr. Carl, grain silo number 5 is full. Mr. Carl, warehouse 13 is already full. Mr. Carl, the United States has provided another ton of premium grade meat as compensation. What are we going to do if we run out of space? Hearing the continuous stream of news from all around, old Carl was both happy and worried, at a loss for words. He never imagined that one day he would be worrying about having too much food. So, Carl, left with no other option, went to Yang Ming and let him make the decision. After listening to old Carl's account, Yang Ming was both amused and exasperated. After all, with more than 40 countries providing compensation, the amount of supplies was indeed enormous. Yang Ming thought for a moment and then said, "Just put the extra supplies in the open space. I'll take care of it later." "Yes, my lord." Old Carl nodded. After old Carl left, Yang Ming opened the friend private message system and found Snow White. "Are you there?" Yang Ming asked in a message. "Yang Ming, as expected of you, you really did it." Bai Xueji replied quickly, her tone full of excitement. In fact, yesterday, Bai Xueji had communicated with Yang Ming many times. She wanted to bring a group of the most elite Chinese lords to support Yang Ming, but Yang Ming resolutely refused. Yang Ming's attitude was unusually firm, so Bai Xueji had no choice but to give up the idea of providing support. There's no other reason than that Yang Ming, who has awakened his second SSS level talent, cannot possibly lose. "Yes, I said yesterday that I couldn't possibly lose, so you can rest assured," Yang Ming replied. "By the way, Snow White, would you have time to come on my territory?" Yang Ming asked again. "Okay now, I happen to have a teleportation scroll." "Yes now." Soon after, accompanied by a flash of white light, a woman with neat short hair descended upon Yang Ming's territory. She looked to be around 20 years old, with an oval face, a beautiful figure, and short, neat hair that accentuated her wild beauty. She was dashing and had an exceptional temperament. Yang Ming shifted his gaze downwards, and what came into view was a pair of shapely, clean, white legs with black high heels on her feet, making her look very elegant. "Yang Ming, what do you want with me?" Bai Xueji recognized Yang Ming at a glance and strode over to him with her long, white legs. Yang Ming glanced at her, then looked away, pointing to the supplies scattered on the ground, and said, "I asked you to come and help me deal with these supplies." Princess Shuki gazed at the mountain of items, props, food, beast meat, wooden stones, oars, weapons, and more. In short, it has everything and in huge quantities. All of this was reparations from NATO. Shirayuki asked in surprise, her eyes widening slightly. Yang Ming touched his nose and smiled. "This is only part of the total. 80% of the compensation has not yet been deposited into our accounts." Snow White joked. "You didn't call me here just to give me some supplies for free, did you?" Although she was joking, Shirayuki was secretly a little excited. "Yes." Yang Ming nodded. Then, Yang Ming continued, "Not only will I give it to you, but I will also give it to others, because I hope to see a prosperous era emerge, that the red flag will appear in every corner of the world, and that every Chinese person will be like a dragon." Chapter 64 Dawn Chat Group. Everyone like a dragon? Shirayuki was so shocked by these 4 words that she was somewhat dazed. Will such a golden age really come? At this moment, Shirayuki, who was well-versed in history, suddenly thought of an ancient saying, to turn the tide when all hope is lost, and to prevent a great building from collapsing. Throughout China's 5,000-year history, whenever the Chinese nation faced the calamity of national subjugation, a peerless hero would always emerge to turn the tide and reverse history. For example, Zhang Juzheng, Yu Fei, Guazi, Yu Qian, Zhuge Liang, and Mr. Ziren. Yang Ming, could he be the next savior of China? Bai Xueji looked at the man in front of her with a confused expression. Yang Ming touched his nose and said to Bai Xueji, Snow White, my idea is actually very simple. It's better for every Chinese citizen to become a dragon than for one person to become a dragon. Anyway, I have more resources than I can use. Instead of wasting them, I'd rather use them to cultivate more patriotic and fierce generals. Yang Ming wasn't very familiar with the other Chinese lords, so he asked Bai Xueji to recommend a few outstanding candidates. Patriotism, high talent, great potential, a sense of responsibility, loyalty, these are all essential qualities. Otherwise, what if we raise an ungrateful child? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do my best to assist you from now on. Snow White nodded. Okay, I need to create a group chat. Please add 7 people to it, and remember to carefully review their applications, Yang Ming said. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Yang Ming quickly created the group chat. But what should the group name be? After some thought, Yang Ming decided to name the group Dawn. Dawn breaks, just as sunlight pierces through the darkness, and the first light quietly sweeps across the horizon. After the group was created, Yang Ming first added Zhang Wei and Chun Zhanbei to the group. Zhang Wei has awakened 2 B-level talents, has great potential, and is trustworthy. As for Chun Zhanbei, he was Yang Ming's classmate in college. Yang Ming had a good impression of him, and his performance was outstanding when he was competing with the Japanese for the Crystal Core. As the daughter of the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater Command, Shirayuki has access to a wealth of connections and information, and her influence in the newbie zone is almost the highest. Therefore, Shirayuki quickly invited 7 people who met the criteria to join the group. Huang Lu has joined the group chat. Meng Tian has joined the group chat. Zhang Shiqian has joined the group chat. Chen Yihan has joined the group chat. Soon, the Dawn organization, with Yang Ming as the group leader and 10 of the most talented Chinese lords from the newbie zone as members, was officially established. After joining the group, Huang Lu was the first to speak, eager to do so. Holy crap, it's Yang Ming, the real Yang Ming. Hee, my name is Huang Lu, and I'm a loyal fan of yours. The other members also took turns to introduce themselves. Hello everyone, my name is Chun Yihan, and I come from Jiangchuan University. Oh, class monitor, you're here too? What a coincidence, I'm Chun Zhanbei. Chun Zhanbei, I didn't expect you to be in the group too. I guess I got in thanks to Yang Ming. I hooked up with him a few days ago and even added him as a friend. It turns out that Yang Ming, who is ranked first on the leaderboard, is actually our classmate Yang Ming. Everyone, my name is Zhang Wei. Nice to meet you. After chatting for a while, everyone got to know each other a little better. Yang Ming, as the group admin, also began to speak. Everyone, I am Yang Ming. I'm sure you all know why I created this group, so I won't explain further. You can ask Bai Xueji for any supplies you want. Snow White is currently in my territory. She will pack up the supplies and send them over to you. Just tell me what you want. It's all free. Don't be shy. Yang Ming's selfless act immediately won everyone's favor. Thank you so much, Mr. Yang Ming. You are my god. I, Huang Lu, will never forget you. Thank you. Thank you, Yang Ming. I am deeply grateful and will repay your kindness in the future. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he set Bai Xueji as an administrator and put her in charge of communicating with others. This is also why Yang Ming called Bai Xueji over. Under Snow White's management, resources were continuously delivered to other people. With a large supply of resources, the 10 people's speed of upgrading their territory increased rapidly, as if they had been given a cheat code. Not long after, a server-wide announcement rang out in the public chat of the newbie zone on Blue Star, and everyone heard it. Ding! A server-wide announcement is now being issued. Warmest congratulations to Lord Zhang Wei of Huaxia for becoming the second person in the Blue Star domain 10086 newbie zone to upgrade to a special grade Lord's Mansion. achieving the accomplishment. Emerging talent. Rewards: 450 national fortune points, 45 gold coins, 2 gold treasure chests, and 1 random resource item. This announcement immediately caused a great sensation in the chat channel. What? Another Chinese? The second territory to be upgraded to a top-tier territory is also Chinese. No way. China is that powerful. It's one thing to have a super big shot like Yang Ming, but now there's another Zhang Wei. Is China about to rise again? Unbelievable. China is terrifyingly strong this time. China is too powerful. Even the United States has been defeated. Will China eventually take over as the world's #1 power? Idiot, what are you thinking? This is the newbie zone. The real determinants of the international situation are in the battle zones of the myriad races battlefield. Okay. Yes, so what if Yang Ming is powerful? The United States has 4 superlords in the war zone who have been developing for 10 years. Can Yang Ming compare? Just as the chat channel was buzzing with discussion, a second server-wide announcement rang out. Ding! Warmest congratulations to Lord by Shueji of Huaxia for becoming the 3rd person in the Blue Star Domain 10086 newbie zone to upgrade to a special grade Lord's Mansion, achieving the accomplishment. Here to it briefly. Rewards: 400 national fortune points, 40 gold coins, 2 gold treasure chests, and 1 random resource item. The second server-wide announcement immediately silenced the chat channels. No one would have thought that China would dominate the top 3 spots. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd top-tier territories in the beginner area all belong to China. In the past, only Americans could accomplish such a feat. However, no one expected that the shock was only just beginning. Immediately afterwards, the 4th server-wide announcement sounded. Ding! Warmest congratulations to Lord Meng Tian of Huaxia for becoming the 4th person in the Blue Star Domain 10086 newbie zone to upgrade to a special grade Lord's Mansion. Ding! Warmest congratulations to Lord Chen Yihan of Huaxia for becoming the 5th person in the Blue Star Domain's newbie zone to upgrade their mansion to a special grade Lord's Mansion. Ding! Warmest congratulations to Lord Zhang Shiqian of Huaxia for becoming the 10th person in the Blue Star Domain 10086 newbie zone to upgrade to a special grade Lord's Mansion. Chapter 65, Rewarding Meritorious Service. 10 consecutive server-wide announcements caused an uproar among the new lords across the entire planet. Wow, am I seeing things? Has China cheated? Impossible, absolutely impossible. China was clearly at its wit's end, constantly being suppressed and beaten by the United States in the war zone. How could it suddenly become so fierce? Unbelievable. The top 10 spots on the leaderboard are all occupied by Chinese companies. Damn it, it's 7 p.m. now. And there's only 1 hour left before the leaderboard closes. I was clearly in 9th place, but now I've been pushed down to 19th. Ouch. It hurts so much. I estimate that the battlefield of all races will belong to China from now on. Is it too late for me to have my family immigrate to China? You're overthinking it. A Chinese green card is the hardest to obtain, even harder than immigrating to the United States. Wah, I'm so envious of Chinese people. I also want to get on Yang Ming's good side. Aren't you a girl? If you marry a Chinese man, you could get a green card, right? Wow, great idea. Wah, I'm a cute little girl from a northern bear country, 18 years old, 161 centimeters tall, F-cup, pretty good looking, and my charging count is 0. Are there any handsome Chinese guys willing to marry me? I can send photos and even video chat to verify. Sorry, women only slowed down the speed at which Chinese men draw their swords. At the same time, Huaxia City. After Yang Ming ordered the emergency construction of 20 granaries and 10 warehouses, he was able to barely store the compensation materials from NATO member states. It also includes the corpses of 12 excellent-level alien beasts. In other words, as long as Yang Ming hunts down 3 more excellent-level alien beasts, he can complete the mission of the evil god Altar. Since arriving on the battlefield of all races, this has been Yang Ming's most rewarding and happiest day. Carl, come here for a moment. In a great mood, Yang Ming called over the steward Carl. Although Carl was nearly 60 years old, he walked with a steady gait. He immediately approached Yang Ming and respectfully asked, "My lord, what are your orders?" Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, "Pass down the order. Everyone is on leave tonight. I'm going to hold a victory celebration banquet to reward those who have contributed. Not only will everyone get to eat and drink for free, with plenty of meat, wine, and desserts, but they will also receive awards for their achievements. Carl placed his right hand in front of his chest in a gesture of respect and said, "Thank you, great Lord. We won a great victory today, which has shown the world the strength of China. How can we not celebrate properly?" Upon learning of the victory celebration banquet, the residents of Huaxia City were overjoyed and spread the news far and wide. 8 p.m. On the largest open space in Huaxia City, rows of bright bonfires were lit. The residents were chatting happily, and the air was filled with joy. Above rows of bonfires, huge skeletons of strange beasts were strung together with thick iron frames. The rich aroma of meat is mouth-watering. Charcoal-grilled Tianjiao green beef skeleton, grilled black rock bear thigh meat, roasted red feather chicken. To reward the soldiers, Yang Ming also ordered the roasting of 3 excellent-grade alien beasts weighing 3,000 kilograms each. The exquisite meat of superior-grade alien beasts is undeniably delicious, far surpassing the 3 great delicacies of Earth: foie gras, caviar, and truffles. Wow, so much meat. Can we eat all of this for free? Of course, as the Lord said, you can eat anything except for the superior-grade ingredients. Wah, Mom, before I came to Huaxia City, I couldn't even eat a piece of fatty meat for a whole year. I never thought that I could eat meat to my heart's content and drink until I burped. The Lord must be a savior sent by heaven. Wow, this is premium-grade red feather chicken. I love chicken the most. Can I have a whole chicken leg? Sure, here you go. This 2-pound chicken leg is for you. Come back for more when you're done. Brothers, it's been a while since I've had a drink. Glug glug, I down a whole bottle, awesome. Huh? This is premium wheat juice? My God, I can't believe I'm actually drinking premium wine in my lifetime. Wow, I've realized I can't leave this place anymore. Why are you crying? The Lord said that as long as you have enough merit, you can get your own house, get married, and have a big, healthy son. How can a displaced person like me get married and have children? Right. Yes, I will try my best. I swear, I will protect this city with my life. Around the huge bonfire, some people were drinking heartily, some were eating and drinking to their heart's content, some were singing and laughing, and some were busy barbecuing. Halfway through the banquet, Yang Ming walked onto a high platform and appeared in the public eye. Yang Ming's voice was loud and clear, able to reach everyone's ears. My people, pause for a moment, I have a few things to announce. The moment Yang Ming appeared, everyone fell silent, turning their eyes to him with admiration and respect. In the eyes of the residents, Yang Ming was like a god. Huaxia City's development to where it is today is inseparable from everyone's efforts. Each and every one of you is a hero. Therefore, today, I want to award prizes to those who have performed outstandingly and made great contributions. Those whose names are called, please come up to the stage to receive your awards. At this point, Yang Ming paused for a moment, then spoke loudly. Miss Anna, please come up on stage. Anna was stunned when she heard her name called from the crowd. Sister Anna, the Lord is calling you. It wasn't until Lilith nudged Anna's waist that Anna snapped out of her daze. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Anna, her heart pounding, hurriedly walked up to the platform. Anna seemed very shy. Her face flushed, and she stammered. My lord, I don't know what to say. Yang Ming took out a green staff, handed it to Anna, and said, Anna, you saved many warriors. Because of your arrival, at least 3,000 lives in Huaxia City were saved. Therefore, this healing staff is given to you. Anna's body trembled uncontrollably. She reached out, took the staff, and asked incredulously, Is this really for me? Name, healing staff. Quality excellent. Attributes, healing ability plus 20%, guardian ability plus 20%, defense plus 500%. Description, because I'm so afraid of pain, I've maxed out my defense. Skill 1, Guardian Song, rank C, chants a war song to heal and restore the health of all teammates. Skill 2, Divine Shield, rank B, deploys a life shield to protect oneself. Its powerful defense ignores attacks from any excellent grade beasts and can even block normal attacks from rare grade beasts. Anna felt like she was dreaming. An excellent grade weapon. This is an excellent grade weapon. Even if you sold all the members of the cult of the Goddess of Light, you still couldn't afford an excellent grade weapon. Of course it's for you, Yang Ming said. My lord, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anna said, deeply moved. Yang Ming smiled and said, "By the way, any member of the cult of the goddess of light can receive 5 caddies of excellent grade alien beast meat. It's already grilled, so go ahead and eat it. If you can't finish it, pack it up and take it home." Anna's beautiful eyes widened again. 5 pounds of superior grade alien beast meat. Everyone can get 5 pounds? Oh God, great goddess of light. What should I do if Anna, don't want to leave here? Chapter 66, Eating Fish. After Anna left, Yang Ming read out the second person's name. Chun Jian, commander of the Azure Dragon Legion. Come up here for a moment. When Chun Jian heard his name called, although he was prepared, his usually composed self was still slightly disturbed. "My lord, I am here." Chun Jian walked up to the high platform. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. "Chun Jian, you've been with me since day one, and you made many great contributions to Huaxia City, winning battle after battle. Tell me, what do you want?" Chun Jian frowned, seemingly struggling with something. Finally, he suddenly knelt down and pleaded. "My lord, I have a favor to ask." Yang Ming said, "Please feel free to bring it up." After much hesitation, Chun Jian finally spoke up. "My lord, you gave me my name, but I want to change my surname to yours." "Ah, Yang Jian." Yang Ming blurted out subconsciously. "Yes." He nodded excitedly and vigorously. "All right then, you can change your name to Yang Jian from now on." Yang Ming agreed without much thought. "It's just a surname anyway." "Thank you very much, my lord," Yang Jian said excitedly. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder again, encouraging him. "Your Azure Dragon Legion has made great contributions in these battles. Here's what we'll do. You can distribute the skeleton of a black rock giant bear, which has already been roasted and weighs over 3,000 jin, to the brothers of the Azure Dragon Legion. Also, you can receive a villa in the residential area, which will be your home from now on." "Thank you, Lord," Yang Jian said, clasping his hands in thanks. "Okay, go ahead." Yang Jian walked down. Then, Yang Ming scanned the room and called out the third person's name. "Cocoette, stop eating fish and come up here. Also, remember to wipe your little mouth clean." Cocoette was sitting at the dining table, enjoying her grilled fish, fish soup, braised fish, and steamed fish, when she suddenly heard Yang Ming calling her. When Yang Ming saw her messy eating habits, her face instantly turned red. Cocoette quickly wiped her mouth clean and ran all the way to the high platform. After the little girl came up, she repeatedly bowed and apologized to Yang Ming. "I'm sorry, my lord. The fish was so delicious. I almost didn't hear you calling me." Yang Ming didn't pay any attention, patted Cocoette's little head, and asked, "Tell me, what is your wish?" Cocoette's contributions are undeniable. All the current high-quality weapons are her creations. For example, Yang Ming's sky-splitting blade, Zhang Lingfeng's silver dragon spear, Yang Jian's black iron greatsword, and Anna's healing staff were all crafted by Cocoette. Upgrading the blacksmith shop to a level 3 building was the best thing Yang Ming ever did. A wish. A hint of confusion flashed across Cocoette's little face as she subconsciously asked, "My lord, I want to stay in Huaxia City forever. Is that all right?" "Of course, is there any more?" Cocoette mustered her courage and asked expectantly. "Actually, I've always remembered that you once said you wanted to build a country that everyone longed for, a country of freedom and equality, where there was no war, no crime, and no distinction between high and low status. Lord, could you show me such a prosperous world?" Yang Ming gently patted her head and said earnestly, "I promise that one day, this prosperous era will be just as you wished, and it will surely come." Some people might think this is wishful thinking, right? But I firmly believe that even if I don't live to see that day, you will, and even if you don't, our descendants will definitely see it. You should still have dreams. What if they come true? "My lord, I believe you." Cocoette beamed. Yang Ming smiled and said softly, "All right, go to the residential area and get a villa. Also, I'll have someone build you another house near the blacksmith shop. You can live wherever you want from now on." "Yes, my lord. You're the best," Cocoette said with a smile. Cocoette skipped and hopped down the stairs. Then, Yang Ming continued reading the names of the other people. "Zhang Lingfeng, commander of the White Tiger Legion. Come up here. Carl, come up here too. Also, Lilith and Lilia, you two deserve a lot of credit." During this period, Yang Ming rewarded all those who made outstanding contributions. This practice greatly inspired others. Who doesn't want a reward? Who doesn't want their own house? Then let us fight, my people. After distributing all the rewards, Yang Ming could finally take a break. I'm hungry, let's eat something. Yang Ming called Lilith and Lilia over and asked them to cook for him. Yang Ming plans to hunt down several excellent-level alien beasts tomorrow in order to complete the mission at the evil god altar. So tonight, I need to replenish my energy and eat more lean meat. My lord, your dinner is ready. Lilith and Lilia each carried a plate of fish and placed it on the table in front of Yang Ming. The fish meat is crystal clear and has a delicious flavor that makes your mouth water. Yang Ming was hungry, so without thinking much, he picked up some fish with his chopsticks and started eating. It's delicious, very tasty. Yang Ming was very satisfied with the taste. However, after taking a few bites, Yang Ming sensed something was wrong. As the aroma of the fish dissipates, a unique flavor will then assault your taste buds, like the smell of a two-dimensional anime girl wearing lace white socks and Mary Jane Pearl shoes, who accidentally stepped in the rain, her wet socks sticking to her toes all afternoon, and then taking off her shoes and socks during a break to let the moisture on the toes of her socks air dry naturally. What kind of fish is this? Yang Ming had a bad feeling. Lilia lowered her head and blushed as she said, I caught the jade bamboo fish. Yang Fifin stood guard at the territory gate, glanced at the celebration banquet venue illuminated by the bonfire, and a strange emotion flashed through his mind. Why are they so happy on the battlefield where human life is as worthless as grass? Yang Fifin couldn't understand it. This filthy world, where the rich feast on meat and wine while the poor freeze to death on the streets. Shouldn't it be filled with despair? Hello. Just as Yang Fifin was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came to his ear. Question mark? Yang Fifin raised his head and looked at the two residents of Huaxia City in front of him. The two men carried a large barrel of wine and placed it in front of Yang Fifin, saying cautiously, Well, the Lord said you really enjoy drinking, so he sent the two of us to bring you some wine. Put down. Yang Fifin's long-dormant heart stirred, and he whispered, Thank you for protecting Huaxia City. Please enjoy your drink. The two put down the wine and then left. Yang Fifin looked at the various kinds of fine wine in the bucket, which was thoughtfully soaked with ice and ice water. Glug glug. Yang Fifin picked up a bottle of wine, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. Excellent grade. Wine. Yang Fifin paused in his drinking motion and was immediately stunned. Long ago, before he fell into the clutches of the evil god's altar, when he was still a human hero, the best wine he had ever drunk was only of excellent quality. I never imagined that the best wine I've ever tasted in my life would be after I've died, Yang Fifin said with a bitter smile. He drank heavily, gazing at the area enveloped by the campfire. Huaxia City, if only I could stay here forever. Unfortunately, I'm already dead. Chapter 67 Major Changes in the International Situation of Blue Star. The next day, early morning. Today marks the 15th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races. The sun had just risen when Yang Ming woke up and got out of bed with great self-discipline. He had just stretched when he heard the system notification. Dear Lord Yang Ming, the reward from yesterday's rankings have been distributed. Since you did not log in to claim them, they have now been sent to your inventory. You remain in first place and have received the reward, 2 gold chests. Yang Ming then remembered that the ranking list rewards were settled every 7 days, and yesterday was the second settlement. Yang Ming was busy with a victory celebration banquet last night, so he forgot about it. Let's save the treasure chest for tonight. Today's goal is to complete the task at the evil god's altar. After washing up, Yang Ming opened the door. With a quick glance, Yang Ming indeed saw a familiar red-haired figure standing at the door. Good morning, my lord. Lilith, standing at the door, bowed to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. He had told Lilith and Lilia many times that they didn't need to get up so early, but the two sisters were very stubborn and insisted on making breakfast for Yang Ming before he woke up every day and delivering it to his door. Today's breakfast was different. Lilith made cheese, toast, pizza, milk, and a bowl of steaming congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Waking up every day to a hot and delicious breakfast is really great. After breakfast, the sun had already risen, so it was time to get down to business. Chunjian, Yang Ming called out as he arrived at the training ground. A tall man immediately walked over, clasped his hands in greeting to Yang Ming, and said, My lord, I'm here. You changed my surname yesterday. Oh, sorry. I'm used to calling you Chunjian. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly and said, Yang Jian, gather the Azure Dragon Legion together. Let's go out of the city today to hunt excellent grade alien beasts. Good. Yang Jian clasped his hands in a fist salute. After a while, the 5,000 warriors of the Azure Dragon Legion had assembled. In addition to the Azure Dragon Legion and the White Tiger Legion, Yang Ming also plans to establish a Vermilion Bird Legion and a Black Tortoise Legion in the future. The 4 legions are well-rounded in both offense and defense, and are each independently commanded by 4 generals with exceptional martial prowess. In this way, the military force of Huaxia City was basically formed. Let's go, let's set off. With the sky-splitting blade at his waist, Yang Ming mounted his black warhorse and led the Azure Dragon Legion on their journey. The 9 excellent-grade alien beast corpses stored in the warehouse were also taken out along with them. The real world, Blue Star. The White House, the highest-level conference room in the United States. The conference table was filled with all the top U.S. government officials. In short, the most powerful people in the U.S. were all here. The atmosphere in the meeting room was somber and oppressive, as silent as death. The U.S. president's face was terribly grim as he slowly began to speak. So we lost. The front lines in the newbie zone have completely collapsed. More than 300,000 NATO troops were assembled, and they were utterly defeated by a Chinese boy who was only 18 years old. Everyone present was completely silent. No one dared to respond. Not only did we lose, but the cowardly Temek even signed the humiliating Treaty of Gapsin. The U.S. president slammed his fist on the table and roared, "A national disgrace. This is a national disgrace." Although it has been clearly stipulated internationally that nothing that happens in the beginner zone will affect the international situation. But for the United States, this is undoubtedly a national disgrace. Because this would make all countries in the world realize that the world's #1 country, the United States, is no longer an invincible God. God cannot have a health bar. If God bleeds, he cannot maintain his divinity. If a God sheds even a single drop of blood, even if he has billions or trillions of drops, all sorts of warriors will want to kill him. Report, Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man rushed into the conference room in a panic. The U.S. president glared at him and said irritably, "Nicholas, even though you are my nephew, you can't be so impolite. What kind of behavior is this, rushing around like this?" The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Something terrible just happened. France has announced its withdrawal from NATO." France, one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. The U.S. president, his eyes wide with anger, asked incredulously, "What? Those bunch of useless cowards who only know how to raise the white flag and surrender actually dare to withdraw from NATO, which was created by my great America. Explain yourself. What exactly happened?" The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man continued. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the president of France gave a public speech, condemning our country's sanctions and blockade against China as inhumane, and announced to the world the establishment of diplomatic relations with China. "Your Majesty, this is a photo of the establishment of diplomatic relations between France and China. It's already trending worldwide." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man placed a photo on the conference table. In the photo, the president of France and the commander-in-chief of China shake hands amicably, both with smiles on their faces. The U.S. president stared at the photo, gritting his teeth as he said, "What? Less than a day has passed since what happened in the newbie zone, and they're already going to establish diplomatic relations with China? This is utterly absurd." Over the past year, the U.S. president has devoted himself to wresting the scepter of lordship from China, sparing no expense. On the battlefield of all races, NATO forces relentlessly pursued and intercepted the Chinese lords, and the flames of war never ceased. On Earth, the United States has imposed as many as 10,000 sanctions on China, creating a comprehensive blockade across land, sea, and air. With only 15 days left, the United States was poised to completely defeat China. Yet at this critical juncture, France surprisingly established diplomatic relations with China. This would undoubtedly trigger a nuclear explosion in the Western world. No one would have expected that France would openly challenge the authority of the NATO leader and establish diplomatic relations with China. Suddenly, the U.S. president took a deep breath, sat back in his seat, and said in a deep voice, "I want to check the international news trending topics list and see for myself what's going on. Yes. The international news website appeared quickly on the large screen in the conference room. At this moment, the top 10 trending topics on the hot search list were all related to China. The French president visits China. France has announced the establishment of ambassadorial-level diplomatic relations with China. France withdraws from NATO. The president of the Northern Bear Kingdom has arrived in the capital of China, commencing his visit to the country. The former Secretary of State of the United States has expressed his desire to visit China. The president of the Southern Vietnamese Kingdom hoped to establish friendly and cooperative relations with China. The Prime Minister of India is about to visit China. Smack. Looking at the trending topics list filled with news related to China, the U.S. president could no longer control himself and slammed his hand on the table. Very good, very good. China, you want to play a big game. Is that it? Fine. I, on behalf of the United States, will play along to the end. Chapter 68, The Second Deal of the Evil Sheep Priest. Ding. You have slain a superior grade alien beast, the Cerberus. You have killed 2 excellent grade alien beasts, the giant beaked flamingos, and successfully occupied a level 3 resource field, the Rainbow Mine. You are rewarded with 200 points of national fortune. Lord Yangming, you have collected 15 excellent grade beasts. Please proceed to the evil god altar as soon as possible to complete the related tasks. After 5 hours of hunting in the wild, Yang Ming and his Azure Dragon Legion finally completed their mission. Carrying the corpses of 15 superior-grade alien beasts, Yang Ming headed to the evil god's altar. Following the route marked on the map he had drawn earlier, Yang Ming arrived at a place 10,000 meters east of Huaxia City. The altar of the evil god is right here. A series of blue stone slabs were laid out underfoot, forming a path leading to the altar of the evil god. Following the blue stone path, a huge altar burning with blue flames soon appeared before Yang Ming's eyes. Above the altar stands a strange black stone statue, and the altar is used to worship this statue. Stop! Yang Ming raised his hand to signal. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Legion immediately halted its advance. Yang Ming gave the order. Send out 100 people to transport the corpses of the strange beasts. The rest of you stay put and do not approach the altar of the evil god. Soon, Yang Jian personally selected 100 warriors to transport the corpses of the strange beasts, and then he and Yang Ming entered the domain of the evil god's altar. Around the altar, a large number of guards patrolled, and these guards, like Yang Fifan, each possessed rare-level combat power. When the guards spotted Yang Ming, they didn't show hostility as before, but instead made way for him. Yang Ming arrived at the front of the evil god's altar without any trouble. Not long after, an old man dressed in a black suit emerged from the darkness. His head was the face of a goat demon, and the rest of his body was human. The evil sheep priest gave a friendly smile. Haha, Lord Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to have hunted down 15 excellent grade alien beasts so quickly. Very good. Please check your inventory. Yang Ming waved his hand, and the soldiers pulled out 15 excellent grade alien beasts. Excellent, truly excellent. All of it meets the requirements for sacrifice. The evil sheep priest nodded. The next second, the evil sheep priest raised a staff. The staff emitted beams of green light, which flew toward the 15 corpses of strange beasts and then enveloped them. The beast's corpse, enveloped in green light, floated up into the air and eventually flew towards the altar. The blue flames burning on the altar quickly engulfed the 15 excellent-level alien beasts, completing the sacrifice. At the same time, Yang Ming also received a system notification. Ding, respected Lord Yang Ming, the 15 excellent-grade beasts you sacrificed have greatly pleased the evil god Aminos. Your favorability has increased by 10 points. Your Huaxia City and the evil god altar have established diplomatic relations, and the diplomatic level has been raised to friendly. Friendly reminder, by raising your affinity with the evil god Aminos to 60 points, you can obtain army support from the evil god's altar. With 60 points of favorability, you can gain the support of the evil god's guard army. If Yang Ming can make good use of this, he will have an extra good trump card. Once the newbie zone is merged into the combat zone, Yang Ming will have a bit more confidence. At this moment, the evil sheep priest suddenly spoke. Lord Yang Ming, you have completed the mission. As agreed, I will give you a forging blueprint for an excellent grade weapon. After speaking, the evil sheep priest took out 3 blueprints for forging excellent grade weapons. Lord Yangming, please select your preferred forging blueprint. Yangming licked his lips, looking at the 3 forging blueprints in the evil sheep priest's hand. To be honest, he wanted them all. After all, weapon forging blueprints are undoubtedly one of the most practical tools. In the battlefield of all races, weapon forging blueprints are essential for building a powerful army. I choose. Yangming hesitated for a moment. These 3 weapons are the Phoenix Feather Trident, the Dragon Claw Blade, and the Overlord Spear. After careful consideration, Yangming chose the Overlord Spear. The reason is actually very simple. The most suitable weapon for the army is the gun. In the battlefield of all races, 3 arrows are not as good as 1 sword, and 3 swords are not as good as 1 spear. The spear is definitely a powerful weapon of war. Ding! You have completed the quest, the bargain with the evil sheep priest. You have received the reward, the blueprint for the Overlord Spear. Yangming was thrilled to have obtained the forging blueprint for the Overlord Spear. If this forging blueprint is given to Kokorit, then excellent grade weapons can be mass-produced from now on. Furthermore, Kokolit's talent also has a certain probability of advancing the crafted weapon to the next level. Although the probability is very low, if Yangming is lucky, he can get a rare weapon. What does rare grade weapon mean? Even in the battle zones of the multi-race battlefield, rare grade weapons are priceless treasures. Lord Yangming, are you still willing to offer more sacrifices? The evil sheep priest suddenly asked. Yangming said to the evil sheep priest, "Of course, but before that, I need to know the details of our deal." The evil sheep priest slowly spoke. "The deal is simple. I want you to hunt down rare grade beasts and offer them as sacrifices to the evil god. In return, I will give you rare grade weapons." The system notification sounded. Ding! Lord Yangming, congratulations on triggering the B-rank quest. The evil sheep priest's second deal. Mission requirements. Within 30 days, sacrifice a rare level beast to the evil god Aminos. Mission reward. 2 rare grade weapons. Upon hearing this, Yangming frowned, clearly uninterested in the mission rewards. For others, exchanging a rare grade beast for 2 rare grade weapons is undoubtedly a great deal. However, with Kokolit around, Yangming wasn't particularly interested in it. Yangming pondered for a moment and said, "Priest, if you can grant me 1 request, I will accept this task." "What are the conditions?" the evil sheep priest asked. Yangming stated his conditions. "When we last met, you gave me a guard to protect the territory. I want you to sever all ties between him and the altar of the evil god and make him mine." The evil sheep priest shook his head and whispered, "It's just the guardian of an evil god, so it's fine to give it to you. However, every guardian has experienced death. They are actually dead and only maintain their lifespan by relying on the power of the evil god. If this relationship is severed, they will immediately become corpses." Yangming fell in a deep thought. He truly didn't know this. However, Yangming didn't want to give up easily. Because Yang Fifan has great potential. If we can recruit him, then a new Legion commander will be born in Huaxia City. Chapter 69 S Rank Special Mission. Regarding the future direction, after Yangming's territory reaches the king level, the newbie zone will be merged into the combat zone. Season 3 will begin, entering the national war phase, with the goal of unifying the Blue Star and then sinking the island nation. Seeing Yangming frowning in deep thought, the evil sheep priest feared he was unwilling to make a deal with him. So he quickly said, "Lord Yangming, I can give you control over Yang Fifan's life and death, and also provide you with a free piece of information, but on the condition that you sacrifice 2 rare-level alien beasts in the future. How about it?" The evil sheep priest went to great lengths to win over Yangming. Because of the curse, the evil sheep priest cannot leave the altar of the evil god, and can only wait for a destined person to come and offer sacrifice. However, almost all creatures are frightened when they see the altar of the evil god and instinctively stay away. In the past 5 years, Yangming has been the first person to dare to approach the evil god's altar and offer sacrifices. Therefore, the evil sheep priest must keep Yangming at all costs. Moreover, items such as forging blueprints and rare weapons are of little use to evil spirits. "Okay." Yangming nodded and said softly, "I want to know where blue crystal cores are produced." Blue crystal cores are the most crucial material for upgrading royal-level territories. Yang Ming plans to focus all his efforts on upgrading his territory to the king level over the next 5 days. The evil sheep priest revealed a satisfied smile. All right, I can give you this information, Lord Yang Ming. I hope we can cooperate successfully. Yes, it's a pleasure to work with you. The system notification sounded immediately. Lord Yang Ming, you have successfully accepted the quest. You have reached an agreement with the evil sheep priest, and your relationship has been upgraded to friendly. You have gained control over Yang Fifin's life and death. However, if the evil god dies, he will die with him. You are about to receive information about the blue crystal core. The evil sheep priest slowly raised his staff, accompanied by a beautiful green light, and began to chant an incantation. You evil god who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler of the Cthulhu world. You are the king of the strange void who wields power. Please tell me, where will the production site of blue crystal cores be refreshed within a radius of 100 kilometers? After a while, the green light emanating from the staff condensed into a string of numbers. Time, 3 days later. Coordinates, 758, 25, 69. Having received the answer, the evil sheep priest stopped chanting the incantation and said to Yang Ming, Lord Yang Ming, you've seen it too, haven't you? 3 days from now, a blue crystal core will spawn at coordinates 758, 2569. Okay, I understand. Yang Ming nodded. The evil ram priest put away his staff and said with a smile, Lord Yang Ming, I look forward to our next meeting. If you can offer more rare-grade tributes, I will reward you even more. After chatting for a few minutes, Yang Ming led his warriors away from the evil god's altar. Yang Ming's next goal is to upgrade his territory to a king level 1. Blue crystal cores, population, resource fields, all must meet the requirements as soon as possible. The sacrifice mission is complete. Now, let's explore the land to the southeast. Yang Ming took out the map he had made himself. The area within a 20-kilometer radius of Huaxia City has been basically explored, except for the area to the southeast, which has not been explored. After a short rest, Yang Ming led his army southeast. It was midday, the weather was slightly cool, and there was a light breeze under the overcast sky. After walking about 5 kilometers, Yang Ming suddenly saw the blurry outline of a village ahead. There are people here? Are they the locals? Besides the village, Yang Ming also saw some figures. There are villages and villagers. Isn't this a population delivered right to our doorstep? Everyone, listen up. Speed up. Yang Ming, in high spirits, immediately ordered. As they got closer, Yang Ming saw a densely packed, small village ahead. However, something seemed wrong in the village. A fire had broken out, and many houses were on fire. More than 100 bandits wearing black turbans, riding horses and carrying broadswords and shields, were burning, killing, and looting in the village. Bandits stormed into the village and looted, and the villagers scattered in terror, screams echoing everywhere. Oh no, the bandits have invaded the village again. Run. Everyone run. The bandits are here again to steal food and girls. Damn it, didn't the bandits just wipe out a wave a few days ago? How come they're back again? Children and women, quickly hide in the mountains, don't come out. The bandits naturally wouldn't let the villagers escape, especially the young women, who were the main targets of the bandits, and cries and screams could be heard everywhere in the village. Then you have triggered an S-rank special mission. A group of ruthless bandits are robbing a village. You're free to choose. A. Join them and rob together. B. Protect the villagers and fight against bandits. C. Aphrodite, the young goddess who is about to fall. D. Take young Aphrodite home, love and cherish her, give her the utmost love, and then die in front of her on her 18th birthday, the day she awakens to divinity. Note, this task has special characteristics. It will be automatically accepted once triggered. What? An S-class special mission. Even Yang Ming, who was as calm as a mountain, was shocked at this moment. How could a small village trigger an S-rank special mission? It's worth noting that the second deal with the evil sheep priest was only a B-rank mission. Since the task had been accepted automatically, Yang Ming immediately issued the order. Everyone listen to my command. The entire army is to attack, crush these bandits, and protect the villagers. Yes, my lord, the warriors replied. All the warriors of the Azure Dragon Legion rushed forward and stormed into the village. Even Yang Ming rode a black horse and rushed into the village at top speed. After all, This is an S-class special mission. We must go all out. At the same time, in a house at the southernmost part of the village, two bandits burst in and pounded on the door of the house. Hee hee hee. The woman inside, stop hiding and come out now. Inside the house, a young girl huddled in her mother's arms, trembling. The little girl and her mother, despite their careful hiding, were eventually discovered by the bandits. Mummy, I am scared. The little girl huddled in the woman's arms, trembling all over. Baby, don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you. The woman gently comforted the little girl. However, the knocking outside the door intensified. The bandit's angry voice rang out. Woman, our patience is limited. Open the door now, or we'll kill you. You have 30 seconds to open the door. Seeing that the door was about to be forced open, the woman steeled her heart and had no choice but to let go of the little girl. Honey, hide in the cellar. No matter what sounds you hear or what you see, don't say a word, okay? No, Mommy, I'm scared if you don't leave me, the little girl cried. However, the little girl could only watch helplessly as her mother abandoned her and opened the door to the house alone. Chapter 70 Goddess of Love, Aphrodite. Young Aphrodite hid alone in a dark cellar, covering her mouth and trembling all over. She watched helplessly as her mother opened the door to the house. As soon as the door opened, two bandits rushed in and instantly subdued the woman. You filthy woman, it took you so long to open the door. Do you want to die? The bandit slapped the woman across the face. No, don't kill me. I'll give you all the money and food, the woman pleaded helplessly. The two bandits let out a lewd laugh and said in a sinister tone, You're smart to know what's good for you, but we want the money and food, and we also want to have a good taste of your body. The woman was so frightened that she burst into tears and kept begging for mercy. Please don't bully me. Let me go. A lewd glint flashed in the bandit's eyes, and he grinned obsequiously. We're bandits. Can we be called bandits if we don't prey on women? Ha ha ha. Go ahead and cry. Cry louder. The louder you cry, the more excited we'll be. Ha! After saying that, the bandits began tearing at the woman's clothes. Just then, Aphrodite, who was hiding in the cellar, saw her mother being bullied and rushed out without hesitation. Although Aphrodite was terrified and trembling all over, she still mustered her courage and rushed out to shout, You two bad people, don't bully my mother. Let my mother go. Huh? There are young girls too. The two bandits were taken aback. TSK, such delicate skin, such fair skin, such a tender and beautiful face, a 13 or 14-year-old girl, so wonderful you were simply a gift from God. The two bandits were instantly captivated by Aphrodite's beauty. They knocked her unconscious, abandoned her, and walked towards her. No, don't come any closer. Aphrodite cried out in fear, taking a step back. The bandit drew closer, leering at Aphrodite's delicate, youthful body, and chuckled as he said, What? Didn't you want to save your mother? If you're willing to play a game with your uncle, we'll let your mother go. Are you really willing to let my mother go? Aphrodite asked, trembling. Of course. As he spoke, the bandit stretched out his dark hand and reached out to grab Aphrodite. Aphrodite closed her eyes in fear. Save me, my God. 14-year-old Aphrodite looked pitiful, tears welling up in her eyes. At this critical moment, Yang Ming, wielding the sky-splitting blade, finally found the key figure who triggered the S-rank special mission. Aphrodite, one of the 12 Olympian gods in ancient Greek mythology, is hailed as the most beautiful goddess, presiding over beauty, love, and sexuality. Why would an ancient Greek god appear here? And why is she turned into a little girl? Yang Ming didn't know, but completing the mission was the priority right now. Let her go. Yang Ming rushed in, like a savior, and swung his sword across the heads of the two bandits. However, Yang Ming suddenly realized that the bloody scene might frighten the 14-year-old girl, so he had no choice but to forcibly flip the rift blade and use the back of the blade to knock the bandit unconscious. Aphrodite had originally prepared herself for humiliation. However, an extremely gentle voice rang in her ear. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. I'll protect you. Aphrodite slowly opened her eyes. For a moment, she was stunned. From that moment on, no matter how much time passed, Aphrodite would never forget that moment. Bathed in sunlight streaming through the window, a gentle and handsome older brother appeared before her like a savior, extending a helping hand to her. Who are you? Aphrodite looked up, and asked blankly. Yang Ming touched his nose and explained, I'm here to rescue you. I've already knocked out those 2 bandits who bullied you. Huh? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for saving me and my mother, Aphrodite said belatedly. Get up. Yang Ming reached out his hand to Aphrodite, who was slumped on the ground. Big brother, thank you. Aphrodite mustered her courage and took Yang Ming's hand. The moment Aphrodite's hand touched Yang Ming's, her delicate body trembled, as if she were being electrocuted. Ding! You have completed an S-rank special mission. Reward none. Yang Ming looked at Buzlet. What the hell? This is ridiculous. I completed an S-rank mission and got no reward? Lord Yang Ming, you have earned the absolute trust of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. She is not a reward. Oh, hearing this, Yang Ming calmed down a little. Aphrodite went to her mother's side and found that she was not injured, but had fallen into a deep sleep, which put her at ease. Big brother, may I ask who you are? Aphrodite turned around and mustered up her courage to ask Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked down at her and thought, wow, no wonder she's the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Her beauty is truly outstanding. She's been a beauty since she was a child. Yang Ming tried his best to make his voice gentle. I am Yang Ming, the lord of Huaxia City. I have come to save your village. The bandits who invaded the village have all been wiped out by us. Yang Ming. From then on, this name was deeply engraved in the heart of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. At this moment, a vacant lot in the village was piled high with the corpses of bandits. The Azure Dragon Legion only took a little over 10 minutes to find all the bandits in the village, kill them, and dump them on this open ground. The villagers who had been hiding gradually emerged, repeatedly thanking Yang Ming. Sir, thank you for saving us. Sir, we can never repay your great kindness. We are willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. The villagers knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced around and realized that the village had a fairly large population, probably around 2,000 people. Get up, everyone, Yang Ming called out. Then, Yang Ming cleared his throat and continued. Everyone, I am the savior sent by heaven to save you, and I am also the lord of Huaxia City. As long as you are willing to become my people, I will protect you. Savior? Huaxia City? Lord? The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Yang Ming waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to bring out several large baskets of fragrant dried meat, meat patties, and steamed buns. The enticing aroma instantly attracted everyone, and the villagers stared intently at the food. Oh my God, what is that meat? Fatty pork? I actually saw meat. It smells so good. I've never seen so much meat, eggs, and big white steamed buns before. Am I dreaming? Sure enough, on the battlefield of all races, the natives were like chickens on steroids when they saw food. Yang Ming raised his right hand and slowly spoke. Fellow villagers, as long as you are willing to join Huaxia City, I guarantee you will be able to eat steamed buns, eggs, and meat every day. Chapter 71, The Gods Attribute Panel. Tempted by the food, the villagers wholeheartedly believed Yang Ming's words. In the battlefield of all races, it is perfectly normal for people to starve to death. Whoever gives them food is their savior. To upgrade a territory to a king-level territory, you need at least 5,000 people. These villagers greatly supplemented the population of Huaxia City. Furthermore, to develop and expand Huaxia City, we need more residents with lifestyle-related professions, such as blacksmiths, chefs, priests, and brewers. The higher the level of a resident's lifestyle profession, the greater the benefits they can bring to the territory. For example, a priest of rare quality can cure all diseases, such as cancer, uremia, rabies, leukemia, and ALS. He can even bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bones. For example, an excellent chef can cook a dish using the meat of a strange beast, and an ordinary person who eats it can easily run 100 meters in 4 seconds. At this moment, the village chief came up to Yang Ming and asked respectfully, My lord, many people in the village are still hiding in the cellars and houses, afraid to go out. Could you wait a little longer and let me call them out? Of course. Yang Ming called over 2 soldiers, who carried a large basket of meat and a large basket of meat slices to the old village chief. He said, Find a dozen or so villagers and go around the village shouting that anyone who is willing to come back to Huaxia City with me will be able to eat their fill every day. Thank you, great lord. The old village chief was extremely excited. He had never seen so much meat in his life. Huaxia City, it must be paradise on earth, right? A little while later, the old village chief led a group of villagers carrying gongs and drums and kept shouting throughout the village. Hello everyone, I am your old village chief Darwin. Stop hiding and come out. The bandits have been wiped out. Everyone, gather at the village entrance. A great lord has blessed our village. Everyone, gather at the village entrance immediately. You'll get free big white steam buns, chunks of meat, and eggs. Darwin's voice quickly spread throughout the entire village. The villagers who were hiding in cellars and houses came out with some doubt after hearing the village chief's words. Village chief, really? The bandits have been wiped out. Those despicable bandits. They stole all my rice and wheat and even killed my husband. Wow, my life is so miserable. Village chief, where is the free food? Village chief, is it true that we can get free steam buns? My child hasn't eaten for 2 days. The village chief tried his best to comfort everyone, saying, don't be sad, everyone. Just go to the village entrance. The great lord is distributing food. The hungry villagers immediately ran towards the edge of the village. When they arrived at the village entrance, they saw basket after basket of large white steamed buns, eggs, and slices of meat laid out on the ground. In an instant, all the villagers' eyes lit up. 2 hours later, all the villagers enjoyed a free feast, their mouths greasy with oil. My lord, please lead us to Huaxia City. My lord, as long as I can have enough to eat every day, I'll do anything you ask. The villagers knelt on the ground, sincerely pleading with Yang Ming. At this moment, in their hearts, Yang Ming had become their savior. Yang Ming did a quick count and found there were about 4,000 villagers. In this way, the requirement of 5,000 people for upgrading to a king-level territory is met. Yang Ming waved his hand and said loudly, everyone get up. I promise I'll bring you all back to Huaxia City safely. Once we get there, I'll provide you with free accommodation, clothes, and food. Thank you, my lord. The villagers kept kowtowing. After resting, Yang Ming and his soldiers led the villagers on their return journey. The young goddess, Aphrodite, also traveled to Huaxia City with the villagers. With Yang Ming's protection, the villagers did not encounter any danger along the way. When they had walked halfway through the journey, Aphrodite suddenly appeared before Yang Ming, clutching the hem of his clothes with her small hands, and asked nervously, Big brother, my mom seems to be sick. Can you help her? Yang Ming glanced at her subconsciously. Name, Aphrodite. Occupation, goddess of love. Status, under ceiling, divinity will awaken at age 18, where all restrictions will be automatically lifted upon going to the battlefield of the gods. Combat power, 4. Potential, 12 stars, max level. Talent, protection of the goddess of love, divine level. All that she protects, including herself, is immortal and indestructible, subject to endless reincarnation, and cannot be destroyed by any god. Talent, Spear of the End, SSS rank, the ultimate weapon formed from the power of love and faith, hailed as one of the Valkyries of the end of the Norse pantheon. Skill, Cupid's Spell, SS rank, beginner level proficiency. She can make any living being fall in love with her and obey all her commands, whatever she desires. Skill, Law of Love, SS rank, controls love, but love is also free. Skill, the beauty within the painting, SSS rank, the strongest illusion technique, the beauty trap. One day, you will meet a girl who looks 9 parts like her, wearing a white dress, standing in front of you, tilting her head and asking, long time no see, why are you still as silly as before? Wow, Yang Ming almost blurted out the word national essence. Is this the power of a god? Such amazing stats? Even when sealed, with a combat power of only 4 points, it still retains such a strong talent. The gods are terrifying indeed. Big brother, please save my mother. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak, Aphrodite pleaded with him again, looking pitiful and almost in tears. Okay, take me to see her, Yang Ming said. Okay. Aphrodite immediately stopped crying and smiled, then took Yang Ming to find her mother. Aphrodite's mother was in a coma, pale-faced, and could not be woken up no matter how much she was called. Yang Ming scanned her mother's information and found nothing unusual. He was probably too frightened after almost being molested by bandits, Yang Ming concluded. So Yang Ming took out a golden spirit fruit from the warehouse and handed it to Aphrodite. "Feed this to your mother, and she'll be fine," Yang Ming said. Golden spirit fruit, an excellent grade fruit, can eliminate all negative status effects. Aphrodite was stunned. She caught the golden spirit fruit with both hands and said, "Such a big fruit? Could this be an excellent grade spiritual fruit?" "Yes, feed it to your mother, and she will be fine," Yang Ming said. "Oh, thank you so much, big brother." The little girl thanked Yang Ming repeatedly. Aphrodite carefully fed her mother the golden fruit, and her condition quickly improved. Chapter 72, Citywide Blessing Buff. Aphrodite was carefully feeding her mother the flesh of the golden spirit fruit, while Yang Ming watched her from the side. This was the first time Yang Ming had ever seen a living god. So, God really exists, Yang Ming thought to himself. In fact, 10 years ago, when the National Destiny Lord system began to bind to Earth, scientists proposed the idea of theism. The National Destiny Lord system can bind all civilizations in the universe together. Scientists speculate that only gods or creators could achieve this ability to merge the virtual and the real. But this is just speculation, because looking at the entire planet Earth to this day, only Yang Ming has seen a true god. That's it. Einstein is really turning in his grave now. God really does play dice. If that's the case, then the Norse gods, the ancient Greek gods, Shiva from India, the Chinese gods, and the Japanese goddess Amaterasu might all appear in the future. Yang Ming Frowned. If there really are gods in the world, then if he plans to destroy the Japanese islands in the future, wouldn't he be hindered by some unknown force? However, upon closer examination, if gods were to descend into reality, they would certainly face significant limitations. For example, when Yang Ming summons a Chinese god to possess him, he can only inherit 1/10,000th or 1 in tens of thousands of divine power. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, has her divine powers sealed. The only way to completely unseal her powers is to go to the battlefield of the gods. As for the evil god Aminos, he was in an even worse state, still half dead. As for the goddess of light, Yang Ming had never even seen her shadow. All of this demonstrates that the real world is extremely averse to deities. Or perhaps there exists an unshakable, mysterious law. God cannot interfere with the real world. Big brother, thank you. My mother's illness has improved a lot. Suddenly, Aphrodite's voice entered Yang Ming's ears. Yang Ming came to his senses and said to Aphrodite, "Once we get back to Huaxia City, let your mother rest for one night, and she will be fully recovered." "Yes, big brother, you're so kind. Thank you." Aphrodite gave a shy smile. The group then continued on its way. 10 minutes later, everyone returned safely to the territory. The moment Aphrodite stepped into Huaxia City, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Lord Yang Ming, your territory has received a buff, the blessing of the goddess of love. All crops and poultry growth rate increased by 20%, yield increased by 100%. Residents' happiness, health, and work efficiency increased by 20%. The probability of Huaxia City encountering a natural disaster is minus 100%. Aphrodite maintains absolute trust in you, during which time you gain an additional special buff, luck plus 50 points. This buff immediately disappears if you lose Aphrodite's trust. So, this is the reward for an S-class special mission. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Wow, this buff is amazing. If a young god in a sealed state can bring such great benefits, wouldn't it be invincible if Anna's goddess of light could also be persuaded to join? Yes, the future looks promising. To take good care of Aphrodite, Yang Ming personally went to the residential area to select a villa for her and sent people to deliver food and clothes. As for the other villagers, Yang Ming left them to Carl to arrange. Compared to before, the residential area has expanded considerably, with many new dormitories, villas, and apartment buildings, ensuring that everyone has a place to live. After settling Aphrodite in, Yang Ming took the forging blueprints for the Overlord Spear to the blacksmith shop to find Cocolette. The Overlord Spear is an excellent grade forging blueprint, and its value can only be maximized in the hands of Cocolette. Duong, duong, duong. At this moment, inside the blacksmith shop, Cocolette, who is only 1.5 meters tall, is swinging a 100-pound iron hammer and forcefully striking ironware. She was very focused, concentrating intently on crafting the equipment. Seeing how engrossed Cocolette was, Yang Ming didn't want to disturb her, so he waited for her nearby. It wasn't until she had successfully forged a new Tang-style horizontal sword and wiped the sweat from her forehead that Cocolette noticed Yang Ming had arrived. Cocolette rushed to Yang Ming and kept apologizing. "My lord, when did you arrive? Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm here to deliver something to you." Yang Ming took out the forging blueprints for the Overlord Spear and handed them to Cocolette. Cocolette was taken aback at first, then immediately took it, her face beaming with joy, and said, "Wow, these are actually forging blueprints for an excellent grade weapon. That's amazing." It's clear that Cocolette has a genuine passion for crafting weapons. No wonder she was able to awaken her A-level talent, craftsman's heart. Cocolette held the blueprints for the Overlord Spear in her arms and said with a smug look, "My lord, I've been stuck at level 2 blacksmith for half a month now. With the forging blueprint for the Overlord Spear, I should be able to upgrade to level 3 blacksmith soon." "Huh, you're going to advance to an excellent level blacksmith." Yangming Asked Subjon Sioli. An excellent level blacksmith can also be called a level 3 blacksmith, because excellent ranks third among common, fine, excellent, and rare. "Yes, one day at the latest," Cocolette said confidently. "Yangming Enjoura get hair. That's great. Keep it up. I'll reward you even more if you can create more high-quality weapons." Cocolette smiled shyly and said softly, "My lord, I'm already very fortunate and do not need any other reward. However, crafting excellent grade weapons requires more time and effort, and I can only craft a maximum of 5 per day. 5 items, so many?" Yang Ming was overjoyed. If we add the blessing of Aphrodite, the goddess of love, which increases work efficiency by 20%, wouldn't we be able to forge 6 Overlord Spears in a single day? With so many excellent weapons at our disposal, who can rival us? What are the chances of advancing the Overlord Spear to the next level? Yang Ming asked her. The next level after excellent is rare. What does a rare grade weapon mean? Even in the Blue Star region's war zones, rare grade weapons are among the most advanced. Every lord who possesses a rare grade weapon is a powerful figure listed on the Blue Star ranking. As for perfect grade weapons, forget about them. On the entire planet Earth, there is currently only one perfect grade weapon, and that is the Lord's Scepter of China. A year ago, the reason why the United States attacked China was to seize the Scepter of Lordship. Cocolette sighed and said helplessly, Besides, very difficult. There's only a 1 in 2,000 chance of it advancing to a rare grade weapon, and the higher the weapon's grade, the harder it is to trigger the advancement. Yang Ming comforted her, saying, "It's okay, don't put pressure on yourself, just let things take their course. You've already done a great job." "Yes, I will try my best." Encouraged by Yang Ming, Cocolette's fighting spirit was rekindled. Chapter 73 Land Reform. The next day, early morning. Today marks the 16th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races. Perhaps due to Aphrodite's blessing, Yang Ming slept exceptionally well last night. After getting up, Yang Ming quickly washed up and then called out towards the door. "Lilith, come in." Without a doubt, one of the two sisters must have gotten up early at 5 a.m., prepared breakfast in advance, and was waiting for Yang Ming at the door. "Yes, my lord." 3 different girls' voices rang out from outside the door. Yang Ming subconsciously looked towards the door. Lilith, wearing a red dress, Lilia, wearing a light blue dress, and Anna, wearing a white priest's robe, walked in together. "My lord, here's your breakfast." Lilith placed the still-steaming breakfast on the table. Yang Ming sat at the table, picked up a small, sugar-free Chinese bread, took a bite, and asked them, "Why did the 3 of you come together?" Anna opened her mouth, hesitated, and then stopped herself. In the end, Lilia spoke up for her. "My lord, my sister Anna says she has something she wants to discuss with you." "What is it? Go ahead and say it. If you have any requests, just let me know," Yang Ming said. Anna, who was usually calm and composed, was now nervous. She stammered, "My lord, I want to apply. I want to join." Yang Ming could naturally see what Anna was thinking, and in order to take care of her feelings, he took the initiative to say, "Anna, since you came to Huaxia City, many patients and wounded have received timely treatment. You have saved many lives, so I would like to invite you to join Huaxia City. Would you like to? I will allow you to continue your faith in the Goddess of Light, and I will even send people to build a clean and tidy church for the Goddess of Light, which you, Anna, will be in charge of managing. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, not only Anna, but also Lilith and Lilia exclaimed in surprise. Anna even wondered if she was hallucinating. Before even entering the Lord's manor, Anna had already planned to leave the Church of the Goddess of Light. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming not only allowed Anna to worship the Goddess of Light in his territory, but also offered to build a church for them. What? You don't want to? Yang Ming frowned. No, of course we are willing. Before Anna could speak, Lilith, with her long red hair, raised her hand to speak. My lord, you are such a kind person. Lilia, with her blue hair tied in pigtails, was so moved that she cried. Yang Ming reached out and wiped away Lilia's tears, saying gently, Why are you crying? You saved so many people. Consider this church a reward for you. Anna was deeply moved at this moment, and she performed the most solemn ceremony for Yang Ming. My lord, I swear in the name of the Goddess of Light that I, Anna, am willing to follow you forever. We are the same, under the witness of the Goddess of Light, Lilith and Lilia said simultaneously. Ding! Anna's loyalty to you has increased to 100, maximum level. Reward, 40 points of national fortune. Wow! Lilia's loyalty to you has increased to 100. Reward, 40 points of national fortune. Duong Lilith's loyalty to you has increased to 100, rewarding you with 40 points of national fortune. Yang Ming was in a great mood after suddenly gaining 120 points of national fortune value. Just then, Yang Ming finished eating and stood up saying, Come on, come with me for a walk, and I'll take you to Zhou Mingrue to discuss building a church. Okay, the three women replied. Although it is only a little past 6 in the morning, many residents have already gotten up and started working. On the streets, sanitation workers are sweeping. In the fields, farmers are watering, weeding, and fertilizing. On the construction site, construction workers are busily mixing mortar, moving bricks, and pouring concrete. And on the training ground, soldiers are practicing drills. The outline of a city is slowly emerging. Having not inspected his territory for a long time, Yang Ming decided to take a look at the planting area first. Currently, 2 million square meters of farmland have been reclaimed, approximately 2,299 mu, about 142 hectares. At a glance, the farmland is laden with fruit, with a large yield of vegetables and fruits. Greetings, Your Excellency. Long live the Lord. As soon as Yang Ming arrived at the farmland, many people came over to greet him and kowtow. Yang Ming waved his hand and reprimanded sternly. Stand up, no kneeling allowed. This bad habit must be completely abolished from now on. Everyone immediately stood up. Are the crops all ripe? Yang Ming Asket, a kind-looking middle-aged man, stepped forward and answered. My lord, in 3 more days, I estimate that about 10% of the crops will be ready for harvest. With the plant growth-promoting spray and Aphrodite's blessing buff, crops grow extremely fast. Once agriculture develops, Huaxia City will no longer have to worry about food. Moreover, all the crops are of excellent quality and have extremely high yields. Yang Ming had gone to great lengths to obtain high-quality crop seeds, and now it was finally time to reap the rewards. Yang Ming continued. I am here today to announce a new policy. My lord, please speak, the crowd responded hastily. Yang Ming thought for a moment, then slowly said, Starting today, anyone who awakens a talent related to agriculture can receive their own plot of farmland, ranging from 3 to 20 acres, which they can manage themselves. Once the crops are ripe, they only need to hand over 70% of the grain, and the rest is theirs. This wave of actions is called land reform. These words shocked the entire audience. Everyone was incredulous. Could such a good thing really exist in this world? For farmers, a piece of farmland is more important than their lifeline. Thank you, my lord. Everyone was overjoyed, and their admiration for Yang Ming had reached its peak. After inspecting the planting area, Yang Ming went to other areas. Currently, Huaxia City is divided into 5 major districts. Plantation areas, residential areas, industrial areas, military areas, and commercial areas under construction. The residential area is the most densely populated, as most residents live there. Carl has already arranged dormitory for the 4,000 villagers he took in yesterday, so Yang Ming plans to go and see them. 2 minutes later, Yang Ming arrived at the residential area. There are 2 trees planted in front of the residential building's main gate. One is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree. The residential area is the liveliest, with people coming and going. As soon as Yang Ming entered, he saw a long line of people waiting to get water. Yang Ming then remembered that Huaxia City currently has very few water sources, with only one excellent grade resource, spring water. Now that the population has increased, water resources are an urgent problem to be solved. With over 5,000 residents and more than 14,000 soldiers, they consume a lot of fresh water every day. Regardless, let's solve the water source problem first. In fact, Huaxia City is adjacent to a freshwater river, but it is located near the planting area, making it very inconvenient for residents to fetch water. Yang Ming opened the trading area, searching for freshwater resources. Chapter 74, New Policies. Actually, if you want to get water, drilling a well is the most convenient way. However, the water pumped directly from underground is just ordinary fresh water, and its quality is far inferior to that of freshwater resources. After searching the trading area, Yang Ming found an excellent grade resource treasure, a spiritual spring. Name, Spirit Spring Resource Treasure. Quality excellent. Description, placed on an open space, it can spout an inexhaustible spring, providing 1,000 tons of water daily. Attribute, Spirit Spring water containing a trace of rare energy. If you insist on drinking the Spirit Spring water every day for 20 days, you can increase your personal combat power by 2 points, up to a maximum of 10 points. After some bargaining, Yang Ming purchased 1 excellent grade spiritual spring and 3 fine grade spring waters. Resources and treasures can be generated simply by placing them on an empty plot of land, which is very convenient. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and said, "The excellent grade spiritual spring is located at the junction of the dormitory area and the residential area. As for the 3 fine grade springs, they are located in the dormitory area, the residential area, and the villa area, respectively. If we break down the residential area, it can be divided into 3 areas: dormitory area, residential area, and villa area. The dormitory area currently has 15 dormitory buildings, and everyone can live there for free, provided they have a job. If they do not have a job within 3 days, they will be evicted from the dormitory and forced to sleep on the streets. The residential area, simply put, is a community where residents who have awakened their talents can receive a house, such as residents with life-related professions like doctors and priests. The villa area is reserved for the most elite individuals, such as Cocolette, Yang Jian, Anna, Zhang Lingfeng, Carl, Zhou Mingrui, Lilith, and Lilia. Having made up his mind, Yang Ming took out the spiritual spring. The system notification tone also sounded. Should we place the spirit spring? Yes. After saying that, Yang Ming put it down. Soon, a ray of white light appeared, and clear spiritual spring water gushed out. The spring water has been successfully placed. Under the sunlight, the spring water was crystal clear. Yang Ming tried drinking a sip, and it was incredibly sweet. In this way, the water source problem is basically solved. After a while, once the territory is upgraded to a king-level territory, Yang Ming plans to ask Zhou Mingrui to build a water supply project. Wow, the Lord has performed another miracle. Lord, you are so amazing. How did you do that? When I grow up, I want to become a man as powerful as you. Long live the Lord. The sound of Yang Ming placing the spring water drew cheers from the surrounding residents. Upon learning that Yang Ming had arrived in the residential area, Carl quickly rushed over as well. Greetings, Lord. Is there anything I can do for you? Carl asked. Yang Ming nodded slightly and asked in return, have you registered all the information for those 4,000 villagers from yesterday? How many people were found to have awakened their talents? Where are the forms? Carl took out 3 forms and handed them to Yang Ming, saying, the statistics have all been compiled. Please review them, your lordship. Yang Ming took the form and glanced at it. 50 villagers awakened F-level talents, 25 villagers awakened E-level talents, 9 villagers awakened D-level talents, and 1 villager awakened B-level talents. Actually, testing someone's talent is quite simple. All you need is a high-quality item. But this is on the premise that the other party is willing to cooperate. Yang Ming returned the form to Carl and praised him. Not bad. Arrange their work properly and give priority to all residents who have awakened their talents. Carl solemnly assured him, don't worry, my lord. I promise I won't let them slack off. No one can be idle. Yang Ming frowned and asked, wait a minute, I just saw an elderly person sweeping the floor and a 7 or 8-year-old child washing dishes on the street. Did you arrange all of that? Carl gave a confident smile and slowly said, yes, my lord. You provide them with free food and safe shelter. If they're unwilling to even work, what's the point of keeping them around? Sigh. Young Ming sighed softly. Carl was a native of the battlefield of 10,000 races, and his thinking was destined to be different from his own. Carl, I'm going to announce a new policy now. Listen carefully. Starting today, all children under the age of 16 and seniors over the age of 60 will not need to work, and all their living expenses will be covered by the inventory. Huh? Carl was stunned. This viewpoint clashed sharply with Carl's worldview. Carl asked in confusion, My lord, if we don't let them suffer a little, how will they know how to repay kindness? If they can't even endure this little hardship, aren't they just useless? Yang Ming looked down at him and said calmly, Carl, I ask you, why would a perfectly healthy person choose to suffer? As Yu Hua once said, never believe that suffering is worthwhile. Suffering is suffering. It will not bring success. This, Carl wanted to refute, but for a moment he couldn't find the words. Yang Ming tilted his head slightly and continued. Carl, as I have said, my goal is to build a free and equal nation that everyone aspires to in this distorted and corrupt world, to illuminate this dark land with the light of China. I hope you understand this. Carl was stunned by those words. He took a deep breath and said, My lord, I understand. Very good, go and do it. Yang Ming nodded. Yes. After finishing up the matters in the residential area, Yang Ming took Anna, Lilith, and Lilia to the commercial area that was under construction. Upgrading to a king-level territory requires 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings. Which buildings should be upgraded to level 4 first? Yang Ming had already planned it out. A blacksmith shop, a hospital, and a training ground. Zhou Mingrui, as the chief architect of Huaxia City, is currently directing the construction work in the commercial district. Lord, what brings you here? Zhou Mingrui immediately came to greet Yang Ming upon learning of his arrival. Yang Ming nodded and said, I need you to build a new building, a church. Zhou Mingrui quickly asked, A church? What is its specific style? Do you have any design drawings? If not, please describe its appearance and style in detail. Anna, you tell us. As the administrator of the branch of the Church of the Goddess of Light, Anna naturally knew the details of the church, so she told her everything. Zhou Mingrui breathed a sigh of relief and said, If that's all the requirements, it's not difficult. At most, it would just be a Class 2 building. At this moment, Yang Ming interjected. Only level 2? The quality is too low. Let's upgrade it to level 3. It's only level 2, the quality isn't good, but we still have to give the Goddess of Light face. Otherwise, how will we manage to lure the Goddess of Light over? My lord, I guarantee I will complete the mission, Zhou Mingrui said. Anna was deeply moved to see how much Yang Ming cared about building the church. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Could it be that the Goddess of Light was guiding her to contact Yang Ming? If not, how could Anna possibly have met such a great lord? If it is truly the goddess guiding me, then I will give everything to follow the Lord. Chapter 75, The Role of Luck. Zhou Mingrui, show me the design plan for the commercial district, Yang Ming said. The commercial district is the most important part of the city's spatial structure and must be carefully designed. My lord, please take a look. Zhou Mingrui handed the design drawings to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took it and examined it carefully. In fact, commercial areas are mainly divided into 3 parts. Places to buy things, places to sell things, and places to eat. After reading it, Yang Ming offered his opinion. Expand the food street further, and add more affordable and delicious shops, such as fast food restaurants with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish for 7 copper coins, snail rice noodle shops for 5 copper coins, as well as various specialty restaurants such as Lanzhou ramen, fried rice and noodles, and braised pork intestines. Okay, as you wish. Zhou Mingrui wrote them down in his notebook. Yang Ming continued. Also, the most important thing is the tavern. Open more shops that sell alcohol. Without a doubt, once the commercial district is completed and opened, the pub will be the busiest place. Zhou Mingrui wrote it all down. With Yang Ming's revisions, a design plan for the commercial district that best suits Huaxia City was completed. Finally, Yang Ming asked Zhou Mingrui, Zhou Mingrui, approximately how many days will it take you to build 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings? Zhou Mingrui knew this was another test from Yang Ming, so he gritted his teeth and said, 3 days at the earliest, 5 days at the latest. Very good. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him. If you do it, then you, my friend, are the true hero of Huaxia City. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingrue became incredibly excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He swore an oath as if facing certain death. My lord, give me 3 days. I guarantee I'll complete the mission within 3 days. Ding. Zhou Mingrue's loyalty to you has reached 100, rewarding you with 40 points of national fortune. Okay, go ahead and do it. It took Yang Ming half a day to inspect the entire city of Huaxia. He promptly rectified any potential problems within the territory. In short, all the residents are currently working hard to upgrade their territory to a royal level. Next, as long as we capture another level 4 resource field and then get our hands on the blue crystal core, Huaxia City can smoothly upgrade to the king level. Yang Ming estimated that within 5 days at most, the first king-level territory in the newbie zone would be born from his hands. At that time, the crisis of national subjugation of China will be easily resolved. It's around noon now, perfect time to go out of the city and explore. Yang Ming glanced at the sun in the sky. The bright sunshine indicated that today was a good day to go out. Yang Ming arrived at the training ground, intending to take the White Tiger Legion out today. As a level 3 building, the training ground covers a large area and can accommodate 15,000 people for training at the same time. Yang Ming summoned Zhang Lingfeng and ordered him to quickly assemble the White Tiger Legion. After a quick head count, Yang Ming set off. As soon as he stepped out of the city gate, a cool breeze blew in his face, and Yang Ming felt comfortable all over. Leading his team, Yang Ming headed into the wilderness. Walking on the grass, a wild feeling arises spontaneously. Yang Ming had only walked 500 meters when he felt something hard under his feet. Upon parting the bushes, they discovered it was a silver treasure chest. What good luck! Yang Ming bent down and picked it up. For Yang Ming at this moment, the silver treasure chest didn't hold much appeal, so he opened it without thinking. A gentle white light flashed by. There are 265 silver coins in the treasure chest. Not bad. Yang Ming smiled, put the silver coins into the warehouse, and then continued on his way. But to Yang Ming's surprise, after advancing 1,000 meters, he felt his feet touch something again. Looking down, I saw a faint golden light shimmering in the soil beneath my feet. No way. My luck is incredible. Even Yang Ming was stunned. The treasure chest, radiating golden light, tells you exactly what's inside. Unable to contain his excitement, Yang Ming parted the weeds. Sure enough, a golden treasure chest appeared in front of Yang Ming. The golden treasure chest is guaranteed to contain excellent grade items. Why has my luck become so good? Yang Ming was both happy and puzzled. Then a thought struck him. Could it be because... Yang Ming suddenly realized that because Aphrodite trusted him absolutely, he had received a lucky buff. Luck value increased by 50 points. At first, Yang Ming thought that 50 points of luck was nothing, but now it seems that he underestimated it. To figure out just how powerful 50 points of luck were, Yang Ming opened the friend chat system and asked Zhang Wei, "Wei, how many points of luck can your B-level talent, luck amplification, increase?" Coincidentally, Zhang Wei was online and quickly replied to the message. "My talent can give me 10 points of luck." "What's up, bro? Is there any material you need me to find for you?" "It's nothing. I was just asking," Yang Ming replied. A few minutes later, the chat ended. Yang Ming looked at the 50 extra points of luck on his attribute panel and seemed to be deep in thought. Zhang Wei's B-level talent, luck enhancement, can only increase his luck value by 10 points. Doesn't that mean the luck buff Aphrodite gave me is equivalent to half an S-rank talent? Yang Ming smiled contentedly. Taking advantage of his lucky streak, he decided to wander around a bit more. Everyone listen up. Run forward. Therefore, Yang Ming quickened his pace. The scouts also expanded their reconnaissance range. Before long, one piece of good news after another arrived. "Report, Lord. A group of elite-grade red-striped rhinoceroses and a group of elite-grade two-headed lions have been spotted fighting for territory in an inland lake 500 meters to the right. Both sides have suffered heavy casualties. Report, Lord. An unclaimed level 3 resource field has been discovered 300 meters ahead. Report, my lord. There were 2 excellent-grade golden eagles flying in the sky. For some reason, their wings suddenly cramped and they fell to the ground with broken bones. Report, my lord. We have discovered another unclaimed level 3 resource field. Hearing so much good news, Yangming wondered if he was hallucinating. But the eyes don't lie. Compared to now, Yangming must have had a really tough time before. In less than an hour, 4 level 3 resource fields were incorporated into the territory of Huaxia City. Ding, your army has captured a level 3 resource field, Herb Garden, rewarding you with 200 points of national fortune. Ding, your army has captured a level 3 resource field, Silver Mine. Reward, 200 national fortune points. Ding, the system's notification sound was enough to confirm that it was real. Yangming thought that his luck had reached its limit. A flustered scout ran over, panting, and said, "Report, my lord. We have discovered a level 4 resource field a kilometer ahead." Chapter 76, Summoning Dianwei. What? A level 4 resource field? Even the usually composed Yangming was taken aback. Good heavens, what a wonderful opportunity. Come on, take me to see, Yangming said decisively. Led by the scouts, Yangming walked forward for more than a kilometer. A lake appears ahead, connected to a river, whose banks are covered with trees. On the shore, beneath the shadows of the trees, a huge, ferocious tiger was licking its wounds. A rare gray beast, the azure tiger, Yangming gasped. This was the first time he had ever seen a live, rare-level beast in the wild. With a thought, Yangming scanned all its information. Name, Kanglinhu. Quality, rare. Combat power, 631. Severely injured. Combat power has dropped significantly. Extraordinary, blood-sucking. Talent, Tiger King Berserker transformation. Rank A, gains a trace of demonic power, mutating into a demonic tiger. Skill 1, Azure Rage Slash. Rank B, opens its mouth and spews out an energy shockwave with a limited range of 1 kilometer. Skill 2, like a tiger with wings. Rank C, grows a pair of wings, gains the ability to fly. Skill 3, Heavenly Thunder Tiger Soul. Rank A, the true form of the Azure Tiger, with a roar, releases a wide range of lightning damage and can use lightning to condense various attack forms. A rare level alien beast in a severely injured state. Yangming's heart skipped a beat. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity to take down the Azure Tiger. If we can kill it, we can not only occupy a level 4 resource field, but also obtain the corpse of a rare beast. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The problem is the Azure Tiger's attribute panel is just too amazing. Even more deadly is that the Azure Tiger has also comprehended extraordinary power. This indicates that it has embarked on the path of extraordinary evolution. Once your combat power exceeds 500 points, you can evolve into a superhuman and comprehend superhuman power. This is a bit difficult. Most people would probably give up, but I am a man who has awakened the SSS level talent, God's possession. Yangming looked up at the Kangling Tiger, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a strong desire to try. The Azure Tiger is seriously injured. If we don't take advantage of its weakness now, when will we? Yangming took a deep breath and then gave the order. Everyone, evacuate to a distance of 3,000 meters and then remain in place. Do not move without my order. Yes, my lord. The soldiers listened to Yangming's advice and quickly withdrew. Yangming looked at the Kangling Tiger and then walked over. Rare gray beasts have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, and soon, the Azure Tiger also spotted Yangming. Roar! The Azure Tiger let out a deep, angry roar, warning Yangming not to approach. In the eyes of the Kangling Tiger, Yangming was just an ant, and there was no need for it to make a move. Moreover, the Kangling Tiger was seriously injured and unwilling to move its massive body. However, Yangming ignored the Kangling Tiger's warning and continued forward. Seeing that Yangming ignored his roar, Kangling Tiger warned. Foolish human, do you want to die? If you don't get out of my way, believe me, this queen will swallow you whole. This rare level beast can already speak human language. Knowing the power of the Kangling Tiger, Yangming stopped advancing after a distance of 300 meters. Next, Yangming put his hands together in prayer and silently recited in his mind, I want to summon the Chinese gods. Before the battle even began, Yangming decided to go all out and used his second SSS level talent, Divine Possession. Talent successfully activated, currently in random communication with the consciousness of the Chinese gods. In an instant, Yangming felt an even stronger force than before surge into his body. After the last war, and with the nourishment from eating exotic beast meat these past 2 days, Yang Ming's combat power has reached 242 points. The higher his combat power, the stronger the divine power his body can withstand. A heroic yet tragic voice rang in Yang Ming's ears. I will be loyal to you to the death. My lord, do not worry. We will fight to the death. We will not retreat. In the dim light, Yang Ming seemed to see a tall and mighty man on a battlefield engulfed in flames. With his bare hands, blocked thousands of enemy troops with just his fists. Even though he was seriously injured and surrounded by a large army, he still displayed an invincible demeanor. At the same time, Yang Ming's combat power also skyrocketed from 242 points to 595 points. A very strong force, but why is my heart so heavy? It turns out that Dian Wei died in battle to protect Cao Cao, and his heart was filled with such resentment, grief, and anger. If Dian Wei had been given armor and a weapon back then, he wouldn't have been defeated. So how could he be content with that? I'm not reconciled. With their thoughts united, Yang Ming let out that angry roar on behalf of Dian Wei. Yang Ming felt it. His blood and energy were burning. He could no longer contain his burning urge to fight. Zheng! The sky-splitting blade was drawn, producing a crisp sound, and lightning instantly covered its blade. At this moment, Yang Ming's eyes were filled with divine power, and with just one glance, the Azure Tiger was so startled that it trembled. What's going on? What's wrong with this human? Just a second ago, he was a lowly ant, so why is he suddenly unleashing such power? Startled by Yang Ming's aura, the Kanglan Tiger immediately stood up, leaning back and bracing itself for battle. You beast, bring it on. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yang Ming gripped the sky-splitting blade tightly with both hands, then lifted his foot and took a step forward. With one kick, one could traverse a distance of 300 meters. Lightning slash! Yang Ming appeared behind Kanglan, who without anyone noticing, and at the same time, he slashed horizontally with his sword, activating his skill. A blazing blade, accompanied by lightning damage, slashed towards the Azure Tiger. Human, don't think I'm afraid of you. Although the Kanglan Tiger was seriously injured, it was still a rare-level beast, and its inherent ferocity was uncontrollable. Suddenly turning its head, the Kanglan Tiger raised its paw, which was a full 50 centimeters long, and slapped Yang Ming down with its claw. Boom! When the sky-splitting blade and the tiger claw collided, a tremendous amount of energy was unleashed. The ground cracked open, and fissures appeared. A 10-meter-long crater was even blasted out beneath Yang Ming's feet. Thunderbolt! But Yang Ming dared not be careless in the slightest. After the first move, he immediately launched his second skill. It releases a wide-area lightning attack centered on itself. The unexpected combo attack caused Kanglan Tiger to suffer a great loss. The Azure Tiger roared in pain. A strong smell of blood filled the air as a large amount of blood flowed from the Kanglan Tiger's abdomen, revealing a gruesome, gaping wound. So that's why the Azure Tiger was so badly injured. It had a large gash in its abdomen. What a great opportunity! Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Human, you have utterly enraged this queen. I will devour you. The Azure Tiger was close to going berserk. Enraged, it unleashed its strongest skill, Heavenly Thunder Tiger Soul. Boom! The clear blue sky was suddenly shattered by a deafening roar, and a bolt of lightning struck the Azure Tiger. Chapter 77, Server-Wide Announcement. Human, you have successfully caught my attention. The Kanglan Tiger is incredibly large. When standing, is 7 or 8 meters tall. A pair of blood-red tiger eyes stared intently at Yang Ming. Boom! The Azure Tiger raised one of its massive claws and slammed it down on Yang Ming with tremendous force, creating a crater nearly 3 meters deep in the ground. With his agile movements, Yang Ming dodged left and right, constantly avoiding the Kanglan Tiger's attacks and looking for opportunities to counterattack. Human, are you an insect? All you can do is run. The Azure Tiger was enraged. Although Yang Ming's attacks did not hurt or itch it, they made it feel extremely irritable. The Azure Tiger roared, and then a wide range of lightning surged around its body. This move is very similar to Yang Ming's Heavenly Thunder Flash, but the Azure Tiger is superior because it can freely condense lightning into various attack forms. Human, let's see where you can hide now. In an instant, lightning coalesced into a lightning-type tiger spirit from all directions, madly rushing towards Yang Ming. Even someone as strong as Yang Ming found it difficult to defend himself for a while. Even a severely injured rare-level beast? Is this troublesome? Yang Ming asked as he fought and retreated. The two skills attached to the sky-splitting blade, Lightning Slash and Heavenly Thunder Flash, cannot break through the Azure Tiger's defense at all. The only hope is the Thunder Overlord Slash. However, if one were to unleash the thunderous Overlord Slash, that would be the decisive blow. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in Yang Ming's mind. "Young man, your swordsmanship is rather ugly, isn't it?" Yang Ming knew it was Jian Wei's divine sense communicating with him, so he quickly responded, "Please enlighten me, General Jian Wei." Just then, the Kanglan tiger pounced again, opening its blood-red maw and biting Yang Ming fiercely. Yang Ming instinctively stepped back. Jian Wei's voice immediately rang out. "Don't retreat. Use offense as defense. Turn to the left at a 60-degree angle and slash at its teeth." "Good." Yang Ming was both bold and meticulous. Following Jian Wei's instructions, he adopted an offensive strategy, advancing instead of retreating. Lightning Slash. Yang Ming swung his blade, striking the Kanglan tiger's jaws squarely. "Ow!" The Azure Tiger roared in pain. Yang Ming was overjoyed, not expecting the strike to be so effective. "It seems that my swordsmanship is far too weak compared to the fierce generals of ancient times." Jian Wei continues to mentor Yang Ming. "Don't stand still, press your advantage, circle around behind it, and stab it. Dodge to the left, then slash at a 45-degree angle, using only 70% of your strength. Dodge again, then teleport above it. You're holding the knife wrong. Are you chopping melons and vegetables? Damn it, I might as well do it." Under Jian Wei's careful guidance, Yang Ming gradually turned the tide of the battle. What was originally a 20/80th split has now become a 60/40th split. At the same time, Yang Ming's combat skills became increasingly proficient and powerful. "Yes, that's it. Your sword-wielding posture is still a bit ugly, but it's improved a lot. At least it's pleasing to my eye now," Jian Wei said with satisfaction. "Thank you for your guidance, General Jian Wei." Yang Ming expressed his heartfelt respect. At least, Jian Wei's divine sense was genuinely guiding him. The Azure Tiger, repeatedly injured by Yang Ming, grew increasingly enraged. Finally, it went into a berserk state. "Human, I want you dead." The Azure Tiger opened its blood-red maw, aimed at Yang Ming, and unleashed a powerful energy blast. B-rank skill, Azure Rage Slaughter. In an instant, the land within a kilometer radius cracked open into a deep ravine. If Yang Ming hadn't dodged quickly, he would probably have been badly injured if not killed. Due to excessive blood loss, Kanglan Tiger has lost his mind. If we could just hold out for a few more hours, victory will be ours. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's confidence immediately increased. 3 hours later, roar. One roar after another erupted from the mouth of the Kanglan Tiger. The 3-hour-long battle of attrition aggravated the Kanglan Tiger's injuries and also caused it to lose all its rationality. "Human, you must die today." The Azure Tiger raised its head and roared, and then a pair of glowing wings sprouted from its back. Sea-level skills are like adding wings to a tiger. With a deafening roar, the Azure Tiger flapped its wings, leaped high into the air, and pounced on Yang Ming. The speed is 2 to 3 times faster than before. Such speed? No, I can't dodge it. Yang Ming was startled. In the blink of an eye, the Kanglan Tiger pounced in front of him. At the same time, a huge tiger claw slammed down on Yang Ming's head. "Fight it!" But Yang Ming is also a wolf in sheep's clothing. Knowing that he can't avoid it, he might as well give it his all one last time. As the Kanglan Tiger pounced, Yang Ming suddenly leaned back sharply. At the same time, Yang Ming gripped the sky-splitting blade tightly with both hands and slid across the Kanglan Tiger at high speed. Thunderous Overlord Slash. As he slid in, Yang Ming thrust his sky-splitting blade at the Kanglan Tiger's abdomen, then swung it around suddenly. Activate skill, master-level proficiency, Thunder Overlord Slash. Splash. A piercing, tearing sound rang out. The tiger skin of the Kanglan Tiger was torn, and its flesh was ripped open. Yang Ming, wielding the sky-splitting blade, disemboweled the Azure Tiger. Crimson liquid splattered all over the ground. Thump! The massive Kanglan Tiger became unsteady and finally collapsed to the ground. Oh, the Kanglan Tiger lay weakly on the ground, howling incessantly. It tried to stand up, but because its wounds were too large, it fell back to the ground several times. In the end, the Azure Tiger met its end. Haha, I actually killed a rare-level alien beast with my own hands. Yang Ming laughed heartily and sat down on the ground to rest. It's important to know that at this stage, in the entire Blue Star 10086 beginner zone, there isn't another person who can hunt excellent level alien beasts on their own. Ding! A server-wide announcement is now being issued. Warmest congratulations to Lord Yang Ming of China for successfully slaying a rare-level alien beast, becoming the first lord in the Blue Star domain 10086 newbie zone to achieve this feat. Reward, 1 diamond chest. Title earned, Tiger Knight. Ding. Warmest congratulations to Lord Yang Ming of China for breaking the world record and becoming the fastest lord in Earth's history to kill a rare-level alien beast. Reward, 1 emerald treasure chest. Awarded title, global acclaim. Yang Ming received 2 system notifications immediately after the Kanglan Tiger died. Not only Yang Ming, but the other new lords also heard it. The entire public chat channel, which was originally bustling with activity, was now eerily silent. A rare-level exotic beast. That was an extremely powerful and rare-level beast. Even a king-level lord wouldn't dare to provoke a rare-level beast. Even a powerful country like the United States would need to gather at least 3 king-level lords in a war zone before daring to hunt a rare-level alien beast. Yang Ming, at only 18 years old, single-handedly killed a rare-level alien beast in a beginner area. Chapter 78, Kanglan Tiger Cub. Yang Ming had no idea how much of a sensation his 2 server-wide announcements had caused worldwide. His gaze was completely drawn to the corpse of the Azure Tiger. My goodness, such a huge, ferocious tiger must weigh at least 10 tons. How much is it worth? Yang Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. After the initial excitement, Yang Ming subconsciously glanced at the information about the Azure Tiger's essence meat. Name, Kanglan Tiger meat. Quality, rare. Description, consuming this item will increase your combat power by 50 to 100 points. Characteristic, it can definitely awaken a new talent of C rank or above and has a certain probability of obtaining lightning-type extraordinary abilities. Holy crap, it can actually increase combat power by so much. Yang Ming was tempted. In the battlefield of all races, consuming the flesh of alien beasts is one of the best ways to become stronger. Of course, how much combat power can be increased varies from person to person. Some people can increase their combat power by 1 or 2 points after eating a pound of exotic beast meat. Some people eat over 10 kilograms of exotic beast meat to gain even a tiny amount of weight. Come here, all of you. Yang Ming shouted to the White Tiger Legion soldiers who were waiting outside. Soon, Zhang Lingfeng led everyone over. Zhang Lingfeng, find a way to tie up the Kanglan Tiger's corpse and transport it back to the territory later. Yes, my lord. After assigning the task, Yang Ming went to check the information on the level 4 resource fields. Yang Ming's gaze moved constantly, using the information scanning ability granted to each lord by the system. At the bottom of the lake, Yang Ming saw a large expanse of golden stones. Name, Gold Mine Lake. Quality, rare. Storage capacity, 1 ton. Introduction, a gold-rich mining lake. If properly maintained after mining, gold veins can be regenerated every month. It's actually a gold mine. Yang Ming was overjoyed. Fortunately, Huaxia City's monetary system is not yet fully developed. As long as we occupy this gold mine, we can produce a large number of gold coins. Moreover, even after the gold mine is exhausted, the gold lake will refresh once a month, which is simply perfect. Should we occupy the level 4 resource field, Gold Lake? Yang Ming nodded and said yes. Successful occupation. Reward 600 points of national fortune. In this way, Yang Ming acquired the first level 4 resource field. After successfully capturing the area, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and continued to rest on the ground. The battle just now almost exhausted Yang Ming's strength. I feel that I have become stronger. After the battle with Kanglan Tiger, and with General Dian Wei's careful guidance, my combat power has increased by at least 20 points. During his break, Yang Ming checked his attribute panel. Name, Yang Ming. Age, 18. Gender, male. Hobbies, female. Combat power, 292. Title, globally acclaimed. Combat power increased by an additional 25 points. Identity, City Lord of Huaxia City, favored by Cupid. Talent, Supreme Overlord possessed by gods. Skill, Thunderous Overlord / Mastery level. Currently, my combat strength is not low, and my abilities are all quite good. The only shortcoming is that I have too few skills. Yang Ming began to reflect on himself. I examine myself 3 times a day. Have I not exercised enough? Have I not become stronger? Have I not accomplished anything significant? During the battle with the Kanglan tiger, Yang Ming realized that the skills he had mastered were the key to victory. Skill proficiency is categorized into beginner, proficient, master, perfect, and superb. Each increase in proficiency makes the skill more powerful. For example, a C-level skill at the proficiency level is more powerful than a B-level skill at the beginner level. In other words, a masterful D-rank skill is as powerful as an S-rank skill. The key issue is that the skills and proficiency levels associated with weapons are fixed and cannot be upgraded. This is also why the Thunder Overlord / is much more powerful than the Thunderlight / and the Heavenly Thunder Flash. Since Thunder King / is at the master level, you can continue to improve its proficiency. Lightning / and Heavenly Thunder Flash are weapon-specific skills, only beginner level, and cannot improve proficiency. It's always good to have more skills. Looks like I'll need to learn a few more in the future. Yang Ming had already decided on his future path to becoming stronger. Skills, to put it simply, are martial arts techniques and trump cards. How can one become a true powerhouse without mastering several powerful martial arts techniques? 10 minutes later, Yang Ming had rested enough, so he dusted himself off and stood up. Yang Ming summoned Zhang Lingfeng and gave him the order. You will lead the White Tiger Legion to guard this place and make sure to protect the Gold Mine Lake. The Gold Mine Lake is a level 4 resource field, and only one of Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, or Yang Jian can be selected to guard it. My lord, I guarantee I will complete the mission, Zhang Lingfeng said. Keep up the good work. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder. Just as Yang Ming was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint call. A faint cry, similar to the howl of tiger. This voice, could it be? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that the Kanglan tiger was female. In other words, it is very likely that it gave birth to tiger cubs. With excitement, Yang Ming parted the grass and saw 4 Kanglan tiger cubs whose eyes were not yet open. No wonder the Kanglan tiger is so weak and seriously injured. It turns out it had just given birth not long ago. Yang Ming bent down and hugged the 4 Kanglan tiger cubs in his arms. The azure tiger is a rare and exotic beast. Its potential is self-evident. If these 4 tiger cubs can be raised, Huaxia City will have 4 more rare-level exotic beast battle pets in the future. The thought of riding a Kanglan tiger and making a grand entrance made Yang Ming grin from ear to ear. Let's go, we've had a great day. It's time to go home. Yang Ming held the 4 tiger cubs in his arms, then ordered 1,000 soldiers to drag the corpse of the Kanglan tiger back to Huaxia City. Yang Ming successfully returned to his territory before sunset. The moment the colossal body of the azure tiger was slowly pulled into Huaxia City, almost all the residents were excited. When have they ever seen such a super monster, 7 or 8 meters tall and weighing over 10 tons? What kind of monster is this? My God, the Lord actually hunted down such a terrifying monster. If I'm not mistaken, this is a rare grade alien beast, right? No way. Even a border city with a population of 100,000 can't stop a rare level alien beast. The Lord is truly too powerful. With the Lord protecting us, Huaxia City will be absolutely safe from now on. Long live the Lord. The enormous figure of the Kanglan tiger attracted many residents to come and watch, and the cheers and discussions grew louder and louder. Everyone's face was beaming with excitement. The more powerful the Lord is, the happier the residents are. After returning to his territory, Yang Ming summoned Yang Jian and instructed him to properly dispose of the Kanglan tiger's corpse. Because Yang Ming has more important things to do. That is to properly settle the 4 Kanglan tiger cubs. Who should take care of it? After much deliberation, Yang Ming concluded that Aphrodite was the best person to raise the Kanglan tiger cubs. The goddess of love should be able to let the Kanglan tiger cubs experience plenty of maternal love, right? Chapter 79, The 2 Silly Sisters. Residential area, villa area. Yang Ming, carrying 4 Kanglan tiger cubs in his arms, arrived at Aphrodite's villa. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Ming knocked on the door politely. Not long after, the villa door opened and a cute little blonde head peeked out. When Aphrodite saw Yang Ming, she immediately panicked. She quickly pushed the door open and said, My lord, what brings you here? Please come in, please come in. Aphrodite wore a white dress, had an oval face, and particularly beautiful, clear, amber-like eyes. Her long golden hair cascaded down to her waist. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, she was already incredibly beautiful after washing herself. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, was hailed as the most beautiful goddess in ancient Greece, and her beauty was undoubtedly unparalleled. Are you settling in well here? Yang Ming walked into the villa, glanced around casually, and then sat down on the sofa. Aphrodite, clutching the hem of her skirt with her small hands, stood shyly in front of Yang Ming and said, Yes, I have never slept in such a comfortable bed. I am very grateful to the Lord for taking in my mother and me. Yang Ming put down the 4 Kanglen tiger cubs in his arms. The cubs had just been born, and their eyes were not yet open. They could not stand steadily and could only lie on the ground and keep shouting. My lord, what is this? Aphrodite looked at the azure tiger cub with a puzzled expression. Yang Ming stated his purpose directly. I came to you today because I want you to help take care of these 4 tiger cubs. Aphrodite said somewhat hesitantly. Oh, but I've never raised tigers before, and they're so small, I'm afraid I'll kill them. That's why I asked you to raise it, because it's too small. You're the goddess of love. Yang Ming thought to himself. Yang Ming smiled and said casually, It's okay, you just need to hold them while you sleep and feed them on time. Aphrodite blushed, lowered her head shyly, and whispered, But, Lord, I don't have a nurse yet. I'm only 14 years old. Yang Ming immediately felt a headache coming on and quickly explained. You misunderstood. I didn't mean you have to feed them yourself. I meant I would send someone to bring over other animal milk. You just need to fill a bottle with the animal milk and feed it to them, understand? I understand. I will do my best to raise them, Aphrodite said, blushing. Yes, thank you for your hard work. After giving his instructions, Yang Ming got up and left. After leaving the residential area, Yang Ming arrived at the city gate of the territory. Near the territory gate, Yang Fifan stood motionless, like an NPC. Ever since the evil sheep priest sent Yang Fifan to Yang Ming's territory, he has maintained this posture and hardly moved. Aren't you tired of standing like this for so long? Yang Ming asked jokingly as he approached him. Yang Fifan slowly opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, I'm used to it. Anyway, I'm already dead. Now I live by relying on the power of the evil god. I don't need to eat or sleep. Even if I stand still for a year, I won't feel anything. Yang Ming scratched his head and asked, Why don't you try to become a normal human again and live a normal life? Yang Fifan remained silent. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yang Ming continued to ask, I spoke with the goat monster yesterday. You're no longer the guardian of the evil god. How about it? Are you interested in joining my army to lead troops? Yang Fifan has extremely high combat strength and great potential. He will be the perfect candidate to lead another legion. A slight ripple finally appeared on Yang Fifan's usually calm face, and he said in a trembling voice, I don't care, but if the evil god dies, I will die with him. I advise you not to waste your energy on me. I am at best a talking puppet. Before meeting Yang Ming, Yang Fifan had been influenced by the power of the evil god. He didn't know how long he had been living in a daze. He only remembered that he had been patrolling near the evil god's altar like a puppet for many, many years. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. It's all right. One day, I'll find a way to help you turn back into a human. Yang Fifan trembled and stared blankly at Yang Ming. Okay. Finally, he seemed to use all his strength to say this word. Ding. Yang Fifan's loyalty to you has increased to 80 points. To escalate the situation, Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder again and laughed. Don't just stand there like an idiot at the city gate anymore. I'll arrange a villa for you. You can live like a normal human being, with 3 meals a day, work, bathe, sleep, and have fun. But Yang Fifan hesitated, then stopped himself, and finally remained silent. There's no but about it. Think about it carefully. In this world, there are always things you can't bear part with, right? Yang Fifan lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, Yes, I want to go back to my hometown and pay my respects at my parents' graves. Also, I really enjoy drinking. Yes, I promise. These things will come true in the future. At least for now, there's plenty of alcohol, Yang Ming said. Thank you. Yang Fifan was almost unable to control his emotions. Ding! Yang Fifan's loyalty to you has reached 100 points. A reward of 40 points of national fortune value has been given. Let's go. I'll take you to pick out a villa. Then you can get a good night's sleep and report to the training ground tomorrow. New. After finishing his business, Yang Ming returned to his lord's manor. My lord, welcome back. Lilith and Lilia had already prepared dinner for him. The food was steaming hot and smelled delicious. Tonight's dinner was plentiful, with fish, beef, and a vegetable salad. Yang Ming sat at the table, looking at the large table full of delicious food, and his appetite was immediately whetted. Since he was hungry, Yang Ming felt at ease and began to enjoy his meal. Gurgle! Yang Ming was halfway through his meal when he suddenly heard his stomach growl. Yang Ming looked up and saw Lilia with a slightly flushed face. Lilia, haven't you eaten yet? Yang Ming asked, having just heard Lilia's stomach growl. Lilith, who was standing nearby, quickly explained on behalf of her sister. My lord, you haven't returned yet. How dare we eat first? Maids are not allowed to eat before their masters. Yang Ming couldn't help but find it amusing, and said, What kind of twisted logic is this? Sit down, since you're hungry. Let's eat together. No, no. Lilia shook her head vigorously, firmly refusing. How could we be qualified to sit at the table with the Lord? That's against the rules. I don't have these ridiculous rules here. Sit down and listen to me, Yang Ming said. Okay, all right. Seeing Yang Ming's firm attitude, Lilith and Lilia had no choice but to agree. They brought over 2 stools and then sat down at the dining table as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Perhaps because they were too nervous, the 2 sisters hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Eat up. Just treat this as your own home. Yang Ming placed 2 pieces of premium-grade meat into their bowls. With Yang Ming's encouragement, Lilith and Lilia finally dared to eat. Wow, this is so delicious. Lilia took a bite of the bear paw meat, her eyes practically sparkling. Judging from the way she ate, it was as if she was eating superior-grade alien beast meat for the first time. So this is how delicious superior-grade alien beast meat is. Lilith's eyes lit up. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, Don't you guys usually cook for yourselves? There are so many kinds of ingredients in the kitchen, including 7 or 8 kinds of superior-grade exotic beast meat. There's no reason why they haven't eaten them before. No, Lilith shook her head. So what do you usually eat? Yang Ming asked, Buzlet. We'll just eat regular rice and vegetables, Lilith said. Yang Ming didn't know what to say about them. Were they too honest or too naive? With so many top-quality ingredients in the kitchen, can't you cook for yourselves? Yang Ming asked, both amused and exasperated. Lilith and Lilia said it almost at the same time. How can this be? My lord, we are merely your maids. How dare we enjoy such precious ingredients so casually? Yang Ming then realized that these 2 sisters were really not just ordinary fools. So, Lilith and Lilia worked in the Lord's Manor kitchen for so many days without stealing a single bite? The 2 girls were indeed silly, but Yang Ming genuinely liked them. Therefore, Yang Ming had no choice but to tell them in person. From now on, you can cook whatever ingredients you want in the kitchen yourself. You don't need to report to me, understand? Is this really okay? Lilia asked nervously. Sure, Yang Ming nodded. Lilith and Lilia have full loyalty and can be completely trusted. Thank you, my lord. Chapter 80, the last 2 conditions for a king-level territory. The next day, early morning. Today marks the 17th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races. As soon as the sun rose, Yang Ming got up and washed up. After finishing the breakfast that Lilith had carefully prepared, Yang Ming went to the training ground. On the spacious training ground, many soldiers are training diligently. Wow, wow, wow. Ayya, ayya, ayya. 1-2-1 march. During training, the soldiers shouted slogans louder and louder. In the past few days, Huaxia City has been frantically occupying resource fields, and its troop strength is running low. It's time to summon more warriors. Anyway, there's plenty of food now, so we can afford to feed them. Just as Yang Ming was about to summon new soldiers, Yang Jian suddenly walked over. My lord, I have a favor to ask, Yang Jian said. Okay, go ahead. Yang Ming looked at him. Yang Jian made a solemn request. My lord, I wish to lead the Azure Dragon Legion to venture out of the city to hunt, seize resource fields, and seek more opportunities for real combat. Yang Ming scanned his information. Name, Young Jian. Combat strength, 196. Potential, 4 stars. Loyalty, 100 plus. Talent, one-shot rally, rank B. Can inspire all soldiers under your command for 2 minutes, increasing attack power by 30%, defense power by 30%, movement speed by 20%. Can also inspire yourself alone, making you stronger against stronger opponents for 10 minutes. Compared to when he first started, Yang Jian's strength has improved a lot. Its potential has been upgraded by 2 stars. Even his own talent has advanced. In a battlefield of all races, talents are not static. By consuming the meat of exotic beasts or high-quality herbs, one can advance their talents or awaken a second talent. Yang Ming said to him, Yang Jian, you are the commander of the Azure Dragon Legion. It's good that you have your own ideas. As long as it's a decision that benefits the soldiers, feel free to do it. In the future, I hope you can grow into a great general who can stand alone in Huaxia City. I will. Thank you, my lord, Yang Jian said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Then, Yang Jian gave a military salute and set off with the Azure Dragon Legion. After he left, Yang Ming silently recited in his heart, Summon 10,000 warriors. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, and 10,000 new soldiers appeared out of thin air on the training ground. Originally, Huaxia City had 15,000 warriors, and with the newly summoned ones, there are now a total of 25,000 warriors. The soldiers knelt down before Yang Ming in unison, shouting, Greetings, your lordship. We are willing to go through fire and water for you. The voice was loud and clear, like a tidal wave. Yang Ming nodded and said to the new soldiers, Very good, you're in good spirits. Get up, this will be your new home from now on. Thank you, Lord, the new warriors replied in unison. Yang Ming waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to Yang Ming. Yang Ming slowly began to speak. Starting today, I have decided to add a new benefit to everyone's existing benefits. Anyone whose combat power exceeds 60 points can receive 5 caddies of excellent grade exotic beast meat for free, plus 5 bottles of fine wine and 5 packs of cigarettes. If your combat power exceeds 70 points, you can receive 10 caddies of excellent grade exotic beast meat for free, plus 7 bottles of fine wine and 7 packs of cigarettes. Anyone whose combat power exceeds 80 points can receive 1 pound of rare grade exotic beast meat for free, plus 9 bottles of fine wine and 9 packs of cigarettes. And so on. Yang Ming spared no expense in order to further motivate the soldiers to become stronger. High-quality exotic meat, cigarettes, and fine wine. Which battlefield man could resist the temptation of these 3 things? Long live the Lord. The veterans cheered instantly. The new soldiers felt their minds go blank. Could this be the legendary paradise? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming was already fully prepared to leave the city for an adventure. Firstly, to capture more resource fields. Secondly, to enhance their own strength. Currently, Yang Ming only needs 8 more level 3 resource fields to meet the requirements for upgrading to a king-level territory. We must meet this upgrade requirement for the resource field today, no matter what. Yang Ming set this goal for himself. Because tomorrow is the refresh time for blue crystal cores. Yang Ming's plan is to seize enough resources today, and then go and plunder the crystal cores tomorrow. Then, the day after tomorrow, the first king-level territory will be born from Yang Ming's hands. By then, Yang Ming will become the fastest lord in the history of Blue Star to develop a king-level territory. It's time to bring the world a shock from China. Brothers, let's go. Our goal today is to capture at least 8 level 3 resource fields. Yang Ming rode a black horse and led 3,000 soldiers into the wilderness. In the battlefield of all races, every day is full of adventure. Time is life. Once you stop developing, you are very likely to be overtaken by others. Yesterday's battle has further enhanced Yang Ming's strength, bringing his combat power to 292 points. Conquering level 3 resource fields is no longer difficult for him. Ding, you've captured a level 3 resource field, Crystal Wheat, rewarding you with 200 points of national fortune. Ding, you have occupied a level 3 resource field, Ironblood Forest, rewarding you with 200 points of national fortune. Ding you. Before sunset, Yang Ming finally managed to acquire the 8th level 3 resource field. At this point, All the conditions for upgrading to a king-level territory have been met, except for the blue crystal core and the building. A new king-level territory will be born from Yang Ming's hands.